After our separation, I, ridiculed as a failure, unexpectedly unveiled a divine lottery system on the streets. At the outset, I struck it rich with billions in assets and a globally limited edition sports car, while my mercenary ex-girlfriend, who had once unceremoniously cast me aside, was now sobbing in the car of my newly appointed secretary, pleading for reconciliation. In front of the entire company, Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "I apologize, but you're obstructing my signing of a 10 billion contract." Chapter 1. The Surprise of the Anniversary. Felicity Restaurant, one of the most expensive dining establishments in Yunqing, where a single meal can devour an ordinary person's monthly salary. Lin Feng sat a window seat, somewhat awkwardly adjusting his collar. This white shirt was the most expensive item in his wardrobe, costing over 300, specially purchased for today's anniversary. Yet, in this opulent dining room, where even the cutlery gleamed with gold, he felt utterly out of place amidst everything. The surrounding patrons were either affluent or wealthy, the men clad in tailored suits, and the women adorned in luxurious jewels, discussing business deals worth millions. Meanwhile, he, a mere intern just a year out of university, earned a monthly salary of 5,000, pocketing only enough for next month's meals. "Sir, would you like to order now?" The courteous voice of the waiter broke through his reverie. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, quickly waving his hand and forcing a smile. "No, I am waiting for someone." The waiter nodded and retreated. Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, turning his gaze toward the window. Today marked the 1-year anniversary of his relationship with his girlfriend, Wang Yaoyao. He had prepared extensively for this occasion. He had reserved this restaurant half a month in advance, having already paid a deposit of 1,000. This meal would likely consume nearly half a month of his salary. In his pocket, a cool velvet box lay quietly, containing the anniversary gift he had prepared. A platinum necklace, adorned with a uniquely shaped pendant featuring a small diamond, was not from a prestigious brand, yet it had consumed a full 3 months of his savings. He still vividly recalled the condescending gaze of the salesgirl when he paid at the counter. "Sir, this is the least expensive item in our store. Are you sure you want this?" At that moment, he merely smiled and unhesitatingly swiped his card. To him, the value of a gift lay not in its price, but in the sentiment behind it. He believed Yao Yao would appreciate it. After all, when they first started dating, Yao Yao had repeatedly expressed that she loved not his wealth, but the person he was. Reflecting on this, a gentle smile involuntarily crept across Lin Feng's lips. He took out his phone and glanced at the time. 7:30. Half an hour had already passed since their agreed-upon time. Yao Yao had yet to arrive. He opened WeChat, finding their conversation still lingering from the afternoon. "Yao Yao, 7 o'clock tonight, Felicity Restaurant. Don't forget, I prepared a surprise for you." Below was her reply, a simple "Perhaps she is caught in traffic." Lin Feng reassured himself, waiting patiently for another 10 minutes. The melodious strains of the violin in the restaurant, at that moment, inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within him. The sidelong glances from some surrounding patrons made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He could sense the scrutiny and inquisitiveness in those gazes. A young man, clad in unremarkable attire and seated solitary in an upscale restaurant, undeniably attracts attention. The phone vibrated with a soft hum. Lin Feng perked up, momentarily believing it to be a message from Wang Yaoyao, and hastily unlocked the screen. The message originated from the company group chat. "All members, please report to the office for a meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow to discuss the Southern City Project proposal. Punctuality is mandatory." Lin Feng sighed, placing his phone face down on the table. At that moment, a familiar figure finally graced the entrance of the restaurant. "Yao Yao." Lin Feng's eyes brightened, and he immediately rose, waving his hand with excitement. Wang Yaoyao approached, adorned in a well-tailored dress, her makeup meticulously applied, and her high heels clicking against the floor. Yet, her expression bore no trace of joy for the rendezvous. Instead, it was marred by impatience and aloofness. "Why did you choose such a place?" Wang Yaoyao inquired, pulling out a chair and carelessly tossing her latest Chanel handbag onto the adjacent seat, her brows furrowed. Lin Feng's smile faltered momentarily. He noticed the handbag, which was valued at no less than 50,000 yuan. When had Yao Yao been able to afford such an extravagant item? After all, she was merely an intern, and her salary could hardly surpass his own. "Isn't the ambience quite pleasant here." Lin Feng replied, his confidence wavering. Wang Yaoyao surveyed the surroundings, curling her lip in disdain. "Pleasant? It's deafening and reeks of steak." Lin Feng felt a dryness in his throat as he pushed the menu toward her, attempting to shift the conversation. "Why don't you see if there's something you'd like to eat?" Wang Yaoyao didn't even glance at the menu, reclining against the back of her chair, arms crossed, scrutinizing Lin Feng with a piercing gaze. "Lin Feng, did you invite me out just to have a meal?" Her tone was frigid, as if she were conversing with an unrelated stranger. Lin Feng's heart sank. He was no fool. He could distinctly sense that something was amiss with Wang Yaoyao's demeanor today. It was an unmistakable expression of genuine annoyance and rejection. "Today marks our 1-year anniversary," Lin Feng reminded her softly, still clinging to a flicker of hope. "Oh, an anniversary," Wang Yaoyao acknowledged with feigned realization, before scoffing. "I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it." Those words struck Lin Feng like a dagger, piercing deeply into his heart. Forgotten? He had meticulously prepared for this anniversary for over a month, scrimping and saving, filled with joy. Yet she had completely overlooked it. Yaoyao, Lin Feng wished to inquire about her sudden change, but swallowed his words. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the bitterness rising within him and retrieved the velvet box he had prepared with care, gently sliding it across the table toward Wang Yaoyao. "Yaoyao, happy anniversary. This is my gift for you." His voice trembled with uncontainable anxiety and anticipation. He hoped this present would soften her demeanor. However, disappointment washed over him. Wang Yaoyao merely cast a cursory glance at the box, devoid of any desire to even reach for it. "What is this?" "Open it, and you shall see," Lin Feng replied, his smile strained. Under Lin Feng's watchful gaze, Wang Yaoyao reluctantly extended her hand, pinching the box between her fingers, her expression rife with disdain. Click! The box opened. The necklace, which appeared dazzlingly radiant in his eyes, lay quietly upon the black velvet. The restaurant's lighting reflected its myriad sparkles. Lin Feng watched in eager anticipation, awaiting her surprise and delight. Yet, all he saw on Wang Yaoyao's face was unabashed disappointment and contempt. "Is this all?" Wang Yaoyao lifted the necklace, dangling it in the air as though it were a piece of refuse. "Lin Feng, are you joking?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "Yaoyao, what a piece of rubbish." Wang Yaoyao's voice escalated sharply, drawing the attention of nearby diners. "Platinum? Small diamonds? You dare to present such a trinket as a gift?" "My friend Lily received a 3-carat diamond ring from her boyfriend for her birthday last week. And Xiao Mei? Her boyfriend just gifted her a BMW Mini. Look at yourself, Lin Feng. What are you offering me? A necklace worth less than 10,000 yuan? Are you trying to dismiss me with pity?" Wang Yaoyao slammed the necklace onto the table, producing a sharp, jarring sound. Lin Feng's complexion drained of color. The gazes directed toward him ignited a scorching embarrassment across his face. In that moment, his dignity lay shattered at Wang Yaoyao's feet. "Yaoyao, how could you say that?" Lin Feng's voice trembled. "This necklace was purchased with 3 months of my wages. Enough." Wang Yaoyao interrupted impatiently. "I do not wish to hear your excuses. 3 months' wages? Lin Feng, your earnings for 3 months wouldn't even suffice for me to buy a handbag." She gestured toward the Chanel handbag beside her seat, her face radiating with pride and mockery. "Do you see this bag? 58,000. A gift from Chen Xiao." Chen Xiao. Lin Feng's mind buzzed with confusion. Chen Xiao, Chen Tianyu, the son of the company's owner, a quintessential spoiled rich kid. Lin Feng had witnessed Chen Tianyu arriving at the office in his sports car, seeking out Wang Yaoyao more than once. "When did you two become involved?" Lin Feng managed to stammer. "Just last week," Wang Yaoyao replied nonchalantly. "Chen Xiao treats me splendidly. He provides everything I desire: luxury cars, designer bags, fine dining. And what about you, Lin Feng? Besides lofty dreams, what can you offer me? So, your purpose in coming today was not to celebrate our anniversary, but to end our relationship?" Lin Feng's gaze dimmed gradually. "What other reason could there be?" Wang Yaoyao chuckled coldly. "Lin Feng, we are no longer from the same world. I advise you to face the reality. We are finished." She stood, retrieving her bag, looking down at Lin Feng from a lofty position. "Oh, and I almost forgot to share a surprise. Today, in fact, is also my anniversary with Chen Xiao. We had planned to dine here, and it seems you graciously reserved this table for us. Thank you ever so much." Her words pierced Lin Feng's ears like the most venomous curse. It dawned upon him that all his painstaking preparations had merely served to craft a bridal gown for another. The anniversary he had long anticipated was, for her, nothing more than a jest. How utterly ironic. How laughable. Lin Feng gazed at the familiar, yet unfamiliar woman before him, his heart twisted in anguish. He yearned to explode in fury, to question her, to overturn the table. Yet ultimately, all his emotions coalesced into a powerless, bitter smile. He shook his head in self-derision, feeling akin to a jester. At that moment, a young man clad in an Armani suit, his hair slicked back, swaggered over, arm around a woman with an alluring internet celebrity visage. It was none other than Chun Tianyu. "Oh, is that not Lin Feng?" Chun Tianyu spotted him seated there, his face contorting into an exaggerated expression of surprise. "Yao Yao, why are you still associating with this pauper? I've reserved a private room. Come along." He approached Wang Yao Yao, unbothered by those around him, placing a hand possessively on her waist and pulling her close. Wang Yao Yao leaned into his embrace, a sycophantic smile gracing her lips. "Young Master Chun, I was just about to join you." Chun Tianyu leaned down to plant a kiss on her lips, his gaze shifting back to Lin Feng, brimming with provocation and disdain. He noticed the necklace on the table that had been dismissed and grasped it, bringing it to his eyes for scrutiny. He laughed aloud. "I must say, Lin Feng, you are quite amusing. You think you can woo my girl with such trinkets from the street market? Do you have any idea how much her cosmetics cost? Or the price of her handbag? Waste should embody waste. Do not indulge in impractical daydreams." Chun Tianyu casually tossed the necklace to the ground and withdrew a thick stack of cash from his wallet, flinging it at Lin Feng's face. "Take this and scram. Today's meal is on me." The red bills fluttered down like snowflakes, landing on Lin Feng's head, his body, and the table. Surrounding patrons erupted in a low, mocking laughter. Humiliation. An unprecedented sense of disgrace engulfed Lin Feng. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms as his body trembled violently with rage. He lifted his head, his eyes burning red, fixating intently on Chun Tianyu and Wang Yao Yao. The face that once haunted his dreams now bore an expression of triumph and indifference. "What are you staring at?" "Not convinced," Chun Tianyu remarked with a playful smirk. "Do you believe that one word from me could make you unable to survive in Yin City?" Lin Feng remained silent. He slowly rose, avoiding the scattered money on the floor, and refrained from casting another glance at the despicable couple. He simply walked away, step by step, from the suffocating restaurant. Behind him, the raucous laughter of Chun Tianyu and Wang Yao Yao echoed unabashedly. Their laughter pierced through him like toxic steel needles, repeatedly stabbing at his heart. As he exited the restaurant, the cold night breeze brushed against his face, momentarily reviving his senses. He wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets, surrounded by dazzling neon lights and a cacophony of people. Yet all this merriment was alien to him. His world was shrouded in gray. A year of affection, a heart full of sincerity, only to culminate in a single waste and a public humiliation. Why? Was it merely because he was poor? Lin Feng tilted his head upwards, gazing at the narrow night sky wedged between towering skyscrapers, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. Unwillingness, anger, humiliation, despair, all manner of negative emotions crashed over him like a tide. He felt as though an invisible hand clutched his heart tightly, squeezing it painfully, rendering him breathless. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, a cold, emotionless electronic voice abruptly resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection of extreme humiliation encountered by the host. Emotional fluctuation has reached threshold. The divine lottery system is now binding. 1, 10, 50, 100. Ding! Divine lottery system binding successful. Chapter 2 Ding! The divine lottery system activated. Why? By what right? Lin Feng knelt in the frigid puddles, allowing the rain to wash away the traces of tears mingled with alcohol upon his face. His tightly clenched fists turned pale, nails digging deeply into his palms. Yet the pain he felt was but a fraction of the anguish tearing at his heart. 3 years of youth, 3 years of companionship, 3 years of heartfelt devotion. To him, it appeared as profound affection, while to Wang Yao Yao, it was merely a jest, a joke of one who could not afford an LV bag. Chun Tianhua's disdainful expression and Wang Yaoyao's contemptuous sneer replayed in his mind like a slow-motion film, each detail carving deeper wounds in his heart with a venomous precision. Worthless, penniless, useless. The derogatory words echoed in his ears like a demonic chant, reverberating endlessly. Humiliation, rage, and unwillingness surged within him, a deluge of negative emotions overwhelming his reason, nearly causing his chest to burst. If only I had wealth. If only I were that exalted Chun Tianhua. Would the outcome have been entirely different? An unprecedented resentment and longing erupted from the depths of his soul, as if yearning to breach the heavens. Just as this tempest of emotion reached its zenith, an emotionless, cold electronic voice abruptly resonated in his mind. Ding. Detection of extreme humiliation endured by the host. Unwillingness has reached a critical threshold. The divine lottery system is binding. 1, 30, 70, 100. Ding. The divine lottery system has been successfully bound. What is this? A hallucination? Lin Feng abruptly raised his head, the rain blurring his vision, and all that surrounded him was the howling wind and rain. Had he lost his mind in anger? Or was this merely a fleeting glimpse before death? He chuckled self-deprecatingly, preparing to rise from the filthy puddle. However, the voice in his mind echoed once more. Clear and indisputable. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in reaching the pinnacle of life, compelling all who have looked down upon you to kneel and sing your praises. Detection of first-time binding. A beginner's gift pack is now being issued. Would you like to open it immediately? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Before him appeared a translucent, light blue virtual screen, brimming with technological allure, visible only to him. At the center of the screen, a treasure chest glittering with golden light began to rotate slowly, flanked by the options, yes, no. Could this be a scene straight from a novel? Am I truly the fabled chosen one? Lin Feng pinched his thigh sharply. The intense pain affirmed that this was no dream. His breath quickened, panic rising within him. In what could only be described as the darkest hour of his life, a beam of light burst forth unexpectedly. Open it. Immediately. Lin Feng screamed internally. Opening beginner's gift pack. The treasure chest on the virtual screen exploded with a dazzling radiance, illuminating the surroundings so brightly that he could barely keep his eyes open. A series of system notifications rang out like heavenly music in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000,000,000 yuan in cash, deposited into your bank account. Congratulations, host. You have received a globally limited edition Bugatti Veyron Supersport. Vehicle documentation and keys have been issued to the system space. Congratulations, host. You have received a luxurious penthouse in Cloud Top Palace No. 1. Property rights have been automatically transferred to the host. The barrage of congratulations left Lin Feng utterly astounded. 1 billion yuan? A Bugatti Veyron? ISNT that the legendary car that starts at over 40 million. Unattainable even with wealth? Cloud Top Palace? That is the pinnacle of affluence in Cloud City, where every property is said to start in the 9-figure range. And now, it is all mine. The happiness struck him like a sudden whirlwind, leaving him feeling lightheaded, almost unreal, buzzing. At that moment, his 3-year-old domestically made imitation phone began to vibrate uncontrollably in his pocket. Trembling, Lin Feng fished out the phone, the waterlogged screen malfunctioning as he struggled several times to unlock it. A flurry of text notifications popped up on the screen. Huaxiao Bank, dear customer. Your savings card account ending in 8888 has received a deposit of 100,000,000,000 yuan on September 12, 2015. Your current account balance is 100,000,034. 550 yuan. Lin Feng stared intently at the numbers, counting each zero one by one. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Yes, it's 1 billion. That meager balance of over 300 was his last shred of dignity. He felt his heart racing, threatening to leap out of his throat. Oh my God, it's real. He could no longer contain the euphoric thrill surging within him, leaping from the ground to unleash a long-suppressed roar into the torrential rain. The rain mingled with tears of exhilaration, washing over his young and resolute face. With a mere thought, he summoned the system interface. In a compartment labeled System Space, lay a sleek black card and a futuristic car key. As his consciousness brushed against the card, words materialized. Bugatti Veyron Supersport Vehicle Documentation. This document allows you to collect the vehicle from any authorized Bugatti 4S store in Cloud City. All paperwork, insurance, and taxes have been fully processed. Next, he turned his gaze to the other item. Electronic property certificate for the penthouse in Cloud Top Palace No. 1. Owner, Lin Feng. Address, Cloud City, Tianhe District. Cloud Top Palace No. 1, top floor. Remarks. The property is fully furnished with top-tier smart home systems, ready for immediate move-in. Fingerprint password locks have been registered with the host's information. Gazing upon these cold, yet undeniably tangible words, Lin Feng's expression transitioned from elation and astonishment to a chilling coldness. He recalled Wang Yaoyao's words, "You cannot provide me with the life I desire." He remembered Chun Tianhua's arrogance as he poured wine over his head. He recalled the sympathetic or mocking gazes from the restaurant patrons. A low chuckle escaped Lin Feng, growing louder until it erupted into a wild, unrestrained laughter. Yet, there was no warmth in that laughter, only an endless chill. At that moment, the system's icy electronic voice resounded once more. Ding. System task issued. Task name, Echoes of Despair. Task objective, make the betrayer, Wang Yaoyao, and the humiliator, Qin Tianhua, experience profound despair. Task rewards, based on completion level. The higher the completion, the more generous the rewards. Lin Feng slowly raised his head, rain cascading down his handsome visage. The confusion and pain in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a sharp and ruthless gaze akin to a falcon locking onto its prey. Wang Yaoyao, Qin Tianhua. Your game is over. Now it is my turn. Chapter 3. The Phantom of the Divine Car, the King returns. The rain cleansed the city's filth, washing away Lin Feng's humiliation. He stood by the street, allowing the biting cold wind to dry his drenched clothes. Yet the penetrating chill could no longer invade his heart, for within him, a fervent flame named vengeance had been ignited. He raised his hand to hail a taxi. "Driver, take me to the most extravagant supercar center in the city." Lin Feng's voice was calm, devoid of any tremor. The driver glanced at the young man, soaked and clad in wrinkled, cheap casual wear, with a hint of peculiarity in his gaze, but nonetheless started the engine. The Yun City International Auto Exhibition Center, the premier gathering place for luxury cars in Yun City and the surrounding regions, housed no vehicles priced below 7 figures. Lin Feng paid and exited the cab, striding directly toward the most conspicuous and lavishly decorated establishment, the Bugatti authorized 4S shop. The floor within gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the brilliance of the crystal chandelier above. Sparse among the showroom were several extravagantly designed supercars, each resembling a slumbering beast, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. A group of saleswomen, adorned in form-fitting dresses and meticulously crafted makeup, were clustered together, engaged in lively conversation about the latest gossip and luxury goods. Upon noticing Lin Feng's entrance, their laughter abruptly ceased. A man, dripping with moisture and clad in wrinkled, inexpensive attire, in such a setting was akin to a bowl of plain broth splashed into a rich French bisque, appearing utterly out of place. The saleswomen exchanged glances, each reflecting unabashed disdain in their eyes, none willing to approach him. One of the least experienced and most ordinary-looking saleswomen was subtly nudged forward by the others. Reluctantly, she approached in her high heels, a forced smile plastered on her face, but her tone was tinged with impatience. "Good day, sir. This is the Bugatti showroom. If you wish to browse or take photos, please turn left and visit the more accessible Volkswagen exhibit across the way." The implication was clear. This was not a venue for someone of his standing. Lin Feng paid her no heed. His gaze had been fixed since he entered, locked onto the centerpiece of the showroom. There, quietly resting, was a black and blue Phantom. Its streamlined body radiated power, every curve shimmering with the luster of wealth. The iconic horseshoe-shaped grille seemed to mock all things mundane in the world. The Bugatti Veyron Supersport, once merely a dream car he could only admire through computer wallpapers, now it stood before him. He stepped forward, intent on approaching the vehicle. "Hey, sir. Sir." The saleswoman, realizing his intention to advance, hurriedly blocked his path, her forced smile vanishing. "You can't just touch the display cars. If you damage it, you won't be able to afford the repairs." Lin Feng halted, casting a glance at her. Just a single look made the saleswoman feel as if she were being stalked by a wild beast, her words caught in her throat. His gaze was fearsome. "Call your manager," Lin Feng stated flatly. The saleswoman was taken aback, then scoffed, crossing her arms. "Our manager is quite busy. Not everyone can simply meet him. What exactly do you want? If there's nothing, please leave and don't waste our time." "Oh." A smirk graced Lin Feng's lips, imbued with a hint of mischief. "Am I also a hindrance to your business by purchasing a car? Buying a car?" The saleswoman erupted in laughter, as if she had heard the joke of the century, and the other saleswomen nearby couldn't suppress their giggles. "Sir, please, don't jest. Do you have any idea how much this car costs? 43 million. That's just the base price." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Feng's patience waned. Ignoring the incessant chatter of the woman, he summoned the black vehicle credential card into his hand. He strode directly to the reception desk, slamming the card onto the counter. "I'll say it again, summon your manager." His icy tone was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable weight. The receptionist, startled, quickly grabbed the intercom. "Lou, Manager Lou. There's a customer at the front desk looking for you." Shortly, a middle-aged man clad in a suit, his belly protruding, descended from the second floor. Upon seeing Lin Feng's attire, he subtly furrowed his brow, yet maintained a professional smile. "Good day, sir. I am Lu Dehai, the manager here. How may I assist you?" Lin Feng pointed to the black card on the desk. Manager Lu, puzzled, picked up the card. Upon a mere glance, his pupils constricted sharply. As the senior manager for Bugatti in Greater China, he recognized this card instantly. It was the highest-level VVIP customer credential from Bugatti headquarters, signifying its holder as someone of immense wealth and influence, a true figure atop the societal pyramid. Manager Lu's demeanor transformed in an instant. His previously smug expression replaced with obsequiousness, and he unconsciously bent slightly at the waist. "Ah, it's Mr. Lin. My apologies for the oversight. Please forgive my lack of discernment. Your esteemed presence is a rare honor." As he spoke, he shot a venomous glare at the previously flabbergasted saleswoman. This scene left everyone in the showroom utterly astounded. What was happening? Manager Lu was notoriously discerning. Even billionaires might not receive such deference. Who exactly was this young man dressed in what appeared to be street vendor attire? Lin Feng had no interest in witnessing the spectacle. He gestured toward the Bugatti Veyron at the center of the showroom, succinctly stating, "I want to take the car, full payment, now." Of course. No problem." Manager Lu nodded vigorously, immediately spinning around to bellow. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and assist Mr. Lin with the paperwork. And bring me that bottle of 82 Lafite for Mr. Lin." "No, wait, Mr. Lin, I will handle it personally." Fearing that his inept staff might offend their esteemed guest, he rushed toward the office. In less than 5 minutes, all the necessary documents were prepared and laid out before Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, please review these and sign here. We've already arranged the vehicle purchase tax and insurance." Manager Lu presented a Mont-Blanc pen with utmost respect. Lin Feng signed his name with flourish. Swipe the card. He produced his bank card. As the POS machine displayed a lengthy string of zeros and confirmed the transaction, an eerie silence enveloped the showroom. The saleswoman who had initially blocked Lin Feng's path turned pale, her body swaying as she realized her grave mistake. She had offended a man so wealthy that even the manager bowed before him. "Mr. Lin, here are the keys to your car." Manager Lu presented the futuristic-looking key with both hands. We've filled it with the finest aviation fuel. "It's ready for you to drive away. Would you like me to arrange a driver for you?" "Not necessary." Lin Feng accepted the key and turned to leave. Throughout the encounter, he had not cast a single glance at the saleswoman. To ignore her was the ultimate form of disdain. As Lin Feng settled into the driver's seat of the Bugatti Veyron, feeling the embrace of the premium leather upholstery, he knew a brand new world had unfurled before him. Virum. Accompanied by a roar akin to that of a ferocious beast, the black-blue specter of a supercar burst forth from the 4S dealership like a flash of lightning, leaving a group of astonished salespeople and managers in its wake, bewildered by the trail of exhaust fumes. Outside a fine dining establishment, Chen Tianhua emerged, beaming with satisfaction as he wrapped his arm around Wang Yaoyao. Inside the restaurant, he had reveled in the attention of all, his vanity thoroughly satiated. Wang Yaoyao, her cheeks flushed with excitement, nestled against Chen Tianhua, feeling as though she had ascended into high society. "Darling, you were absolutely magnificent just now," she exclaimed, standing on tiptoe to plant a kiss on his cheek. "That Lin Feng is nothing but mud beneath your feet." Chen Tianhua let out a hearty laugh, poised to respond, when suddenly an excruciatingly bright beam of light pierced the night, nearly blinding them. Almost immediately, a deep and violent engine roar approached, reminiscent of a prehistoric behemoth announcing its arrival. A black-blue supercar, a sight they had only glimpsed in elite automotive magazines, came to a slow and imposing halt in the VIP parking space of the restaurant. "Wow, is that a Bugatti Veyron?" As a wealthy heir, Chen Tianhua recognized the iconic vehicle at a glance, his voice tinged with disbelief. Wang Yaoyao's eyes lit up with excitement, her breath quickening. What kind of extraordinary person drives such a car? As the couple stared in awe and envy, the scissor doors of the vehicle slowly ascended. A foot clad in ordinary sneakers touched the ground, followed by a familiar figure emerging from the nearly $500 million masterpiece. It was Lin Feng, the very man they had just humiliated and expelled from the restaurant. The smiles on Chen Tianhua and Wang Yaoyao's faces froze in an instant. Chapter 4. Regret? Too late. Suddenly, a deafening roar, akin to a beast's growl, erupted from around the corner, tearing through the tranquil night sky after the rain. The sound waves acted like tangible shock waves, causing the shop windows along the street to vibrate ominously. Wang Yaoyao, lost in sweet nothings, jumped at the noise. Instinctively shrinking closer to Chen Tianhua, her voice a playful chide, "Who has such poor manners to rev their engine in the middle of the night?" Chen Tianhua, equally startled by the overwhelming sound, felt a twinge of annoyance. His Ferrari 488 already boasted a loud exhaust note, but compared to this, it was like a mewling kitten facing a roaring tiger, entirely incommensurate. Frowning, he turned to locate the source of the commotion. Two beams of light, bright as day, pierced the night, nearly blinding him. A sleek, entirely black supercar, with a futuristic design that exuded unparalleled dominance, glided towards them, finally halting before their eyes. The car's muscular lines, distinctive front fascia, and fiery orange accents caused Chun Tianhua's pupils to constrict in disbelief. Is that a Bugatti Veyron Supersport? He blinked hard, questioning whether he was hallucinating from excess alcohol. This was a globally limited, elusive masterpiece worth $500 million, a mobile work of art. In the presence of this black beast, his flamboyant red Ferrari instantly paled into insignificance, resembling a cheap plastic toy. Wow, darling, what car is that? It's so cool. Although Wang Yaoyao had little knowledge of automobiles, she could sense the car's extraordinary presence and value, her eyes sparkling with greedy admiration. She began to fantasize about what an uproar it would cause among her friends if she were to emerge from such a vehicle. However, Qin Tianhua was too preoccupied to respond. His expression darkened, a wave of intense unease washing over him. In all of Yin City, only a select few could afford such a car, and he knew them all, yet none would be seen driving such a vehicle to this establishment. As the couple exchanged uncertain glances, the technologically impressive butterfly doors of the car began to rise. A foot clad in ordinary sneakers emerged, followed by a slender figure who leisurely stepped out from the driver's seat. When the individual stood upright and turned to face them, fully illuminated by the bright lights of the restaurant, time and air seemed to freeze in that moment. Wang Yaoyao's expressions of envy and longing instantly turned to stone. Chun Tianhua's shock and anxiety morphed into complete disbelief. Lin Feng, how could it be him? The very man he had belittled and humiliated just moments ago. Reduced to a mere dog, drenched in red wine? Wasn't he supposed to be hiding in some corner, sobbing like discarded trash? How could he possibly emerge from a car worth $500 million? Wang Yaoyao's mind buzzed, rendered blank. She fixed her gaze on Lin Feng. That once familiar figure now appeared utterly alien. He still donned that cheap casual outfit, his hair slightly damp, yet his entire demeanor had undergone a seismic transformation. The previous humility, awkwardness, and pain had evaporated without a trace, replaced by a disquieting calm and indifference. Leaning casually against the car door, he cast a faint glance their way, devoid of anger, resentment, or any emotional fluctuation. It felt as though a human was surveying two squabbling ants. No, this cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Wang Yaoyao screamed silently within. This had to be an illusion. How could he afford such a car? Surely, it had to be rented. Yes, it must be a facade to save face. But could such a prestigious vehicle even be rented? The annual rental fee would surely be in the tens of millions. What could he possibly have to afford that? Countless thoughts collided violently in her mind, driving her to the brink of insanity. A terrifying, unacceptable possibility gradually surfaced in her consciousness. Could it be that he had always been a hidden top-tier heir? Had he merely been experiencing life while with her? Once this thought took root, it spread like wild grass, impossible to contain. She recalled her earlier words, each syllable striking her like a resounding slap to her very soul. I'm fed up with living this impoverished life with you. Look at what you're wearing. Cheap rags. Unworthy of me. After 3 years with you, I can't even afford an entry-level LV. It turned out, the fool had been her all along. An indescribable remorse, like the most potent poison, surged through her veins. Her heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, constricting so tightly that she could scarcely breathe. If only she hadn't broken up with him, wouldn't she be the one stepping out of that divine vehicle now? Shouldn't she be the most envied woman in all of Yin City? Her face drained of color, her body swayed unsteadily. In stark contrast to Wang Yaoyao's overwhelming regret, Qin Tianhua felt the searing sting of raw, deep-rooted humiliation. Just moments ago, he had established an unparalleled sense of superiority before this man using his Ferrari and wealth. In the blink of an eye, the other party appeared before him, driving a magnificent vehicle worth 10 of his Ferraris. What was this? A facade of humility masking a hidden prowess? This was no mere slap in the face. It was as if his visage was being ground into the earth, mercilessly scuffed by the soles of a shoe. Passers-by had begun to take notice of the commotion, halting in their tracks to point at the Bugatti, their phones emerging to capture the moment, their gazes brimming with amusement and mockery. Qin Tianhua felt a fiery sensation engulf his face, an inferno of rage surging to his very core. Lin Feng, unable to contain himself any longer, he strode forward with purpose, jabbing a finger at Lin Feng's nose. His voice a tempestuous roar. Where on earth did you procure this car? Did you steal it or seize it by force? At last, Lin Feng moved. He didn't spare a single glance at the enraged Qin Tianhua, as if he were nothing more than a wisp of air. His gaze traversed past Chen Tianhua, landing upon the pallid face of Wang Yaoyao. Their eyes locked. Wang Yaoyao's heart skipped a beat. From Lin Feng's placid gaze, she glimpsed a flicker of, was it pity? She parted her lips, yearning to utter something, to plead, to explain, or perhaps to challenge. Yet, Lin Feng spoke first. His voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of both Wang Yaoyao and Chen Tianhua. Thank you. Wang Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback. Thank you for allowing me to see your true nature. With those words, a subtle, ambiguous curve formed at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. An expression that was neither entirely mocking nor wholly liberating. He no longer cast them a glance, turning instead to re-enter the dark beast of a vehicle. The engine let out a deep, resonant growl once more. Stop right there. Clarify your words. Chen Tianhua felt utterly disregarded, his fury boiling to the point of explosion. He lunged to grasp the car door, only to find it unyielding. Lin Feng, you wait. I will make you aware of the consequences of crossing Chen Tianhua. He shouted threats at the closed window, yet the only response was an even more ferocious roar from the engine. Boom. The Bugatti Veyron transformed into a dark specter, instantaneously propelling itself away, leaving behind nothing but a fleeting taillight and a scene of chaos, vanishing into the depths of the night. The powerful exhaust fumes sprayed directly onto Chen Tianhua's face. He stood frozen, like a jester abandoned by the tides of time. Meanwhile, Wang Yaoyao felt as if all strength had been drained from her, collapsing onto the ground with a thud. She gazed toward the direction where the car had vanished. Her mind a blank slate, the only remnants being Lin Feng's final words, echoing endlessly in her ears. Thank you for allowing me to see your true nature. Tears of regret finally cascaded forth. Frantically, she rummaged through her bag for her phone, her fingers trembling as she found that familiar number and dialed. I'm sorry. Yet. The voice that greeted her was not Lin Feng's, but a cold, unfeeling system prompt. The user you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Unwilling to accept defeat, she opened WeChat, her fingers flying over the screen in desperation. Lin Feng, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please let me explain. Have you been deceiving me all along? Are you a super rich heir? I beg you, let us reconcile. I love you. I cannot live without you. Each message sent was met with an excruciating red exclamation mark. The small print below felt like a dagger piercing her eyes. Message sent, but the recipient has rejected it. Wang Yaoyao completely broke down, her phone slipping from her grasp with a sharp crack. She curled up, weeping uncontrollably amidst the bustling streets of Yun City, under the gaze of countless curious onlookers. Chapter 5. Arriving at Yunding, the ice mountain descends. The Bugatti Veyron carved a black silhouette against the empty streets, its deep, resonant engine sound akin to a prelude heralding the birth of a new king. Lin Feng gripped the steering wheel, relishing the luxurious leather texture beneath his palm and the terrifying power of the steel beast ready to break free from its restraints. His expression was eerily calm, the humiliation and wrath within him replaced by a chilling sense of satisfaction. His phone continued to vibrate incessantly in his pocket, and without needing to look, he knew it was messages and calls from Wang Yaoyao. Lin Feng picked up the phone without glancing at it, pressing and holding the power button to silence it. The world grew quiet. Wang Yaoyao, Chen Tianhua, merely trivial footnotes in the new chapter of his life. Their despair was only just beginning, while his life had already set sail on a brand new course. Navigation complete. You have arrived at your destination, Yunding, Tiangong. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Feng looked up to behold a grand architectural complex resembling a futuristic fortress before him. Yunding, Tiangong, the most prestigious residential area in Yun City, unrivaled in its standing. Rumor had it that the security system here was on par with military bases, and those who resided within its walls were all elite figures capable of shaking Yun City with a mere stamp of their feet. The black Bugatti slowly approached the entrance, where two sharply dressed security guards stood at attention. Upon seeing the car emblem, they immediately snapped to attention and saluted. The heavy alloy gates silently sliding open without a single inquiry. This was the passport to the upper echelons. The vehicle traversed the internal roads, the scenery outside reminiscent of a royal garden, serene, elegant, and seemingly worlds apart from the clamor outside. Soon, the car halted in the exclusive underground parking of Building 1, the pinnacle of Yunding Tiangong, boasting the finest views. Lin Feng entered the private elevator, ascending directly to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, he was greeted by an independent foyer. Ahead, a reinforced metal door illuminated with a black screen, a gentle electronic voice resonating. Welcome, Mr. Lin Feng, owner of this residence. Please proceed with iris and fingerprint verification. Lin Feng stepped forward, aligning his eyes with the scanning device. Iris scan successful. He then placed his thumb on the sensor. Fingerprint verification successful. With a soft click, the heavy metal door, seemingly capable of withstanding cannon fire, slowly opened inward. As he stepped inside, Lin Feng's breath caught for a moment. Before him lay a 270-degree circular floor-to-ceiling window. The dazzling nightscape of Yun City sprawled beneath him like a condensed galaxy, unreservedly laid out at his feet. The hustle and bustle, the sea of neon lights, the distant mountains and skyline, all became the backdrop of this opulent abode. Standing there, he felt as if he were the sovereign of this city. "Welcome home, master. I am your exclusive intelligent assistant, Eva, delighted to serve you." A gentle and melodious female voice emanated from all around. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings. The vast living room soared over 10 meters high, designed with simplicity yet exuding utmost luxury, with each piece of furniture resembling a work of art. He crossed the living room and pushed open a glass door. A refreshing breeze, tinged with the coolness of water vapor, brushed against him. Beyond the door lay a massive outdoor swimming pool, suspended 100 meters in the air. The infinity pool design merged the azure water with the night sky. Immersing oneself in it felt akin to swimming through the stars. Standing at the pool's edge, Lin Feng gazed down at the city that once filled him with despair and humiliation, his heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. A few hours ago, he was merely a financially struggling student, grappling with the cost of a few hundred yuan's worth of red wine. Now, he stood in possession of the most opulent mansion in the city, with a view beneath him that many toil a lifetime to attain. This transformation felt like a surreal dream, yet it resonated with an undeniable reality. "Xiaya, does this house have a sound system?" Lin Feng suddenly inquired. "Indeed, master. The living room is equipped with a custom immersive audio system from Denmark's LYD Billionaires, valued at 8 million yuan, offering a concert hall-level auditory experience." 8 million for a sound system? Lin Feng chuckled. He intended to use this extravagant audio setup to herald the first anthem of his newly reborn world. Returning to the living room, he retrieved his recently restarted phone and connected it via Bluetooth. "Xiaya, play this song at maximum volume." "Warning, master. Maximum volume may cause slight structural impacts to the building and severely disturb the neighbors," Xiaya kindly reminded. "Execute command." Lin Feng's tone brooked no dissent. In the next instant, boom, an indescribable, tempestuous wave of sound erupted. It was a hard-hitting, rhythmically intense electronic dance track, with beats hammering like war drums against his chest, and the penetrating synth tones felt as if they could tear through eardrums. This was not mere noise. It was a primal, physical surge of energy. The floor trembled, the million-yuan crystal chandelier buzzed, and even the air quivered. Lin Feng closed his eyes and opened his arms, surrendering himself to the onslaught of this ferocious music. The suppressed resentment of 22 years, the anger from betrayal by his girlfriend, the humiliation from his rival. At that moment, all negative emotions seemed to find a cathartic release. Ecstasy. It was an exhilarating thrill, just as the music reached its zenith, with beats pounding like a torrential storm. A heavy and forceful knock resonated, piercing through the nearly glass-shattering sound waves with clarity. Lin Feng's enthusiasm was interrupted, and his brow furrowed. "Who is it? So lacking in tact?" The knocking continued, growing more insistent and filled with impatience and ire. "Xiaya, pause the music." The tumultuous sounds ceased abruptly, plunging the world into silence, save for the persistent knocking. Lin Feng strode towards the door, eager to confront the unwelcome intruder who dared disturb his revelry. He yanked the door open with fervor. Standing outside was a woman. Upon recognizing her visage, Lin Feng's pupils constricted slightly. Her beauty was breathtaking. A face so exquisitely crafted it seemed like a masterpiece of divine artistry, her skin glowing under the corridor's light. Dressed in a sumptuous light blue silk nightgown that accentuated her alluring curves, her cascading black hair fell casually over her shoulders, still damp with moisture. Yet this visage, capable of driving any man to madness, was presently veiled in a thick layer of frost. Her autumnal gaze, cold and piercing, bore into Lin Feng with unabashed fury. "Sir, could you please turn down your noise?" Chapter 6. A Misunderstanding and the Encounter with Yun Shui. Noise. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his discontent swiftly dissipating in the wake of this ethereal beauty. Her allure, her form, her presence were of a caliber that seemed to be bestowed by the heavens. Particularly striking was her light blue silk nightgown, which, while seemingly modest, accentuated her nearly flawless silhouette, exuding an aura of both restraint and lethal allure. However, her eyes, capable of freezing souls, and her frigid tone clearly indicated her current displeasure. Lin Feng's gaze roamed from her impeccable features, and a long-buried memory fragment was ignited. This face was far too familiar. Wasn't she the woman frequently gracing the cover of Yunqing Finance, the head of the esteemed Murong Group? Hailed as the ice goddess of Yunqing's business realm, Murong Yun Shui. A ripple of astonishment surged through Lin Feng. He never dreamed that the luxurious abode bestowed upon him by the system would have such a formidable neighbor. Moreover, it appeared his celebratory revelry had successfully ruffled this goddess's feathers. How intriguing. In the past, faced with a woman of such elite status, Lin Feng would have lacked even the courage to meet her gaze. Yet now, with a fortune of 10 billion yuan and a superlative system at his disposal, his mindset had undergone a dramatic transformation. Far from feeling any fear or awkwardness, he found the situation exceedingly amusing. Observing Murong Yunshue's eyes, which sparkled with indignation, Lin Feng concealed his surprise and allowed a playful, slightly roguish smile to grace his lips. Noise. Surely, you must be mistaken, beautiful neighbor. What I am playing is nothing short of a celestial melody that purifies the soul. Murong Yunshue was clearly taken aback by such a response. The men she had encountered typically either groveled before her with obsequiousness or feigned profundity in an attempt to capture her attention. Lin Feng's brazen demeanor, filled with levity, was a first for her. Her brows furrowed deeper, her tone growing even colder. I do not care what you are playing. It is severely disrupting my rest. I will give you 3 seconds to turn it off, or I shall call security. Please, let us not be so formal. Neighbor, Lin Feng leaned against the doorframe, striking what he believed to be a charming pose, utterly unyielding in his intent to silence the music. Besides, calling security would be futile. This house is mine. If I wish to hold a concert at home, they can do nothing about it, can they? You. Murong Yunshue was rendered speechless by his brazen demeanor. She inhaled deeply, suppressing her fury, and resolved to cease further discourse. She retrieved her phone, preparing to dial the property management center. Just then, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the scene behind Lin Feng. With a single glance, her action to dial came to an abrupt halt. What did she see? Through the vast, nearly wall-sized arched floor-to-ceiling windows, the most resplendent nightscape of Yuncheng unfolded before her like a magnificent tapestry, revealing the radiant city skyline beneath her. Beneath her was a luminous urban galaxy, and above, a multi-million yuan chandelier resembling a celestial dome. The distant city skyline harmonized seamlessly with the opulent interior design. As the foremost heiress of Yuncheng, Murong Yunshue had encountered countless lavish homes. Her own residence was already the pinnacle of ordinary imagination. Yet, the awe inspired by this living room was unprecedented. This was a luxury that transcended monetary value. It epitomized an exquisite taste that flawlessly fused wealth, art, and perspective. She knew that this penthouse, the crown jewel of the Cloud Peak Palace, had remained unoccupied since its completion, with countless affluent individuals vying to purchase it. Yet the identity of its owner remained shrouded in mystery. She could never have anticipated that this enigmatic owner was none other than the young man before her. Casually dressed and seemingly carefree, of an age similar to her own. Who exactly was this individual? For the first time, Murong Yunshue felt a profound curiosity toward a man. A subtle thawing of her icy demeanor flickered across her face. Lin Feng observed every nuance of her expression with keen interest, the smile at the corner of his lips deepening. He realized that the fish was beginning to show interest in the bait. He stepped aside graciously, gesturing for her to enter. Since you, my beautiful neighbor, have come all this way, why not come in for a moment? Consider it a gesture of neighborly goodwill. I've just opened a bottle of 1982 Lafite and was hoping to share it with someone. Of course, if wine isn't to your taste. I also have freshly picked Dahong Pao from the mother trees of Wui Mountain. His tone was relaxed and inviting, as though he were casually offering a glass of plain water rather than an expensive bottle of wine or exquisite tea. Murong Yunshue's eyes flickered momentarily. Lafite, Dahong Pao? Was he flaunting his wealth? Yet there was no trace of arrogance in his tone. It seemed as though these luxurious items were merely ordinary refreshments to him. This effortless display of supreme nonchalance was far more sophisticated than any loud boastfulness. Her heart raced. Rationality urged her to turn and leave, to distance herself from this mysterious and potentially dangerous man. However, that insatiable curiosity clawed at her heart like a playful kitten. She longed to step inside and uncover the secrets that this house's owner might conceal. In the end, the Ice Queen's composure triumphed over her curiosity. She shot Lin Feng a cold glance, stowed her phone away, and resumed her aloof demeanor. No need. I'll say it one last time, turn off your noise. With that, she left no room for Lin Feng to respond, slipping into the other grand door across the way. The sound of the door closing was soft, yet severed the connection between two worlds. Lin Feng gazed at the closed door, rubbed his nose, and a knowing smile crept across his face. Ah, what an intriguing woman. Though rejected, he felt no anger. He understood that he had successfully cast a stone into the tranquil lake of this Ice Queen's heart. The ripples were already spreading. Just as he prepared to close the door and return to his own world, the cold electronic voice chimed in his mind as expected. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully triggered a strong emotional fluctuation in the destined female lead, Murong Yunshue. Curiosity, shock, anger, earning 1,000 emotional points. Hearing this notification, Lin Feng smiled. So, provoking the Ice Queen's emotions also granted emotional points? This was quite the lucrative endeavor. It seemed he should engage with this beautiful neighbor more frequently. However, the next moment, the system's prompt tone shifted to a serious note. Warning, warning. Detected a strong desire for revenge from Chun Tianhua. A new task has been triggered. Task name, Revenge from Young Master Chun. Task content. Chun Tianhua cannot tolerate the humiliation brought upon him by the host, and is mobilizing his family's resources to launch a comprehensive attack against the host. The host must not only remain unscathed under the pressure from the Chun group, but also deliver a devastating counterattack. Task difficulty, normal. Task rewards, depending on task completion. Rewards will include substantial cash, special skills, company shares, etc. Lin Feng's expression instantly turned cold. Chun Tianhua, that worthless individual who had been frightened by his Bugatti, dared to seek revenge? It appeared that the lesson given to him tonight was far from sufficient. Very well. Lin Feng closed the heavy door, a glint of chilling determination flashing in his eyes. Just when he was lamenting over the lack of ways to spend the 10 billion he had recently acquired. The Chun group, you say? I hope you can withstand a good beating. Chapter 7, Daily Lottery, New Cards, Up One Sleeve. Lin Feng looked at the closed door, rubbed his nose, and a playful smile broke out on his face. Quite interesting. This Murong Yunxue, the Ice Queen of Yun City, truly lived up to her reputation. However, he was acutely aware that his earlier actions had undoubtedly cast a massive stone into the heart of this Ice Queen. Beneath her seemingly frigid exterior, there were likely tumultuous waves brewing. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully triggered a strong emotional fluctuation in the destined female lead. Murong Yunxue, shock, curiosity, anger. Earning 1,000 emotional points. Upon hearing that melodious notification, Lin Feng's smile widened further. Oh, this could be quite the windfall. It seemed he should foster a more amicable rapport with this beautiful neighbor in the future. Just as he reveled in his good fortune, the system's voice abruptly shifted, taking on a serious tone. Warning, warning. Detected a strong desire for revenge from Chun Tianhua. A new task has been triggered. Task name, Revenge from Young Master Chun. Task content. Chun Tianhua cannot tolerate the humiliation inflicted by the host, and is utilizing his family's influence to mount a comprehensive attack against the host. The host must not only endure the pressure from the Chun group, but also deliver a devastating counterstrike. Task difficulty, normal. Task rewards, depending on task completion. Rewards will include significant cash, special skills, company shares, etc. Lin Feng's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold and steely demeanor. Chun Tianhua, that incompetent individual who could only seethe impotently in the wake of his car's exhaust, dared to seek revenge? It seemed that the minor shock he had experienced was far from sufficient. Very well. Lin Feng closed the heavy metal door, a predatory gleam shining in his eyes. He was just lamenting the lack of outlets for the 10 billion he had recently obtained. The Chun group, you say? I hope your bones are tough enough to withstand the onslaught. He settled down on the immense, plush sofa in the center of the living room, beginning to calmly assess his new toy, the divine lottery system. A virtual screen unfolded before him, its interface simple yet imbued with a sense of advanced technology. At the top was his personal information. Host, Lin Feng. Level, LV1. Emotional points, 1,000. System functions, daily lottery, emotional value lottery, system space. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the two lottery functions. The daily lottery, as the name suggests, offered a free draw each day, refreshing after midnight. The emotional value lottery, on the other hand, utilized emotional points for participation. The higher the emotional points, the more extraordinary the prizes that could be drawn. System. Is there any particular nuance to the emotional value lottery? Lin Feng inquired within his mind, replying to the host. The emotional value lottery is divided into 3 tiers. 100 points, second tier, 1,000 points, third tier, and 10,000 points, top tier. The higher the tier, the better the prize pool, and the greater the likelihood of drawing premium rewards. Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. The 1,000 emotional points he had just acquired from Murong Yunxue were just enough for a mid-tier draw. However, he pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to hold on to it for now. Emotional currency is hard-earned and should be wielded wisely. It is not the time for extravagance. What if an unforeseen situation arises that demands a specific skill to extricate himself? Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. He might as well try his luck with this complimentary daily lottery. Lin Feng concentrated his thoughts on the daily lottery button. Today's free lottery chances. 1. Would you like to use it? Use it. No sooner had he uttered the words than a colossal, kaleidoscopic virtual wheel appeared before him. The wheel was partitioned into countless segments, each inscribed with an array of rewards. 1,000 yuan in cash, a basic physique enhancement serum, a thank you gift, a supercar maintenance kit. A 5 yuan voucher for Lamborghini. Lin Feng's eyes twitched in surprise. Goodness, this prize pool is indeed eclectic. Even a 5 yuan voucher is included. How down to earth. He even questioned whether he might actually win the thank you gift. For heaven's sake, let me win something good. Lin Feng silently yelled, pressing the central button of the wheel. The wheel spun rapidly, a dazzling blur of colors swirling before his eyes as the pointer danced erratically. Lin Feng's heart raced alongside it. Although it was free, who wouldn't he desire a fortuitous outcome? After several seconds, the wheel gradually decelerated. The pointer lazily glided past the thank you gift, causing Lin Feng's heart to skip a beat. It then passed the Lamborghini 5 yuan voucher, and Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't he that. For that would have been quite the insult. Ultimately, under Lin Feng's watchful gaze, the pointer came to a steady halt on a segment radiating golden light. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have won 50,000,000 yuan in cash. Note, the prize has been automatically credited to the host's bank account. Please check your balance. 50 million? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. What a splendid start. While 50 million is hardly earth-shattering for someone with a fortune of 1 billion, who wouldn't he relish free money? More importantly, this affirms that the daily lottery can yield substantial rewards. He glanced at his phone and indeed found a new bank notification lying in the notification bar. The number in his account balance had grown a tad longer. With his spirits lifted, he tucked away his phone and redirected his focus back to the task at hand. Target, Chen Group. To deliver a devastating blow to a conglomerate valued in the billions, merely throwing money at it would be insufficient. That would lack finesse and could easily brand one as a fool. The optimal approach is to dismantle it from the ground up, to annihilate it in the capital market. He wanted Chen Tianhua to witness, helplessly, as his family's commercial empire crumbled before his eyes, dissolving into nothingness. The despair of watching everything collapse while feeling utterly powerless is the sweetest form of revenge. To short sell a publicly traded company requires two essential elements: vast capital and top-notch operational expertise. Lin Feng glanced at his bank balance. 1,050 million. Capital, check. As for expertise, Lin Feng stroked his chin, a confident smile playing on his lips. This, he could resolve through the lottery of emotional currency. He had a hunch that the system would surely surprise him. The immediate priority was to transfer this substantial sum from a standard savings account to a battlefield capable of stirring the winds of change. He needed to visit a brokerage firm to open a top-tier VIP account, preparing for the impending capital hunt. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng hesitated no longer. He retrieved his phone and, by way of the internet, located the top VIP customer hotline of Huaxia's largest brokerage firm, Galaxy Securities. The call connected swiftly, and a sweet-voiced, professionally articulate customer service representative answered. Hello, this is the VIP Service Center of Galaxy Securities. Employee ID 007 at your service. How may I assist you? Leaning back against the soft sofa, Lin Feng crossed his legs and replied in an exceedingly nonchalant tone, Hello. I need to schedule an appointment to open the highest-level securities account. Certainly, sir. May I ask if you intend to transfer from another brokerage or open a new account? The representative inquired politely. Open a new one. Very well, sir. Our highest-tier Black Diamond account requires a minimum deposit of no less than 100 million yuan. May I confirm that you? The representative's tone was exceptionally courteous, clearly seeking to ascertain Lin Feng's actual capability to avoid wasting anyone's time. Lin Feng chuckled, interrupting her. I am aware of the threshold. I plan to deposit 1 billion to start, just to play around. On the other end of the line, there was an immediate, stunned silence. The sweet-voiced representative seemed as though she had been struck mute. Even her breath ceased. Play around? Deposit 1 billion. What an extraordinary declaration. After a full 5 seconds, the representative regained her voice, albeit now tinged with a noticeable tremor and disbelief. Yes, sir. Did you say 10 billion yuan? Yes, 10 billion. Lin Feng's tone remained light and airy, as if he were discussing a mere 10 yuan. Is that too little? If it's not enough, I can think of other ways. And no, it's more than enough. The representative was on the verge of tears, terrified that this extraordinary client would hang up. She summoned all her strength to render her voice somewhat steadier. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. Please hold for a moment while I transfer you to our top client director at the Yunqing branch. Meanwhile, at Galaxy Securities' Yunqing branch, in the office of the VIP client department, a sophisticatedly dressed, elegantly made-up 30-something director named Li Man was leisurely sipping coffee while reviewing the latest financial reports. Suddenly, the red phone on her desk, signifying the highest priority, erupted with an urgent, piercing ring. Li Man furrowed her brow. This phone only rings under 2 circumstances: an urgent directive from headquarters or the emergence of a super client with assets exceeding 9 figures. She set down her coffee, took a deep breath, and swiftly answered the call. "This is Li Man." On the other end, the voice of the excited customer service representative nearly cracked as she relayed the news. Director, a billionaire has just appeared. A Mr. Lin just called, saying he wants to schedule an account opening. He intends to deposit 10 billion. Crash. The coffee cup in Li Man's hand shattered on the pristine floor. Yet she paid it no mind. Her mind buzzed, as though struck by lightning, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. 10 billion. In cash. She sprang to her feet so abruptly that her knee collided painfully with the desk, but she felt no pain. Get the client's call. Immediately. No, don't transfer. Send me all his information. I will reach out personally. After hanging up, Li Man's heart raced, her limbs tingling with anticipation. She was acutely aware that this was no ordinary transaction. This was a monumental deal, one that could send shockwaves through the entire Yun City branch, potentially even drawing attention from the provincial headquarters. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized another phone and dialed the internal line of the branch manager. Manager, we have a serious situation. Chapter 8, Chun Xiao's investigation yielded no results. In the night, the garish red Ferrari 488 sat dejectedly by the roadside, like a defeated rooster. Inside the car, the atmosphere was suffocating. Wang Yaoyao's sobs had long since turned hoarse. She slumped in the passenger seat, her eyes swollen and red, resembling a doll from which the soul had been extracted. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat, Qin Tianhua wore a face as dark as thunderclouds. His grip on the steering wheel was so tight that the veins on the back of his hands bulged, and his knuckles turned white from the strain. The roar of the departing Bugatti Veyron seemed to linger in his ears, like a series of resounding slaps that relentlessly assaulted his wounded pride. Humiliation. An unprecedented disgrace. How could Chun Tianhua, the heir of the Chun Group, a figure of authority in Yun City, be crushed in such a manner by a worthless wretch he had once trampled upon? Crying. All you do is cry. What a damned misfortune. Finally, Chun Tianhua could no longer contain the fury boiling within him and unleashed it upon the trembling Wang Yaoyao beside him. Startled by his outburst, Wang Yaoyao's cries ceased abruptly. She looked at him with a mix of confusion and fear, her lips quivering, yet she dared not utter a single word. Isn't it all because of you? You wretched girl. If it weren't for you, would I have ever encountered such a scheming bastard? The more Chun Tianhua thought about it, the angrier he became, jabbing a finger at Wang Yaoyao's nose and unleashing a torrent of curses. Now look at the situation. His face was utterly disgraced. Wang Yaoyao's complexion turned ashen. She had never anticipated that the Chun Xiao, who had just moments ago showered her with sweet words, could turn on her so swiftly. But she dared not retort. She could only tremble in silence. Chun Tianhua, disinterested in her presence any longer, pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered. Hey Huazi. What's up? Came a lazy voice from the other end. Biaozi, investigate someone for me. Chun Tianhua's tone was frigid, devoid of any warmth. Oh, who has upset our young Master Chun? The other party teased. Cut the nonsense. I'm impatient, Chun Tianhua growled impatiently. His name is Lin Feng, 22 years old. I want to know everything about him. His family background, financial sources, social connections, even the occupations of his ancestors for 3 generations. I want it all laid bare. Especially that black Bugatti Veyron of his. Leave no stone unturned in finding out where it came from. The Bugatti Veyron? Biaozi's voice rose an octave, evidently startled. Are you serious? There's such a car in Yun City. Did I hallucinate it? I saw it with my own eyes. Chun Tianhua's anger flared anew. You have one night to gather all the information. I want everything on my desk by tomorrow morning. Money is no object. Use every resource at your disposal. Do you understand? Understood. Don't worry, young Master Chun. I will dig him up thoroughly. After hanging up, Chun Tianhua exhaled a long, weary sigh, yet the suffocating tension in his chest remained. He cast a disdainful glance at the still sobbing Wang Yaoyao beside him. Get out, young Master Chun. Wang Yaoyao looked at him in disbelief. I said get out. Can't you understand plain language? Chun Tianhua's voice was laced with brutality. Wang Yaoyao trembled in fear, no longer daring to utter a word. She hastily pushed open the car door and stumbled out onto the roadside. The Ferrari let out a reluctant roar before speeding away, leaving Wang Yaoyao engulfed in a cloud of exhaust and an overwhelming sense of cold despair. The night passed in silence. The following morning, in the office of the president of the Chun Group, Chun Tianhua's eyes were bloodshot and the ashtray before him overflowed with cigarette butts. He had not slept a wink, replaying the humiliating scenes from the previous night in his mind, each recollection deepening his sense of indignation. He could not fathom how a destitute nobody, a mere waste for 3 years, could suddenly become so unfathomable overnight. It was unscientific. It was a direct challenge to the worldview he had built over the past 2 decades. Ding ding ding. The phone on his desk finally rang. Jolting Chun Tianhua. It was Biaozi calling. Did you find anything? He asked eagerly. Yes, we found something. young Master Chun. Biaozi's voice sounded peculiar, filled with hesitation. Spit it out. Chen Tianhua urged impatiently. Young Master Chun, the information on Lin Feng is a bit strange. Strange? What do you mean? Is he some sort of dragon from Beijing or a scion of a hidden family? A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Tianhua. No, just the opposite. Biaozi quickly denied. He is just an ordinary person, as common as can be. What? Chen Tianhua shot up from his seat. Say that again. It's absolutely true. Young Master Chun, Biaozi exclaimed. I've used all my father's connections to dig deep. Lin Feng's parents are ordinary workers at the third textile factory in Yun City, earning less than 10,000 combined each month. They live in an old, dilapidated complex in the west of the city, a place assigned to them 20 years ago. His record is as clean as a blank sheet of paper, having attended only public schools with mediocre grades. I've also checked his bank transactions. The largest sums were a few thousand in scholarships during college. He owns no companies, no properties, no stocks, not even a decent financial product. Biaozi paused, his tone becoming more perplexed. In short, young Master Chun, this Lin Feng is a quintessential, thoroughly impoverished young man. His background and information do not match at all with the Bugatti he drove last night. It's as if that car appeared out of thin air, with no records of purchase, transfer, or even rental. Listening to Biaozi's report, Chen Tianhua fell into a prolonged silence. The office was eerily quiet. Ordinary. Background as pristine as a blank sheet? How could this be possible? A penniless child of workers driving a $500 million Bugatti Veyron? Was this some urban legend? Chen Tianhua's mind raced, countless possibilities flashing through his thoughts. Could he have won the lottery? No, such a colossal prize would have made headlines. Perhaps he was the illegitimate son of some powerful figure? Unlikely. Chen Tianhua knew Biaozi's investigative skills well. If such a connection existed, it would have been uncovered. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. He understood. It must be this way. Ha 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 ha. Chen Tianhua erupted into a fit of manic laughter, his voice brimming with the glee of revelation and profound contempt. On the other end of the line, Biaozi felt a chill from Chen Tianhua's laughter. Young Master Chun, are you all right? I'm perfectly fine. Chen Tianhua's tone grew arrogant once more. I've figured it all out. Lin Feng is not some wealthy tycoon. He is merely a driver for a real big shot. Or perhaps he got lucky and befriended some bigwig, borrowing the car to show off and attract women. Even more likely, he was unaware of how he managed to procure a substantial sum of money to rent that car for a night, merely to flaunt it before me. What a facade. Indeed, it must be just so. This explanation perfectly soothed his wounded pride, allowing him to reclaim his lofty sense of superiority. It turned out he was merely a cowardly braggart, a pretender. How foolish of me to have worried about him all night. Damn it, a mere driver. A pathetic wannabe flaunting a rented car dares to show off in front of me? Chen Tianhua's gaze turned sharp and vicious. If you enjoy pretending, then I shall personally strip away your ostentatious costume, exposing your pitiful undergarments before all of Yun City. He resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson to this audacious fool. Engaging openly would create too much noise. Should it inadvertently involve the mysterious owner of the vehicle, it could lead to an undesirable conclusion. Thus, a more subtle approach was in order. A sinister smile flickered in Chen Tianhua's eyes as he scrolled through his contacts, locating a number saved under traffic team Old Zhang, and dialed it. Upon connection, he adopted a congenial tone. Hello, Brother Zhang. This is Tianhua. Ah, it's young Master Chun. What a rare surprise. What brings you to call today? Oh, it's nothing major, just a small favor I need from you, Brother Zhang. Chen Tianhua whispered ominously into the receiver. I have a vehicle, a black Bugatti Veyron, license plate Yun A88888. Please keep a close watch on it while it's south on the road in the coming days. Regardless of the reason, illegal parking, emissions violations, or simply alleging it's using a false plate. If you see it on the road, pull it over and seize it for me. Chapter 9. A Transformation, the Essence of a Tycoon. Morning dawned. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the 270-degree circular floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the top floor of the Yun Ding Tian Palace in a dazzling golden hue, Lin Feng awoke from the supersized bed, spacious enough to accommodate 7 or 8 individuals. The throbbing headache from his hangover had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented clarity of mind. Barefoot, he stepped onto the soft, luxurious wool carpet and approached the window, gazing down at the city below, which was just beginning to awaken. The towering structures and the incessant stream of vehicles appeared diminutive, akin to models on a sand table. This sensation of having the entire city beneath his feet stirred an indescribable feeling of grandeur within him. Eve, what time is it? Good morning, master. It is precisely 9 o'clock in the morning. The gentle voice of the intelligent assistant resonated throughout the room. Lin Feng stretched lazily and entered the walk-in closet, larger than his entire former apartment. However, upon catching sight of his reflection in the mirror, He couldn't help but frown slightly. The young man staring back at him had a tall stature, handsome features, and sharp eyes, a stark contrast to the disheveled, impoverished student of yesterday. Yet, he was still clad in a somewhat faded, inexpensive casual outfit, his feet adorned with a pair of cheap canvas shoes. This attire seemed utterly incongruous with the opulence of the multimillion-dollar mansion and his newfound wealth. Clothes mocketh the man. It's time for a change in wardrobe. Lin Feng mused to himself. He was not one to pursue extravagance, but he understood all too well that in a society where appearances matter, a well-tailored outfit serves as one's finest calling card. Moreover, he was about to visit a securities firm for serious business. It would be utterly inappropriate to appear in such attire. Resolute, Lin Feng made his way downstairs. Driving the black Bugatti Veyron straight to the most prestigious luxury shopping center in Yun City, the Wanxiang International. At Wanxiang International Center, on the first floor, the Patek Philippe boutique was adorned in opulent splendor, reminiscent of a miniature palace. Several elegantly dressed patrons engaged in hushed conversations alongside the sales staff. Lin Feng, dressed in his casual clothes, ambled in with his hands shoved into his pockets, unhurried. His entrance immediately caught the attention of a young female sales associate. Upon noticing Lin Feng's modest attire, her professional smile momentarily faltered, a flicker of barely perceptible disdain flashing in her eyes. This was a place where only the affluent graced its halls. Who among them did not don tailored suits and designer labels? Those who, like Lin Feng, dared to enter dressed in market wears were typically there merely to gawk or enjoy the air conditioning, with the rare exception of someone seeking the restroom. Nevertheless, her professionalism compelled her to approach him, albeit with a hint of indifference. Good day, sir. Welcome to Patek Philippe. How may I assist you? Lin Feng seemingly ignored her attitude, his gaze sweeping across the exquisite timepieces in the glass display cases, before finally settling on a particularly intricate and imposing watch. That one. Please bring it out for me to examine, he stated nonchalantly. The sales associate's expression shifted slightly as she followed his finger. That was the Patek Philippe Super Complication Series, Model 6002G, with a retail price exceeding 18 million, limited in global availability, and a prized possession of their store. This young man certainly had an eye for luxury. Yet could he afford it? The sales associate mused internally, though her face maintained its smile. I'm sorry, sir, but that piece is not for sale. It's for display only. Perhaps I could recommend some entry-level models instead? Not for sale. Lin Feng chuckled, turning to look at the sales associate with a playful glint in his eyes. Are you implying that I cannot afford it? Under his gaze, the sales associate felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety, yet she forced herself to respond. Sir, that's not what I meant. It's merely our policy. Bring your manager here, Lin Feng interrupted, uninterested in her excuses. Sir, our manager is quite busy. I'll reiterate, bring your manager here. Lin Feng's countenance darkened. Or with a single call, I could have your store removed from Wanxiang International by tomorrow. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. The sales associate was taken aback by his commanding presence, rendered speechless, and hurriedly retreated to summon her manager. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and exuding a shrewd demeanor, emerged swiftly. Good day, sir. I am the manager of this store. How may I assist you? As he spoke, he discreetly scrutinized Lin Feng. Upon observing Lin Feng's attire, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. But years of experience reminded him not to judge a book by its cover. I want that watch, Lin Feng reiterated, pointing at the 6002G. The manager glanced at it, his expression revealing hesitation. Sir, I sincerely apologize, but that piece is indeed our prized possession, and according to policy. 20 million, Lin Feng interjected, announcing a figure. Now, immediately, charge it. The manager's pupils dilated sharply. An increase of nearly 2 million just to secure it immediately? What sorcery was this? He gazed at Lin Feng's unflappable demeanor, his heart racing with excitement. Was this perhaps a top-tier tycoon seeking to experience life? What are you waiting for? Lin Feng, growing impatient, extracted a black credit card from his pocket. Will you process it or not? If not, I shall head to Vacheron Constantine next door. Process it. It must be processed. The store manager, startled, dared not hesitate any further. He quickly and cautiously retrieved the exquisite timepiece from the counter, personally carrying the POS machine as he rushed over, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Sir, please have a seat. The surrounding customers and sales associates were left utterly dumbfounded. A watch worth 20 million, and he was purchasing it without a flicker of an eyelash? Was this a scene from a film? Amidst the astonished gazes, the POS machine emitted a soft beep, slowly spitting out a receipt. Transaction successful. The manager's hands trembled slightly as his gaze towards Lin Feng transformed from confusion to sheer awe and fervor. This was undoubtedly an epic client. Sir, would you like us to adjust the watch band to your most comfortable size? No need. Lin Feng replied, casually slipping the watch onto his wrist before rising to leave. To him, a 20 million item was as trivial as purchasing a bottle of cola. This nonchalance towards wealth rendered everyone present breathless. At that moment, laughter echoed from the entrance as a group of fashionably dressed young people strolled in. One sharp-eyed individual, upon catching sight of Lin Feng's silhouette, suddenly halted, tentatively calling out, Lin Feng. Lin Feng paused, turning around. Upon recognizing the newcomers, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. What a coincidence! These were indeed his university classmates. The leader, Zhao Kai, whose family owned a small enterprise and who had a penchant for flaunting wealth during their college days, had never mingled with a student like Lin Feng, who came from a less affluent background. Oh, it's really you, Lin Feng, Zhao Kai exclaimed dramatically, approaching with exaggerated scrutiny. I thought I was mistaken. Why are you here instead of looking for a job after graduation? Eyeing a watch. Tell me, I have a VIP card here that can get you a 2 discount. His companions snickered behind their hands, their eyes brimming with mockery. They were all aware of Lin Feng's financial struggles, and his words were clearly intended to deride him. However, before Lin Feng could respond, the manager interjected, donning a professionally feigned smile as he addressed Zhao Kai. I apologize, sir, but your VIP card holds no value in the presence of our esteemed Black Diamond client. Zhao Kai's smile instantly froze. Esteemed Black Diamond client? What on earth is that? I've never heard of such a thing. Just as he was about to erupt, he noticed the manager respectfully bowing to Lin Feng, speaking with an almost reverent tone. Mr. Lin, where shall you go next? Would you like me to arrange a private car for you, or perhaps accompany you while you shop? I can secure internal discounts on all brands within the Wanxiang International. Zhao Kai and his classmates appeared utterly bewildered, their minds short-circuiting. What was happening? Had they mistakenly received a different script? Lin Feng disregarded them, waving his hand dismissively at the manager. No need. I'm just going upstairs to purchase a few clothing items. After saying this, he turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he seemed to remember something, glancing back at the now petrified Zhao Kai and the others. A roguish grin forming on his lips. By the way, old classmates, long time no see. Let's have dinner tonight at the Yunding restaurant. It's on me. With that, Lin Feng exited the boutique, elegantly waved off by the manager and several sales associates bowing at 90 degrees, leaving Zhao Kai and his peers in a state of shock, staring at one another in disbelief. Yunding restaurant? That was one of the most expensive dining establishments in Yun City, where a meal wooden tea cost less than 100,000. He treating them? Zhao Kai's Adam's apple bobbed painfully as a sudden realization struck him. He dashed to the counter, pointing at the spot where Lin Feng had just been and stammering to the still-dazed sales associate. What did he just buy? The sales associate numbly replied, a Patek Philippe 6002G, transaction price, 20 million. Boom. It felt as though a bomb had exploded in Zhao Kai's mind, rendering it blank. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to falter. After leaving the boutique, Lin Feng ascended to the men's fashion section on the 3rd floor. Casually browsing through top-tier brands like Zegna and Armani, treating it like a trip to the market as he pointed at the latest ready-to-wear and bespoke suits. Issuing a single command, this one, and that one, wrap them all up in the right sizes. Half an hour later, as Lin Feng emerged from the fitting room, he was transformed, clad in a perfectly tailored Italian bespoke suit that accentuated his tall frame. The 2 million watch on his wrist reflected a subdued yet opulent glow under the lights. He exuded an aura of unparalleled wealth. Managers from several luxury stores trailed behind him, arms laden with numerous shopping bags, their faces adorned with the most humble smiles. This ensemble had cost nearly 10 million, yet to Lin Feng, it was merely a drop in the ocean. He savored the most immediate allure of wealth. It could turn all arrogance into obsequiousness and all disdain into reverence. As Lin Feng exited the mall, flanked by the respectful store staff, he left behind a silhouette that sparked hushed discussions among countless onlookers. Just as he settled into his car, preparing to attend to business at the securities company, an unfamiliar call suddenly came through. Lin Feng answered nonchalantly, activating the speakerphone. Hello, he said. On the other end, a cold, businesslike male voice responded. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng, owner of the Bugatti with license plate Yun 88888? This is the Traffic Police 2nd Division of Yun City. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Traffic Police? Yes, what is it? Mr. Lin. The voice carried a hint of malicious glee. We have received a report that your vehicle is suspected of illegal modifications, serious speeding, and possibly license plate fraud. Please come to the Accident Processing Center in the west of the city immediately to cooperate with our investigation. Your car has been legally impounded. Chapter 10. The Schemes of Small Minds, Easily Overcome. Inside the car, the cold, formulaic voice from the Bluetooth speaker dripped with barely concealed satisfaction. Legally impounded? Lin Feng leaned back against the plush seat, listening to the words on the other end with amusement rather than anger. Illegal modifications? Serious speeding? License plate fraud? This Bugatti Veyron just rolled out of the dealership yesterday, and the temporary plates haven't even expired yet. It's in factory condition with hardly any mileage. These accusations are more absurd than pop-up ads in a mobile game. It's clear who's behind this. Shin Tianhua. Aside from that wealthy second generation who had been crushed by Lin Feng's prowess and was now in a state of mental collapse, Lin Feng could think of no one else who would resort to such petty tricks to annoy him. All right, I understand. Lin Feng's tone was as flat as if he were listening to a weather report. Without waiting for the other party to say anything further, he hung up the phone. Go to the accident processing center? What a joke. His time was far more precious than gold. He had no interest in indulging these clowns in their theatrics. Chen Tianhua believed that by leveraging connections and gathering a few minor players, he could throw Lin Feng into a state of chaos and relentless struggle. Such a notion was blissfully naive, yet starkly at odds with the harsh realities of life. In the face of absolute strength, all intricate schemes and devious plots appeared utterly feeble. Dealing with such insignificant characters required no personal intervention from Lin Feng. He didn't even bother to consult traffic regulations or seek legal counsel. Instead, he leisurely retrieved a newly saved number from his contact list. Galaxy Securities, Client Director, Li Man. The call was answered almost instantaneously. Mr. Lin, greetings. This is Li Man. How may I assist you? Her voice brimmed with enthusiasm, tinged with a hint of delightful surprise. The wealthy individual who had casually deposited 10 billion just the day before had reached out to her, presenting an opportunity akin to a windfall. Director Li, I hope I'm not interrupting your work, Lin Feng stated politely. Not at all. Mr. Lin, you can contact me at any time. I am available 24 hours a day, Li Man quickly assured him, eager not to offend this benefactor. That's wonderful, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Casually shifting the conversation, I seem to have encountered a minor inconvenience and would appreciate your assistance. Please do tell. I assure you, whatever I can do, I will handle it perfectly. Li Man's heart raced, for the minor inconvenience of a wealthy client could very well represent a monumental opportunity for her. It's nothing serious, Lin Feng casually remarked. I recently purchased a vehicle, but while driving, it was detained by the city traffic police, who claimed I was involved in a violation. I suspect someone might be orchestrating this against me. What? Li Man's voice elevated, brimming with shock and indignation. How could anyone dare target you in our Yin city? This is utterly unacceptable. Her reaction was even more fervent than Lin Feng's own. What an outrageous jest. A top-tier client with a wealth in the 10 digits was being bullied in her territory by a few inept individuals? If word spread, what would become of their Galaxy Securities branch in Yin City? How could they ever navigate the financial sphere again? Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution, Li Man declared emphatically. Where are you now? Please do not act. Leave everything to me. I'm at the parking lot of Wanxiang International, Lin Feng replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. I appreciate your help, Director Li. Not a bother at all. Please hold on. It will take no more than half an hour. Upon hanging up, the warmth on Li Man's face was swiftly replaced by a chilling fury. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed out of her office, disregarding her high heels, and burst into the office of the branch president. President, we are in serious trouble. Half an hour? Lin Feng mused that Li Man was still being overly cautious. He glanced at his wrist, where a $2 million Patek Philippe glimmered, noting that only 15 minutes had elapsed. Just as he arranged his newly purchased suits from the back seat to the front, his phone rang again. This time, it was an unfamiliar local number. Lin Feng pressed the answer button, and a voice filled with panic, sycophancy, and even a hint of tears emanated from the receiver. Hello? Is this Mr. Lin Feng? I am Zhang Guodong, the captain of the Yun City Traffic Division. The tone was a stark contrast to the icy, businesslike demeanor he had encountered just half an hour prior. A mocking smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips as he envisioned the abject figure on the other end. Bowing and sweating profusely. Yes, it is I, he responded tersely. Oh, Mr. Lin, it's a misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. Zhang Guodong's voice trembled like a leaf. I just received a call from the city, realizing that my subordinates have offended you. I truly apologize. I take full responsibility. Those incompetent individuals have already been suspended for reflection. Their abuse of power will not go unpunished. He spoke in a rush, hardly daring to breathe, anxiously awaiting Lin Feng's judgment. Mere moments ago, he had been leisurely sipping tea in his office, only to receive a call from a superior whose furious voice nearly shattered his composure. It dawned on him that his oblivious nephew had, in an attempt to curry favor with some Chin fellow, incurred the wrath of someone he couldn't even dream of offending. The thought of the consequences left Zhang Guodong feeling weak in the knees, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Listening to his contrition, Lin Feng merely uttered a nonchalant hum. Zhang Guodong's heart raced at the response, and he hurriedly continued, Mr. Lin, we have dispatched personnel to retrieve your vehicle. It will be cleaned, waxed, and maintained to look as good as new. It will be delivered to your estate in Yunding Tiangong shortly. Is there anything else you would like me to address? That won't be necessary. I will drive it myself, Lin Feng replied, his tone still frosty, and promptly ended the call without further ado. He felt no inclination to say another word. He understood that for someone like Zhang Guodong, such indifferent coldness was far more terrifying than a barrage of curses. As anticipated, Zhang Guodong, upon hearing the dial tone, turned pale and collapsed into his chair. It was over. This esteemed individual had not forgiven him. Inside the Bugatti, Lin Feng tossed his phone aside, gazing out the window as his expression turned increasingly frigid. Chen Tianhua. Time and again, he dared to provoke. Did he truly believe he was a deity molded from clay, lacking in temper? Initially, Lin Feng had considered allowing Chen's company to survive a little longer, but since he was so eager to meet his fate, Lin Feng resolved to personally escort him on his final journey. He revved the car's engine, the deep roar echoing through the underground garage like an ancient beast awakened, heralding the commencement of a hunt. At that moment, familiar electronic chimes resonated in his mind. Ding! Detecting strong emotional fluctuations from Li Man, awe, fervor, gaining 2,000 emotional points. Ding! Detecting strong emotional fluctuations from Zhang Guodong, fear, regret, gaining 3,000 emotional points. Ding! Detecting sustained strong emotional fluctuations from Chen Tianhua, jealousy, resentment, unwillingness, accumulating 5,000 emotional points. In an instant, Lin Feng's personal panel displayed a meteoric rise in his emotional point balance. Host, Lin Feng. Level, LV1. Emotional points, 11,000. Lin Feng gazed at the number, a chilling smile gracing his lips. 11,000 points of emotional value. This was no trifling sum. He had been contemplating whether to exchange this wealth for cutting-edge technology in the system's marketplace or to engage in a conventional lottery. However, Chen Tianhua's clumsy performance had presented him with a superior option. What is the most ruthless form of revenge against a family that has risen through commerce? It is not to break their legs or to tarnish their reputation, but rather to utterly dismantle them in the very domain they hold dear. Watching their decades-long commercial empire crumble to dust in their own hands, experiencing that profound despair, would be the most fitting punishment. Lin Feng drove back to the underground garage of Yunding Tiangong and took the exclusive elevator to the top-floor villa. He did not pause to admire the scenic view outside, but made his way directly to the massive ultra-high-definition display wall in the living room, comprised of 16 screens. This was to be the command center of his future commercial empire. He understood well that to strike a listed company in the capital market, mere wealth was insufficient. It required the patience of a serpent, the acuity of a cheetah, and the most precise grasp of the market's pulse. These traits he did not yet possess. However, he had the system. In his mind, Lin Feng calmly inquired, I wish to conduct an emotional value lottery. Is there a way to specify the category of the draw? Response to the host. Upon elevating your system level to LV2, the directed lottery function will be unlocked. What are the conditions for upgrading to LV2? Condition 1. Accumulated expenditure must reach 500 million. Condition 2. Complete a system task of A-level difficulty or above. Condition 3. Social influence must reach the level of a newly affluent individual in Yun City. Lin Feng glanced at the requirements. He had already fulfilled a portion of Condition 1 and was close to meeting Condition 3, but the task's difficulty remained uncertain. Is there an alternative? Lin Feng was unwilling to wait. The system fell silent for a moment, seemingly conducting some form of calculation. Detected that the host possesses over 10,000 points of emotional value. The high-consumption directed wish function can be temporarily activated. Function description. The host may designate a broad category keyword, and the system will conduct a high-probability search across all prize pools based on that keyword. Each use will consume 10,000 points of emotional value. 10,000 points per use? Truly a money-eating beast. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was resolute. Money is meant to be spent, and emotional value is no different. As long as it could procure what he currently needed most, any cost would be worthwhile. Hence, he decided to proceed. Lin Feng's gaze grew unwavering as he resolved to expend 10,000 points of emotional value for a directed wish. Keyword, finance, trading. Command confirmed. High consumption directed wish initiated. Emotional value, 10,000. As the words fell, Lin Feng found himself no longer gazing at the previous colorful wheel, but instead at a vast golden galaxy. Countless streams of light traversed the starry expanse, each representing a skill or item related to finance. C-level skill, Introduction to Stock Market Analysis. B-level skill, Mastery of Candlestick Charts. A-level item, Insider Information Card, one-time use. These rewards, already regarded as divine skills by the average person, were trivial in Lin Feng's eyes. His focus was laser-like, locked onto the depths of the galaxy. There, a sphere of golden light shone more brilliantly than the sun, exuding an air of dominion that overshadowed all surrounding brilliance. This was it. A powerful yearning surged within Lin Feng. As if sensing his intent, the most radiant golden sphere trembled violently, transforming into a golden beam of light that pierced the heavens and shot directly toward Lin Feng's forehead. Boom! Lin Feng felt as if his brain had been struck by a nuclear bomb, instantly inundated with an overwhelming torrent of information. The fluctuations of the Dow Jones Index over the past century, every classic capital battle on Wall Street, the financial codes of all listed companies, the human struggles behind various technical indicators, and even the subtle trends of global financial markets within the next 24 hours. All of this vast, intricate, and esoteric knowledge at that moment ceased to be mere cold data, instead becoming an intrinsic part of him, his instinct. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the unique divine-level skill, divine trading technique. Skill description. With this skill, the host shall become the uncrowned king of the capital market. Candlestick charts will possess life in your eyes, and data streams will sing the verses of the future. Every trade you make will be the most perfect interpretation of market laws. As the system's notification echoed, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. The world had transformed. He approached the massive display wall, extending his finger to lightly tap. The 16 screens instantly illuminated, synchronously displaying the same image, the stock price chart of the Qin Group. What had once appeared chaotic and devoid of order now revealed itself as a remarkably clear tapestry in Lin Feng's eyes. He could perceive the greed and fear of countless retail investors behind each candlestick. He could hear the amplified trading volumes signaling the discrete entry or exit of various institutions. He could even sense the faint whiff of blood belonging to the market makers hidden beneath the surface language of the order book. The entire stock of the Qin Group resembled a gravely ill giant, outwardly robust, yet internally riddled with wounds. Its every breath, every heartbeat, was vividly clear to Lin Feng. Your demise is nigh. Lin Feng settled into a $1 million leather sofa, his slender fingers lightly tapping the keyboard as a substantial sum of capital silently flowed from his account into the vast ocean of the stock market. A silent hunt targeting the Qin Group had officially commenced. Chapter 12. The storm approaches, setting up for short selling. The impact of the divine trading technique was far more intense than Lin Feng had anticipated. If previously the stock market had appeared to him as if viewed through frosted glass, with only blurred outlines and color blocks visible, now that glass had been shattered. The entire capital market unfolded before him in an unprecedented high-definition, naked-eye, 3D spectacle. On the immense display wall, the 16 screens were synchronously broadcasting the real-time stock prices of the Qin Group. The red intraday line, in the eyes of ordinary individuals, represented the fluctuations of wealth. But to Lin Feng, it resembled an electrocardiogram, a heartbeat chart of a dying patient, sustained artificially by medication. His fingers glided gently across the touchpad. As torrents of publicly available financial reports, industry analyses, and press releases about the Qin Group cascaded before him. With the enhancement of the divine trading technique, these cold data seemed to come alive, automatically disassembling, reorganizing, and connecting within his mind. Ah, how intriguing. A cold smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. He had seen it. Behind the glossy quarterly report of the Qin Group lay hidden a staggering 700 million in fraudulent contracts. He observed that the so-called significant breakthroughs of the Qin Group's overseas renewable energy project were nothing more than a shell company registered in Africa, along with a non-binding memorandum of cooperation signed with a local tribal chief. He noted the prominent analysts in major financial media who fervently lauded the Qin Group, proclaiming that its stock price was poised to surpass the 100 yuan mark. Their accounts had, just 3 days prior, received consulting fees from a subsidiary of the Qin Group. Each meticulously packaged falsehood and each illusory sign of prosperity collectively inflated a vast, yet fragile bubble. Countless unsuspecting retail investors, drawn like moths to a flame by the allure of profit, were eagerly rushing towards this impending explosion. Superficially resplendent, yet fundamentally hollow. The company was aptly described by Lin Feng in 8 succinct characters. Such a corporation was a veritable paradise for short sellers, the perfect prey for capital sharks. Qin Tianhua, do you truly believe that wealth is a remarkable achievement? Allow me to demonstrate how your proudly amassed fortune of several billion can, in my hands, be transformed into a mere collection of meaningless figures, ultimately dwindling to nothing. A meticulously crafted and ruthless short-selling strategy rapidly took shape in Lin Feng's mind. The first step, positioning. Short selling required an extensive array of chips. Directly utilizing a single account to short sell a significant amount would immediately alert the opposition. The optimal approach was to break it down into smaller parts, employing an ant-like strategy to quietly establish a position without rousing any suspicion. He picked up his phone and dialed Li Man. Mr. Lin, how may I assist you? Li Man's voice remained imbued with respect and enthusiasm. Director Li, I need your help with a matter, and it must remain absolutely confidential. Lin Feng replied with a serious tone. What is it? In my name? Please apply for the immediate opening of 100 independent A-share accounts at the headquarters of Galaxy Securities, using the highest authority. All documentation should be in my name, but the operational permissions should be solely bound to me. Li Man paused momentarily on the other end of the line. 100 accounts? What sort of operation is this? Who in their right mind would use so many accounts for trading? Yet, she refrained from asking further questions, as a savvy woman. She understood what inquiries were appropriate and which were not. Understood, Mr. Lin. I will see to it immediately. Everything will be ready within an hour. Li Man's efficiency was remarkable. In less than an hour, the information for 100 brand new securities accounts was sent to Lin Feng's phone via encrypted email. Next came the transfer of funds. Lin Feng gazed at the lengthy string of digits in his bank account, 1,500,000,000. Without a moment's hesitation, he utilized the exclusive VIP channel to divide this vast sum into hundreds of smaller portions, akin to a gentle stream, each flowing into the newly opened securities accounts. The entire process was executed in silence. Having completed everything, Lin Feng reclined on the sofa, exhaling a long sigh. All was in readiness, awaiting the right moment. Over the next 2 days, he did not venture outside, immersing himself in the command center of the Tianji villa. Like a patient hunter quietly observing his prey's every movement, he simultaneously managed 100 accounts, employing his divine trading technique for precise market analysis, executing highly meticulous operations. Small lot short selling, buying high and selling low. Each purchase and sale was executed with surgical precision, flawlessly evading the watchful eyes of the market manipulators. In the span of 2 days, he stealthily amassed short-selling chips valued at over 2 billion at the elevated stock price of the Qin Group. A net capable of ensnaring all had silently spread. Meanwhile, the prey remained blissfully unaware. In the opulent office on the top floor of the Qin Group's headquarters, the rich aroma of premium Cuban cigars wafted through the air. Chen Tianhao, the chairman of the Qin Group, a portly man nearing 50, beamed as he gazed at the stock price display before him. The screen revealed that, after reaching an all-time high, the Qin Group's stock price, though experiencing some fluctuations, remained firmly elevated, with trading volumes consistently active, a scene of thriving prosperity. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Wonderful. Chen Tianhao exclaimed, clapping his son on the shoulder, his pride unabashed. Tianhua, your work on the African Renewable Energy Initiative has been commendable. The stock price reaching this level is largely thanks to you. Clad in a sharply tailored suit, Chen Tianhua, holding a glass of red wine, could not conceal his arrogance and smugness. Father, this is merely a small target, he remarked, swirling the liquid in his glass dismissively. Once our stock price truly breaks 100, I will relish seeing who in Yunqing dares to dismiss our family. Ambitious. Chen Tianhao nodded approvingly, then recalled something and inquired, by the way, that fellow Lin Feng you mentioned last time, he hasn't surfaced again, has he? At the mention of this name, Chen Tianhua's expression darkened. Just an arrogant upstart. I had someone impound his car last time. He must have been terrified and has been hiding like a turtle, not daring to make a peep. That's good. Chen Tianhao flicked ash from his cigar and advised, such individuals, while lacking in capability, are akin to flies, occasionally buzzing to annoy you. To deal with them, one must act decisively, eliminating them in one fell swoop, making it clear that there are some people they can never afford to offend. Father, rest assured, a fierce glint flashed in Chen Tianhua's eyes. I have already made arrangements. Once our stock price stabilizes, I will divert funds to target those around him. I've heard his parents are merely workers at a dilapidated textile factory. I will ensure he learns that crossing me leads to ruin. The two shared a knowing smile, their laughter brimming with disdain for the fates of those at the bottom and a confidence in their complete control. They remained oblivious to the subtle changes occurring in the market during their brief exchange. Countless small sell orders, like a gentle spring rain, were quietly accumulating across various price levels on the sell side. Individually, these orders seemed insignificant, yet collectively, they formed a terrifying undercurrent capable of breaching any dam. At the apex of clouds, Lin Feng surveyed the still resilient stock price of the Qin Group on the screen, alongside the fervent admiration and clamoring of numerous retail investors in the comment section. His expression remained as tranquil as a bottomless lake. He lifted his coffee cup, savoring a sip, then glanced at his wristwatch, which displayed the time, 2:50 p.m. With 10 minutes remaining until the market closed, the moment had come. He gently set down the coffee cup, his long, elegant fingers hovering over the enter key on the keyboard. The first strike begins, he murmured, akin to the whisper of death. The instant his words fell, his fingers struck the keys decisively. Boom. Like a command, it resonated across 100 accounts. In an instant, a colossal sell order worth 500 million crashed down upon the seemingly solid buy wall of the Chun Group's stock, without any prior warning. Chapter 13. The first clash. Stock price plummets. 2:50 p.m. This moment within the trading hours of the A-shares market is exceedingly delicate. Most institutions have already sounded the retreat, preparing to close for the day. Retail investors either dangle their orders idly or engage in idle chatter in stock forums, biding their time for the final 10 minutes of collective bidding. Within the forum dedicated to the Chun Group, a jubilant atmosphere prevails. Brothers, hold steady. Tomorrow we shall breach the 100 yuan threshold, and the club's enchanting beauties will beckon us. Thank you, Chairman Chun. Thank you, company. I've resigned and am ready to attain financial freedom through Chun Group stocks. Isn't that a narrow perspective? Breaching 100 means nothing. This is a leading stock with African renewable energy concepts, aiming for the stars and the sea. In the midst of this harmonious fervor, Chun Tianhao and his son relish the fruits of victory and plot a more nefarious future. Yet, none of them notice that the intraday price line, after languishing in a state of stagnation for nearly an hour, is ever so slightly pressed downward by an unseen hand. At precisely 2:51 p.m., Lin Feng's finger strikes the enter key. Now, in the next heartbeat, a tempest erupts on the trading floor of the Chun Group. If the preceding transactions were gentle breezes, then at this moment, it is as if the Milky Way itself has cascaded into the mortal realm. Boom. 1 transaction, 2, 10, 50 hundreds of accounts simultaneously unleash sell orders valued at 500 million yuan, thrusting them into the market with the most brutal and unyielding ferocity. There are no tentative measures, no tug of war, just sheer force overwhelming tenfold. On the screen, the once stable intraday line appears to lose all support in an instant, transforming into a vertical waterfall plummeting at an alarming angle. In merely 1 second, the stock price plummets from 856 yuan to 83 yuan. The layers of sell orders on the screen are shredded as if made of paper, instantly obliterated. The entire market is left in a state of bewilderment. The once jubilant forum of the Chun Group now resembles a scene detonated by a depth charge, thrown into chaos. What the hell? What is happening? Am I seeing things? It's crashing. It's crashing. What is going on? Don't panic. It's just a technical adjustment. The market maker is washing out the weak hands. Some stubbornly attempt to steady the nerves of the crowd. But the market has never been swayed by tears. It only recognizes hard currency. Lin Feng gazes at the screen, watching as buy orders are devoured, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Washing out. No, this is a slaughter. His fingers dance across the keyboard, wielding the terrifying computational power granted by divine trading techniques, allowing him to multitask with unparalleled efficiency. The 500 million yuan in sell orders is merely an appetizer. He orchestrates another 50 accounts, fracturing the remaining 1 billion yuan into countless minuscule sell orders, raining down from all directions upon those daring enough to attempt to bottom fish or support the market. You place a 10,000 hand buy order? Fine. I'll use 100 accounts to simultaneously bombard you with a 100 hand sell order. You attempt to raise the price by a dime? I'll counter with a 20-cent price differential that pins you firmly to the ground. This is pure, dimensional slaughter. Lin Feng's trading methods defy any textbook theory. He is akin to a specter, perceiving everything, each strike precisely targeting the opponent's most vulnerable and defenseless points. In the office of the president of the Chun Group, Dad. See, I told you these retail investors are easy to fool. Haha. Chun Tianhua's words falter, caught in his throat. The smile on his face freezes abruptly, much like the intraday line, then collapses. What is going on? He points at the screen, his voice trembling. Chun Tianhua's smile vanishes as well. But he remains far more composed than his son. Those eyes, honed from decades of navigating the merciless seas of commerce, fixate intently on the screen. In a mere 3 seconds, his expression shifts from confusion to shock, ultimately settling into a deep pallor. Crack. The premium Cuban cigar in his hand snaps in two. Market support. Chun Tianhao nearly forces the words through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse and filled with rage. This isn't a washout. Someone is maliciously shorting the stock. Who the hell dares to disturb my domain? He seizes the phone on his desk, bellowing at the financial director. Mobilize all reserves. All of them. Buy back into the market. Bring the stock price back at any cost. Yes, Chairman. With that command, the hidden support funds of the Chun Group surge forth like an army given a directive. A super buy order worth 200 million yuan appears on the trading floor, resembling a wall attempting to stem the downpour. The decline in stock price finally experiences a momentary pause. It's working. Dad, it's working. Chun Tianhua's face lights up with a flicker of hope as he witnesses the stock price stabilize. Foolish. Chun Tianhao, however, wears a grave expression. His gaze fixated on the transaction details, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He observes that at the very moment the 200 million buy order materializes, the mysterious force opposite does not retreat. Instead, it intensifies, transforming into thousands of smaller buy orders that surge from all sides, ravenously consuming his defenses. The opposing force's utilization of capital and understanding of the market is almost unfathomable. In the cloud-top heavenly palace, want to support the market? Too late. Lin Feng gazes at the screen, observing the dying struggle of the massive buy order, his eyes brimming with disdain. He doesn't even need to deploy large sums anymore. With a delicate touch, he configures the final 500 million in short-selling chips into a flawless algorithmic trading model. Before the close, break through the 80 yuan threshold. He issues the final command, and then leisurely reclines on the sofa, lifting the now lukewarm cup of coffee. The battlefield no longer requires his presence. For this confrontation, from the very outset, has never existed on the same dimension. The ensuing 7 minutes become a hellish ordeal for all who hold shares in the Chun Group. They bear witness to a massacre they will never forget. The support funds of the Chun Group charge valiantly, time and again attempting to reclaim the stock price. Yet, each effort is met with a more formidable, cunning force that ruthlessly rejects their advances. The stock price oscillates between 81 and 83 yuan. Each fluctuation accompanied by the obliteration of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in capital. This is no longer mere price volatility. It is a money shredder operating at full throttle. Hold the line. Keep it steady for me. Chun Tianhao screams into the phone, his eyes bloodshot, as decades of composure and strategy dissolve before the loss of hard cash. At 2:59 p.m., just as everyone believes the day will conclude with this brutal stalemate, Lin Feng's programmed assault is unleashed. A cascade of sell orders, imbued with the scent of death, precisely anticipates every support point of the market's defenses, slicing through the bull's hopes like the sharpest of scalpels. 805 yuan, 801 yuan, 800 yuan. The integer threshold has been breached, and panic spreads like a plague. Countless retail investors find their psychological defenses utterly shattered in this moment, as they begin to frantically sell off their holdings without regard for cost. A stampede has occurred. At precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the closing bell tolls. Time stands still. The share price of the Chun Group ultimately settles at 798 yuan, plummeting by 677 throughout the day. Within the office, an eerie silence reigns. Chun Tianhao sits despondently in his chair, his body drenched in cold sweat. In the span of a mere 10 minutes, the group has evaporated at least 1 billion from its balance sheet. This only accounts for the cash used to stabilize the stock. The loss in market value is an astronomical figure he dares not contemplate. Dad, Chun Tianhua stammers, his lips quivering and his complexion pale. Investigate. Chun Tianhao suddenly slams his hand on the table, resembling a mad tiger, his bloodshot eyes filled with rage and venom. Find out. Use every means necessary. Reveal all the accounts that shorted today. I want to know. Who is it? Who is scheming against me? Chapter 14. A confrontation on Antique Street. Investigate. I command you to investigate. Chun Tianhao's roar echoes in the stillness of the office, akin to the mournful cry of a wounded beast. His usually well-maintained visage is now contorted with extreme anger and fear, marred by menacing streaks of bloodshot veins. Chun Tianhua stands nearby, too afraid to breathe. He has never witnessed his father in such a state of disarray. In his mind, his father had always been the shrewd strategist, unflinching in the face of calamity. Yet today, in those brief 10 minutes, that composure and confidence have been shattered by a terrifying force emerging from an unknown abyss. Dad, could it be? Chun Tianhua hesitantly begins, attempting to suggest that it might just be normal market fluctuations. Shut your mouth. Chun Tianhao snaps back, his bloodshot eyes fixed intensely upon him. You know nothing. This is a blatant strangulation, a premeditated slaughter. He grasps the phone, activating all the connections he has forged over decades in business. Hello, Oldley. Help me investigate the funds that shorted our company in the closing hours today. Which brokerage firm did they originate from? Director Wang. It's me, Tianhao. I've been maliciously targeted. Can you help me lock down the account information through the financial regulatory system? One call after another is made, with Chun Tianhao's tone shifting from commanding to pleading, and finally to one of near desperation. However, as time passes, the responses he receives are dishearteningly uniform and despairingly negative. Tianhao, we can't find anything. The opposing accounts exceed 100, all opened through the highest encryption channels at the Galaxy Securities headquarters, with permissions far beyond our local branch's authority. Old Chun, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you. The system's backend shows that these accounts' IP addresses are scattered globally and are utterly untraceable. Moreover, the source of the funds is as pristine as a blank sheet of paper, all newly transferred and entirely legal. This is the work of a top-tier expert. Whom have you offended? Director Chun, we've investigated. The trading methods employed by the counterpart are unfathomable. All transactions are perfectly within regulations, without a trace of violation. This is beyond the capability of any individual. It is undoubtedly the work of a meticulously coordinated elite trading team. Listening to the litany of grim news from the phone, Chen Tianhao's complexion gradually pales. 100 encrypted accounts, globally dispersed IPs, and unfathomable trading methods. These terms strike him like heavy hammers against his heart. He finally realizes that he is not facing a mere commercial rival, but a prehistoric behemoth lurking in the shadows. The opposition possesses not only unparalleled means, but also overwhelming financial power and arcane trading skills. And he, like a lamb thrown into an arena, finds himself utterly defenseless. With a sudden gasp, a mouthful of blood erupts from Chen Tianhao's lips, splattering onto the exquisite redwood desk before him. "Dad!" Chen Tianhua exclaims in horror. Rushing to support his father's faltering body, Chen Tianhao pushes him away, his eyes vacant as they fixate on the glaringly green candlestick chart on the screen. Muttering to himself, "It's over, it's all over." In stark contrast to the gloom enveloping the Chen group, a serene and carefree atmosphere prevails at Yunding Tiangong. Lin Feng reclines on a plush sofa, the 16 screens before him no longer displaying candlestick charts, but instead playing a lighthearted and comedic film. His phone reveals the final tally of today's trading exploits. Average shorting cost, 852 yuan. Closing average price, 801 yuan. Initial capital, 2 billion. Leverage ratio, 1 times. Margin trading. Net profit, 1.2 billion. In a mere 10 minutes, 1.2 billion in cash is secured. This pace of profit surpasses even that of a money printer. Yet for Lin Feng, this profit, while substantial, pales in comparison to the exhilaration of having the Chun father and son at his mercy. He relishes this sensation, the feeling of orchestrating a vast chessboard, with the world as his pieces, capable of stirring storms and determining the fate of a family with but a flick of his fingers. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of his phone ringing interrupts his reverie. It is a call from Li Man. "Mr. Lin." As the call connects, Li Man's voice conveys disbelief and a slight tremor. "Is it true that you orchestrated the events at the Chen Group?" As the client director of Galaxy Securities, she was naturally quick to notice the shocking massacre unfolding in the closing hours. Upon witnessing the cataclysmic trend, her first thought was Lin Feng. No other individual could possess such strength and audacity. "Director Li, you are quite well informed," Lin Feng replies with a knowing smile. "The account is functioning splendidly. Thank you." Receiving this almost tacit acknowledgement, Li Man gasps in astonishment. It truly is him, a single individual, a mysterious young man. In a mere 10 minutes, he has brought a publicly traded company worth hundreds of billions to its knees, teetering on the brink of collapse. This surpasses the capabilities of even the most revered stock market savants. This is divine. "Mr. Lin, you are too modest. It is my honor to serve you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command." Ding. Strong emotional fluctuations detected from Li Man, admiration, awe, fervor, emotional value gained, 3,000. As the notification echoes in his mind, Lin Feng smiles faintly. Today has indeed been a bountiful day. Not only has he profited, but he has also amassed nearly 10,000 points of emotional value. The Chen Group, this crop of chives, is truly robust and plentiful. Lin Feng rises and strides to the window, surveying the city's nightscape below. Neon lights twinkle, and traffic flows incessantly. He knows that from this day forth, the upper echelons of Yun City will be stirred by the storm unleashed by his actions. A mysterious capital giant now looms like a sword over everyone's heads. However, none of this concerns him. The first strike has been delivered, and the prey is bleeding. Next, it suffices to allow panic and despair to gradually fester. Lin Feng stretched lazily. After a day of intense warfare in the stock market, he felt rather fatigued. It was time to step outside, to clear his mind and unwind. Where to go? After pondering, a particular place emerged in his mind. Cloud City, the antique street, a locale steeped in the dust of history and legends of overnight wealth. A stroll there, to bask in the patina of renminbi, seemed a delightful choice. Resolute in his decision, Lin Feng donned a casual outfit. Even removing his coveted Patek Philippe watch worth 20 million, carelessly tossing it onto the bedside table. He then sped away in his ever-stylish Bugatti Veyron, heading towards the antique street. Meanwhile, in a high-end tea house on the antique street, a young man clad in a floral shirt, adorned with earrings and exuding a nonchalant demeanor, was nodding and bowing into his phone. "Rest assured, young Master Chun. As soon as that brat dares to show his face in Cloud City, I, Zhang Yang, guarantee I'll be the first to spot him. I'll make sure to avenge you." After hanging up, Zhang Yang scoffed disdainfully. Just a pauper who had stumbled upon some luck, daring to oppose young Master Chen? He lifted his teacup, casting a cursory glance out the window. The next moment, he was jolted upright as if struck by lightning. Outside, at the end of the street, a black Bugatti Veyron, one he would recognize even in ashes, was slowly approaching. Chapter 15. The Golden Eye opens, hidden treasures in waste stones. Cloud City South Antique Street. A place that stood in stark contrast to the towering skyscrapers of the financial district. The air was thick with dust. The scent of aged wood mingling with a faint hint of rust. Shops lined the street, with vendors abundant, offering everything from purported heirloom porcelain to jade pendants unearthed from ancient pits. Authenticity discerned solely by the discerning eye and a dash of fortune. Lin Feng parked the ostentatious Bugatti Veyron casually at the street's entrance, instantly drawing a multitude of astonished or envious gazes. Yet, he remained indifferent. Extracting himself from the cutthroat world of billion-yuan trades in the stock market and arriving at this vibrant locale was a rare form of relaxation. He strolled leisurely, akin to an ordinary tourist, taking interest in the myriad trinkets on display, savoring this long-lost tranquility. Alas, there are always some oblivious flies eager to spoil another's good mood. Oh, who could it be? Is that not our illustrious Lin Feng? A sneering voice called from behind. Lin Feng turned to see a young man in a floral shirt, earrings glinting, with hair dyed in garish colors, flanked by a few followers, approaching him with a mocking grin. Zhang Yang, a lackey of Chen Tianhua, and one of the most brazen mockers during their previous encounter at the restaurant. What's wrong? Did Yao Yao dump you? And you're feeling hurt? Zhang Yang's eyes were filled with contempt as he scrutinized Lin Feng. Did you rent a sports car to flaunt your wealth in this rundown place? Dreaming of striking it rich? You're worthless, no matter where you are. Ding. Detected strong emotional fluctuations from Zhang Yang, contempt, mockery, gaining 500 emotional points. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, not only unperturbed, but rather amused. It seemed the minor turmoil within the Chun group had yet to reach the ears of these lower-tier lackeys. Why the silence? Have I struck a nerve? Seeing Lin Feng's reticence, Zhang Yang assumed he was feeling guilty and laughed even more raucously. Let me tell you, Yao Yao is now with young Master Chun, living lavishly. And you? Reduced to rummaging through garbage in a place like this. You and young Master Chun are worlds apart. Finished? Lin Feng finally spoke. His tone is flat, as if inquiring for directions. What if I have? Before Zhang Yang could finish, Lin Feng, uninterested, turned to leave. Such utter disregard was far more devastating than any retort could be. You bastard. Zhang Yang's face turned an alarming shade, akin to liver. Feeling as though he had punched a cloud, his pride shattered before his entourage. At that moment, Lin Feng's mind echoed with the system's voice once more. Ding. Cumulative emotional points exceed 10,000, triggering a special reward mechanism. Would you like to consume 10,000 emotional points for a divine skill lottery? Divine skills? Lin Feng hesitated. He had already experienced the power of the divine trading skill. Such a caliber of skill was rare and precious. And now another opportunity? Draw. Lin Feng affirmed without hesitation. Command confirmed. Emotional points, 10,000. Divine skill lottery initiated. The world before him instantly transformed. A golden, more resplendent roulette than any before appeared, divided into several segments. Divine medical skill, divine combat skill, divine hacking technique, and a brilliantly radiant option, golden eye. The roulette spun swiftly, ultimately halting in a dazzling golden light, firmly landing on the golden eye segment. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the divine skill, golden eye. Skill description. All things possess their aura, whether it be the light of treasures or the breath of decay. With the skill, the host can pierce through illusions and perceive the essence. All treasures in the world shall be laid bare before your eyes. Boom. A refreshing current surged into Lin Feng's eyes, and he felt a momentary blur before the entire world appeared radically transformed. The street remained the same, the vendors unchanged. Yet, in his vision, every object's surface shimmered with a faint halo. Most emanated a grayish dead aura, indicative of forgeries, while a few antique items exuded a subtle white or yellow glow. This is the aura of treasures? Lin Feng's heart stirred, instinctively scanning the surroundings. His gaze swept across the stalls. Countless beams of light flickered before him, yet most were dull and unremarkable. At that moment, Zhang Yang, who had been trailing him, preparing to continue his harassment, observed Lin Feng standing still like a lunatic, eyes fixated on something. To his astonishment, Lin Feng walked towards a corner piled with waste stones. These stones, mere offcuts from jade mines, were hardly worth their weight, priced at a mere 100 yuan each, easily dismissed. Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh. He felt he had found a new opportunity for ridicule, and quickly followed. He watched as Lin Feng crouched in a nondescript corner, intensely staring at a fist-sized stone. its surface covered in a rough skin, resembling nothing more than a brick from the roadside. To Zhang Yang, it was unequivocally trash. Yet, in Lin Feng's golden eye vision, that seemingly ordinary stone radiated an unprecedented, resplendent, and rich imperial green glow, so pure and dazzling it nearly felt tangible. Ha! You're killing me. Zhang Yang could no longer contain himself, clutching his stomach as laughter erupted, his raucous voice immediately drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Come quick. This pauper is so enamored with a piece of junk, he thinks he can find an emperor inside it. Surrounding vendors and tourists, drawn by the commotion, gathered around, their eyes falling upon the waste stone in Lin Feng's hand, eliciting a mixture of mocking laughter, some benevolent, others not. Young man, stop dreaming. That pile of stones is merely fit for propping up a table leg. Indeed, if you're looking to strike it rich, head to the stone-cutting area. What use is this worthless trinket? Amidst the cacophony of laughter, Zhang Yang felt a sense of vindication as he approached Lin Feng, adopting a tone steeped in provocation. Lin Feng, are you brave enough to engage in a high-stakes wager with me? Before everyone here, I challenge you. If you can extract even the slightest hint of color from that worthless stone, even a mere speck of green, I, Zhang Yang, will kneel before you and address you as grandfather 3 times. He paused, his gaze turning venomous. But if you fail to unveil anything, you shall crawl out of here on your knees, shouting that I am the waste. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The stakes were staggering. Such an affront aimed at humiliation. All eyes turned to Lin Feng, eager to witness his response. In the midst of their scrutinizing gazes, Lin Feng stood slowly, cradling the waste stone in his palm. He raised his head to meet Zhang Yang's menacing glare and offered a serene smile. Very well. He approached the vendor, casually scanned a QR code, and paid 100 yuan. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, some derisive, others sympathetic, and many simply entertained, he marched directly towards the nearby stone-cutting machine. The onlookers parted to create a path for him. Is he really going through with it? This lad must be mad to gamble against someone like Zhang Yang. This is bound to be a spectacle. Zhang Yang crossed his arms, a smug smirk plastered on his face, anticipating Lin Feng's impending humiliation. Ignoring the murmurs, Lin Feng reached the humming stone-cutting machine and declined the assistance of a seasoned craftsman, opting instead to secure the stone himself in the clamp. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the cutting machine's handle. At that moment, every breath in the vicinity was held in suspense. With a sharp screech, the abrasive will spun into action, sending sparks flying as it bore down upon the unassuming waste stone. As the machine gradually pressed down, a distinct incision emerged on the stone's surface. Just as the cut completely severed through the rock, a blinding, ethereal green light burst forth from the tiny crevice, akin to a divine phenomenon descending upon the scene. Chapter 16. The Imperial Green, stunning the audience. The emerald radiance was no fleeting illusion. It surged forth as if an ancient spirit, long confined, was breaking free from its shackles, casting a dreamlike hue upon everything around. The once raucous stone-cutting area fell into an eerie silence. Every movement froze, whether from curious tourists or seasoned vendors, all transfixed by the increasingly vibrant green glow. The cutting machine continued its whirring, yet the stone cutter's hands halted midair, resembling a statue turned to stone. Is it swelling? A voice, barely a whisper from the crowd, trembled with disbelief. This utterance rippled through the assembly like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, triggering a tidal wave of excitement. Goodness, it truly has turned green. It's swelling. Such color. I've never seen such a pristine green in my life. Impossible. This cannot be. I've seen that pile of stones daily. It's merely refuse. The crowd erupted into chaos. Just moments ago, Zhang Yang, arms crossed and smirking, now bore an expression frozen in shock, like a clown encased in ice. His eyes were glued to the green light, bulging as if they might pop from their sockets, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. It must be fake. It has to be. It's just a reflection of the lights, he muttered, attempting to convince himself. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. Master, what are you waiting for? Continue cutting. A middle-aged man, donned in gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of scholarly demeanor, pushed through the crowd, his voice rising with excitement. Be careful. Don't damage the core. Startled by the shout, the stone cutter blinked, peering at his trembling hands before returning his gaze to the stone, his expression shifting to one of unprecedented seriousness and fervor. He switched off the machine, inhaled deeply, and carefully ladled a scoop of fresh water from a nearby bucket, gently pouring it over the cut surface. The water washed away the stone dust. In the next heartbeat, everyone present could clearly see that beneath the rough gray exterior, a cut surface revealed a depth of green reminiscent of emerald, rich, vibrant, and pure beyond measure. Not a trace of impurity marred its brilliance. It shimmered with a translucent, lively green, as if it possessed a pulse of its own. The imperial green. In the crowd, an elderly man, frail and supported by a cane, trembled like a leaf in the autumn breeze. Gazing at the verdant hue, a spark of disbelief ignited in his murky eyes, and he hoarsely exclaimed, "It is indeed the imperial green. My heavens, what magnitude must this rough stone possess within?" The words imperial green detonated within the minds of all present like thunder, transcending mere jade classification to become the apex of aspiration for all stone gamblers. A mythical existence. Quick, wipe the stone. Don't cut it any further. Grind it slowly with the wheel. If a complete piece emerges, its value will be incalculable. Those familiar with the trade were now in a frenzy, more anxious than Lin Feng himself, craning their necks and directing the stone cutter. Beads of sweat formed on the cutter's brow. After 2 decades in the field and having cut thousands of stones, some yielding treasures, many yielding duds, he had never felt such trepidation. He understood that he cradled not just a stone, but a mountain of gold, teetering on the brink of either soaring or collapsing. He fitted the smallest grinding wheel, treating the stone with the utmost delicacy, as one might handle a newborn. Gradually, the stone's skin began to flake off. The imperial green expanded with each careful pass. 1 centimeter, 3 centimeters, 5 centimeters. All breath held. The only sounds remaining were the grinding wheel's rasp and the collective heavy breathing of the crowd. Zhang Yang's complexion shifted from a shade of liver to a ghostly pallor. His legs trembled. Had it not been for his companions supporting him, he might have crumpled to the ground. His mind was an empty void, save for the echo of that earlier, brash wager. "Kneel down, call me grandfather." As the final layer of stone skin was polished away, an intact emerald emerged, revealed before the eyes of all. The size of a fist, perfectly shaped and gleaming. Bathed in sunlight, its imperial green so rich it seemed almost to drip with life, exuding an enchanting, mesmerizing gleam. Flawless. The eyes of every jeweler in attendance glistened with envy. "Young brother." The middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses was the first to recover, racing towards Lin Feng, his voice cracking with excitement. "Sell me that jade. I offer 80 million. 80 million. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonished gasps akin to a colossal tidal wave. A stone worth a mere 100 transformed in the blink of an eye into a staggering 80 million. What kind of divine tale is this? Yet, this was merely the beginning. "Wang, are you sending this beggar off?" A rotund proprietor, sporting a pronounced beer belly, squeezed his way through, his ostentatious gold chain swinging perilously. "Young man, disregard his words. This imperial green is of pure quality, substantial in size. It's not just a bracelet. Even pendants could fetch several pieces. I bid 1 billion. 1 billion? How miserly." Another opulent woman stepped forward, exuding an air of authority. "I bid 2 billion. 2 billion, 500 million. I bid 2 billion, 800 million. The price escalated with a bewildering velocity. The venue morphed into an impromptu auction, as the usually aloof jewelry magnates, now flushed with fervor, tore off their masks of pretense, vying for this jadeite. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood at the epicenter of this frenzy, his countenance adorned with a faint smile, as if he cradled not a priceless jade, but a mundane stone unearthed from the roadside. Zhang Yang observed the madness unfurling before him, the billion-dollar bids ringing in his ears, feeling as though his worldview, along with his dignity and rationality, had been utterly shattered. He finally grasped the nature of the entity he had entangled himself with. "I bid 3 billion. Just as the fervor reached its zenith, a calm yet commanding voice pierced through the din, silencing all. The speaker was an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire, exuding an extraordinary presence. He had remained aloof from the bidding until now, yet his words commanded immediate silence with a figure that left everyone dumbfounded. The room fell into a hushed stillness. The jewelers, who had been fiercely battling moments before, now lowered their heads in reverence at the sight of the elder. "It is old Master Qian from Furui Xian. If he has spoken, there is no contest." The elder approached Lin Feng, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Young friend, 3 billion. Cash transfer on the spot. This price should not be considered an affront to this divine stone, correct?" Lin Feng glanced at the elder and nodded. "Deal." There was no hesitation, no bargaining. 10 minutes later, upon receiving a bank notification displaying an extensive string of zeros, Lin Feng casually tucked his phone away. He turned, parting the still stunned crowd, and walked step by step to where Zhang Yang stood, pale as a ghost, trembling uncontrollably. The surroundings fell silent once more, all eyes converging on the 2 young men who had just established a life-and-death wager. Lin Feng looked down upon him, still wearing that harmless smile, and leaned closer to Zhang Yang's ear, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "My dear grandson, it's your time to perform." Straightening up, he took a step back and declared, loud enough for all to hear, "Now, call for help." Chapter 17. The The reappearance of Yun Shui, curiosity deepens. Now call for help. Lin Feng's voice, though not loud, struck Zhang Yang's eardrum like an invisible hammer, shattering his already fragile dignity. Zhang Yang shuddered, raising his gaze to meet Lin Feng's smiling face, which seemed more terrifying than a devil-esque grin. "I." His lips trembled as he sought to utter pleas for mercy. However, upon catching sight of the crowd's mocking, disdainful, and gleefully anticipatory gazes, he swallowed his words. They were all waiting, eager to witness how this once arrogant second-generation rich kid would publicly humiliate himself and fulfill that ludicrous and malicious wager. "What's wrong? Planning to back out?" Lin Feng's smile dimmed slightly. "I have no remarkable traits, but my memory is quite sharp. Everyone here heard your words. Would you like me to repeat them for you?" "No, no." Zhang Yang frantically waved his hands. He understood that today's affair could not end amicably. Lin Feng dared to strike Chen Xiao, to confront the Chun group head-on. How could he possibly fear a mere Zhang Yang? Moreover, that $3 billion imperial green loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, pressing heavily on his conscience. In the face of absolute power, any attempts at justification or resistance appeared pitifully feeble. He glanced at his subordinates, who had long since lowered their heads, wishing to disappear into the ground, completely unwilling to meet his gaze. Relying on them? Futile. Zhang Yang's mind was a battlefield, cold sweat trickling down his forehead drop by drop. On one side lay his dignity. On the other, the terror of offending a mysterious force he could not contend with. Weighing the two, he sorrowfully realized that his meager dignity was worthless. Taking a deep breath, as if arriving at a decision, his tense body crumpled in an instant. Under the astonished and amused gazes of the onlookers, Zhang Yang's knees buckled. Thud. The sound resonated clearly in everyone's ears. He had truly knelt down. The collision of his knees against the hard stone pavement elicited pain far less than the humiliation swelling within him. The crowd erupted in a chorus of suppressed gasps and inhalations of shock. He knelt. He really knelt. Goodness. How could this kid survive in Yun City after such a spectacle? Deservedly so. His earlier arrogance ought to end this way. The murmurs pierced Zhang Yang's ears like countless needles. He buried his head low, his face flushed crimson, feeling as though he had never been this humiliated in his life. Lin Feng observed him with a leisurely demeanor, not uttering a word, merely signaling with his eyes that the performance was not yet concluded. Zhang Yang, engulfed in humiliation, shut his eyes, aware that there remained one final hurdle. Gritting his teeth, his lips quivered for what felt like an eternity before he finally squeezed out a sound smaller than a mosquito's buzz from his throat. "Gee, grandfather, What did you say?" "The wind's too loud. I couldn't hear you." Lin Feng feigned innocence, digging into his ear. This display made Zhang Yang's teeth grind in fury, yet he dared not retaliate. "Gee, grandfather." He raised his voice, a hint of a sob creeping in. "Ah, good grandson." Lin Feng responded with a smile, extending his finger one more time. "Grandfather." This final exclamation erupted from Zhang Yang with the force of a shout. Once uttered, he felt as though all his strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground, his eyes vacant, akin to a marionette with severed strings. This was what societal death looked like. Lin Feng regarded his pitiful state without a flicker of emotion. From the outset, he had never considered this clown worthy of his attention. Everything today was merely a consequence of Zhang Yang's own actions. He turned away, gesturing to the still stunned crowd, preparing to depart this den of turmoil. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that, amidst the throng, two pairs of eyes had been fixated on him since the beginning. Murong Yunshiwe stood beside a dignified elder, her usually frosty countenance now etched with an astonishment that defied description. She and her grandfather had come to the antique street on a whim, never anticipating such a dramatic scene to unfold. Unbeknownst to her, the protagonist of this dramatic scene was none other than her enigmatic neighbor, Lin Feng. She witnessed the entire unfolding of events firsthand. From the ostentatious provocation to Lin Feng's resolute response. From the seemingly worthless stone scorned by all to the majestic burst of imperial green light upon being cut. From the frenzy of bidding by a cadre of jewelry magnates to her grandfather's decisive hammer strike, acquiring the precious stone for a staggering 300 million. Each moment played out like a cinematic spectacle before her eyes. If their initial encounter at the Cloud Summit left her with the impression of a wealthy, yet somewhat ostentatious neighbor, the absurd speculation that arose after the Chun Group's stock plummeted ignited a profound curiosity regarding Lin Feng's true identity. Yet, this third encounter transcended mere interest. It was sheer astonishment, an overwhelming shock. In the stock market, he was the elusive puppet master, capable of wielding the fortunes of a public company with the flick of his wrist. In the realm of stone gambling, he was the master with golden eyes, able to transmute decay into wonder, turning stone into gold. In the face of humiliation, he remained unfazed, laying traps for his adversaries, leaving them humiliated and pleading for mercy. When confronted with astronomical wealth, he exhibited an air of nonchalance, as if the 300 million cash were but a trivial figure to him. What secrets lay hidden within this man? Was he truly nothing more than a fortuitous nouveau riche, a mere lottery winner? No, for no ordinary upstart could possess such inscrutable methods and steadiness akin to a mountain before an avalanche. Murong Yunxue found that the more she sought to unravel the enigma of this man, the deeper she sank into a fog of uncertainty. Just as her thoughts swirled, her grandfather, Murong Bo, slowly spoke. This patriarch of the Murong family, seasoned by a lifetime of navigating the tumultuous seas of commerce, had scarcely diverted his gaze from the imperial green stone since its unveiling. Instead, he was keenly observing Lin Feng. He noted Lin Feng's composure in the face of provocation, his tranquility amidst colossal wealth, and his audacity and decisiveness in compelling his opponents to honor their wagers. In his aged, discerning eyes, a flicker of increasingly vibrant light sparkled. Turning to his contemplative granddaughter, the corners of his wrinkled mouth curled into a knowing smile. Yunxue. Grandfather? Murong Yunxue snapped back from her reverie. Murong Bo directed his gaze toward Lin Feng's retreating figure, soon to vanish around the corner, and spoke slowly. This young man is extraordinary. Chapter 18. The Chun Group in Crisis, Striking at the Root. As night enveloped the world, the lights of the cloud summit sparkled like diamonds embedded in the sky. Lin Feng parked his Bugatti Veyron in its designated spot and returned home, refraining from turning on the lights as he walked directly to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the resplendent nightscape of Cloud City sprawled before him. The myriad of lights seemed insignificant, akin to mere specks of dust in his eyes. His phone vibrated, a notification from the bank. Your savings account ending in XXXX has received a deposit of 30,000,000,000 RMB, coupled with the previous system reward of 1 billion and the profits garnered from the initial strike against the Chun Group. The funds at his disposal had swelled to a staggering figure that would cause any institution to take notice. The game was poised to enter its second act. Lin Feng turned and entered the specially designated trading room. Multiple colossal screens flickered to life, displaying a labyrinth of candlestick charts and incessantly fluctuating numbers. The entire room resembled the cockpit of a spacecraft ready to embark on an interstellar battle. Tomorrow marked Monday, the day the stock market would open. The Chun Group, a colossal beast entrenched in Cloud City for years, was likely bracing itself, preparing to unearth the mysterious figure wreaking havoc from behind the scenes. Alas, they would remain oblivious to the fact that their adversary was not merely a player, but a celestial being. The following morning, at 9:15 a.m., the collective bidding commenced. At 9:30 a.m., the market officially opened. Lin Feng sat in a professional gaming chair, his hands resting serenely away from the keyboard, merely gazing intently at the screen. In his godly trading technique perspective, the entire market's capital flow, trading orders, and even the emotions of countless retail investors coalesced into a crystal-clear torrent of data within his mind, ready for analysis and deduction. As anticipated, upon the market's opening, a surge of capital rushed into the Chun Group's stock, attempting to forcefully elevate it and stabilize the nerves of investors. A desperate struggle. A cold smirk curled upon Lin Feng's lips. Finally, he extended his hand and grasped the mouse. In the next instant, his fingers danced across the keyboard, creating a blur of motion. Command: establish multi-layered leverage. Target Chun Group. Initiate Abyss shorting protocol. Inject funds. 3 billion. As though executing an exceedingly simple command, he transformed that colossal sum, enough to acquire several listed companies, into an endless cascade of short positions, akin to a torrential black storm descending upon the Chun Group stocks. The price, which had just been artificially inflated, could not withstand even a minute. On the screen, the red line representing the stock price snapped as if crushed by an invisible mountain, plummeting at a near 90-degree angle with terrifying velocity. 10,000 hands, 100,000 hands, 1,000,000 hands. An uncountable array of sell orders appeared on the screen like death warrants, devouring all attempts to bottom fish or stabilize the stock in an instant. The stock price surged inexorably toward the limit down. Yet Lin Feng knew this was insufficient. Mere shorting could only inflict significant wounds upon the Chun Group. But the legacy of an old conglomerate remained. They could seek refuge through trading halts or external funding. What he sought was not merely to injure, but to annihilate. System. Open the marketplace, Lin Feng murmured inwardly. The luminous interface shimmered, revealing an array of enticing goods. His gaze passed over potions and skills, landing on a special item listed under consumables. Black material card. When used against a designated target, individual, or organization, it provides one lethal piece of black material. With 100 authenticity, accompanied by an untraceable chain of original evidence. Price, 10,000 emotional points. This is it. In the antique street. Zhang Yang and the onlookers had supplied him with ample emotional points. Ding. Consumed 10,000 emotional points. Purchased, black material card, X1. Please specify target for use. Chin Group. Target locked. Black material generation in progress. In merely 3 seconds. Ding. Black material generated. A complete chain of evidence regarding the Chun Group's severe data falsification in their overseas Borneo photovoltaic project has been sent to your system warehouse. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. The fuel for his strike at the root had arrived. He swiftly established an encrypted virtual machine on his computer and downloaded the file. Upon opening it, he found everything from the project's initial environmental assessment report to midterm construction data, and finally to the post-project efficiency and profit reports, all fabricated. The entire project is nothing but an elaborate deception. Its sole purpose is to swindle vast sums in international bank loans and artificially inflate domestic stock prices. Should this evidence come to light, it would be tantamount to a death sentence for a publicly listed company. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng employed an anonymous encrypted email to dispatch this document, accompanied by a succinct message. The recipient was none other than the nation's most incisive and audacious financial media outlet, Financial Sword. Here is a headline for you. No need for thanks. Having completed this act, Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, redirecting his gaze to the screen. At that moment, the stock price of the Chun Group teetered precariously close to its limit down. Yet, in that instant, the protective funds surged forth once more, staunchly supporting the stock price, creating an eerie equilibrium. Clearly, the Chun family was prepared to spare no expense to maintain today's stock value. Maintain? Can you truly hold on? Lin Feng lifted his coffee cup, savoring a gentle sip. He was waiting for that sword, aimed at the heart, to be thrust forth by the media. At 1:30 p.m., the afternoon trading session commenced. While countless shareholders and institutions observed the brutal tug-of-war within the Chun Group, a genuine nuclear bomb detonated without warning throughout the financial realm. Financial Sword released an in-depth investigative report as a top headline on its website, prominently featured on its app, and disseminated across all collaborative channels. The title was shocking, a shocking scam. The 100 billion overseas project is a fabrication. The Chun Group is suspected of serious financial fraud. Within the article, there was no speculation, no ambiguity. Every contract, email, internal recording, and forged data report was meticulously laid out, forming an irrefutable chain of evidence. The moment the news broke, the market fell into a deathly silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and then erupted into a volcanic panic. Boom. In that instant, the stock price of the Chun Group seemed to have lost all support, plummeting from a position just shy of the limit down, collapsing instantaneously. There was no resistance whatsoever. Not even time to react. The stock price was ruthlessly hammered down to the limit by countless panic-induced sell orders. 1,000. A glaring, crimson figure emblazoned on the screen. Meanwhile, the limit-down orders totaling millions of shares, amounting to tens of billions, stood like a massive tombstone, proclaiming the death sentence of the Chun Group. It's over. The sky has fallen. Run. Fraudsters. The Chun Group are deceivers. Refund. The wails of innumerable shareholders echoed across major stock forums. Yet, this was merely the beginning. At the headquarters of the Chun Group, in the chairman's office, the atmosphere was as oppressive as a deep freeze. Chun Tianhao, the father of Chun Shao and a business magnate who had dominated Yun City for decades, now stared at the computer screen with bloodshot eyes, veins bulging from his forehead. Pull it up. I command you to do whatever it takes to pull it up. What are you all doing? He bellowed into the phone, his voice frenzied. Chairman, it's futile. All our funds have been swallowed. There's an overwhelming number of sell orders. We can't pry them loose. The voice on the other end quavered with despair. Just then, the office door was flung open violently. The secretary stumbled in, pale as a ghost, clutching a tablet. Her voice trembling uncontrollably. Chairman, something terrible has happened. You must see this. Chun Tianhao snatched the tablet. The report from Financial Sword struck him like the most malevolent curse. As he beheld the exposed original documents he believed had been thoroughly destroyed, the world around him darkened, a surge of blood rushing to his head. He understood. He comprehended everything. Short selling, public opinion, a fatal blow. This was no market maneuver. It was a meticulously orchestrated, lethal scheme. With a gasp, Chun Tianhao doubled over, a mouthful of blood spewing onto the pristine screen, staining the vibrant green candlestick chart an even deeper crimson. His vision rapidly blurred. All that remained was the secretary's terrified screams ringing in his ears. Chairman, someone call an ambulance. In the final moments before consciousness slipped into darkness, A youthful face flashed through Chun Tianhao's mind. The young man they had ruthlessly humiliated in the restaurant, whose gaze had remained eerily calm. Was it him? Impossible. How could this be? Bang! His towering form crashed down from the executive chair, collapsing onto the cold floor, unconscious. Chapter 19. Wang Yaoyao's Panic. The Chun Group, a behemoth that had reigned over Yun City for years, sank at a pace that surpassed everyone's imagination. As this earth-shattering news swept through the internet like a tsunami, Wang Yaoyao reclined on the opulent bed worth hundreds of thousands in the Chen Xiao's villa, leisurely applying a facial mask while scrolling through her social media feed. She had just posted a sultry selfie by the villa's swimming pool. Captioned, "The sun is just right, the breeze is gentle. Choosing is more important than striving." Below, her close friends showered her with envy and praise. Wow, Yao Yao is at Chen Xiao's mansion again. So enviable. This is what it means to be a winner in life. While some are still crammed in the subway, we, Yao Yao, are already living like queens. Yao Yao, take us along next time. Reading these comments, a smile blossomed on her lips, unable to be concealed. She relished the attention. The envy directed her way. Just then, a news alert popped up at the top of her phone screen. Breaking. The Chun Group is suspected of 100 billion financial fraud. Chairman Qin Tianhao has been hospitalized due to a cerebral hemorrhage. In an instant, Wang Yaoyao's smile froze on her face. She bolted upright, neglecting to remove her facial mask, and hastily clicked on the news. Each word in the article struck her nerves like a hammer. Financial fraud, overseas scam, stock price collapse, chairman hospitalized. She refused to believe it. This must be fake news. A malicious smear from competitors. Her hands trembled as she exited the news page and refreshed her social media feed. With that refresh, her world shattered completely. The friends who had just praised her now filled their posts with shock. Oh my god, the Chun Group is finished? Thank goodness I didn't T-buy their stock. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Turns out it was just an empty shell. Pity those shareholders. Even worse, a friend who had just liked her post directly posted, laughing to death. That queen who was just flaunting her superiority. Wonder if she's already packed up and left? Wang Yaoyao felt dizzy, her blood rushing to her head. She attempted to call Chen Xiao, only to find the line dead. In her state of utter confusion, the villa's front door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Chen Xiao stumbled in, reeking of alcohol. His once proud and handsome visage now twisted like that of a malevolent specter. Chen Xiao, what? What happened? Is what the news reported false? Wang Yaoyao scrambled out of bed to meet him. False. Upon hearing that word, Chen Xiao ignited like a powder keg. He seized Wang Yaoyao by her hair and violently hurled her to the ground. Ah! She let out a blood-curdling scream. I damn well wish it were false. It's all your fault. You bringer of misfortune. Ever since you came into my life, nothing has gone right. My father is gone. The company is ruined. My family is shattered. He unleashed all his pent-up resentment and despair upon the woman he once flaunted. No, Chen Xiao, this isn't my fault. Wang Yaoyao cried out in terror, clutching her head in desperation. Get out. Get out of my sight. Chen Xiao pointed towards the door, howling in hysteria. The Chen family does not harbor useless people. Don't you love money? Well, I don't have a single cent left. What are you still doing here? Get out. He stormed into the cloakroom, hurling the Hermes and Chanel items he had bought for her as if they were mere refuse. Take your worthless trash and vanish from my sight. I never want to see you again. Moments later, 2 towering bodyguards roughly expelled Wang Yaoyao, along with her belongings. Through the villa's grand entrance, the heavy, cold door slammed shut before her, shattering her last vestige of hope. She sat despondently on the frigid roadside, surrounded by the luxury goods that once filled her with pride. From a nearby security booth, scornful and derisive glances were cast her way. Isn't that Chen Xiao's new girlfriend? How did she end up thrown out? Huh. Looks like her dream of marrying into wealth has crumbled. I've seen many like her. The gossip pierced her ears like needles. Wang Yaoyao could no longer hold back her tears, and they cascaded down her cheeks. She fumbled for her phone, hoping to seek help, only to find that those who once called her sister or brother either ignored her calls or had blocked her entirely. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When people leave, the tea grows cold. For the first time, she felt the harsh and frigid nature of the world with piercing clarity. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a name, a figure, unexpectedly surfaced from the depths of her memory. Lin Feng. She recalled the man she had heartlessly discarded, his humble beginnings, yet always striving to surprise her with small gestures of affection. His eyes filled with pure love whenever he gazed at her, and the lonely, resilient figure he had become when he was humiliated by her and Chen Xiao on the day they parted ways. Once, she had deemed all of this trivial and inept. Yet now, with nothing left and forsaken by the world, the sincerity she had cast aside like worthless rags became her sole source of warmth. No, it was more than warmth. A sudden spark illuminated her mind. Lin Feng. He was no longer the impoverished boy he once was. that globally limited Bugatti Veyron, the luxurious mansion in the clouds, and that piece of imperial green jade worth over 100 million. Lin Feng was now extraordinarily wealthy. This thought injected a surge of vitality into her dying heart. In the depths of darkness, she glimpsed a lifeline. Yes, she would seek out Lin Feng. He had loved her deeply. He must still harbor feelings for her. If she returned to him and acknowledged her mistakes, he would surely forgive her. Once this notion took root, it grew wildly. Wang Yaoyao sprang to her feet, wiped her tears, and frantically began calling everyone she knew, desperate to locate Lin Feng. At last, a college friend working at a headhunting firm provided her with a newsworthy lead. Lin Feng, are you referring to the chairman of Fengshui Investment, who has recently risen to prominence in Yun City? I've heard he is quite the enigma, with his company situated on the top floor of the CBD's Global Center. He's young, accomplished, and currently the hottest bachelor in our circle. Fengshui Investment? Chairman? Wang Yaoyao clutched her phone in disbelief. She had assumed Lin Feng was merely a lottery winner, but it turned out he owned his own company in the prime real estate of the Global Center. An overwhelming wave of joy and hope washed over her. She realized this was her only and final opportunity. The following morning, Wang Yaoyao locked herself in the bathroom of a budget hotel, meticulously preparing herself. She opted not for garish makeup, but for a delicate, pitiful look that rendered her weary and helpless. From her suitcase, she retrieved a white dress Lin Feng had once praised and slipped it on. Before the mirror, she practiced the most evocative expressions that would inspire a man's protective instincts, until her eyes naturally glistened with tears. Everything was ready. Taking a deep breath, she stepped out of the hotel and hailed a taxi. To the Global Center, please. The taxi halted before the majestic Global Center building. Wang Yaoyao tilted her head back, gazing at the towering glass facade, her eyes sparkling with determination. A drama of sorrow, orchestrated by her own hand, was about to unfold. Chapter 20. A reunion of the century? Public humiliation. At 10 in the morning, at the Global Center, the most prestigious office building in Yun City, where urban elites in tailored suits rushed about, each face marked by the urgency of time equating to money. Outside Fengshui Investment's office, Lin Feng, clad in a well-tailored Armani suit, exuded an air of confidence and poise. He had just concluded a transcontinental video conference and was preparing to sign an important acquisition contract. Mr. Lin, the car is ready downstairs. The representatives from the other company have also set off and are expected to meet you at Yunshui Pavilion in half an hour. A poised and efficient female secretary, Su Qing, followed closely, reporting their itinerary with rapid precision. Understood, Lin Feng nodded, adjusting his cuffs as he walked. With steady strides, he traversed the gleaming office area, where employees rose in greeting, their eyes filled with respect and admiration. Taking the exclusive elevator to the grand lobby, a bustling hall adorned in opulence. Just as Lin Feng was about to exit through the revolving doors, a white figure suddenly burst through the crowd outside, recklessly blocking his path. The security guards reacted swiftly, ready to intervene, but upon recognizing the woman's face, Lin Feng raised his hand slightly, signaling them to hold back. A subtle smirk played upon his lips. A splendid spectacle had presented itself, one too enticing to ignore. The newcomer was none other than Wang Yaoyao, who had seemingly timed her entrance perfectly, having waited there for quite some time. At this moment, she adorned herself in the white dress that Lin Feng had once praised, her hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders. Her face was artfully made up to appear naturally flawless, yet her eyes were rimmed with red, filled with a profound sense of helplessness, regret, and deep affection, embodying the image of a pitiful flower abandoned by the world. Lin Feng, her voice, laced with a sob, successfully captured the attention of everyone present in the hall. Countless gazes instantaneously converged upon the two of them. Then, under the astonished scrutiny of the crowd, Wang Yaoyao's legs buckled. Thud. She knelt before Lin Feng, right in front of hundreds of onlookers. The entire hall erupted in a flurry of whispers. What is happening? Is this a movie? This woman looks remarkably familiar. She seems to be that gold digger from the internet who dumped her boyfriend to be with the scion of the Qin group. So, this man must be the unfortunate fellow who was cast aside. No way, he doesn't seem to fit that role at all. This is juicy gossip. Definitely the emotional highlight of the year. Quick, record this. Countless people whipped out their phones, aiming them at this unexpected spectacle. Yet, Wang Yaoyao appeared oblivious to her surroundings. All her acting prowess was concentrated on this singular moment. She crawled a couple of steps closer, reaching out to grasp Lin Feng's pant leg, only to have him deftly evade her touch. She felt no embarrassment, only a deeper sorrow as she tilted her head back, tears streaming down her face like a cascade of pearls. Lin Feng, I realize my mistakes. I truly understand now. Her voice, though not loud, was imbued with a heightened sense of emotion and sorrow, resonating clearly with those around her. I am not human. My heart was blinded by greed. I should never have left you, nor should I have uttered those hurtful words. After leaving you, I discovered that all Qin Xiao provided were cold luxuries and credit cards to spend, devoid of any true substance. What you offered me was the most precious sincerity in this world. I regret it, Lin Feng, I truly regret it. I cannot sleep at night. When I close my eyes, all I see is your face. Please, for the sake of our years together, grant me another chance, will you? As she lamented. She pressed her forehead against the cold marble floor, producing a dull thud. Her heartfelt confession and the humility of her plea were enough to evoke sorrow in listeners and tears in witnesses alike. The tide of public opinion shifted dramatically. Alas, though this woman appears materialistic, she genuinely seems remorseful. Indeed, a girl kneeling and bowing her head. How much animosity could there be? Young man, enough is enough. One should show mercy when possible. I find her quite pitiable. Just forgive her. Even some overly empathetic onlookers began to gesture at Lin Feng, as if he would be a villain for not forgiving Wang Yaoyao. Lin Feng, however, remained silent, observing her from a position of detached authority. His expression bore no anger, disdain, or even a flicker of emotion. His gaze was as tranquil as one watching a clown performing a farcical act, completely unrelated to him. The more composed he appeared, the more uncertain Wang Yaoyao felt. Yet, she firmly believed that no man could resist such a humble plea from a woman he had once deeply loved. His silence must be indicative of an internal struggle. She resolved to stoke the flames further. Lin Feng, do you not remember our days together in that rental apartment? Eating instant noodles? Have you forgotten the promise you made to me of a home? You vowed to love me for a lifetime. If you would just nod, I would want nothing more. I simply wish to return to your side and start anew. Would you? Her cries grew increasingly desperate, teetering on the edge of collapse. Just as the atmosphere in the hall reached a crescendo, and everyone anticipated a grand reconciliation of love lost, a crisp, cold voice suddenly pierced the air. Miss Wang, I am afraid. The crowd turned in unison. Behind Lin Feng stood Su Qing, a poised and strikingly elegant secretary, striding towards them, with each step in her 7-centimeter heels. It felt as though she was stepping on the very heartbeat of the audience, her face adorned with a professional smile, yet her eyes devoid of warmth. She approached Lin Feng, offering a slight nod before directing her gaze to Wang Yaoyao, who knelt on the ground. Her expression akin to that of an obstacle in the path. Su Qing's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Please move aside. The assembly was momentarily stunned. Wang Yaoyao lifted her tear-streaked face, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this woman. Su Qing maintained a polite smile. Yet her words were sharp and unyielding as steel. You are obstructing our Director Lin from signing a 10 billion acquisition contract. Director Lin? 10 billion? Acquisition contract? Those few short phrases struck like thunder from the heavens, reverberating throughout the hall. The murmurs fell silent in an instant. The onlookers who had been pointing fingers stood frozen in disbelief. Everyone capturing the moment on their phones found their movements halted, as if the world had been put on pause. The sorrow etched on Wang Yaoyao's face crystallized and then began to crack. Her mouth parted slightly, and she made a choking sound as though an invisible hand had gripped her throat, rendering her speechless. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, she raised her head, her eyes, once brimming with tears, now filled only with an abyss of confusion and disbelief. Her gaze transcended the icy demeanor of the secretary and fixated on the indifferent man in a suit before her. Director Lin? Chapter 21. The Acquisition of the Chun Group. Dust settled. Director Lin? This title struck Wang Yaoyao like a bolt of lightning, landing squarely on her consciousness. The sorrow, regret, and pitiful demeanor on her face were swiftly replaced by a profound, absurd, and incomprehensible shock. In that moment, her mind came to a complete standstill. She had envisioned numerous scenarios of their reunion. She had imagined Lin Feng might respond with cold mockery, perhaps hesitance, or even a softened heart. She had even considered the possibility of him feigning reconciliation to humiliate her in revenge. Yet, she had never anticipated that the boy she remembered, forever clad in a cheap t-shirt and hustling for a few hundred yuan, would one day be associated with the title of Director Lin, especially not in the Global Center, the most prestigious office building in Yun City. The air around them seemed to freeze. Just moments ago, the crowd had been whispering and pointing at Lin Feng. Now, they resembled ducks caught by the throat, mouths agape, but unable to produce a sound. A 10 billion acquisition contract? This figure was an astronomical sum beyond the reach of 99 of those present. Yet now, it was casually mentioned by that impeccably poised secretary. Coupled with the title of Director Lin and the formidable aura emanating from the man before them, a reality that shattered all preconceptions began to surface. The young man before them was decidedly not a mere unfortunate soul who had been kicked aside. Rather, he was a superlative magnate, one who transcended their aspirations for admiration. My goodness, he is the chairman? Fengshui Investment, I recall now. It has recently risen to prominence in Yunqing, having decisively toppled the Chun Group, that enigmatic investment company. Thus, the downfall of the Chun Group was entirely orchestrated by him. What an extraordinary script this is. The ex-boyfriend has risen to become a corporate titan, returning to acquire the very company that had wronged him. Just moments before, this woman had knelt and wept, lamenting her lack of funds. Now, it appears to be a monumental farce. After a profound silence, a tempest of discussions erupted. Yet this time, the discourse morphed into relentless derision directed at Wang Yaoyao and boundless astonishment towards Lin Feng. Those gazes pierced her like searing daggers, leaving Wang Yaoyao feeling as though her very skin was being flayed away, discarded upon the ground to be trampled by countless feet. She was finished. The realization that she was utterly done dawned upon her. Her greatest reliance was her misguided belief in her understanding of Lin Feng and their past romance. Her most formidable weapon was the tears of a woman and that meticulously calculated air of vulnerability. Yet, when Lin Feng's true identity was revealed, when that billion-dollar contract crashed down, all her supports and weapons became nothing more than a jest. A colossal jest that stripped her of dignity and left her utterly mortified. Lin Feng finally moved. Throughout the entire ordeal, he did not cast a single glance at Wang Yaoyao, as if the woman kneeling before him was not a former girlfriend with whom he had shared years of affection, but rather an odious wisp of air. He strode past her with long strides, his polished shoes echoing a crisp and merciless sound against the floor. The gust of wind stirred the hem of his expensive suit, dispersing the last vestiges of hope within Wang Yaoyao's heart. It was only as Lin Feng's silhouette began to vanish through the revolving door that she awoke from her reverie. Emitting a shrill, inhuman scream, scrambling to her feet in a frenzied attempt to pursue him. Lin Feng, stop. You cannot treat me this way. However, two towering security guards had already positioned themselves before her, their expressions as impassive as stone. Madam, please vacate the premises immediately, or we shall be compelled to contact the authorities for disturbing the public order. Lin Feng settled into the waiting Rolls-Royce Phantom at the entrance, his secretary Su Qing closing the door behind him before taking her place in the passenger seat. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, imbued with the unique sense of ceremony characteristic of the upper echelons of society. Through the darkened window, the last image Wang Yaoyao beheld was Lin Feng's indifferent, handsome profile, his attention absorbed in a document, not sparing her even a fleeting glance. The Rolls-Royce glided away, merging silently into the flow of traffic, disappearing entirely from her view. With a thud, Wang Yaoyao's legs buckled, and she collapsed once more to the ground. This time, she could not summon a single tear. The crowd's whispers, the unabashed laughter, and the clicking of mobile phone cameras washed over her like a tidal wave. In that moment, she comprehended the true meaning of social death. Half an hour later, at Yinshui Pavilion. This was a top-tier private club in Yunqing, not open to the public, offering a serene atmosphere and exceptional privacy. In an elegantly antiquated tea room, Lin Feng met with his signing counterpart, Chen Tianhao. Merely a few days had passed, yet this once mighty tycoon of Yunqing appeared as though he had aged 20 years. Clad in a crumpled hospital gown, his complexion sallow, his gaze clouded, one side of his body slightly askew, the evident aftermath of a stroke. Were it not for the lawyer assisting him, he might have struggled to remain seated. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, Chen Tianhao's murky eyes ignited with a visceral hatred and resentment. It's you. Indeed, it is you. His voice rasped like a broken gong, each word seemingly forced from his throat. Lin Feng offered a slight smile, nonchalantly taking a seat opposite him, while Secretary Su Qing gently placed a contract on the table. Chairman Chen, it is good to see you again. I heard you were unwell a few days ago. You seem to be recovering well. You. Chen Tianhao trembled with rage, his finger shaking as it pointed at Lin Feng. You demon. What means did you employ? He could not fathom how, after a lifetime of dominance in the business realm, he could have fallen so swiftly, so catastrophically, and so inexplicably. Means. Lin Feng's smile gradually faded, replaced by an air of condescension. Chairman Chen, the business world is akin to a battlefield. Victors and vanquished are merely the outcome. What you ought to contemplate now is not the means by which I succeeded, but rather the price at which you will sell me the remnants of your assets. He paused, extending a finger. 1 billion. For the acquisition of all remaining core assets of the Chun Group, including those factories and patents. Dream on. Chen Tianhao shouted without a moment's hesitation. Those assets are worth at least 20 billion combined. This is akin to robbery. I am indeed robbing you. Lin Feng reclined in his chair, arms crossed before him, his gaze calm as he regarded Chen Tianhao. The billion I offer is intended to provide you with the means to settle your debts with the bank, sparing you the indignity of entering prison in your twilight years. You may choose not to sell. However, tomorrow, I can initiate the bank's compulsory liquidation process. At that juncture, How much do you think those assets will fetch at auction? Chun Tianhao's breath quickened. His eyes fixated on Lin Feng's bottomless gaze, revealing nothing but a chilling darkness. He understood that the man before him spoke the truth. Presently, he was akin to fish upon the chopping block, devoid of any bargaining power. Humiliation, rage, and unwillingness surged within him, ultimately coalescing into profound despair. He felt utterly drained of strength, collapsing back into his chair, shutting his eyes as two streams of murky tears trickled down his cheeks. I will sign. Minutes later, on that humiliating contract, Chun Tianhao inscribed his name with a trembling hand. As his final stroke was made, it signified the complete obliteration of the once mighty Chun group. Lin Feng picked up the contract without even glancing at it, passing it to Su Qing behind him. He rose, looking down upon the thoroughly defeated elder, and stated coolly, "Return and inform young Master Chun that I foretold his regret back at the restaurant." With that, he turned and exited without a backward glance. Just as Lin Feng stepped out of the tea room, the long-awaited sound resonated in his mind. Ding. Task: eliminate the Chun group. Completed. Task evaluation: perfect. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations, host. System upgraded to level 2. Unlocking basic system mall, and the weekly lottery function is now officially activated. Chapter 22. The new aristocrat of Yunqing, rising to prominence. The Rolls-Royce Phantom glided smoothly along the route back to the global center. Inside the vehicle, a serene silence enveloped them. Lin Feng reclined upon the luxurious leather seat, eyes closed, yet his mind was more animated than ever. Ding. System upgraded to level 2. Current experience points, 500, 10, 000. Level up rewards, physical enhancement, beginner, x1, free attribute points x5, emotional value x10, 000. New features unlocked, 1. System mall, beginner the host may utilize emotional value or cash to purchase items within the mall. 2. Weekly lottery, the host is entitled to one free lottery draw each week, with prizes of superior quality compared to the daily lottery, including a chance to win rare items. A warm current surged through Lin Feng's entire being, dispelling the fatigue accumulated from prolonged mental exertion. He felt his body becoming lighter, his strength more abundant, and even his vision and hearing sharpened significantly. Physical enhancement, splendid. He refrained from hastily allocating points and instead focused his attention on the newly unlocked features. Upon opening the system mall, a technologically sophisticated virtual interface materialized before him, visible solely to him. The mall was categorized into 4 main sections: skills, consumables, assets, and special. With a mere thought, Lin Feng navigated to the skills category. Godly culinary arts, price, 20,000, emotional value. Mastery of instruments, master level, price, 50,000, emotional value. Language genius, fluency in all official global languages, price, 100,000, emotional value. Lin Feng's gaze traversed the diverse array of skills, encompassing everything from daily life to professional expertise. The prices were steep, yet the effects were nothing short of extraordinary. He then clicked on consumables. Purification pill, beginner. Cleansing and transformation. Price, 30,000, emotional value. Lucky card, 1 hour. Grants maximum luck for 1 hour upon use. Price, 50,000, emotional value. Misfortune talisman, when used on a designated target. Inflicts bad luck for 24 hours. Price, 50,000, emotional value. Truth spray, after inhalation by a designated target, they will answer any question truthfully for 10 minutes. Price, 80,000, emotional value. Ah, what delightful trickery. Lin Feng's lips involuntarily curled upwards at the sight of the misfortune talisman and truth spray. The assets section was currently grayed out, indicating insufficient level and unavailability. The most enigmatic, special category housed a solitary item radiating golden light. Loyalty card, when used on a designated target, elevates their loyalty to 100, unwavering loyalty. Note, effective only on non-hostile targets with a non-negative loyalty. Price, 1,000,000, emotional value, 100 billion cash. 1 million emotional value? Or 100 billion in cash? Lin Feng inhaled sharply. The price was utterly outrageous. Yet, the effect was equally formidable. Possessing this card equated to having the means to forge an absolutely loyal ironclad army. It seems I must devise ways to harvest more emotional value in the future. After thoroughly examining them all, Lin Feng's attention shifted to the weekly lottery. In the center of the interface, a golden roulette, tenfold more splendid than the daily lottery, hovered gracefully. Would you like to use this week's free lottery opportunity? Yes. As the words left his lips, the golden wheel erupted with brilliance and began to spin rapidly. The pointer glided past a dizzying array of segments. 1 Lamborghini Veneno, 10 Thompson Riviera buildings, trillion cash critical card. Each prize was sufficient to incite worldwide frenzy. Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened slightly. At last, the wheel gradually decelerated. The pointer traversed Patek Philippe complete watch set, bypassed private Gulfstream G650, and ultimately came to rest on a segment bathed in a soft white glow. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a skill-type reward. Godly business acumen. Godly business acumen. Passive skill. The host will possess an extraordinary intuition for future business trends and potential investment opportunities, enabling effortless discernment of project essence and avoidance of investment pitfalls. Every decision you make will be the correct one. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Then elation surged within him. Compared to the flashy skills, this passive ability seemed unremarkable, yet it was precisely what he needed at this moment, the most formidable capability. With it, coupled with godly trading skills, it would be nearly impossible for him not to ascend to the ranks of the world's wealthiest. His commercial empire would possess the most solid foundation. Mr. Lin, we've arrived. Su Qing's voice from the front seat broke Lin Feng's reverie. He opened his eyes, retracted the system interface, and resumed his composed demeanor. Exiting the vehicle, he returned to his office on the top floor of the Global Center. Su Qing followed closely behind, reporting, Mr. Lin, the core assets of the Chun Group have been successfully transferred. As per your instructions, I had the team work through the night to prepare a consolidation plan. Additionally, regarding the new company's registration, the name shall be Fengshui Investment. Lin Feng approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the city below, and remarked softly, Feng represents me, Lin Feng, while Shui signifies Muro Yinxue. Su Qing paused momentarily, her astute mind swiftly grasping the significance of the name, yet she refrained from probing further, simply nodding professionally. Understood, Fengshui Investment. I will attend to it immediately. Moreover, Lin Feng turned to regard his exceptionally capable chief secretary. The city of Yun will soon be bustling. Please shield me from all unnecessary social engagements. Remember, the only person who can notify me directly is Muro Yinxue. Understood. Su Qing nodded and promptly departed with efficiency. Lin Feng's intuition proved correct. Yun City was indeed poised for a tumultuous upheaval. If the previous plummet in the Chun Group stock price had merely astonished a segment of the financial realm, the subsequent revelation of the financial fraud scandal, Chairman Chen Tianhao's hospitalization due to a stroke, and the circulation of the humiliating acquisition contract within the circle ignited a cataclysmic earthquake throughout the entire Yun City business community. The Chun Group, a commercial titan that had dominated Yun City for decades, was obliterated from the business landscape in less than a week, in a manner that was both ruthless and utterly unreasonable. In its place arose an enigmatic new company known as Fengshui Investment. No one knew the identity of this company's proprietor. All that was known was that he was shrouded in mystery, possessed immense power, and had wealth that was staggering beyond belief. Tales of this new mogul began to circulate wildly across various circles in Yun City, each version becoming increasingly fantastical. Some claimed he was a financial shark returned from Wall Street, capable of stirring up the winds and clouds with a mere snap of his fingers. Others speculated he was the heir of a reclusive family, descending from the mountains to hone his skills, using the Chun Group as a sacrificial offering. Even more extravagant rumors suggested that this magnate made his fortune through gambling stones, having spent a mere $100 on an antique street to uncover an imperial green worth $300 million, while others claimed he single-handedly toppled a conglomerate in the stock market with his sheer prowess. These myriad tales cloaked the unseen newcomer in an aura of profound mystery. However, one truth resonated with consensus. Yun City had undergone a transformation. This new king must be courted. Indeed, one must even grovel before him. In a flash, the front desk of Fengshui Investment at the Global Center was inundated with phone calls. Countless individuals, claiming to be chairpersons of various conglomerates or heads of distinguished families, sought an audience with the enigmatic Mr. Lin. Invitations to an array of extravagant banquets cascaded like snowflakes, accumulating into a veritable mountain upon Su Qing's desk. Yet, these coveted invitations, which would entice any socialite in Yun City, were all gracefully declined by Su Qing, adhering strictly to Lin Feng's directives. This newly affluent individual was impervious to allure, leaving the outside world to ponder his inscrutable depths. That afternoon, having completed his affairs, Lin Feng was preparing to leave early when Su Qing entered, cradling the towering stack of invitations, an expression of mild exasperation adorning her face. Mr. Lin, these are the invitations received today. I've managed most of them, but there are a few I believe warrant your personal attention. Lin Feng, reclining casually in his executive chair, waved his hand dismissively, his interest waning. There's nothing captivating here. Discard them all. Su Qing hesitated momentarily before extracting the top invitation and presenting it to him. Are you certain you don't wish to glance at this one? Lin Feng's gaze casually swept over it. It was an invitation unlike any other. The card was enveloped in a deep black hue, its edges adorned with intricate, gilded cloud patterns that exuded an air of weightiness and nobility upon mere contact. On the cover, four gilded characters danced elegantly, Yun City Summit. At the bottom, the signature of the inviter was inscribed with a cold elegance. Exuding an innate pride, Morong Yunxue. Upon seeing the name Morong Yunxue, Lin Feng's previously languid demeanor shifted ever so slightly. He straightened in his chair, extending his hand to accept the dark invitation from Su Qing. The fingertips experienced the distinct texture of high-quality paper. Yun City Summit? Lin Feng's gaze lingered on the four gilded characters as he read them aloud. What is this? Su Qing adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and, in an exceptionally professional tone, quickly elucidated, Mr. Lin, the Yun City Summit is the premier assembly of commerce in Yun City, without exception. It is not organized by any official body but is jointly initiated by the original four founding families of Yun City, the Morong, Li, Zhao, and Wang families. The summit is held annually, and invitees include not only direct descendants of the four families, but also those affluent individuals whose wealth and influence reach the pinnacle of society. This invitation, in essence, serves as a ticket to the very core of Yun City's elite circle. Su Qing's explanation was succinct and clear. Lin Feng immediately grasped its significance. If the Chun group was merely a minor boss outside the novice village, then this Yun City Summit was the true entry pass into the main urban arena, and Morong Yunxue was the one offering him this ticket. Intriguing. A smile played upon Lin Feng's lips as he picked up his phone and, before Su Qing's eyes, directly dialed Morong Yunxue's number. The phone rang twice before being answered. It's me. The voice on the other end was as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring. I received your invitation, Lin Feng said, reclining against his chair, feigning nonchalance. With Miss Morong personally inviting me, shouldn't I endeavor to present myself, well as your male companion? He deliberately emphasized the words male companion. A brief silence ensued on the other end. Mr. Lin, I hope you understand that this is primarily a business event. Morong Yunxue's tone was devoid of any fluctuation. The stir you've caused in Yun City is quite significant. Instead of becoming a passive target of scrutiny, it would be prudent for you to step into their view. This would be beneficial for Fengshui investments and for you as well. She then shifted her tone slightly. Of course. You may also interpret it as my need for a capable partner to assist in dealing with some nuisances. Agreed. Lin Feng chuckled. It would be my honor to assist the beautiful Miss Morong in shooing away flies. On the other end, Morong Yunxue seemed to emit a soft hum. Or perhaps it was merely Lin Feng's imagination. The summit commences at 7 this evening at Yunwu Mountain Villa. I will send someone to pick you up at 6:30. No need for such trouble, Lin Feng replied, rising to his feet and walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the bustling city below. Just provide me the address. I'll be at your building by 6:30. Very well. After hanging up, Lin Feng's smile broadened. He understood that this so-called summit resembled more of a banquet of intrigue. The established families of Yun City, having reigned for years, would scrutinize him like a pride of lions assessing an intruder, their gazes sharp and discerning. But so what? He, Lin Feng, was no mere pawn to be appraised. He intended to make the entirety of Yun City aware that the king had arrived. At 6:30 that evening, at Yunding Tiangong, Lin Feng's Bugatti Veyron arrived punctually at the entrance of Morong Yunxue's villa. He did not exit the vehicle, but merely honked the horn. Moments later, the grand gate of the villa swung open. The instant Morong Yunxue emerged, even Lin Feng felt his breath momentarily catch. This evening, she had shed her professional attire, donning an ice blue, starry strapless gown. The hem of her dress was adorned with countless tiny diamonds, shimmering in the evening light as if the entire galaxy were draped upon her. Beneath her delicately sculpted collarbone, her skin was as flawless as snow, and a simple yet exquisite diamond necklace adorned her neck, harmonizing beautifully with her gown. Her already stunning visage was accentuated by a subtle touch of makeup, imbuing her cool aura with an unapproachable purity and grace. She resembled a goddess of ice and snow, descended from the moon, breathtakingly beyond the realm of mortals. With elegant poise, Morong Yunxue opened the car door and settled inside, a delicate, refreshing fragrance enveloping the interior. Have you finished admiring? She asked, her gaze fixed ahead. Her tone frosty. Not at all, Lin Feng replied, igniting the engine with a sense of entitlement. With such beauty, one could gaze forever and still not tire. Morong Yunxue's ears flushed a visible shade of pink, but she quickly regained her composure, retrieving a document from her handbag and handing it to him. This is the list of tonight's primary guests and their backgrounds. Peruse it on the way. It would be unfortunate to be caught unaware. No need, Lin Feng replied without glancing at it, steering the Bugatti Veyron with one hand as it emitted a deep growl, merging into the flow of traffic. You, Morong Yunxue furrowed her beautifully shaped brows. To me, their identities are inconsequential. Lin Feng turned his face towards her, flashing a charmingly roguish smile. What matters is that they will soon know exactly who I am. Morong Yunxue regarded his confident, almost arrogant profile, and opened her mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. For reasons unknown, she found herself agreeing with his sentiment. Yunwu Mountain Villa, perched atop the misty peaks on the eastern outskirts of Yun City, was a private estate jointly owned by the four prominent families, its security as stringent as a military fortress. As Lin Feng's Bugatti Veyron came to a stop in the parking lot, guided by an attendant, it was already surrounded by an array of exquisite luxury vehicles. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Ferraris, cars that were seldom seen in daily life were as common as cabbages here. Lin Feng tossed the car keys to the attendant and, with a gentlemanly flair, opened the door for Morong Yunxue. He himself was clad in a bespoke Italian suit of pure black, sans a tie, with the top two buttons of his shirt casually undone, eschewing the rigidity of business attire for a more carefree elegance. As he extended his hand, Morong Yunxue placed her slightly cool, delicate palm within the crook of his arm. One was an ethereal ice goddess, untouched by the mundane world, while the other was a tall, handsome figure exuding an air of mysterious nobility. The moment they entered the brilliantly illuminated banquet hall side by side, the previously raucous chatter abruptly ceased for a full 3 seconds. Countless gazes, filled with awe, jealousy, scrutiny, and intrigue, converged upon this striking couple. Is that the eldest daughter of the Morong family? Who is the man beside her? I've never seen him before. The person she personally brought along must have an extraordinary background. Could he be some young elite from the capital? I heard it was he who toppled the Qin family. What was his name again? Lin Feng, a sudden force to be reckoned with. Amidst the murmurs, a group of equally distinguished young men gathered nearby, casting unfriendly glances their way. They were the heirs of the other 3 prominent families in Yun City. To them, Morong Yunxue was a coveted prize, the ideal candidate for a family alliance. Yet now, this long-desired gem appeared arm in arm with an unknown commoner before their very eyes. Akin to a resounding slap in the face, Lin Feng paid no heed to the scrutinizing stares, merely raising a glass of champagne to gently clink with Morong Yunxue's. At that moment, a brazen and disdainful voice unexpectedly resonated from a corner of the hall. Oh, isn't this our proud snow princess of Yun City, Morong Yunxue? Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, where a young man clad in a garish pink suit, his hair slicked back with an excessive shine and a flippant smile gracing his lips, swaggered over with a glass in hand. His gaze swept dismissively over Lin Feng before settling on Morong Yunxue's face. After a year, your taste seems to have worsened. Is this the new pretty boy you've found? The newcomer was none other than Li Tianyu, the heir of the Li family among the 4 great clans, renowned for his arrogance and disregard for others. Li Tianyu sized Lin Feng up with a sneer, deliberately raising his voice so that all present could hear. Driving a junker like that. And you think you belong in this setting? Junker? At the utterance of those words, the air in the corner of the banquet hall seemed to freeze. Everyone stared at Li Tianyu as if he had lost his mind. That was a Bugatti Veyron, a global limited edition, the king of supercars, worth at least $500 million, and even wealth could not guarantee ownership. In Yun City, such a vehicle was truly unique. How could he call that a junker? Surely, he must be out of his mind. Morong Yunxue's expression darkened instantly, a chill gathering in her clear eyes as she prepared to retort. Yet Lin Feng gently pressed her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Stepping forward, he positioned himself protectively in front of Morong Yunxue, his gaze leisurely scanning Li Tianyu's ostentatious pink suit before he lazily spoke. Pardon me, Pink Brother, what was that you just said? My car is a junker? The phrase Pink Brother turned Li Tianyu's face a deep shade of crimson. Who the hell are you calling that? He shouted, fury radiating from him. Calm down. Lin Feng replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. I see you're quite knowledgeable about cars, and I'd love to learn from you. You say my car is a junker. May I inquire what kind of car would not be considered one? The one you drove here? As he spoke, his gaze flicked toward the most conspicuous red Ferrari SF90 parked in the lot not far away. Li Tianyu's chin instinctively lifted, his face brimming with arrogance. At least you have some discernment. That's my newly acquired Ferrari SF90. Do you even know what a hybrid supercar is, country bumpkin? 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. Its performance would leave your bulky old relic in the dust. In Li Tianyu's eyes, Lin Feng's Bugatti was merely a flashy facade, quick only in a straight line, utterly lacking in true driving pleasure and track performance. The crowd around them displayed expressions of amusement, well aware that Li Tianyu was a notorious car enthusiast in Yun City, known for his wild driving skills and having once secured victory in amateur competitions, brimming with unshakable confidence in both his driving prowess and his vehicle. Oh, Lin Feng replied, feigning realization and elongating his tone. Now I understand. He shifted the conversation, a playful smile gracing his lips. So, by your reasoning, a car with such impressive performance should be quite fast, right? Yet, as I was driving up the mountain earlier, I seemed to have spotted a red Ferrari that I left so far behind that I couldn't even see its tail lights. Surely, that couldn't have been your car? A chuckle broke free from the crowd, unable to contain themselves. Li Tianyu's expression darkened completely. He had indeed encountered a Bugatti on the winding mountain roads, and in a moment of defiance, had attempted to chase it, only to find himself left in the dust as the other driver expertly navigated a turn. He had always assumed it was a professional racer he encountered, never suspecting it was this very pretty boy before him. Old grudges and new grievances surged within him, his rationality wholly consumed by fury. "Stop the damn chatter," he shrieked, pointing furiously at Lin Feng. "If you're bold enough, let's settle this on the racetrack. We'll use the winding roads of Yunwu Mountain as our course, from the peak to the foot of the mountain. Whoever arrives first wins. Are you up for it?" Morong Yunshua's expression changed dramatically. The winding road of Yunwu Mountain was notorious for its treacherous curves, with cliffs on one side and bottomless abysses on the other, known as Yun City's death track. Li Tianyu had practiced here for years, intimately familiar with every bend, while it was Lin Feng's first time. This was anything but a fair competition. "Li Tianyu, have you lost your mind?" Morong Yunshue chided coldly. "I haven't lost my mind," Li Tianyu retorted, his eyes blazing as he glared at Lin Feng, ignoring Morong Yunshue entirely. "What? Are you afraid? Weren't you quite boastful just now? If you don't dare to compete, kneel and call me grandpa. Then take your junker and scram. Only competing is dull." Just as Morong Yunshue was about to speak again in protest, Lin Feng's calm voice rang out clearly. He regarded the seemingly deranged Li Tianyu with a smile. "Let us raise the stakes." Li Tianyu was taken aback, then elated. Fearing Lin Feng would backtrack, he quickly replied, "All right, what are we betting on? You decide." His eyes fixated on Lin Feng's Bugatti. "I want your junker." "Agreed." Lin Feng nodded decisively. "However, one car isn't enough." He waggled his finger. "My car is worth at least 50 million. Your Ferrari is worth just over 20 million. You need to add something else." "Fine." Without hesitation, Li Tianyu pulled a document from his suit pocket and slammed it onto the nearest table. "This is the deed to the land at the Southern District, valued at 2 billion. I'll wager it, along with my SF-90, against your junker." Boom. The entire banquet hall erupted in astonishment. The Southern District land. That was the most coveted piece of real estate in Yun City, adjacent to the newly planned tech park. Worth a fortune. Countless people had clawed for it, only to be unsuccessful, yet here it was in Li Tianyu's possession. To wager a piece of land valued at 2 billion on a street race? This was beyond madness. It was utterly deranged. All eyes turned to Lin Feng. Faced with such exorbitant stakes, what choice would he make? Morong Yunshue's heart raced, her grip tightening around Lin Feng's arm as she fervently shook her head, exclaiming, "Lin Feng, do not agree to this. It is a trap." Lin Feng offered her a reassuring glance, gently patting the back of her hand. He then turned to face the confident Li Tianyu, a smirk slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. "All right." The two simple words were uttered nonchalantly, yet they detonated in the hearts of everyone present like a bombshell. He actually consented. A sinister grin spread across Li Tianyu's face, as if he could already envision Lin Feng's demise, clutching the land deed and the keys to a Bugatti, basking in the spotlight. However, Lin Feng's voice pierced through his reverie. "I have a condition as well." Li Tianyu, growing impatient, retorted, "Spit it out." Lin Feng's smile gradually transformed into a frigid demeanor. He articulated each word with clarity. "If you lose, beyond the land and the car, you must kneel before everyone and proclaim thrice, 'I, Li Tianyu, am trash.'" A profound silence enveloped the room. If Li Tianyu's wager of the Land King was madness, then Lin Feng's stipulation was a heart-wrenching blow. For someone like Li Tianyu, who valued his pride above life itself, publicly admitting to being trash would be more painful than death. Li Tianyu's breathing grew labored, his gaze fixated on Lin Feng, eyes burning with a desire to rend him asunder. "You are seeking death." Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. "If you're afraid, just pretend I never said anything." "Who dares to be afraid?" Li Tianyu erupted, his fury igniting like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, roaring with all his might. "I bet with you. If you lose, you must kneel and call yourself trash too. It's a deal." Lin Feng's smile was as brilliant as that of a devil. The wager was set. A death race, valued at over 2 billion, entangled with dignity, was about to unfold. The entire banquet hall erupted in excitement, the crowd surging toward the estate's exit, eager to witness this monumental gamble. As Lin Feng turned, poised to stride towards his Bugatti, a cold electronic voice resonated quietly in his mind. "Ding. The weekly lottery has been refreshed. Would you like to draw immediately?" Chapter 25. Godly driving skills, dominating the scene. Lin Feng, Morong Yunshue's voice tinged with urgency, hurriedly followed him, grasping his arm. Her palm was icy, a clear indication of her extreme anxiety. You cannot go. Li Tianyu is betting with his strength against you. He has navigated the winding roads of Yunwu Mountain thousands of times. You are gambling with your life. Lin Feng halted, turning to meet her worried gaze, and suddenly smiled. He clasped her cold hand, infusing it with his warmth, speaking in a relaxed tone. Do not worry, I never undertake ventures without confidence. His smile radiated a calming charm. Murong Yunshua wished to say more, but upon gazing into his deep, self-assured eyes, her words faltered in her throat. This man seemed perpetually composed and prepared. All right, but you must be careful. Ultimately, all she could manage was to utter those words. Lin Feng released her hand and turned toward the imposing black beast that was his Bugatti Veyron, the crowd parting to grant him passage. Just as he approached the car door, his thoughts delved deep into his mind. Without the slightest hesitation, he commanded the system, use the weekly lottery. Ding! The weekly lottery has been activated. Good luck. The world around him seemed to freeze in an instant. A golden wheel, 100 times more magnificent than before, spun wildly in his mind. $1 billion cash strike card, blueprint for future technology, ownership of a private island. Countless dazzling prizes flashed by in rapid succession. Lin Feng's heart raced uncontrollably at that moment. Come on, give me something useful. The wheel gradually slowed, the pointer gliding across glimmering prizes. Ultimately, as Lin Feng's hand rested upon the card door, the pointer settled steadily on a square radiating a platinum glow, depicting the image of a steering wheel. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill reward, Godly Driving Skills. Godly Driving Skills, passive skill, grants the host perfect control over all vehicles. Your brain will transform into the most advanced driving computer, capable of calculating the optimal route, the best cornering angle, and the most extreme braking points in an instant. From this moment forth, you are the god of driving. Boom. A torrent of immense, indescribable information surged into Lin Feng's brain in an instant. From F1 racing line techniques to WRC rallying drift mastery, from midnight street chases to acrobatics and spy films, all knowledge, experiences, and muscle memories regarding driving throughout history imprinted upon his soul as instinct. His grip on the car door handle was as steady as a rock. When he lifted his gaze once more, his demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. If he had previously exuded a hint of roguish charm and flippancy, he now possessed an intensely calm gaze, reminiscent of a top-tier assassin preparing for battle, radiating an absolute confidence in victory. He swung open the car door and settled inside. Simultaneously, Li Tianyu entered his professionally modified Ferrari SF90. The two performance beasts stood poised at the mountaintop, ready to unleash their power. The roar of their engines sounded like two enraged giants bellowing at each other, reverberating throughout the mountaintop. All the guests from the banquet hall surged outside, surrounding the racing track, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. A $2 billion monumental gamble. This was far more exhilarating than any commercial summit. Are you all ready? A wealthy young man, a friend of Li Tianyu, held a walkie-talkie, acting as the makeshift referee. Lin Feng and Li Tianyu simultaneously pressed their horns. All right, the young man shouted excitedly. The race route begins at the mountaintop and ends at the arch at the foot of the mountain. There are no rules. The only rule is that the first to cross the finish line wins. I will count to 3. 1. Everyone held their breath. 2. A cruel smile curled Li Tianyu's lips as he fixated on the first turn ahead. 3. Before the final count could even be uttered, screeching tires echoed as the two cars launched forward like cannonballs. The race had begun. With his familiarity with the track and the Ferrari's lighter frame, Li Tianyu seized the lead at the first bend. Skillfully cutting into the apex, he executed a beautiful drift, instantly pulling half a car length ahead of Lin Feng's Bugatti. Ha! Trash! Eat my dust! Li Tianyu cackled inwardly. Atop the summit, through the real-time aerial footage captured by drones, the onlookers bore witness to a breathtaking spectacle. Alas, the Bugatti proved to be incapable, its weight a significant hindrance. Li Xiao's driving skills, however, were undeniably impressive. The first turn had already determined the outcome. That lad named Lin Feng was still too young, frivolously squandering $2 billion. Murong Yunshua felt her heart tighten, her delicate fists clenched tightly, palms clammy with sweat. On the winding mountain road, Li Tianyu maintained a commanding lead, consistently widening his advantage. He even had the leisure to admire, in his rearview mirror, the clumsy chase of the Bugatti, his expression radiating smug satisfaction. To him, the race had lost all suspense. His only intention now was to humiliate his opponent before reaching the finish line, perhaps by drawing a circle in front of them or executing a 360-degree spin. However, just as he was about to enter the most perilous segment of the road, the infamous 5 consecutive hairpin turns that demanded utmost skill. The Bugatti in his rearview mirror underwent a startling transformation. It ceased to follow the path clumsily. Instead, it abruptly veered towards the inside of the track in an exceedingly peculiar manner. What was he attempting? An inner lane overtaking maneuver? Was he seeking his own demise? Li Tianyu scoffed. That position was far from the optimal entry line. Entering too soon would only lead to insufficient exit angle, reduced speed, and potentially crashing into the mountainside. Yet, in the next instant, the smile on Li Tianyu's face froze entirely. Under the dual scrutiny of the drone and the following car, everyone witnessed a moment they would never forget. In that decisive moment before entering the turn, the two right side tires of the black Bugatti Veyron plunged precisely into the drainage ditch designed for runoff. The tires screeched against the concrete edge, creating a dazzling shower of sparks. The car's body, propelled by immense inertia, lurched inward. All spectators, including Murong Yunxue, gasped in horror, fearing that the $500 million supercar was about to lose control and crash into the mountain. Yet it did not. The Bugatti seemed to discover a hidden trajectory, pivoting around the drainage ditch as its axis, executing a limit turn that defied the laws of physics. Its front end was nearly scraping the mountainside as it miraculously slipped past the Ferrari in a manner akin to teleportation. The famed maneuver, which was thought to exist solely in comic books, vividly manifested before everyone's eyes. This is impossible. Li Tianyu's eyes nearly bulged from his head, his mind blank, his hands trembling violently on the steering wheel from sheer shock. However, this was merely the beginning. After surpassing the Ferrari, Lin Feng did not even spare a glance in the rearview mirror. Confronted with the imminent series of S-curves, he merely adjusted the steering wheel with a light flick. The 2-ton Bugatti Veyron seemed weightless in his hands, twirling gracefully on the precipice. The rear of the car traced elegant yet lethal arcs, each drift appearing meticulously calculated, the wheels almost grazing the edge of the guardrail, compressing the distance and time of the drift to perfection. It was a symphony of fluidity and grace. It transcended mere driving. It was the performance of a lethal art. Li Tianyu was utterly shattered. His once proud driving skills appeared laughable, akin to a child's toy car before the prowess of his rival. He could only watch, helplessly, as the black beast distanced itself further and further through the series of treacherous bends, ultimately vanishing into the horizon as a mere speck. Minutes later, at the grand archway marking the finish line at the foot of the mountain, the Bugatti Veyron executed a stylish drift, coming to a smooth stop just beyond the finish line. The door swung open, and Lin Feng stepped out. He exhibited no trace of excitement over his victory, his demeanor as calm as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and leaned nonchalantly against the car door, quietly surveying the now desolate racetrack. After a full 2 minutes, the jarring screech of brakes pierced the air, and Li Tianyu's red Ferrari, appearing as though it had lost its soul, staggered across the finish line, nearly colliding with a stone lion nearby. The door flung open, and Li Tianyu tumbled out. Pale as a ghost, his body soaked in cold sweat. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His eyes wide with the terror of having narrowly escaped disaster. He had lost, defeated, utterly and completely. Lin Feng slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, casting a condescending glance at the prostrate Li Tianyu. With a flick of his finger, he let the ash fall to the ground, his posture radiating arrogance to the utmost degree. Now fulfill your promise. In the distance, Murong Yunxue, who had been intently watching the finish line through binoculars, sighed in relief upon seeing Lin Feng emerge unscathed. Lowering her binoculars, she turned her gaze towards the man leaning against the car, exhaling smoke, her icy, beautiful eyes shimmering with unprecedented intrigue. Chapter 26. Kneel and fulfill the bet. At the finish line, beneath the massive archway at the foot of the mountain, the night wind howled, rustling the trees on either side. All eyes, whether present at the scene or observing through drone screens, were fixated on the man leisurely smoking against the car door. The Bugatti Veyron glimmered with an eerie sheen under the moonlight. While he appeared as the sovereign of the night, he had been waiting there for a full 3 minutes. Finally, a cacophony of a distressed engine roared from afar, as a red Ferrari, akin to a drunken reveler, careened towards the finish line, screeching to a halt just before crossing it, spinning half a turn before precariously stopping. The door swung open violently, and Li Tianyu tumbled out of the driver's seat. His face was ashen, drenched in cold sweat, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the icy ground, clutching the car door, gasping for air, his gaze vacant, filled with the terror of survival and disbelief. He had lost. The legendary car god of Yunqing had succumbed to an obscure contender on his most familiar and cherished track. What's more, he had been utterly and humiliatingly defeated. Atop the summit, the wealthy youths who had watched the entire live broadcast were enveloped in a profound silence. The astonishing drainage ditch maneuver, the extreme drift along the cliff's edge, each image struck them like a hammer, shattering their understanding of racing. A monster, he was a monster. Could a mere human truly wield such a machine? Was that not a special effect? Li Xiao had hit a brick wall this time. No. He had struck a vibranium steel plate. Murong Yunxue's heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, finally settled. She gazed at the composed figure on the screen, her icy eyes rippling with newfound emotion. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Feng slowly exhaled the final puff of smoke, discarding the cigarette but carelessly on the ground, extinguishing it beneath the tip of his expensive shoe. He strode forward with long strides, each step deliberate as he approached Li Tianyu, who was slumped on the ground. His pace was unhurried, yet each footfall felt like a brutal stomp upon Li Tianyu's heart, rendering his already pallid complexion even more ghastly. Lin Feng halted before him, towering above, his gaze devoid of any emotion, as if observing a mere ant by the roadside. The competition has come to an end. He spoke in a tone that was calm, yet resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The stakes must now be settled. Li Tianyu trembled, abruptly lifting his head. Meeting Lin Feng's cold, indifferent eyes, a wave of profound humiliation and indignation shattered his fear. Lin Feng. He gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. The car is yours. The deed is yours. What more do you want? He struggled to rise, but his legs felt as feeble as strands of noodles, utterly incapable of supporting him. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a mocking curve playing at the corners of his mouth. It seems young Master Li intends to renege on the bed? I am not reneging. Li Tianyu erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his last vestige of dignity clinging to him as he shouted, I have already lost the car and the land. One should leave a line for others, so we may meet again in the future. Do not push your luck. He began to unveil his final trump card. My father is Li Jiangguo. You know the status of the Li family in Yunqing. If you dare to force me to kneel today, I assure you, my family will never let this go. Wind and snow investments will not be able to operate in Yunqing. He believed that invoking the name of the Li family would instill some trepidation in his opponent. After all, no one would willingly offend one of the 4 prominent families of Yunqing just to satisfy their pride. However, he had miscalculated. The Li family? Lin Feng appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke, leaning closer to Li Tianyu's ear. He whispered in a voice audible only to the two of them. Do you think I, who could easily crush the Qin family, would care about your insignificant Li family? Li Tianyu's pupils dilated in shock. The Qin family, which he had. Before he could fully process the revelation, Lin Feng straightened, stepping back. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a chilling grimness. I have given you face? The cold voice reverberated through the night sky. If you cannot afford to gamble, then do not play. Lin Feng advanced a step. The terrifying aura honed from ruthless dealings in the business world erupted forth, like a mountain pressing down on Li Tianyu. Now you have 2 choices. 1. Kneel and fulfill your wager. 2. Lin Feng's eyes flickered with a hint of brutality. I will personally ensure that you and your Li family are completely erased from Yunqing. Boom. His words struck like thunder in the ears of all present. Arrogant. Utterly audacious. To dare publicly threaten the obliteration of one of the 4 prominent families. Those who had intended to intervene or merely observe were now silenced. Paralyzed by the weight of Lin Feng's terrifying presence, not daring to breathe. They had no doubt that this man, once he uttered words, would undoubtedly act upon them. If he could topple the mighty Qin family, what was a Li family, whose strength paled in comparison? Li Tianyu was utterly dazed. He gazed at Lin Feng, feeling as though he faced not a mere man, but a primal beast poised to devour him. The intensity in Lin Feng's eyes conveyed that every word he spoke was laced with deadly seriousness. He wished to resist, to curse, to plead for mercy. But all thoughts dissolved into nothingness beneath the overwhelming pressure. An oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. All eyes were fixed upon him, their stares piercing like heated needles, leaving him feeling utterly exposed. Thud. In the throes of ultimate fear and humiliation, Li Tianyu's taut nerves finally snapped. His legs could no longer support his weight. They buckled, and he fell to his knees upon the cold, hard ground in utter disgrace. That single kneel shattered not only his pride and dignity, but also obliterated the Li family's last semblance of respect in Yunqing. He bowed his head, burying his face deep between his knees, trembling violently, too ashamed to meet anyone's gaze. Lin Feng observed the man below him, now completely broken, with no trace of sympathy. He slowly crouched down, leaning close to Li Tianyu's ear, and with a chilling clarity, inquired, Now, tell everyone. What are you? Li Tianyu's body stiffened abruptly. He slowly lifted his head. The once arrogant spark in his eyes had been replaced by boundless humiliation, despair, and a glimmer of deeply hidden, venomous resentment. Chapter 27. Wind and Snow Investments, A Hidden Affection. Li Tianyu's eyes were vacant, like a puddle of mud sprawled on the ground. Lin Feng barely glanced at him. He moved to the red Ferrari, bending down to retrieve the deed representing 2 billion in wealth and the key to the SF-90. He twirled the key on his fingertips before casually tossing it to a nearby trembling rich heir, as if discarding refuse. This car is a gift for you. The young heir instinctively caught the key, utterly bewildered. A Ferrari worth over 20 million, simply given away? The onlookers could only watch in astonishment. This was no longer mere extravagance. It was the realm of the super-rich, treating money as if it were mere paper. Having completed these actions, Lin Feng leisurely approached his Bugatti, as though he had not just triumphed in a heart-stopping wager, but had merely played a mundane game of cards. He opened the car door, but did not immediately enter. Instead, he turned, his gaze piercing through the crowd to the figure atop the mountain that had been weighing on his mind. Though the distance was great, he knew she was watching. Lin Feng flashed a signature roguish smile toward the direction of the drone. He then disregarded everyone around him and walked straight to Murong Yunxue's Bentley, elegantly opening the door for her with the demeanor of a perfect gentleman. The entire motion was fluid, as though he were the true owner of the vehicle. Murong Yunxue paused momentarily, then quickly understood, a faint blush appearing on her otherwise serene and beautiful face. She did not refuse, gracefully taking her seat in the driver's position. Only then did Lin Feng return to his Bugatti. The two luxury cars, one behind the other, slowly departed from the foot of the mountain that had borne witness to both miracles and devastation, under the awed gaze of all. On the way back, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Murong Yunxue drove, her eyes fixed ahead, yet her peripheral vision frequently darted toward the rearview mirror, where the imposing black beast shadowed her. The events of the evening had impacted her profoundly. The remarkable driving skills, the composure in the face of a 20 billion wager, the ruthlessness and dominance in forcing Li Tianyu to kneel. How many more hidden facets does this man possess? Just then, her car's Bluetooth rang. It was a call from Lin Feng. Murong Yunxue took a deep breath, calming her racing heart, and pressed the answer button. Why are you silent? Have you been captivated by my dashing demeanor? A voice laced with mirth emanated from the speakers, belonging to Lin Feng. A subtle smile involuntarily graced the corners of Murong Yunxue's lips, yet her tone remained frostily detached. You've stirred quite a bit of trouble tonight. Trouble? Lin Feng scoffed lightly. President Murong, you must grasp a fundamental principle. When you can effortlessly crush an ant, do you consider stepping on it a hassle? The Li family is merely that ant. His words were brazen to an extreme, yet they radiated a confidence that rendered rebuttal futile. Murong Yunxue fell silent, knowing full well that Lin Feng spoke the truth. From the moment, he easily obliterated the Qin family. The so-called aristocrats of Yin City perhaps indeed bore no distinction from ants in his eyes. What do you intend to do with that piece of land? Murong Yunxue pivoted the conversation. The land in the southern part of the city was akin to a hot potato, a mother hen capable of laying golden eggs. Many eyes were fixated on it, and now that it had fallen into Lin Feng's hands, another tempest was undoubtedly brewing. I was just about to discuss that. Lin Feng's voice suddenly turned earnest. Let us find a place to stop. We need to talk face to face. Glancing out the window, Murong Yunxue steered her car into a secluded Riverside Park's parking lot. Just as she came to a halt, Lin Feng's Bugatti pulled up beside her. He exited his vehicle, holding the land deed, and approached her Bentley, sliding into the passenger seat with ease. The interior of the car instantly felt somewhat cramped, as a uniquely masculine scent, tinged with a hint of tobacco, enveloped her senses. Murong Yunxue felt her heart race uncontrollably. Lin Feng remained oblivious to her unease as he casually placed the deed, valued at 2 billion, on the central console, as if it were merely a scrap of paper. President Murong, what are your thoughts on this land? Murong Yunxue swiftly transitioned into her role as a business elite, analyzing coolly. The geographical location is impeccable, adjacent to the newly planned tech park and university town, with immense potential for appreciation. Whether developing high-end residences or constructing a large commercial complex, it is a project with guaranteed returns. Conservatively estimating, within 5 years, its value could quintuple. In other words, it's worth 100 billion. Lin Feng chuckled. Murong Yunxue nodded. Then, he leaned closer, his gaze piercing and intense. I will entrust this land, along with all my liquid assets, entirely into your hands for you to manage. Do you dare accept? For the first time, genuine shock flickered across Murong Yunxue's otherwise composed countenance. She turned abruptly to face Lin Feng, her voice tinged with disbelief. What did you just say? Do you realize what you're proposing? This was no small sum. It represented future assets worth over 100 billion. Coupled with what was likely an astronomical amount of liquid capital in Lin Feng's possession, he so casually suggested handing it all over to a woman he had known for less than a month. I am well aware, Lin Feng's expression was unusually serious. I understand how to generate profit, yet I am disinterested in managing finances or overseeing a company. Such matters are far too troublesome for me. However, you, Murong Yunxue, are the most exceptional manager I have encountered. Your talents should not be confined within the Murong family's framework. Thus, gazing deeply into her eyes, he articulated each word with precision. I wish to use this land as a foundation to jointly establish a new investment company. I will provide the capital, and you will serve as the CEO, responsible for all operations and management. Together, we shall forge this company into a true commercial empire. The car fell into a profound silence. The evening breeze from the riverside wafted through the partially open window, tousling Murong Yunshue's hair. At that moment, her heart surged with tumultuous waves. Each of Lin Feng's words struck her like thunder. This was no mere business partnership invitation. It was an unreserved trust, a gamble of his entire fortune placed upon her shoulders. Why me? She gazed at him, her voice barely above a whisper. She could not fathom why. With Lin Feng's financial prowess, he could easily recruit the world's most elite managerial team, yet he chose her. With a playful smirk returning to his lips, Lin Feng's gaze softened. My judgment in people is as precise as my driving skills. And more importantly, I trust you. These three simple words resonated deeper than any flattery could ever reach, touching the softest recesses of Murong Yunshue's heart. In that instant, her defenses crumbled entirely. Throughout her life, others had only seen the halo of the Murong family's eldest daughter, recognizing her talents and beauty, yet only he discerned her yearning to break free from familial constraints, offering her a boundless stage. Above all, he believed in her. Murong Yunxue lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the dim light, concealing the turmoil within her eyes. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, her voice as light as a feather carried by the wind. What shall we name the company? Upon hearing this question, Lin Feng recognized her intrigue. His smile blossomed radiantly, laced with a mischievous triumph. Leaning closer, he could almost smell the fragrance of her hair. Lowering his voice to a magnetic whisper, let us call it Fengxue Group, taking one character from each of our names. Boom. Murong Yunxue felt warmth surge from her neck to her crown, as a charming blush suddenly adorned her usually frosty visage, even tinting her fair ears a delightful pink. Fengxue. Fengxue Lin Feng S. Feng, and Xue from Yunxue. The implicit intimacy and affection within this name sent her usually composed demeanor into disarray. Flustered, she turned away, unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze, which seemed to pierce through her very soul, instead focusing on the river view outside, her heart racing. She did not immediately agree, nor did she refuse. This silence in itself was an implicit acceptance. In that moment, Lin Feng's mind resonated with celestial music. Ding. Detected significant emotional fluctuations from the destined female lead, Murong Yunxue. Host gains 5,000 emotional points. Main mission updated. Establish Fengxue Group and transform it into a formidable force in Yun City. Chapter 28. The Collapse of the Qin Family, the Final Frenzy. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows of the Cloud Palace, illuminating the marble floor as smooth as a mirror. Lin Feng stood by the window, cradling a cup of freshly brewed coffee, gazing down at the city still in the throes of awakening. On the television, a financial news anchor reported gravely, due to yesterday's malicious short-selling by unidentified funds, the Qin Group's stock price has plummeted, resulting in a nearly 30 billion evaporation of market value. The group now faces a severe liquidity crisis, with several partner banks indicating they will reassess its credit rating. Today's market opening will present a life-or-death trial for the Qin Group. Lin Feng took a delicate sip of coffee, his expression tranquil and unperturbed. A life-or-death trial? No. It was a one-sided slaughter. He opened his securities account, observing the substantial sum quietly resting there, exceeding 15 billion, acquired from jade and calligraphy auctions. This was the final straw that would break the camel's back. It was time to set forth. He murmured softly to himself, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. At precisely 9:30 in the morning, the A-share market opened its doors. Countless gazes fixated intently on the screen displaying the stock code for Qin Corporation. Inside the Qin Corporation office, all executives and traders stood on high alert, with Chun Tianhao himself overseeing operations, his bloodshot eyes tightly clenched fists revealing his anxiety. He had mobilized all available funds from the company's accounts, poised to steadfastly defend his position and wage a fierce battle for survival. Yet, he was painfully naive. At 9:30 and 1 second, the moment the market opened, there was no struggle, no contest between bulls and bears. With a deafening crash, an enormous sell order, as dark and unfathomable as an abyss, materialized out of thin air, mercilessly slamming onto the trading floor. 1.5 billion. That string of zeros was suffocating. The K-line chart for Qin Corporation's stock appeared to suffer a dimensional collapse, devoid of any upward aspirations, plummeting vertically, firmly pinned to the limit down within a mere second. The hundreds of millions Chun Tianhao had prepared to safeguard the stock didn't even create a ripple before being swallowed whole by this monstrous wave, vanishing without a trace. The trading hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone seemed paralyzed, staring blankly at the horrifying green figures on the screen. The limit order volume, a young trader stammered, pointing at the rapidly changing numbers on the screen. 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion. The limit sell orders continued to accumulate at a desperate speed, as if an invisible hand was using money to convey to everyone. Today, no one will escape. It was over. Chun Tianhao felt darkness envelop him, collapsing into his chair, muttering to himself. He understood that it was all finished. This was not a commercial war. It was a natural disaster. News of the collapse of Chun Corporation spread like wildfire throughout Yun City in mere minutes. Countless investors, who had dreamt of striking it rich after buying in at the bottom yesterday, were utterly shattered upon witnessing the immediate limit down, unable to sell even a single share amidst the despairing sell orders. My money, my hard-earned money. Chun, return my money. Outside the securities exchange, cries of anguish echoed. This was soon followed by a more violent chain reaction. The banks, with their keen instincts, immediately froze all loans and credit lines for Chun Corporation, dispatching their most aggressive collection teams. Suppliers owed payments, akin to sharks sensing blood, drove their trucks with banners, blocking the entrance to the Chun Corporation building. Chun Tianhao, debts must be repaid. It is only right. Return my hard-earned money. Their furious chants reverberated through the air. The once mighty Chun building, symbolizing wealth and status, was now encircled by an enraged crowd, resembling a solitary island amidst a storm. In the president's office, Chun Tianhao sat in a daze, oblivious to the tumult below. His hair had turned half gray within a single morning. Suddenly, the red phone on his desk rang sharply. It was his direct line to the board of directors. Trembling, he picked up the receiver. A cold, emotionless voice came through. President Chun, by urgent resolution of the board, you are hereby relieved of all your duties. The corporation will immediately file for bankruptcy liquidation. Please cooperate with the subsequent procedures. Bankruptcy liquidation. Those 4 words pierced Chun Tianhao's heart like the sharpest daggers. His lifelong efforts, his proud commercial empire, were gone just like that? A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, staining the documents on his desk. Darkness clouded his vision as he fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. Soon, the sharp wail of an ambulance siren pierced the air. Under the relentless flashes of cameras, the once mighty tycoon of Yun City was carried out of the building he had built, shrouded in white cloth. Meanwhile, the other central figure of this storm, Chen Xiao, was nowhere to be found in the company. He hid in his luxurious suburban villa, like a frightened rabbit, frantically making phone calls. Hello? Is that you, Wang Xiao? It's me, Chen Yu. My dad's company is in trouble. Could you lend me some money to tide me over? Hello? Hello? Only the busy signal responded. Li Gu, please listen to me. Sorry, the number you have dialed is busy. Zhangshu beep. 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 Those once friendly drinking companions and sycophantic business partners now seemed to have reached a tacit agreement to either hang up or simply switch off their phones. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, the crowd pushes. Just as Chen Xiao despairingly smashed his phone against the wall, a cacophony of screeching brakes and shouts erupted outside the villa. Peering through the window, he saw dozens of fierce-looking men completely surrounding his villa. Leading them was the loan shark he had borrowed from just days earlier out of financial desperation. Chen Xiao, debts must be repaid. If you don't come out, we'll burn your house down. Terrified, Chen Xiao collapsed onto the floor, his face ashen. What to do? He muttered in a daze. At that moment, dressed in luxurious pajamas, Wang Yaoyao rushed down the stairs, her face mirroring his terror. Ayu, what is happening outside? Who are those people? Seeing Chen Xiao's distraught expression, her ominous premonition peaked. In his despair, upon seeing Wang Yaoyao, all of Chen Xiao's fear and helplessness was swiftly replaced by a wave of uncontainable fury. It was as if he had found an outlet for all his pent-up emotions. How dare you ask? He sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing red like a cornered beast, charging towards Wang Yaoyao. It's all your fault. You, the jinx. Ever since I got involved with you, nothing has gone right. If it weren't for trying to show off in front of you and provoking that useless Lin Feng, would our family have ended up like this? Slap. A resounding slap struck Wang Yaoyao's face. She stumbled, falling to the ground, clutching her stinging cheek, staring in disbelief at the man before her, now seemingly possessed. You shut up. Chen Xiao had completely lost his sanity, pummeling and kicking Wang Yaoyao, who lay helpless on the ground. You wretched woman. Jinx. Everything today is your doing. Go die. After venting all his fury, he seized Wang Yaoyao by the hair, dragging her like a lifeless dog to the villa's entrance, flinging open the door with a violent shove and tossing her out. Wang Yaoyao, battered and bruised, tumbled onto the cold stone pavement, landing right at the feet of the creditors. The villa's door slammed shut with a thunderous bang behind her. Chun Xiao's venomous voice echoed from within. It's all your fault. You jinx. Get lost. Chapter 29, The Only Lifeline. The night was as cold as water. Wang Yaoyao resembled a discarded piece of refuse, curled up at the frigid entrance of the villa. Every bone in her body felt dislocated, her face ablaze with pain, and her skin marred with bruises and contusions. Chun Xiao's final kicks had shown no mercy. Her luxurious silk pajamas lay in tatters, soiled with dust and dirt, revealing skin lacerated and bruised. She had plummeted from paradise to the depths of despair. Without Chun Xiao, she was nothing. Her bank account balance stood at zero, devoid of any cash, and even her latest smartphone had been a gift from him. Trembling, she activated the screen, her contacts list filled with hundreds of names. Yet she found herself at a loss as to whom to call. Those plastic sisters who once surrounded her, addressing her as Sister Yao Yao, would likely revel in her downfall now that her misfortunes had become common knowledge. Meanwhile, the suitors she had previously dismissed with disdain, her mere backups, were probably lurking behind their screens, mocking her distress, unwilling to accept her fate. Why should she be reduced to such a state, while that worthless Lin Feng could rise again? A fierce jealousy and an insatiable bitterness propelled her to her feet. She could not allow her story to end like this. At merely 22, her life could not be so easily shattered. She limped along the desolate street, her mind racing. She began to frantically scour her phone for messages, leaving no stone unturned. Class groups, social circles, various gossip forums. To her astonishment, a major headline. The Chun Group has plummeted, announcing bankruptcy and liquidation today. I always said that offending that mysterious tycoon would seal the Chun family's fate. I heard Chun Tianhao spat blood on the spot and was taken away. His son Chun Xiao was cornered by loan sharks at home. How utterly ludicrous. As she perused these gloating remarks, Wang Yaoyao's heart bled. This glory was rightfully hers. She continued to scroll. Fragmented information began to coalesce before her eyes. You all wonder, who is that enigmatic tycoon? Quite impressive, isn't he? I don't know, only that his surname is Lin. Recently, at the antique street, he spent 100 to cut out Imperial Green. Not to mention, at the charity gala, he donated $1 billion and even wrote a piece that fetched another $1 billion. His calligraphy worth its weight in gold. Chun Xiao's face turned green at that moment. A friend of mine works at the Yunding Tiangong. He said that tycoon resides on the top floor, driving a globally limited Bugatti Veyron. Bugatti Veyron, Yunding Tiangong. Surname Lin. These keywords struck Wang Yaoyao like thunderclaps in her mind. An idea, both chilling and nearly unbelievable, surged forth. She trembled as she searched for Lin Feng's name in the group. Soon enough, she found a profile tagged in a post. It was Lin Feng. Though only a blurred profile, she recognized him instantly. Then, she clicked on the post from the person who had tagged him. It was a candid photo taken at the charity gala. At its center stood a man in a well-tailored suit, commanding attention as he wielded his brush with flair. That man could be no other than Lin Feng. Boom. Wang Yaoyao's mind went blank. The phone slipped from her feeble grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground. Yet, she felt nothing. The mysterious tycoon who had brought the Chun family to its knees. The gambling savant who had amassed wealth overnight at the antique street. The focal point of the charity gala who spent extravagantly. It was all Lin Feng, her former boyfriend, whom she had publicly humiliated, scorned as worthless, and kicked aside? A wave of profound regret surged through her, akin to the most potent poison, instantly corroding her insides. She crouched on the ground, gripping her hair tightly, unleashing a primal howl. Her heart was filled with remorse. What had she missed? She had forfeited $1 billion empire that rightfully belonged to her. She had torn apart a ticket to the pinnacle of paradise and leapt headlong into the abyss of hell. Why? Why had this happened? Amidst the tumult of regret, a twisted, frenzied thought began to take root within her. Yes, Lin Feng had once adored me. He would do anything for me. Now that he had risen to prominence, surely he still held me in his heart. His previous indifference must have been born from lingering anger. Yes, it must be so. If only I could return to him. Tearfully acknowledging my faults, revealing that I had been blinded by Chun Xiao, confessing that the one I had always loved was him. With the depth of his love for me, he would surely soften. He would forgive me and accept me anew. Once this thought took hold, it proliferated like rampant weeds, consuming her entire mind. In her warped perception, she completely disregarded her betrayal and the hurt inflicted upon Lin Feng. She only remembered his past kindness and assumed, with misplaced confidence, that it was immutable. Lin Feng was her solitary hope for redemption, her last lifeline. With this realization, a spark reignited in her once desolate eyes. She retrieved her shattered phone from the ground, sought out a 24-hour convenience store, and dashed into the restroom. Gazing into the mirror, she was startled by the disheveled woman staring back, her makeup smeared, blood at the corners of her mouth. No. Presenting herself in such a state would only deepen his disdain. She needed to show him her most vulnerable, pitiable side, igniting the protective instincts within him. Splashing cold water on her face, she diligently wiped away the dirt and blood. Then, she practiced before the mirror, rehearsing how to cry in a manner that evoked sympathy. How to speak with humility, sincerity, and remorse. Lin Feng, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. I was blinded. But the one I've always loved is you. Please give me another chance. Let us start anew. The woman in the mirror transitioned from madness to pleading, then to a look of grievance, her expressions fluid and convincing. She rehearsed this impending drama of repentance. A tale of redemption, with a smile of determination gracing her lips. She believed no man could resist her tears and contrition, especially not Lin Feng, who had once loved her so deeply. Once prepared, she straightened her tattered clothing, took a deep breath, and exited the convenience store. She was headed to a specific destination. Yending Tiangong. Chapter 30. The Fengshui Group is officially established. Fengshui Group. Within the Bentley, Murong Yunxue unconsciously chewed on these four characters. A peculiar emotion coursing through her limbs like an electric current. The wind of Lin Feng, the snow of Yunxue. This man always left profound imprints in her world with his seemingly nonchalant, yet undeniably domineering demeanor. She did not immediately acquiesce. This decision was too monumental. Assuming the role of president at the Wind and Snow Group signified her complete departure from the well-paved path laid out by the Murong family. Embarking instead on a thorny road fraught with uncertainty and challenges. She would no longer merely be the esteemed daughter of the Murong family, but rather a pivotal partner to Lin Feng. Their fates would become inextricably intertwined through this company. Lin Feng discerned her hesitation but refrained from pressing her. He simply flashed a charming, roguish smile, ignited the engine of his Bugatti, and the two vehicles disappeared into the night. That night, Murong Yunxue found herself unable to sleep. Lying on the plush bed in the Cloud Summit Palace, she stared at the ceiling, her mind replaying Lin Feng's silhouette alongside his words, "I believe in you." Throughout her life, she had been lauded for her intelligence, competence, and business acumen, yet everyone implicitly accepted that her ultimate fate was to enter into a marriage, becoming a mere pawn in the family's interests. Her talents were merely embellishments to the Murong legacy, not wings of her own. Only Lin Feng, this man who appeared as if from the heavens, had offered her a sword capable of severing all shackles in the most direct and audacious manner, urging her, "Go fly. I believe in you." This trust was something she had never possessed before. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into her room, Murong Yunxue finally arrived at a decision. She picked up her phone and dialed Lin Feng's number. The call was answered almost instantaneously. "Have you made up your mind?" Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of languor, as if he had anticipated her response. Murong Yunxue wasted no words. Her voice remained cool as ever, yet imbued with an unprecedented conviction. "When will the Wind and Snow Group be listed?" Lin Feng's decisiveness was astonishingly swift. "Time is of the essence. We must capitalize on this momentum," were his exact words. That very afternoon, as Murong Yunxue nodded in agreement, a seismic announcement reverberated through the business community of Cloud City. A newly established company named Wind and Snow Group was officially registered, with a registered capital of 10 billion. Its assets included the core industries acquired from the bankruptcy of the former Qin Group, as well as the invaluable land in the southern part of the city. If this merely astonished the business realm, the subsequent personnel appointment left everyone in a state of shock. The eldest daughter of the Murong family, recognized as the foremost talent in Cloud City's business sector, Murong Yunxue, was officially appointed as the president of Wind and Snow Group. Upon the release of this news, the entire Cloud City erupted in chaos. What was happening? Wind and Snow Group? Where had this company emerged from? A registered capital of 10 billion. It had also secured the Southern Land King. Such audacity was unprecedented. The key point was Murong Yunxue. She was the future heir of the Murong family. How could she possibly take the helm of a new company? Wasn't this akin to a demotion? Who was the chairman of this Wind and Snow Group? To have Murong Yunxue willingly serve him, what kind of formidable background must he possess? Wind and Snow, Lin Feng's Wind, and Yunxue's Snow? My goodness, I seem to have stumbled upon a monumental secret. In an instant, all eyes in Cloud City were fixated on this newly unveiled company. Countless individuals mobilized their connections and resources, feverishly probing into the origins of the enigmatic Chairman Lin. As this tempest intensified, Wind and Snow Group issued an invitation. 3 days later, a grand listing ceremony would be held at the group's headquarters. On the day of the ceremony, the entrance of the Wind and Snow Group's new headquarters was bustling with activity, a veritable sea of vehicles and dignitaries. A striking red carpet stretched from the entrance of the building to several hundred meters down the street. Flanking the carpet were an array of congratulatory floral arrangements. each bearing the names of illustrious figures renowned throughout Cloud City. The Zhao Group congratulates Wind and Snow Group on its prosperous opening. The Wang Group wishes Wind and Snow Group boundless success. The Li family. Oh, the Li family has already fallen. Aside from the four great families, virtually all notable entrepreneurs, celebrities, and high-ranking officials from Cloud City were present. Clutching their gilded invitations, their faces adorned with appropriately courteous smiles, yet their eyes concealed a glimmer of curiosity and reverence. They were eager to witness the man who had captured Murong Yunchua's heart and compelled her to assist him. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, amidst the myriad flashes of camera lights, Lin Feng, clad in a bespoke black suit, emerged from the building alongside Murong Yunchua, who donned a white professional skirt suit that perfectly melded elegance and allure. One was the chairman of the group, exuding calmness with a roguish smile, akin to a monarch commanding everything. The other was the president of the group, as frigid as snow, her presence regal, resembling a queen surveying her realm. Together, they formed a striking tableau. The man was strikingly handsome, and the woman possessed an unparalleled grace. A perfect match. All who beheld this scene simultaneously conjured the same 4 words in their minds. Thank you, esteemed guests, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the opening ceremony of Wind and Snow Group. Lin Feng grasped the microphone, his voice unassuming yet resonating clearly throughout the square via the sound system. There were no lengthy, superfluous speeches nor impassioned proclamations. He simply smiled slightly and uttered a bold declaration that would be etched in the annals of Cloud City's business history. Today marks merely the beginning for Wind and Snow Group. My aspirations reach for the stars and the seas. As his words fell, a hushed silence enveloped the crowd, quickly followed by a thunderous applause. Audacious. Astoundingly audacious. Yet somehow, when uttered by this man, it felt entirely justified. Murong Yunchua stood beside him. Gazing at the confident profile that soared with ambition, her long-frozen heart began to pulse uncontrollably. The stars and seas, perhaps, following this man would indeed unveil an extraordinary vista. The celebratory atmosphere reached a crescendo during the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Lin Feng, Murong Yunchua, and several esteemed business magnates together grasped the golden scissors. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a receptionist from the front desk suddenly turned pale, perspiration beading on her forehead as she navigated through the throng. Hastily approaching Lin Feng's assistant, whispering urgently in his ear, the assistant's countenance instantly darkened. He dared not delay, swiftly making his way to Lin Feng. Bending slightly to convey in a hushed yet frantic tone, "Mr. Lin, it's not good." Just as Lin Feng was about to bring the scissors down, he paused, slightly turning his head, his brow furrowing. "What is it?" The assistant inhaled deeply, lowering his voice further, almost speaking in a whisper. "Downstairs, in the lobby, there's a woman named Wang Yaoyao causing a ruckus. She claims to be your girlfriend and insists on seeing you today, or she will die at the company's entrance." Chapter 31. The grand drama begins. "Mr. Lin, it's dire." The assistant's voice brimmed with an urgency that pierced through the celebratory ambience, rendering it particularly jarring. The ribbon-cutting ceremony, poised to commence, found Lin Feng momentarily halted in his actions. He turned slightly, his brow knitting ever so slightly in annoyance. It was akin to discovering a fly had intruded upon an exquisite feast halfway through. Standing beside him, Murong Yunchua cast her cool, piercing gaze in his direction, imbued with a hint of inquiry. Beads of perspiration formed on the assistant's forehead as he bent low, nearly pressing his lips to Lin Feng's ear. And in a hushed tone that only the two could hear, he quickly reported, "Downstairs, in the lobby, a woman named Wang Yaoyao is causing a disturbance." Upon hearing the name Wang Yaoyao, Lin Feng's expression remained utterly unperturbed, save for a flicker of anticipated annoyance. The assistant continued, "She claims to be your girlfriend and insists on seeing you today, otherwise she will die at the company's entrance." The last few words were uttered with palpable trepidation. On the inaugural day of operations, if a life were truly lost at the company's doorstep, it would undoubtedly tarnish the auspiciousness and deal a devastating blow to the group's reputation. "Girlfriend?" Lin Feng softly echoed, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. This woman truly had an uncanny ability to linger, and her intellect, as always, seemed lacking. Did she genuinely believe that employing such a melodramatic, attention-seeking ploy could threaten him? It was nothing short of a farcical joke. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but did not dwell on it. He released the golden scissors from his grasp, turned around, and offered a slight nod to Murong Yunchua and several bewildered business magnates, his tone as calm as if discussing a trivial matter. "Ladies and gentlemen, pardon my brief absence. A minor situation has arisen that I must attend to." Murong Yunchua regarded him with her perceptive eyes, devoid of concern, only of faint understanding. She was well aware of Wang Yaoyao's existence and the history she shared with Lin Feng. She merely nodded gently, her voice cool and composed. Go ahead. That serene confidence and trust did not escape the notice of the astute magnates surrounding them, who silently assessed the nature of their relationship. Lin Feng signaled to the assistant with a glance, indicating he should continue presiding over the ribbon-cutting ceremony, while he himself turned, flanked by several black-clad bodyguards responsible for security, and made his way toward the elevator. With his departure, the atmosphere in the venue shifted to a delicate tension. The guests present were all astute individuals. Observing Lin Feng's calm, yet visibly displeased demeanor, coupled with the assistant's earlier frantic expression, ignited a flurry of gossip among them. What is happening? Where is Chairman Lin going? I heard there is some commotion downstairs, apparently involving a woman. No way. Is there a dramatic scene unfolding at the inauguration ceremony? How thrilling. The annual spectacle had commenced. Quick, let us follow and see. Curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity, especially in such high society gatherings, where even the slightest stir could become the talk of the town for weeks to come. In an instant, the once crowded ribbon-cutting area was significantly emptied, as guests sought various excuses to follow, eager to witness firsthand the audacity of someone daring to provoke Lin Feng on the day of Fengshui Group's grand opening. In no time, only Murong Yunxue and a few distinguished elder entrepreneurs, too polite to indulge in the spectacle, remained to uphold the facade. The elevator descended smoothly. Lin Feng stood at the forefront, his expression impassive, eyes deep in thought. Behind him, the elevator was filled with the elite of Yunqing, men and women alike, all craning their necks, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation, whispers of speculation swirling around them. Can you guess who that woman is? A mistress? Or an abandoned former lover? It must be an ex-lover. Didn't we hear she came seeking reconciliation? This is getting interesting. On one side, we have President Moro, a paragon of excellence, and on the other, a desperate former flame. A veritable battleground. Let us see how Chairman Lin handles this. If he manages it well, he'll appear as the decisive, domineering CEO. If not, he risks being branded as a callous scoundrel. These murmurs were not loud, yet they distinctly reached Lin Feng's ears. He paid them no mind, even finding the entire situation somewhat amusing. A scoundrel? He was determined to show them what true humiliation looked like. Ding! The elevator arrived at the first floor, the doors slowly parting. A cacophony of noise surged forth. In the spacious, brightly lit lobby of the Group's headquarters, a farcical scene was unfolding. A woman clad in a faded, worn dress, her hair somewhat disheveled and her face adorned with a meticulously applied, yet haggard makeup, was being firmly restrained by 4 or 5 security personnel, preventing her from approaching the elevator entrance. It was none other than Wang Yaoyao. Clearly, she had prepared meticulously for this moment. Gone was her previous arrogance. Now, she wore a countenance marked by tears, her eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and indignation. Her frail body struggling against their grip as she cried out incessantly, "Let me go. I must see Lin Feng. I am his girlfriend. You cannot treat me this way. Lin Feng, I know you're in there. Come out and meet me." Her performance was nothing short of superb, embodying the image of a forsaken lover desperately searching for her beloved, evoking sympathetic glances from many bewildered employees and visitors in the lobby. Just then, the elevator doors opened. The moment Wang Yaoyao spotted Lin Feng stepping out, she froze in place. Then, her gaze fell upon the throng of dignitaries behind him, the head of the Zhao family, the leader of the Wang family, the director of Yunqing Television, and the CEOs of various publicly listed companies, faces she had only ever seen in financial news or high society banquets. Now all gathered before her, every pair of eyes fixated on her, as if she were the centerpiece of a circus. Yet, amidst the overwhelming shock and humiliation, a perverse thrill surged within Wang Yaoyao. She recognized this as her prime opportunity for performance. This was the most significant gamble of her life. If she played her cards right, compelling Lin Feng to save face in front of such esteemed figures, she could be reinstated in his life. The thought ignited an unprecedented spark in her eyes, emotions bubbling to a peak in an instant. Lin Feng, Wang Yaoyao let out a heart-wrenching, despair-laden cry. Summoning every ounce of her strength, she broke free from the security's grasp and, like a moth drawn to a flame, rushed recklessly towards Lin Feng. Then, just a few meters away from him, in front of the assembled crowd, with a resounding thud, she fell to her knees, collapsing heavily onto the cold, hard marble floor. Chapter 32. Kneeling and pleading, the crowd erupts. The sound of her fall echoed like a sharp slap, resounding against the faces of everyone present. The lobby of Fengshui Group descended into an eerie silence following that muffled thud. The air seemed to thicken. Moments ago, the guests had been engaged in jovial revelry. But now they appeared as if time had been halted. Their smiles froze, glasses suspended mid-air, eyes wide with disbelief. All gazes were magnetically drawn to the center of the hall, where Wang Yaoyao knelt, her form bowed against the glistening marble floor. She had evidently dressed with great care for this occasion. The slightly outdated, yet clean dress accentuated her slender figure, making her appear as though she might topple over with the slightest gust of wind. Her face, devoid of any makeup, bore a delicate pallor complemented by a pair of swollen, tear-stained eyes, epitomizing fragility and weariness to an extraordinary degree. She resembled a small white flower, battered and swaying in a storm, so vulnerable that she could awaken a protective instinct in any man. This earth-shattering act of kneeling left everyone in a state of shock. Following this, Wang Yaoyao lifted her tear-streaked face and cried out in a voice so heartbreakingly sorrowful that it seemed on the verge of shattering, "Lin Feng." She crawled a few steps forward, grasping at Lin Feng's pant leg as if it were the last lifeline. The luxurious fabric of his tailored trousers was instantly soaked by her tears. Wang Yaoyao commenced her performance, one she had rehearsed countless times, worthy of an Oscar. "I was wrong. Lin Feng, I truly was wrong." Her voice was laden with nasal tones and tremors, each word squeezed from her throat, saturated with regret and anguish. "I was bewitched. I was blind to the truth. I should not have been deceived by that scoundrel Chen Yu's flowery words. Nor should I have left you for those vain pursuits." As she spoke, she raised her hand and struck herself across the face, although the blow lacked force. The resounding sound was sufficient to convey her remorse. The sharp crack prompted gasps from the surrounding crowd. "Will you forgive me?" She tilted her head back, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Lin Feng, her expression one of despair, humility, and a hint of pleading. "Let us start anew. I swear I will never leave you again. I will be your servant. I am willing to do anything, as long as you allow me to return to your side." Her cries grew louder and more sorrowful, her body trembling violently as she collapsed at Lin Feng's feet, appearing to be the most regretful and pitiable person in the world. This poignant display of tears and remorse instantly ignited the crowd. Those unacquainted with the truth, particularly the more sentimental women, began to feel moved. Heavens! This woman is so pitiful. It seems she truly recognizes her mistakes. From what she says, it appears she was deceived by a wealthy heir, and now she has returned to her senses? Mr. Lin is rather harsh, even if they have broken up. There is no need to be so ruthless as to make a girl kneel in public. It is too undignified. Indeed, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Seeing her cry so sorrowfully, she must genuinely regret her actions. The murmurs spread like a tide, and under Wang Yaoyao's masterful performance, the public sentiment began to subtly shift. Some even cast disapproving glances at Lin Feng. In their eyes, a man should not compel a woman he once loved to kneel so publicly. It seemed rather heartless. At the back of the crowd, Morong Yunxue stood with her arms crossed, quietly observing. Her cold, clear eyes reflected no emotion, merely resting on Lin Feng. She heard every word of the surrounding sympathies for Wang Yaoyao, yet not a single brow twitched. She understood better than anyone the history between Lin Feng and Wang Yaoyao. This woman was merely acting. Her curiosity lay in how Lin Feng would navigate this morally coercive display. This situation was not merely a personal emotional entanglement. It concerned the reputation of the Fengxue Group and the first impression he, as the newly appointed chairman, would make in the business circle of Yun City. If handled well, it would be decisive and commanding. If poorly managed, he would be branded as heartless and uncharitable. This was indeed a tricky predicament. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Lin Feng, the focal point of the storm, maintained an utterly unchanged expression throughout. He exhibited no anger, no disgust, no impatience, not even the slightest hint of emotion. He merely kept his head bowed, gazing down at the woman clinging to his leg, wailing in despair. His gaze was chillingly calm. He neither regarded her as a former lover nor as a stranger. It was as if he were observing a clown, utterly unrelated to him, performing a farcical and clumsy solo act on stage. He did not utter a single word, standing in silence while Wang Yaoyao's cries echoed throughout the hall, allowing the surrounding discussions to swell. He waited. He awaited the conclusion of her rehearsed performance. Chapter 33, Mr. Lin? Which Mr. Lin? Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Wang Yaoyao knelt on the floor, her tears mingling with the carefully applied makeup on her face, forming a smeared mess. Clinging to Lin Feng's pant leg, she could distinctly feel the hundreds of eyes around her sweeping over her from head to toe, filled with shock, disdain, curiosity, and a hint of sympathy. She detected that flicker of compassion. Lin Feng remained silent, his head bowed, quietly observing her with an expression devoid of emotion, calm as a bottomless pool of cold water. Yet within Wang Yaoyao's heart ignited a twisted hope. He has softened. Surely, he has softened. He cannot forget me. Seeing me kneel so humbly before him must be breaking his heart. He is merely refraining from reacting publicly due to pride. With this thought igniting within her, Wang Yaoyao's performance escalated to new heights. She cried louder and more pitifully, passionately recalling their past sweet moments, of course, in her artistically embellished version. Lin Feng, have you forgotten? Back in school, you would brave torrential rain just to buy me my favorite milk tea. Have you forgotten how you worked for a whole week just to buy me that dress I adored? We were so happy back then. You promised you would treat me well for a lifetime. You promised. Her words were laden with emotional appeal, casting herself as a once cherished individual now heartlessly abandoned. While Lin Feng was subtly maneuvered into the role of the unfaithful man, the murmurs around them indeed began to shift again. So they were that close before? This young man has become successful and forgotten his humble beginnings? It is somewhat unreasonable. A sense of triumph surged within Wang Yaoyao. She knew her moral coercion was taking effect. She believed Lin Feng's current identity was confidential, or at least, that he would find it difficult to publicly address such an emotional dispute. As long as she made enough noise, enough of a spectacle, Lin Feng, for the sake of his reputation and the dignity of the Fengshui group, would have to yield. She lifted her head, adopting what she presumed to be the most touching expression to sway Lin Feng, her eyes pleading, Lin Feng, I know you still have feelings for me. Can we reconcile? She even reached out, attempting to grasp Lin Feng's hand. The air in the entire hall seemed to freeze, everyone holding their breath, awaiting Lin Feng's final verdict. Just then, the sound of high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor approached, clear and deliberate, drawing nearer with an unhurried grace. The sound, though not loud, possessed a peculiar power that instantly drowned out Wang Yaoyao's cries and all surrounding discussions. The crowd instinctively turned to follow the sound. A woman clad in a meticulously tailored black professional suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, approached with an air of unparalleled composure. She appeared to be in her late 20s. Strikingly beautiful, yet devoid of any superfluous expression. Her gaze was as sharp as a scalpel, exuding an elite aura that discouraged any unwarranted approach. Without casting a sideways glance, she navigated through the throngs of onlookers, making a beeline for Lin Feng, to the figure of Wang Yaoyao, who knelt on the ground and obstructed a portion of her path. She seemed entirely oblivious, effortlessly sidestepping her as one would a refused bin on the roadside. This was an utter, instinctual disregard emanating from her very core. Wang Yaoyao's sobs abruptly ceased, and she stared blankly at the sudden apparition before her, a wave of intense unease surging within her. Under the scrutiny of all present, this composed woman approached Lin Feng, offering a slight bow, her movements executed with a precision reminiscent of a textbook. Then, in a clear, steady, and utterly neutral professional tone, she reported, Mr. Lin, the signing ceremony for the acquisition of Tianhong Real Estate is about to commence. The chairman and legal team from the other side are already waiting for you in the top-floor conference room. The utterance of acquisition, Tianhong Real Estate, sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd, particularly among those well-versed in the industry. Tianhong Real Estate, the established property firm ranked among the top 5 in our Yinqing? Surely, I must be mistaken. An acquisition? ISNT Fengshui Group merely newly established? My heavens, this must involve contracts worth billions. Yet for Wang Yaoyao, these gasps of disbelief faded into the background. Her mind was consumed by 2 words, reverberating like thunder, dizzying her senses and churning her insides. Mr. Lin. The impact of this address, spoken from the lips of this remarkable secretary, Qinya, contrasted sharply with its utterance by the guests, resonating with an icy certainty, laden with absolute power and immense wealth. It shattered her every unrealistic fantasy and self-pitying melodrama into a million pieces in an instant. She abruptly lifted her head, incredulously gazing at the elevated figure of the indifferent secretary, Qinya, who couldn't even spare her a glance, and then at Lin Feng, who remained placid despite her grasp on his trousers. At that moment, she finally grasped the ludicrous extent of her misjudgment. This was neither a romantic entanglement nor a reunion of former lovers. It had always been a farcical monologue played solely by her. Lin Feng finally moved. It was as though he had just emerged from a tiresome play, nodding slightly to his secretary, Qinya, and stating, understood. He then glanced down at Wang Yaoyao, still clinging to his trousers, and for the first time, a flicker of expression crossed his face, a sardonic smile laced with impatience. I apologize, he began slowly, his voice not loud, but clear enough for all nearby to hear. You are obstructing my path to sign a contract worth $1 billion. With that, he gently lifted his foot, shaking off Wang Yaoyao's grip. Without casting another glance in her direction, he turned with Secretary Qinya and strode towards the elevator, leaving behind an elegant and resolute silhouette. In Wang Yaoyao's eyes, the entire world suddenly lost its sound and color. She remained in her kneeling position, head tilted back, mouth agape, her gaze vacant, as if her very soul had been extracted. She could only mutter aimlessly, Mr. Lin? What Mr. Lin? Chapter 34, I apologize. You are obstructing my path. Lin Feng's voice was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a tempest of waves. You are obstructing my path to sign a contract worth $1 billion. This figure, imbued with an almost magical quality, instantly froze the air in the entire hall. Wang Yaoyao's heart-wrenching cries ceased abruptly. The sympathetic murmurs of the surrounding guests fell silent, as if throttled. An oppressive stillness enveloped the space. After a brief, deathly quiet, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of whispers akin to a volcanic eruption. This time, however, the tide of public opinion had undergone a staggering reversal. Did I hear correctly? $1 billion? A man with gold-rimmed glasses stammered, his astonishment evident. Goodness! All this time, this woman was merely seeking to exploit the situation. I thought as much. How could someone like Mr. Lin be manipulated by a woman of her caliber? Turns out, it was mere theatrics. Her acting skills are wasted if she doesn't perform in Hengdian. I almost believed her, and felt a tinge of pity. Pity my foot. Did you not see how she was trying to leverage public sentiment to coerce Mr. Lin? But look where that got her, like hitting a titanium alloy wall. Laughter, scorn, and derision filled the air. The gaze of the entire audience shifted from sympathy and curiosity to unabashed amusement and mockery, as if they were watching a clown perform. Observing a woman who had overstepped her bounds, attempting to manipulate the newly ascendant chairman of Feng Shui Group with her lackluster performance. Each glance felt like a venom-tipped needle piercing Wang Yaoyao's meager pride, leaving it battered and bruised. She remained knelt, head tilted back, staring blankly at Lin Feng, her mind having completely short-circuited. $1 billion. $1 billion. $1 billion. This number resonated within her, an infinite loop of a curse, pounding relentlessly in her mind, leaving her dizzy and breathless, as if an invisible hand had seized her insides tightly, causing her to nearly suffocate. She finally comprehended, truly comprehended. Lin Feng's earlier silence was not a manifestation of compassion, nor a lingering attachment. He had merely been waiting, like a high and mighty spectator. He had watched her perform her self-scripted tragedy with keen interest. He was waiting for her to deliver every line, to play her part to the fullest. Then, with a figure she was not even worthy to aspire to, he obliterated her every fantasy, every calculation, every shred of dignity. Her pitiful, self-righteous performance was nothing more than a farce in the face of absolute power, a monumental joke. In that moment, past scenes flashed through her mind like frames from a film. In the restaurant, how she had arrogantly dismissed him, berating him as worthless. Before Qin Xiao, how she had humiliated the man who had once been utterly devoted to her. Like a lapdog, regret, endless regret washed over her like a frigid tide, submerging her entirely. She had lost all strength, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, unable even to maintain her kneeling position. She parted her lips, yet no sound emerged. Her throat felt as though it were filled with cement, allowing only a desperate, beastly rasp to escape. In that moment, it seemed as if her soul had been entirely extracted from her body. Observing Wang Yaoyao sprawled on the floor, Secretary Qinya appeared to have only just acknowledged her existence. She slightly furrowed her elegantly arched brows, and a flicker of unabashed disdain flashed in her eyes, concealed behind her gold-rimmed glasses. Stepping forward, her tone icy and formulaic, each word seemed to be meticulously calculated, devoid of any trace of emotion. Miss, please step aside. You are obstructing our chairman Lin from signing a contract valued at $1 billion. She repeated her statement, this time as if affixing the final official seal to Wang Yaoyao's social demise. $1 billion. This figure, articulated by the commanding presence of the female secretary, shattered the last bastion of Wang Yaoyao's mental fortitude. She finally comprehended that she and Lin Feng were inhabitants of entirely different worlds. One was a titan of the business realm, casually negotiating billion-dollar contracts from his lofty perch, while the other was but a speck of dust on the ground, unworthy even to be a carpet beneath his feet. The hall fell silent once more, all eyes fixed on the denouement of this farce. At that moment, the previously silent Lin Feng finally spoke again. His voice remained calm, devoid of any ripples, as though all that had transpired was merely a trivial interlude at the roadside. He didn't cast so much as a glance at the crumpled Wang Yaoyao, instead addressing the security captain nearby with a nonchalant directive. Security, kindly escort her out. He paused and added, a statement that would become the final straw for Wang Yaoyao. I do not wish for the company's carpet to be sullied. With that pronouncement, two burly security guards promptly approached, lifting the limp Wang Yaoyao as if she were a lifeless dog. No, please, don't. For the first time, a glimmer of awareness returned to Wang Yaoyao as she began to struggle frantically, but her feeble attempts were utterly inconsequential against the professionalism of the guards. She was callously dragged towards the exit. The luxurious carpet bore the marks of her desperate struggle, two distinct trails etched by the heels of her shoes. Lin Feng adjusted the cuffs of his trousers, wrinkled by Wang Yaoyao's earlier collapse, as if brushing off some unsightly dust. He then circled around the spot where she had fallen, striding towards the elevator alongside Secretary Chinya. Throughout, he refrained from looking back even once. The elevator doors opened slowly, then closed just as languidly, reflecting a myriad of faces within the hall, some mocking, others awestruck, and a few tinged with complexity, separating a paradise from a hell. Chapter 35, Social Death, the End of an Era. Amidst the scornful, derisive gazes of the guests, the security guards dragged the disheveled Wang Yaoyao out of the opulent corporate edifice as if she were a dead dog. Her struggles were weak and futile, her lips issuing incoherent whimpers akin to a stray cat with a broken spine. The old dress she had meticulously chosen, appearing pitiful, was torn under the rough handling, exposing her dingy skin beneath, adding to her humiliation. The high-end, handcrafted carpet bore two clear and unsightly drag marks, seemingly the only testament to her farcical episode. Bang! The heavy glass doors slowly closed behind her, sealing off the warm, luxurious world of the upper crust. Outside, harsh sunlight and the chill of reality awaited. The guards, devoid of any pity, effortlessly dragged her down the steps before carelessly tossing her onto the roadside like refuse. Her body rolled on the unforgiving pavement, becoming encrusted with dirt and fallen leaves, ultimately lying face down, motionless, as if lifeless. At that moment, the glass doors reopened. Lin Feng's silhouette appeared at the top of the steps. He had changed out of the trousers that had come into contact with Wang Yaoyao, now clad in a pristine bespoke suit that accentuated his tall, commanding stature. Sunlight bathed him, bestowing upon him an aura of golden brilliance, rendering him akin to an unapproachable deity. His expression remained indifferent, his gaze sweeping over the scene before him as if admiring the view from the gates of his empire. Not even for a fleeting second did his eyes linger on the woman sprawled like a heap of refuse at the roadside, as if she were merely an unsightly speck of dust. At the entrance of the building, a luxurious convoy led by a Rolls-Royce Phantom awaited quietly. A gloved chauffeur respectfully opened the rear door for Lin Feng. He stepped forward, gracefully entering the vehicle. Bang! The heavy door shut, isolating him from the clamor of the outside world. The Rolls-Royce Phantom started smoothly, emitting not a whisper, gliding like an elegant black beast into the stream of traffic, soon vanishing from sight. Throughout, he never looked back. Throughout, he exhibited not a shred of regret. Only when the convoy, emblematic of immense wealth and power, had completely faded from view did Wang Yaoyao finally react. With great effort, she propped herself up, her hair disheveled, makeup ruined, her face a grimy mask of tears and dust, appearing more wretched than a beggar on the street. She lifted her head, her hollow gaze fixed on the direction Lin Feng had departed, her lips trembling but failing to produce a single word. Defeated, utterly vanquished, shattered beyond recognition, stripped of even the last vestige of dignity, she had attempted to leverage moral coercion and lackluster theatrics to elicit a sliver of mercy, only to be met with the most thorough, public, and merciless execution of her aspirations. The guests who had witnessed the spectacle began to emerge from the building in small clusters, observing the crumpled figure of Wang Yaoyao on the roadside. Their expressions were devoid of the sympathy and empathy they once harbored, replaced instead by unabashed disdain and mocking amusement. Goodness, what a grand performance this year. This woman must have some screws loose, thinking she could ensnare Chairman Lin. Does she really believe she is worthy? It's like a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Utterly delusional. You should have seen her face when Chairman Lin mentioned she was blocking a 10 billion contract. It turned green. What a relief. Quick, capture this moment. This is the highlight of the upper circles in Yunqing today. I've even thought up a title. The Downfall of a Materialistic Woman, from dreams of grandeur to a lowly prisoner. Click, click. The blinding flash of cameras erupted mercilessly. Countless mobile phone lenses, like piercing daggers, focused on Wang Yaoyao's face, now a portrait of despair and numbness, immortalizing her most humiliating, grotesque, and pitiful moment. These images and videos would spread like wildfire across every corner of Yunqing's elite society within mere hours. Her name, Wang Yaoyao, would be irrevocably entwined with notions of materialism, folly, arrogance, and the year's most laughable figure. No one would extend her sympathy again. No one would feel pity for her. She would become the cautionary tale for all women aspiring to ascend to high society, a source of amusement for the elite during their casual conversations. This is the epitome of social death, the most thorough, irrevocable, and eternal social demise. In this moment, the old era draws its curtain in the most tragic manner. Simultaneously, within the smoothly gliding Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lin Feng reclines against the plush leather seat, indulging in a moment of tranquility. The recent farce, to him, was akin to running over an ant while driving, barely managing to stir even the slightest ripple in the lake of his heart. Just then, a series of cold yet melodious system notification sounds resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The main quest, make the betrayers and the humiliated feel despair, has been excessively completed. Target individual Wang Yaoyao's emotional collapse detected. Plunged into profound despair, social death achieved. Task completion rating, SSS level, perfect. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 emotional points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 system experience points. Ding. System level upgraded. Current level, LV2. Congratulations to the host. New function module unlocked. Function module 1, System Mall, Beginner, is now open. The host can use emotional points or cash to purchase various special items in the mall. Function module 2, Weekly Lottery, is now available. In addition to daily free draws, the host can receive one additional high-quality lottery opportunity each week. An era has conclusively ended. Yet, the magnificent new chapter belonging to Lin Feng has only just begun. Chapter 36, The Wrath of the Li Family, New Enemies. The day following the car racing wager, the upper echelons of Yun City felt as though a deep water bomb had been detonated. Before dawn, various private chat groups were already ablaze with chatter. A sensational scoop. Have you heard about last night's mountain road race? Not just heard, my friend was at the scene. Filmed it, but dared not post it. Too explosive. Hurry, tell us what happened. I heard that the arrogant Li Tianhao from the Li family lost. Lost. That's an understatement. He was pinned down and, in front of everyone, knelt before that individual called Lin Feng. No way. He actually knelt. Is that for real? That's one of the 4 great families. The news spread like wildfire. From early morning exercises at the golf course, to lavish spa rooms in elite clubs and private tea gatherings among affluent women, every conversation revolved around a singular focal point. The Li family has suffered a monumental disgrace. The kneeling on that mountain road did not merely strip Li Tianhao of his personal dignity. It also tarnished the prestige and gravitas that the Li family had cultivated over decades as one of Yun City's venerable aristocratic families. An obscure young man delivered a resounding slap to the Li family in the most direct and brutal manner. Everyone sensed an unusual atmosphere. Yun City is on the verge of transformation. At the Li Manor, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as if it could drip with moisture. In the dining room, a $1 million rosewood dining table was laden with exquisite breakfast delicacies, yet not a single person dared to lift a fork. Several servants stood in the corners, breathing cautiously, wishing to blend into the wallpaper. Li Tianhao kept his head bowed, his face pale, shoulders slightly trembling, lacking the courage even to glance at the man seated at the head of the table. Seated there was a man in his 50s, impeccably dressed in a tailored tang suit, his hair meticulously combed and adorned with a string of polished sandalwood prayer beads on his wrist. He was Li Tianhao's father, Li Xiong, the chairman of the Li Group and the patriarch of one of Yun City's 4 prominent families. Li Xiong remained silent, rhythmically tapping his knuckles on the tabletop. Thud, thud, thud. Each knock felt like a heavy hammer striking at Li Tianhao's heart. Finally, the sound ceased. Li Xiong slowly lifted his head. His gaze was neither sharp nor clear, yet the unfathomable calm he exuded instilled a greater fear than any furious roar could. Lost. He spoke, his voice hoarse, devoid of discernible emotion. Li Tianhao's body trembled, and he abruptly raised his head, his lips quivering. Dad, I was careless. That Lin Feng cheated. His car. I ask you, did you kneel or not? Li Xiong interrupted him, his tone still flat, yet the temperature in the dining room plummeted several degrees. Li Tianhao's words caught in his throat, his face shifting from red to pale, ultimately drained of all strength as he dejectedly lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper. I knelt. Smash. Li Xiong suddenly swept his hand, sending a custom bone china teacup from Jing Dejun crashing to the floor. The crisp sound of shattering sent shivers through everyone present. Wretch. Li Xiong finally unleashed his fury, standing abruptly, his eyes blazing with ferocity, resembling an enraged lion. My son. Li Xiong's son, kneeling before some unremarkable upstart. You have utterly disgraced our family. His anger did not stem from his son's defeat. Losing a mere racing wager was inconsequential. His fury was directed at Lin Feng, this outsider, for brazenly challenging the established order of Yun City. He could envision the upper echelon of Yun City reveling in the farce that had become the Li family's humiliation. A Lin Feng, a feng shui group. Li Xiong paced the dining room, muttering these names, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Very well, indeed. It seems my Li family has enjoyed too long a respite in Yun City, allowing all manner of riffraff to believe they can tread upon us. He halted, turning to a middle-aged man resembling a butler standing behind him, and coldly commanded, notify all senior executives of the group. An emergency meeting will convene in half an hour. Half an hour later, in In the conference room on the top floor of the Li Group, a stifling atmosphere enveloped everyone. Li Xiong sat at the head of the table, surveying the hushed executives and core family members, his voice as frigid as a Siberian gale, devoid of warmth. Some unknown upstart dares to tread upon my Li family? He slowly began to speak, each word laced with a bone-chilling coldness. I shall make him aware that the waters of Yun City are not to be trifled with. Li Xiong's gaze swept across the assembly as he issued his orders. Deploy every conceivable means to investigate. I want to know every cent of this Lin Feng and his so-called Fengshui Group's origins. His background, his connections, every detail must be laid bare on my desk within 3 days. The business department, immediately assemble a team to analyze all operations of the Fengshui Group, identify their weaknesses. I expect to see a targeted strike plan within a week. Furthermore, Li Xiong's expression darkened further. Contact our associates in the underworld. Ensure they pay some attention to this Mr. Lin, so he understands that in Yun City, some money can burn the hands. Thus, a colossal conspiracy against Lin Feng and the Fengshui Group commenced amidst the wrath of Yun City's elite. Meanwhile, atop the Cloud Summit Palace, Lin Feng reclined contentedly by the infinity pool on the top floor, basking in the morning sun. The victory of the previous night was merely a leisurely pastime for him, along with acquiring a piece of land of considerable value. His current interest lies in the newly unlocked System Mall following the system upgrade. The myriad of goods available, ranging from various wondrous skill cards to unfathomable high-tech gadgets, left him utterly dazzled. As he pondered the usage of a misfortune sticker, priced at a staggering 100,000 emotional points, his phone, resting nearby, suddenly vibrated with a low hum. He picked it up casually to discover an anonymous message. The sender's number was a jumbled string devoid of any identifiable origin. The message was exceedingly brief, containing only a few words. Beware of the Li family, they are beginning to move. Lin Feng regarded this message, and the ease and languor that had graced his countenance gradually faded. He displayed neither surprise nor anxiety. Instead, a teasing smile crept onto his lips, tinged with a hint of anticipation. He tossed the phone back onto the chaise lounge, stretched lazily, and felt his joints crackle with a satisfying pop. Finally, something intriguing had arrived. He murmured softly to himself, his gaze drifting towards the direction of the Li family estate, where deep within his calm eyes, a flicker of excitement ignited. Unbeknownst to him, the sender of this pivotal information was none other than Zhao Kai, the young master of the Zhao family, one of the 4 prominent families in Yun City, whom he had recently saved in the hospital. Chapter 37, System Upgrade, Surprises of the Weekly Lottery. Lin Feng merely glanced at the anonymous warning message before carelessly tossing his phone aside. There was not a trace of tension or gravity on his face. Rather, a smile of intrigue blossomed. The Li family? Retribution? These were all well within his expectations. To him, this barely constituted a crisis. It felt more akin to the prologue of a new game. Ever since acquiring the system, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. The so-called elite families appeared to him as mere walking, colossal experience packages capable of offering substantial emotional points. Since the Li family had presented themselves so conveniently, he had no reason not to accept their offerings. What captivated him now was the delightful chime of the system notification that had just echoed in his mind. Ding. System level upgraded. Current level, LV2. Congratulations, host. New functional modules have been unlocked. Lin Feng closed his eyes, focusing his thoughts to summon the newly refreshed system interface. The entire panel's design radiated a more pronounced sense of technology, with 2 luminous new icons added beside the original simple modules. System Mall Beginner. Weekly Lottery. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng first clicked on System Mall. A virtual shelf reminiscent of a sci-fi movie instantly unfolded before him, displaying a dazzling array of products that left him momentarily breathless. Loyalty Probe Card, a disposable item, can be used on a specified target, non-core individuals, to investigate their loyalty value to the host, 0, 100. Price, 100,000 emotional points. Business Plan Generator, can specify an industry and generate a perfect business plan with no less than an S rating, including market analysis, risk mitigation, development routes, and a complete set of proposals. Price, 500,000 emotional points. Misfortune Sticker, a disposable item, can be invisibly affixed to a target, causing them to encounter various unlikely misfortunes within 24 hours, such as choking on water, tripping on flat ground, or dropping their phone in the toilet. Price, 50,000 emotional points. Beginner Gene Optimization Liquid, improves physical fitness, slightly enhancing strength, speed, and endurance. Price, 800,000 emotional points. As Lin Feng surveyed these various products, each boasting effects that could only be described as extraordinary, his heartbeat quickened. Each item, if merely brought into the real world, could undoubtedly create significant ripples. Especially the loyalty probe card and business plan generator were practically overpowered assets for the commercial empire he was about to establish. He glanced at his emotional points balance. Current emotional points, 100,000. This was the reward he had received after successfully completing a task that had publicly embarrassed Wang Yaoyao. While this amount was sufficient to purchase a loyalty probe card, it fell short for the more advanced items. It seemed he would need to work harder to generate more emotional points. Lin Feng stroked his chin, a roguish grin curling at the corners of his mouth. He would have to thoroughly exploit the Li family's experience package. Temporarily closing the enticing mall, Lin Feng shifted his focus to another new feature, weekly lottery. According to the system's description, this lottery differed from the daily free draw, offering only one chance per week, but boasting a prize pool of significantly higher quality, with the potential to yield unique divine rewards. Timing was perfect as today was Monday. Without further ado, Lin Feng silently declared, "System, activate the weekly lottery." Ding. Weekly lottery has been initiated. No sooner had he spoken than a magnificent wheel, 100 times more opulent than the daily lottery, composed of countless stars, materialized in his mind. The wheel was divided into 4 vast sections: skills, assets, items, and special, each shimmering with numerous enticing lights. The hum of the wheel began to spin rapidly, and Lin Feng's heart raced in tandem. The pointer swept past a cascade of dazzling lights before gradually slowing in the skills section, just as the pointer was about to come to rest. An unexpected turn of events occurred. The entire system interface erupted in an unprecedented burst of radiant golden light, illuminating his consciousness space. Ding. First-time use of the weekly lottery detected, triggering a lucky critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a unique divine skill, divine calligraphy. Divine calligraphy? Before Lin Feng could contemplate the utility of this skill, a torrent of profound and unfathomable insights surged into his mind, akin to a deluge breaking through a dam. It was not merely an infusion of knowledge, but a transcendent instinct that felt innate, as if it spanned across time and space. In that instant, he felt as though he had transformed into one of the calligraphy masters throughout history. He experienced the grace and elegance of Wang Shiji as he penned the world's foremost running script beneath the Lanting Pavilion, felt the anguish and vigor of Yan Jinqing as he composed the eulogy for his nephew, amidst the turmoil of his country's downfall, and understood the wildness and freedom of Huaisu as he inscribed his cursive script in a frenzy. From the ancient simplicity of oracle bone script to the solemnity of bronze inscriptions, and through the evolution and essence of seal, clerical, regular, running, and cursive scripts, the history and mysteries of thousands of years of calligraphy were, in that moment, indelibly etched into the depths of his soul. His body, muscles, and every nerve had memorized how to wield a brush in the most exquisite manner. This sensation was profoundly mystical. Lin Feng abruptly rose from the chaise lounge, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. He hurried into the study of the villa, which was already adorned with a set of top-tier writing instruments for decoration. Taking a deep breath, he grasped a wolf hair brush. The moment his fingers touched the brush handle, an extraordinary sensation of kinship surged within him, as if it were an extension of his own being. This brush felt no longer like an external object, but rather a part of his very essence. He hardly pondered before his wrist sank, the ink-laden tip of the brush gliding effortlessly across the pristine rice paper. He inscribed but a single character, dragon. At the moment the brush touched the paper, the air in the study seemed to become suspended. There, upon the rice paper, a magnificent cursive character, embodying the essence of a dragon, sprang forth with an imposing presence. The strokes were robust, penetrating through the paper, and within the delicate strokes, it seemed as though a divine dragon was truly breaking free, ready to soar through the clouds and roar defiantly across the heavens. The overwhelming aura of dominance and majesty was almost palpable. Lin Feng gazed at the character he had penned, utterly mesmerized. He could hardly believe that such artistry had sprung from his own hand. This was no mere writing. It was the creation of art, the bestowal of life upon words. Was this the power of a godly skill? He murmured to himself, a tempest of emotions swirling within. Just as he was engulfed in this profound astonishment, a sudden, urgent ringtone jolted him back to reality. The screen displayed 3 familiar words he had said: iceberg wife. It was Murong Yunxue. Lin Feng composed himself and answered the call. Hello? On the other end, Murong Yunxue's voice was as cool as ever, yet this time, Lin Feng keenly detected an unusual gravity within it. Lin Feng, the annual charity gala hosted jointly by the Yun City government and the Chamber of Commerce has sent its invitation. After a brief pause, she continued. The Li family is one of the organizers. Chapter 38, The Banquet at Hongmen. I, Lin Feng, shall boldly venture forth. On the other end, Murong Yunshue's voice remained as icy as always, yet Lin Feng discerned a hint of seriousness he had never heard before. Lin Feng. The annual charity gala hosted jointly by the Yun City government and the Chamber of Commerce has sent its invitation. She paused again, seemingly gathering her thoughts before continuing. This year's gala is grander than ever, with all prominent figures from Yun City expected to attend. And the Li family is one of the organizers. She emphasized the last sentence heavily. Lin Feng instantly grasped the implications. An annual charity gala, organized by the Li family? Just after he had forced Li Tianhao to kneel before the entire circle? This was no charity gala. It was clearly a meticulously arranged trap for him, Lin Feng. The Li family was no longer content to scheme in the shadows. They intended to publicly execute him, using their most adept weapons, power, status, and connections, on a grand stage, shattering the fragile reputation he had only just begun to establish. I understand, Lin Feng replied, his voice devoid of emotion. On the other end, Murong Yunxue fell silent for a moment, sensing Lin Feng's calm, yet her concern remained unabated. Lin Feng, please listen, her voice softened, laced with rare encouragement. The Li family has operated in Yun City for decades, deeply rooted and influential beyond your imagination. They will undoubtedly lay a web of traps for you at this gala. Everyone will be waiting to see your misfortune. You are currently in a position of prominence. There is no need to confront them head-on. Avoiding their sharp edges is not a bad strategy. If you do not attend, they can only make disparaging remarks behind your back, unable to stir any significant waves. For the first time, she was exhaustively concerned for a man. She feared Lin Feng's youthful impetuosity might lead him headlong into this ironclad wall. However, what came through the receiver was an uncontrollable, deep chuckle. Heh, Lin Feng laughed, his tone imbued with a hint of bravado, a touch of disdain, and a spark of eager excitement. Yunxue, are you suggesting that they have set the stage perfectly, with lights, an audience, and antagonists waiting for my grand entrance? He elongated his words, then retorted in a playful, yet self-evident manner, if I, the protagonist, do not put on a splendid performance, would that not be a grave disservice to them? Murong Yunxue was momentarily taken aback by his twisted reasoning, unsure how to respond. She could sense that while Lin Feng's tone was lighthearted, his determination was resolute. It radiated an air of absolute confidence and unyielding dominance. Sensing her concern, Lin Feng's voice softened, tinged with teasing. All right, do not worry. It is merely a troupe of petty clowns they have assembled. I do not regard them at all. Go pick the most exquisite evening gown. You shall dazzle the entire audience while I handle all the troubles. After hanging up, the study returned to silence. The roguish smile on Lin Feng's face gradually faded, replaced by a sharp, focused gaze akin to that of a hunter fixated on its prey. He certainly understood that the Li family was not to be trifled with. The Hongmen banquet would spell doom for an ordinary man like Liu Bang. Yet he, Lin Feng, was no ordinary man. He had transcended the mundane. System, open the store. With a thought, a sci-fi-esque interface of the system store unfolded before his eyes. He bypassed the weapons and items section, honing in on the skills category. Soon, 2 items radiating a faint glow caught his attention. Top-tier dinner etiquette crash course, consumable. Upon use, it instantaneously imparts mastery of the premier social etiquette, dining customs, ball protocols, and knowledge of luxury goods and classical arts across all mainstream cultural spheres worldwide. It allows you to conduct yourself like a European aristocrat with centuries of lineage in any high-end social setting. Price, 30,000 emotional points. Charisma enhancement card, single use, consumable. Upon use, it significantly amplifies the user's personal aura for 24 hours. Every glance and gesture will exude irresistible charm and authority, dissuading the faint-hearted from meeting your gaze while deepening the infatuation of those who admire you. Price, 70,000 emotional points. Observing these 2 items, a smile once again curved Lin Feng's lips. Perfect. These were practically tailor-made artifacts for the upcoming Hongmen banquet. Did the Li family intend to humiliate him using the upper-class societal rules they prided themselves on? Did they think they could isolate him with their connections and status? Then he would wield the most impeccable noble etiquette and overpowering charisma to demonstrate what true dimensionality reduction strikes are. He glanced at his remaining 100,000 emotional points. System. Purchase, top-tier dinner etiquette crash course, and charisma enhancement card. Ding. Purchase successful. A total of 100,000 emotional points consumed. Current balance, 0. Would you like to use them immediately? Use all. Lin Feng did not hesitate for a moment. The instant his command was uttered, 2 distinctly different, yet complementary energies surged into his body simultaneously. One was an immense torrent of information. From the arrangement and use of the 13 utensils in French cuisine to discerning the authenticity of a Romani Conti by its label and vintage. From how to elegantly greet a British duchess with a kiss on the cheek to precisely discussing the differences between Wagnerian operas and Impressionist paintings. Countless pieces of knowledge that had once seemed as distant as another world were now indelibly imprinted in his mind, transforming into his instinct. On the other hand, another current, warm yet commanding, surged from his chest and swiftly enveloped his entire being. Though his physique underwent no tangible transformation, he distinctly felt a profound metamorphosis occurring on a spiritual level. If he had previously been likened to a sword with a dazzling edge, then at this moment, that very sword was sheathed within an opulent scabbard crafted from rosewood and silk, exquisite and weighty. The edge remained sharp, yet it was imbued with an added depth and gravitas that rendered it inscrutable. Lin Feng slowly approached the floor-to-ceiling mirror in his study. The man reflected in the glass still bore that handsome visage, yet his aura had irrevocably changed. His eyes were as profound as the starry sea, seemingly capable of piercing through the hearts of men. The charming grin that lingered at the corners of his mouth retained its playful allure, but now it was tinged with an air of assured mastery over all. Merely standing there, he exuded a powerful presence that was utterly captivating. He gracefully raised his hand to adjust his collar, an action so simple, yet executed with an elegance that spoke volumes of an ineffable charm. The Li family, the banquet of the Hongs. Lin Feng gazed at his reflection, murmuring softly, a cold smile gracing his lips. I, Lin Feng, shall dare to venture forth. I hope the stage you have constructed is sturdy enough, lest I inadvertently bring it crashing down. Chapter 39. The Dinner Party's Trials and the Challenge of Calligraphy. As night descended and lights illuminated the surroundings, the Yun City International Exhibition Center sparkled with brilliance, teeming with socialites. The annual Yun City Charity Gala commenced here. With a long red carpet laid before the entrance, flanked by throngs of media journalists wielding their cameras, their flashes akin to unquenchable stars, capturing every notable figure gracing the red carpet. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Maybachs, these rarefied luxury vehicles lined up at the entrance as if they were mere taxis. This gala was not only an annual gathering for the upper echelons of Yun City, but also a stage for various factions to showcase their might and engage in subtle contests of influence. Tonight, all eyes were eagerly anticipating a grand spectacle. When a black Bugatti Veyron glided to the end of the red carpet like a phantom, the frequency of camera flashes surged to a fever pitch. As the door swung open, a long, slender leg stepped out first. Lin Feng, clad in a custom black Tom Ford suit, was impeccably tailored to accentuate his tall stature. He had opted not to wear a tie, leaving the collar of his shirt casually undone, revealing his elegant collarbone, exuding an aura of languid yet dangerous charm. Especially his deep-set eyes, enhanced by the Aura Enhancement card, seemed to possess a certain magic. A mere glance sent pulses racing among the attending socialites. Heavens, is that really Lin Feng? He is 1,000 times more handsome than in his photographs. This presence is simply unparalleled. He hardly resembles a nouveau riche. He is clearly the heir to a hidden aristocratic lineage. The murmurs of astonishment had yet to fade when another door swung open. Emerging in an ice blue gown adorned with countless shimmering diamonds, Murong Yunxue descended gracefully. The gown sparkled under the lights, as though she wore the entire galaxy upon her. Her already stunningly beautiful visage was enhanced by a touch of makeup, rendering her breathtakingly ethereal. Without hesitation, she linked her arm with Lin Feng's. The icy demeanor of the corporate queen harmonizing perfectly with Lin Feng's roguish dominance. Together they stood as though they were a match made in heaven, instantly becoming the absolute focal point of the event. Goodness, Murong Yunxue. She truly has become Lin Feng's companion. This tableau is simply enchanting. They look like the protagonists of a novel. How is it that they seem more suited together than Li family's young master and Murong Yunxue? In the crowd, someone whispered, and though the words were softly spoken, they reached the ears of Li Tianhao, who was nearby, accompanying his father, Li Xiong, in greeting guests. Li Tianhao's expression darkened immediately. He fixed his gaze upon the radiant pair on the red carpet, jealousy and resentment swirling in his eyes, nearly palpable. Ever since that fateful kneel on the mountain road, he had become the laughingstock of the elite circles in Yun City. Wherever he went, he felt the weight of derisive whispers behind him. This humiliation robbed him of sleep. Yet today, Lin Feng, the architect of his misery, dared to appear so brazenly at his family's domain, arm in arm with the goddess he had longed for. It was as if salt were being poured into his wounds. Father, Li Tianhao gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Do you see this? This brat is insufferably arrogant." Standing beside him, Li Xiong's face was equally grim. He patted his son's shoulder, his voice low yet firm. Remain calm. The prey has entered the arena, tonight. There will be ample opportunity for his downfall. Inside the banquet hall, crystal chandeliers sparkled amidst the throngs of elegantly dressed attendees. The arrival of Lin Feng and Murong Yunxue immediately stirred a considerable commotion. Countless gazes, be they curious, scrutinizing, envious, or disdainful, were drawn to them. Yet Lin Feng appeared unfazed, moving with an elegance that was nothing short of impeccable, bolstered by the top-level banquet etiquette crash course. He confidently raised his glass to toast with several prominent business moguls who approached to greet him, engaging in light-hearted banter about the trends in financial markets and the nuances of wine regions with an ease that suggested he was born to inhabit this sphere. Murong Yunxue observed the man beside her, a flicker of surprise passing through her cool gaze. She had anticipated Lin Feng might struggle to navigate this superficial milieu, even preparing to intervene on his behalf. Yet to her astonishment, he demonstrated a composure that surpassed that of the majority of so-called elites present. Soon, the gala transitioned to its main event, the charity auction segment. As one of the hosts, Li Xiong ascended the podium amidst a chorus of applause. Clearing his throat, he donned a facade of benevolence, commencing his speech. Good evening, esteemed guests and friends. I am profoundly grateful for your presence at our annual charity gala amidst your busy lives. After a grandiloquent introduction, Li Xiong shifted his tone to one laden with gravity. Philanthropy is not merely about monetary donations. It embodies a sense of social responsibility. This responsibility is rooted in our rich cultural heritage. The Chinese nation, with its millennia of tradition, relies not on wealth, but on the innate virtues of benevolence and wisdom etched into our very bones. As he spoke, he seemingly cast an idle glance in Lin Feng's direction, his voice low yet resonant, echoing throughout the hall. In today's society, there are always a few young individuals who, having struck it rich overnight, believe they possess the world. They brandish their cash, thinking they can purchase everything, unaware that some treasures are beyond the reach of money, such as taste, refinement, and the legacy of our ancient culture. Wealth devoid of foundation is merely a castle in the air, arriving swiftly yet departing just as quickly. As these words were uttered, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Subsequently, a multitude of inquisitive glances converged on Lin Feng. It was evident to all that Li Xiong's remarks were steeped in cultural profundity. Each word a pointed barb aimed squarely at the suddenly ascendant nouveau riche. This was no mere insinuation. It was a blatant affront. Faced with this unabashed provocation, Lin Feng did not even lift his eyelids, leisurely savoring the champagne in his glass. As if the raucous nouveau riche mentioned by Li Xiong had no connection to him whatsoever, his calm demeanor only served to stoke the fury within the hearts of the Li father and son. With Li Xiong's remarks concluded, the auction commenced in earnest. A few pieces of jewelry and luxury watches were quickly sold, and the atmosphere grew increasingly animated. At that moment, one of the highlight items was delicately presented by a graceful auction assistant. It was a meticulously framed piece of ancient calligraphy. Seizing the opportunity, Li Tianhao immediately stood up, snatching the microphone from the auctioneer's grasp, his face alight with exaggerated excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is truly extraordinary. This is a work my father painstakingly retrieved from an overseas collector, and according to research, it is highly likely to be the genuine relic of the renowned Song Dynasty calligrapher Mi Fu. Behold the strokes, soaring like dragons and phoenixes, an awe-inspiring treasure of national significance. He brandished the calligraphy piece, ostentatiously showcasing it to tantalize the audience. Then, with a sudden pivot, he fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Lin, is it? I've heard that you possess considerable wealth and have been quite the sensation in Yun City lately. I wonder if you have any knowledge of our traditional culture? Why not join us on stage and share your insights on this masterpiece? A collective gasp filled the room. The spectacle everyone had been anticipating had finally arrived. All eyes instantly turned to Lin Feng, eager to witness his potential embarrassment. A young man barely in his 20s, no matter how affluent. How could he possibly grasp the intricacies of calligraphy? Li Tianhao's ploy was transparently designed to put him in an untenable position. Under the scrutinizing gaze of over 1,000 spectators reveling in schadenfreude, Lin Feng finally set down his wine glass. Slowly, he rose to his feet, and amidst Murong Yunxue's anxious stare, he offered her a reassuring smile. Then, he strode purposefully, step by steady step, onto the stage. The entire hall fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Lin Feng approached the front, taking the so-called masterpiece from the smug Li Tianhao's hands. He did not even fully unfurl it, merely casting a casual glance. Just one fleeting look. Then, to the astonishment of all present, he made a gesture that left the audience utterly dumbfounded. With a nonchalant flick of his wrist, he tossed the so-called national treasure back onto the red velvet-covered table like it was a mere scrap of paper. In the next instant, 2 words escaped his lips, resonating clearly throughout the hall. Trash. The room plunged into a 3-second silence, followed by an eruption of chaos. What? Did I hear that correctly? He called it trash? Has he lost his mind? Even if he doesn't understand, he shouldn't be so blunt. This is a public slap in the face of the Li family. Li Tianhao's face turned an angry shade of purple, trembling with rage as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, shouting, "Lin Feng, how dare you call it trash? What do you know?" In the face of his fury, Lin Feng merely curled his lips in disdain, his eyes filled with a pitying look for the fool. He turned away, slowly grasping the microphone, his gaze sweeping over every astonished face in the audience, finally settling on Li Tianhao's contorted expression. "How dare I?" He chuckled lightly, his voice imbued with an unassailable confidence. "Because it is inferior to even my casual scribbles." Chapter 40. A word worth 1,000 gold, shocking the entire hall. His words, though not loud, reverberated like thunderclaps in the opulent banquet hall. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Over 1,000 guests, one and all, widened their eyes, gazing at Lin Feng as if he were a madman. They doubted their own hearing. What did he say? That the calligraphy, purportedly by Mi Fu, was trash? He claimed it was worse than his own casual writing. After a brief silence, a wave of laughter erupted, akin to a deluge sweeping through the hall. Ha! Did I hear that right? Is this kid mad? He is hilarious. Who does he think he is? The reincarnation of Wang Shiji? Worse than his casual writing? Does he even know how to hold a brush? Having encountered boastfulness before, they had never seen anything like this. It was as if he were blowing his bravado into outer space. This was bound to be a spectacle. If the Li family didn't humiliate him, it would be a testament to their mercy. The cacophony of ridicule, derision, and contempt surged toward Lin Feng like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him entirely. Below the stage, Mu Rong Yunxua felt her heart leap into her throat. She clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. She believed Lin Feng would not speak without reason, but the world of calligraphy was profound and intricate, not something easily mastered by mere wealth or power. Meanwhile, on stage, after the initial shock, Li Tianhao's face contorted with rage, his finger jabbing at Lin Feng as he shouted hysterically, "Lin Feng, what are you? What qualifications do you have to critique Mi Fu's work? You, an ignorant nouveau riche, what do you understand besides money? If you can't articulate your thoughts today, I'll make you crawl out of here." Just as Li Tianhao was about to lose control and lunge at Lin Feng, a steady, powerful hand pressed down on his shoulder. It was Li Xiong. Li Xiong slowly ascended the stage, his expression devoid of anger, instead wearing a benevolent smile befitting a sage. He first patted his son's back reassuringly before turning to Lin Feng, adopting a serious tone. "Mr. Lin, youthful exuberance is understandable. However, while one may eat indiscriminately, one must not speak carelessly." He paused, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes before his smile broadened, his voice rising to ensure every attendee could hear him clearly. "However, since you're so confident that this piece is inferior to your casual work, I presume your calligraphic skills have reached unparalleled heights. As the saying goes, hearing is one thing, seeing is another. Rather than wait for a more suitable time, why not demonstrate your skill today, in front of all the distinguished guests of Yun City, and allow us mere mortals to witness your divine brushwork?" The true trump card of the banquet had finally been revealed. Li Xiong's words were impeccably crafted, seemingly offering Lin Feng a platform to showcase his abilities. But in reality, he was roasting him alive, effectively cutting off any avenue of retreat. To comply? What could a 20-something young man possibly produce? A public humiliation that would ruin him. To refuse? That would mean admitting to his earlier boastfulness, rendering him a laughingstock in front of all Yun City. This was a masterstroke. Indeed, Mr. Li is right. Let us see. Mr. Lin, don't be timid. Whether you're a horse or a mule, let us take you for a walk. The audience erupted into a chorus of jeers and encouragement. Li Tianhao raised his head smugly, his eyes filled with provocation and delight, as if he could already envision Lin Feng, sweating profusely, struggling to draw a turtle on rice paper with a brush. Seizing the moment, he added fuel to the fire, loudly goading, "Lin Feng, dare you to write, and should your words possess even the slightest merit, I shall concede to you today. I personally offer 1 million to procure your masterpiece. What say you, do you dare?" 1 million. A chorus of astonishment arose from the crowd. Everyone believed this was the utmost benevolence the Li family could muster. Amidst the glee of onlookers, eagerly awaiting the spectacle, Lin Feng finally made his move. Observing the clumsy performance of Li Xiong and his son, who were engaging in a theatrical duet, a playful smirk graced his lips. This was precisely the effect he sought. A mere million? Lin Feng grasped the microphone, his voice not loud but distinctly cutting through the din of the crowd. He surveyed the room, his gaze radiating an air of dominion, as he calmly proclaimed, "My calligraphy, I fear, is beyond your means." With that, he turned his back on the astonished expressions of the audience and strode towards the grand redwood writing desk, already prepared for the auction's performance segment. Adorned with exquisite rice paper, All the necessary tools of the scholar lay before him. As Lin Feng approached the desk, his entire demeanor shifted dramatically. If moments ago he had resembled a sword concealed within its sheath, exuding a certain nonchalance, now he was a blade unleashed. The languor and casualness dissipated, replaced by a masterful aura, as imposing as mountains and oceans. He did not immediately put pen to paper. Instead, he extended his hand and, with deliberate grace, lifted the ink stick, grinding it slowly in the inkstone. His movements flowed with an ancient charm, each detail imbued with a sense of timelessness. As if performed 1,000 times before, the hall gradually fell silent. All present were captivated by the powerful concentration radiating from him. The fragrance of ink filled the air. When the ink reached a rich, viscous consistency, he finally set down the ink stick. He seized a soft wolf hairbrush, its shaft warm to the touch, dipping it generously into the ink. With pen poised, wrist suspended, just as the brush tip was about to touch the pristine rice paper, the entire assembly instinctively held its breath. In the next moment, the brush fell. The strokes danced like dragons and serpents. Lin Feng's arm seemed to morph into a fleeting apparition. The brush in his hand came alive, swirling wildly across the paper. At times, it struck like thunder, penetrating the very essence of the paper. At others, it spiraled like a fine thread, weaving a poignant tale. Occasionally, it fell like boulders from a mountain, unstoppable in its descent. And then, like flowing clouds and running water, it completed its course in one breath. Although most present lacked knowledge of calligraphy, they could unmistakably feel an indescribable, overwhelming momentum emanating from the brush's movements, bursting forth from the rice paper. It embodied a tyrannical, sovereign spirit, dominating the realm. In merely a few breaths, Lin Feng abruptly halted. He casually tossed the brush back into the brush wash, producing a crisp sound, as if striking the final gong for this astonishing piece. The hall was enveloped in a profound silence. All eyes were fixed intently on the rice paper. Upon it, there lay a single character. A bold and sweeping cursive, it read, "Dragon." That character seemed not merely inscribed, but alive. It coiled at the center of the paper, as if ready to break free from its confines and transform into a true celestial dragon, soaring skyward, stirring the winds and clouds, commanding all creation to bow in reverence. The regal aura of supremacy washed over every observer, causing their very souls to tremble. The smug smile on Li Tianhao's face had long since frozen. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Li Xiong's hypocritical grin also became rigid, his gaze fixated on the character, eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Just as the entire hall was engulfed in this breathless astonishment, a trembling, aged voice, tinged with tears, erupted from a corner. A divine piece. It is indeed a divine piece. An elderly man, hair ashen and clad in a Zhongshan suit, stumbled forth from the crowd, his excitement rendering him quivering. Tears streaming down his cheeks like a child, heedlessly charging towards the stage. It was Elder Wang, the president of the Cloud City Calligraphy Association. Someone recognized him. Amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, President Wang rushed to the front of the stage, gazing at the character on the rice paper. With a thud, he nearly collapsed to his knees. He raised his head, looking at Lin Feng with an almost pleading expression, his voice hoarse as he cried out, "Mr. Lin, Immortal Lin, for this character, I am willing to offer 100 million. I beg you, please, do not deny me this." Chapter 41. The Li family bleeds, reaping fame and fortune. 100 million. I beg you, please do not deny me this. President Wang's tearful exclamation detonated like a deep water bomb on the placid surface of a lake. Boom. The entire banquet hall erupted. 100 million. Did I mishear? Elder Wang has offered 100 million for a single character. Madness. This world has truly gone mad. One character for 100 million. What does that even mean? A character worth 1,000 gold? This is, in fact, a character worth 1,000,000,000 gold. If earlier the crowd held a sliver of doubt regarding Lin Feng's grandiloquent claims, then at this moment, President Wang's offer struck each face like the loudest of slaps. Who is Elder Wang? The president of the Cloud City Calligraphy Association. A venerable master who has dedicated his life to ink and paper. His judgment is the gold standard in the industry. If he is willing to gamble his entire fortune for this piece, then its worth has surpassed the imagination of 99% of those present. All eyes once again swiftly converged on the character of the dragon atop the stage. This time, there was no trace of mockery or disdain in their gazes. Instead, fervor, greed, and reverence filled their expressions. Meanwhile, the faces of Li Xiong and Li Tianhao turned ashen, appearing even more ghastly than pork liver. Li Tianhao staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. 100 million. That figure loomed like an invisible mountain, crashing down and obliterating his earlier clownish pride and provocation. Just moments ago, he had boasted of spending 1 million to acquire Lin Feng's masterpiece. Now, It was evident that his proclamation was nothing but a grand joke he had played upon himself. The authentic relic of Mi Fu, which he had proudly wielded to torment Lin Feng, was disparaged as worthless. Yet, Lin Feng's casually scrawled character had elicited an astronomical bid of 100 million from an expert of the highest caliber. This was beyond mere humiliation. It was as if they had torn the face of the Li family from their countenance, cast it to the ground, and trampled it under diamond-studded shoes. Li Xiong's fists were clenched tightly at his sides, knuckles cracking from the strain. The composure and grace he once prided himself on were on the brink of collapse. The trap he had set, the carefully orchestrated scheme, had not merely failed to harm Lin Feng in the slightest. It had instead served as a stepping stone, elevating Lin Feng to an unprecedented, spotlighted pedestal. However, this was merely the beginning. "Elder Wang, your assertion is flawed," a resounding voice from the VIP section interjected. "Such a divine peace should be shared among all. How can it be monopolized by you alone?" The crowd turned to see the speaker. It was the head of the Zhao family, one of the 4 prominent families of Cloud City. The Zhao patriarch rose, addressing the stage with a hearty laugh. "Mr. Lin, Elder Wang has bid 100 million. I, Zhao, offer 150 million. The entire venue erupted in astonishment once more. Even the Zhao family, one of the 4 prominent families, has entered the fray. This is no mere auction of art. Rather, it is a gesture, a sign of goodwill towards Lin Feng, the newly emerged super-rich. Mr. Zhao displays remarkable generosity. However, such divine artifacts are rare and elusive. I, Zhang, shall also partake in this fervor. I bid 180 million. Another real estate magnate rose to his feet as well. 200 million. 210 million. The bids surged in a cacophony, each more frenzied than the last. In a matter of mere seconds, the price soared to 250 million. Below the stage, Murong Yunxue gazed at the man above, composed and unruffled, as if he held the reins of fate itself. Her cold, clear eyes sparkled with myriad emotions. She knew Lin Feng would emerge victorious, yet she could scarcely fathom that he would triumph in such a breathtaking and overwhelming manner. Just as the bidding reached a fever pitch, a middle-aged man, who had remained silent in the corner, slowly raised his bidding paddle, calmly uttering a figure. 300 million. These 2 words seemed to carry a certain enchantment, instantly silencing the entire raucous hall. Everyone turned to locate the source of the voice. And upon recognizing the man's face, gasps of disbelief echoed throughout. He was a mysterious tycoon, recently returned from abroad, known for his low profile, yet immeasurable wealth, rumored to possess connections that reached the heavens. 300 million. A single phrase, 300 million. This price eclipsed the total of all items up for bid that evening, shattering the psychological defenses of all competitors. The hall fell into utter silence. The auctioneer trembled as he raised the gavel, calling out thrice. But no one dared to bid further. Bang! The gavel came down. 300 million. Sold. Thus, a record that would be etched into the annals of Yun City and even national auction history was born. After a brief silence, the entire hall erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Everyone was exhilarated to witness this historic moment, and the gazes directed at Lin Feng transformed from awe into fervent adoration. However, just as it seemed that this was the climax of the evening, Lin Feng slowly took the microphone. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze lingering for half a second on the pale faces of the Li family father and son, before a significant smile graced his lips. "Ladies and gentlemen," his voice resonated clearly throughout every corner via the sound system. "I am deeply grateful for your kindness, which has led to my humble work fetching such a staggering price." He paused, then pivoted the conversation, dropping a true bombshell. "Tonight is a charity gala. I, Lin Feng, shall take not a single cent from the 300 million auction proceeds, which will be entirely donated in the name of the Fengshui Group to the Yun City Charity Foundation for the education of children in impoverished mountain regions." Boom! The crowd erupted into a frenzy. 300 million. That was 300 million in cash. And just like that, he donated it without batting an eye. What audacity! What grandeur! Countless socialites gazed at Lin Feng with hearts aflame, yearning to rush to the stage. Yet, the shock he delivered was far from over. He raised 2 fingers towards the audience and coolly stated, "Additionally, I shall personally contribute another 200 million, a total of 500 million, which I hope will be put to use immediately following today." 500 million. As this figure slipped from Lin Feng's lips with such nonchalance, it felt as though the entire world had been muted. Every individual felt their minds blank, utterly devoid of thought. If the earlier 300 million donation was an act of flamboyance, this additional 200 million was a genuine miracle. A nouveau riche? To hell with that notion. Which nouveau riche possesses such extraordinary talent worth 300 million with a mere utterance? And which nouveau riche can so effortlessly donate 500 million with such lofty vision? In that moment, Lin Feng obliterated all prejudices and labels thrust upon him with irrefutable facts. He was no longer a mysterious newcomer, a mere lucky lad. He was a person of talent, wealth, virtue, and vision, a true dragon among men. The gala concluded amidst an atmosphere of near-manic admiration. Lin Feng, hand in hand with Murong Yunxue, departed with poise, surrounded by the awed and fawning gazes of the crowd. The throng parted to create a path for them, as though bidding farewell to their sovereign. As the music faded and the crowd dispersed, only a few members of the Li family remained in the now desolate banquet hall. Li Tianhao's eyes were vacant, like a puppet stripped of its soul, mumbling incoherently, 500 million. How dare he? How dare he? Li Xiong stood amidst the wreckage of the banquet table, his well-maintained visage devoid of color. He fixed a fierce gaze on the direction Lin Feng had departed, his chest heaving violently as a rush of metallic-tasting fluid surged up his throat. He forced the blood back down, but could no longer suppress the overwhelming humiliation and rage. With a crash, he seized an abandoned crystal wine glass from the table and smashed it against the ground, shattering it to pieces. Lin Feng. He spat the name through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse as if he were a demon from the depths of hell. He understood that after tonight, any conventional business tactics or media attacks would no longer hold sway over this young man in Yun City. Lin Feng had donned an impenetrable, resplendent armor through a flawless personal showcase. In Li Xiong's eyes, all reason and composure rapidly evaporated, replaced by a primal, frenetic ferocity born of desperation. A glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered deep within his pupils. Chapter 42, Retribution from the Underground. The disastrous failure of the charity gala struck Li family like a Category 12 hurricane, obliterating the reputation and standing they had painstakingly built in Yun City over decades. The Li family had become the biggest laughingstock of the upper echelons of Yun City. In the dead of night, the study of the Li family manor remained brightly lit. On a $1 million rosewood desk, an expensive Rue Kiln tea set lay shattered. Li Xiong, panting heavily, sat in the grand chair that symbolized the head of the family. His usually well-groomed face now contorted with extreme rage, veins coursing with blood. His mind replayed the scenes from the gala over and over. Lin Feng's dismissive remark, trash. The President Wang's earth-shattering bid of 100 million, and finally, Lin Feng's announcement of a 500 million donation. Met with a thunderous wave of applause and adoration. Each image felt like a searing iron nail, mercilessly driven into his heart. Humiliation. An unprecedented, unimaginable disgrace. Li Xiong, who had navigated Yun City for half a lifetime, had never endured such humiliation. The carefully orchestrated banquet had not only failed to ruin Lin Feng, but had instead become the stepping stone for his ascendance. Father, please don't let this anger harm your health. Li Tianhao cautiously offered a glass of warm water, his own face pale, his eyes brimming with fear and resentment. After the gala, he hadn't even dared to step outside. He could only imagine how the outside world mocked both him and his father. Li Xiong did not bother to fetch water. With a sudden and forceful gesture, he swept the cup to the ground. The sharp sound of shattering resonated painfully in the silent study. Conventional methods had ceased to affect him. His voice, raspy as if two pieces of sandpaper were being rubbed together, carried a chilling intensity, for he was now perceived as a philanthropist by the media. A national hero in the eyes of the public, and a red-taped businessman with connections to the upper echelons. To engage with him using commercial tactics would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Li Tianhao's body trembled, and in despair, he inquired, so, we just let it go? Let it go? Li Xiong suddenly lifted his head, his murky old eyes igniting with a ferocious glint, reminiscent of a starving wolf cornered in desperation. In Yun City, no one had ever dared to trample upon the dignity of the Li family. He slowly retrieved an antiquated black mobile phone from the depths of his drawer, one that had never before been seen. There was no password, only a power button. He pressed it, and the screen illuminated, revealing a simple interface with a dial pad. With practiced ease, he inputted a number he knew by heart and hit the call button. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. Silence echoed on the other end. A void of sound. In a low voice, he spoke into the receiver, enunciating each word with precision. Black Panther, it's me. The other side remained mute, seemingly awaiting further instructions. I need you to assist me with a matter. The Fengxue Group's construction site in the Southern District has recently acquired a parcel of land and is currently under construction. I want their site to be plagued with unrest. He paused, emphasizing his words. Money is not an issue. A down payment of 50 million, and upon completion, an additional 50 million. I have but one request. Not only must the project be halted, but ideally, their project manager should meet with an unfortunate accident and spend a year or so in the hospital. Finally, a low, gravelly voice, akin to a beast's growl, emerged from the other end. Name. Lin Feng. Good. With that single word, the call was abruptly terminated. Li Xiong slowly set down the phone, the frenzy on his face gradually giving way to a cold, sinister expression. Lin Feng, do you believe that winning in plain sight equates to true victory? This world, after all, harbors shadows where sunlight does not penetrate. And the Li family's resilience in Yun City has never relied solely on wealth. Several days later, in the office of Fengshui Group's president, Mu Rong Yunxue furrowed her brows deeply, her exquisite visage marred by clouds of worry. Before her lay a series of urgent reports that had arrived in quick succession. President Mu, a batch of imported fireproof building materials stored at the southern construction site caught fire last night for no apparent reason, resulting in losses exceeding 3 million. President Mu, we've just discovered that a high-precision laser measuring device imported from Germany was stolen last night. The surveillance in that area happened to be down. President Mu, there's been an incident. Just now, a worker operating the lift experienced a sudden cable failure. Fortunately, he was not at a great height and had secured himself with safety lines. He merely broke his leg and is not in life-threatening danger. However, colleagues who inspected the scene reported that the cable's cut was remarkably clean, suggesting it was severed with hydraulic pliers rather than natural wear. The relentless stream of bad news cast a shadow over the upper echelons of Fengshui Group. First arson, then theft, and now, even deliberate harm. The police had been alerted, gathered evidence, and conducted searches, yet the vastness of the construction site, coupled with the mixed crowd and the professionalism of the perpetrators, rendered them incapable of uncovering any valuable clues. Everyone understood that this was no accident. It was a declaration of war against Fengshui Group, executed with the most despicable methods. An atmosphere of trepidation enveloped the construction site, and progress was forcefully halted. The enormous losses and intangible pressures left even the typically composed Mu Rong Yunxue feeling unprecedentedly overwhelmed. Rubbing her aching temples, she reached for the phone to brief Lin Feng on the situation. However, at that moment, the office door swung open. Lin Feng entered, holding several reports identical to those on her desk, moving deliberately. His expression bore none of the anger or anxiety she had anticipated. It was unsettlingly calm. He tossed the reports onto the desk and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling scenery of Yun City. Calling the police will not resolve our issues, he stated flatly, devoid of any detectable emotion. What then shall we do? Mu Rong Yunxue's voice held a note of helplessness. The adversary lurked in the shadows like a venomous serpent, and they were utterly defenseless. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment before slowly turning to face her. His gaze had transformed into that of ancient ice, chilling and penetrating. It was a rage that transcended mere anger, a frigid intensity. I had intended to let them play their games at a leisurely pace. However, it seems some individuals truly won't shed tears until they see the coffin. A cold, cruel smile crept across his lips. In the midst of Mu Rong Yunxue's confused stare, he silently issued a command to the presence in his mind. System. Exchange for an absolute tracking card. Chapter 43. Following the clue, the lair of Black Panther. System. Exchange for an absolute tracking card. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the empty office, devoid of warmth. Ding. Detecting intense emotional fluctuations from the host. Emotional value 500,000. Ding. Consuming 100,000 emotional value. Absolute tracking card. Exchanged successfully. Current balance. 250,000 points. Absolute tracking card. A one-time consumable. Upon use, it can lock onto specific events and generate a holographic map in the host's mind, rendering all involved parties' movements and final convergence points and energy trails that cannot be obscured by any means. Use it immediately. Locking target. All deliberate destructive incidents at Fengshui Group's southern construction site. The moment Lin Feng's words fell, a gentle stream of energy surged into his mind. In the next instant, a vast and intricate three-dimensional holographic map of Yun City unfurled within his consciousness. On the map, the position of the southern construction site was marked by a clear red dot. Soon after, several colored energy lines emerged from different corners of the site. Lin Feng's perspective transformed, as if he had become a deity, witnessing the actions of a figure represented by a red line stealthily infiltrating the material storage area at midnight, dousing it in an accelerant and igniting a blaze. A figure represented by a blue line pried open the warehouse doors and stole the expensive equipment, while the sight that ignited his fury was of a figure represented by a green line, stealthily using a massive hydraulic plier to sever the lift's cable. All their movements played out in his mind like a fast-forwarded film. After completing their respective tasks, the colored lines did not disperse but converged toward the same direction. With a thought, Lin Feng zoomed out the consciousness map, locking onto the endpoint of all the lines. It lay in the western suburbs of Yun City. In an area long abandoned, nearly untraceable on the map, the Tiger Auto Repair Factory. As Lin Feng gazed at the final, glowing red dot. A bloodthirsty smile crept across his lips. A group of shadowy rats believed they were well concealed, alerting the police. That thought flickered through Lin Feng's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Dealing with these outlaws who navigate the gray areas of society, the role of the police is exceedingly limited. They are seasoned, possessing formidable counter-surveillance skills, leaving virtually no valuable evidence at the scene. Even if the police were to intervene, these individuals have countless ways to extricate themselves. A show of force would be utterly futile. When confronted with a rabid dog, the most effective approach is not to reason with it, but rather to wield a more formidable stick, incapacitating it in one decisive strike. To the extent that the mere utterance of your name sends it into a paroxysm of terror. Lin Feng approached his desk and seated himself. He did not act immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and re-established communication with the system. System, open the marketplace. He sought to secure an absolute assurance for himself before taking any action. This time, he bypassed the flashy props and directly accessed the skills category, his gaze meticulously scanning the array of available items. Soon, a skill radiating with a dark golden hue captured his full attention. Master-level combat technique, trial version, consumable. Upon activation, the host will perfectly master a combat prowess that integrates 18 of the world's premier killing techniques, including Israeli Krav Maga, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Russian Sambo, and Chinese Baji Quan. Within a span of 12 hours, your body will transform into a highly sophisticated killing machine, with every muscle-s exertion and every breath-s rhythm reaching their zenith. Price, 200,000 emotional points. This was the one. Lin Feng made his choice without hesitation. However, sheer combat prowess was insufficient. What he sought was not merely victory, but to ensure that the puppeteer and all those who intervened would pay the most excruciating and soul-stirring price. His fingers swiftly navigated the marketplace interface, and ultimately, in a secluded corner of the special items section, he discovered something that brought a glimmer to his eyes. Pain Doubling Talisman, a one-time consumable, usable on a single target. Upon activation, the target's pain sensitivity will be forcibly heightened by 1,000 for a duration of 24 hours. The sting of a needle will transform into the agony of being cleaved by a fire axe. A gentle tap on the shoulder will feel akin to having bones shattered by a speeding truck. It is the quintessential choice for interrogation, coercion, and torturing foes. Price, 50,000 emotional points. As he perused the description of this item, a chilling, malevolent smile crept across Lin Feng's face. Perfect. System. Exchange for master-level combat technique, trial version, and use it immediately. Also, redeem a pain doubling talisman. Ding. Purchase successful. Total expenditure, 250,000 emotional points. Current balance, 1,000,000 points. The moment the words left his lips, an unimaginable torrent of information and a surge of ferocious energy flooded into his being. The muscle memories of countless combat techniques were instantaneously instilled within him. He learned how to effortlessly snap a person's neck, dismantle all their joints within a second, and leverage every available object in his surroundings for lethal attacks. Scenes that previously existed solely in films now became instinctual within his body. He could distinctly sense that while his physical strength had not drastically increased, his control over this body had reached an unfathomable level. He rose slowly, clenched his fist, and a series of crisp cracks echoed from his joints. An unprecedented feeling of supreme control over everything surged within him. The night was as dark as ink. A black SUV, akin to a specter, came to a halt amidst a thicket of weeds, several hundred meters from the Tiger Automobile Repair Shop. Lin Feng turned off the engine and exited the vehicle. The evening breeze rustled through his hair. Before him lay the dilapidated repair shop, its rusted iron doors firmly shut, and graffiti adorned the walls. While it appeared deserted, the battlefield perception granted by the master-level combat technique enabled Lin Feng to discern that at least 4 hidden sentinels lurked in the shadows, along with more than 6 cleverly concealed cameras. The defenses were stringent, far exceeding those of an ordinary abandoned factory. Lin Feng's silhouette melded seamlessly into the darkness. He did not approach through the front entrance, but rather circumnavigated to the rear side of the repair shop. His footsteps were as light as a feline S, traversing the complex ruins without a whisper of sound. One of the sentinels, concealed behind an abandoned oil drum and idly smoking, was engrossed in his phone. Suddenly, he felt a chill at the back of his neck, as if a mosquito had bitten him. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and before he could utter a sound, he collapsed limply. Lin Feng's figure materialized behind him, retracting his hand with an expression devoid of any emotion, as though he had merely attended to a trivial matter. Like a reaper gliding through the shadows, he silently eliminated all sentinels and surveillance cameras one by one. The entire process was fluid, taking no more than 5 minutes. At last, he paused beneath a tightly sealed window of the main building. From within, raucous shouts, gambling noises, and the pungent stench of alcohol and sweat permeated the air. He located a vent leading to the basement, removed the grill, and, like a boneless serpent, slid in soundlessly. The basement of the repair shop was thick with smoke and stench. A group of tattooed men, bare-chested and brawny, encircled a greasy table, shouting and gambling feverishly over their playing cards. Seated on a sofa in the corner was a scar-faced man, adorned with a tattoo of a menacing Black Panther on his neck. He reclined with arrogance, savoring a massage from a subordinate while conversing smugly on the phone. "Mr. Lee, you can rest assured. Everything is proceeding flawlessly. Even if the police arrive, they will be utterly in the dark, uncovering nothing. I guarantee that the gentleman named Lin is presently in a frenzy, like an ant on a hot stove. Ha ha." The scar-faced man, notorious in the area as the Black Panther, spoke while greedily rubbing his hands together. "Additional reward? Oh, Mr. Lee, you are too kind. Rest assured. As long as the payment is in order, next time, I will ensure that he secures a permanent residency in the ICU. Let him know who truly reigns in Yunqing." The Black Panther laughed maniacally, his spittle flying far and wide, completely oblivious to the shadow that hung silently behind him, like a gecko clinging to the wall, peering out from the dark vent. Those eyes, glimmering eerily in the gloom, were fixated upon him. Once the call ended, Black Panther flung his phone to a subordinate beside him and arrogantly bellowed, "Everyone, be alert. Tonight, I shall cover all the drinks. Brother Panther is formidable. Brother Panther is incredible." Amidst a cacophony of frenzied praises, a voice, cold and clear, abruptly pierced through the chaos from behind him. "Has the call concluded?" Though soft, the voice struck like a chisel tempered in ice, shattering the surrounding noise in an instant. The throng of burly men reveling in their debauchery froze in place. The smug smile on Black Panther's face instantly vanished, his body hair standing on end as a chill coursed from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He spun around sharply to find a casually dressed young man standing less than 3 meters away, his expression devoid of emotion, eyes as deep and unfathomable as a cold abyss. "Who the hell are you? How did you get in?" Black Panther exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury propelling him off the sofa. The surrounding henchmen, finally snapping back to reality, seized anything that could serve as a weapon: wrenches, steel pipes, crowbars, and even a few glinting machetes, forming a tight circle around Lin Feng. Upon realizing their opponent was alone, Black Panther's initial shock was swiftly replaced by rage at the audacity of an intruder. With a menacing grin, his scar contorted with the flexing of his muscles, he sneered, "Kid, I don't care who sent you. You chose the wrong path. Today, I shall show you what it means to have no return. Get him. Dismember him. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the fall." With that command, the two closest hulks swung their steel pipes, howling through the air, aimed viciously at Lin Feng's head and legs. Their faces twisted with sadistic glee, as if they could already envision their adversary bloodied and pleading for mercy. However, the scene they imagined did not materialize. Just as the pipes were about to connect, Lin Feng moved. No one could discern how he did it. All they saw was a fleeting shadow dart across their vision. Crack, crack. The sickening sound of bones shattering echoed simultaneously. The two ferocious attackers found their expressions frozen in a mask of agony, their steel pipes bending at an unnatural angle, twisting their wrists grotesquely. They were unable to emit even a scream before an overwhelming force surged through their wrists, sending them hurtling into the throng behind them like ragdolls. A brief silence enveloped the room, as all present were rendered speechless by the incomprehensible spectacle. "What are you waiting for? He is alone. Kill him." Black Panther, startled by Lin Feng's ghostly agility, quickly resorted to a blustering roar, relying on sheer numbers. The crowd surged forward like a pack of rabid dogs, howling as they charged at Lin Feng. In an instant, the basement transformed into a whirlwind of blades and clubs, a tempest of lethal intent. Yet, amidst the onslaught, Lin Feng's countenance remained as serene as a still lake. Enhanced by his mastery of combat, the mob before him appeared rife with openings, their movements slow as if played in slow motion, failing to pique even a modicum of interest from him. He sprang into action, like a tiger among sheep. A burly man wielding a machete swung at him from the front. Lin Feng barely glanced, his body sidestepping the blade with a slight lean, his right hand darting out with lightning speed, expertly grasping the man's wrist. With a gentle twist, a horrific shriek erupted as the man's wrist contorted unnaturally. Without pausing, Lin Feng seized the machete from him, and without a second thought, he swung the flat of the blade with force against the knee of an assailant charging from the left. Thud! The man's leg buckled grotesquely, and he collapsed with a wail. Simultaneously, Lin Feng executed a swift side kick with his left foot, striking the chin of a would-be ambusher behind him. Bam! A dull thud resonated as the man's jaw shattered, teeth mingled with blood spraying forth, his body tumbling backward, knocking two comrades unconscious. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng became a fleeting specter within the cramped space. Each of his movements was precise, efficient, and ruthlessly brutal. His fists, elbows, knees, and feet transformed into the most lethal of weapons. The sounds of cracking bones, anguished cries, and heavy thuds merged into a symphony that sent chills down the spine. The once menacing outlaws, who had charged in a frenzy, now lay scattered like harvested straw, falling as swiftly as they had come. In less than a minute, the entire basement was devoid of anyone standing, save for Lin Feng and the utterly petrified Black Panther. The floor was strewn with dozens of hulking figures, none dead, yet each contorted in agony, writhing on the ground. Some had limbs broken, others had joints dislocated, all rendered incapable of movement. A pungent scent of blood and fear permeated the air. Lin Feng slowly retracted his foot, his attire immaculate, not a wrinkle to be found. It was as though he had merely performed a warm-up exercise, his breath steady and unperturbed. He raised his gaze, cold eyes locking onto the pallid, trembling figure of Black Panther. Gulp! Black Panther struggled to swallow, his mouth dry, heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. What had he witnessed? That was no human. That was a demon. A monster. Dozens of armed brothers, incapacitated in under a minute. Was this some sort of film? Don't come any closer. As Lin Feng advanced step by step, Black Panther's mental defenses crumbled completely. Instinctively, he recoiled, stumbling over the sofa and collapsing onto the ground. Scrambling backward with hands and feet, a dark stain rapidly spreading across his trousers. Lin Feng approached, towering over him, his expression impassive. He slowly crouched down, retrieving an unassuming piece of yellow paper resembling a sticky note from his pocket. Under Black Panther's horrified gaze, Lin Feng extended his hand, gently placing the pain-doubling talisman upon his forehead. Slap! A soft sound echoed. The talisman adhered perfectly to the forehead of the Black Panther, presenting a somewhat comical appearance, akin to the binding charms seen in zombie films. The Black Panther was momentarily stunned, feeling no discernible difference. What have you done to me? He stammered. Lin Feng offered no reply, rising slowly to his feet before lifting his foot. Without exerting force, he gently placed the tip of his shoe upon the Black Panther's little finger, then slightly twisted it. The instant Lin Feng's toe made contact with his digit, an unprecedented, indescribable agony erupted within him, akin to the detonation of a nuclear bomb fueled by millions of tons of explosives, reverberating through every cell in his body. A piercing, inhuman scream tore from the depths of the Black Panther's throat, a sound so harrowing that it seemed to fracture the very air, echoing with the most primal, unrefined essence of pain and despair. His eyes immediately filled with blood vessels, his body flailed on the ground like a fish out of water, convulsing uncontrollably. He perceived his little finger, no, his entire arm, indeed, half of his body, being crushed repeatedly by a speeding train, mercilessly ground to pulp. Every nerve burned with agony. Every pore erupted with a molten stream of suffering. This was no longer mere pain. It was a torment that transcended the limits of mortal endurance. A torture emanating from the very depths of his soul. Lin Feng slowly lifted his foot, resting the sole of his shoe upon the Black Panther's contorted face, which had been grotesquely twisted by pain, and gave a slight grind. He gazed down at the man beneath him, whose consciousness had begun to blur under the weight of his suffering, his voice devoid of any emotion. Now tell me, was it Li Xiong who sent you? Or do you wish to die? Chapter 45, A New Pawn, the countdown to the Li family's demise. Now tell me, was it Li Xiong who sent you? Or do you wish to die? Lin Feng's voice resonated with the chilling authority of a judgment from the underworld, each word imbued with an undeniable coldness. For the Black Panther, this voice was the sole lifeline he could grasp, a fragile straw to escape the abyss. I will speak. I will confess everything. Faced with a pain so intense it felt as if his very soul was evaporating, the concepts of loyalty, brotherhood, and pride became mere trifles. The Black Panther's mental defenses crumbled within the first moment. Tears streamed down his face, contorted with sheer terror and agony, rendering him unrecognizable from the fierce figure he once was. Yes, it was Li Xiong. Li Xiong from the Li family sent me. He offered me 50 million as a deposit to create chaos at your construction site. Arson, theft, cutting steel cables. He orchestrated it all. He promised me another 50 million upon completion and instructed me to find an opportunity to cripple you. The Black Panther spilled the entirety of his treachery, revealing every detail without hesitation or concealment. He howled in a state of despair, his hands frantically pounding the ground, akin to a fish flung ashore, struggling in vain. Brother, ancestor, deity, I was wrong. I truly erred. I am but a wretched pawn driven by money. I failed to recognize your might and provoked a true god. I beseech you, spare my miserable life. I shall never dare again. Lin Feng's foot remained firmly planted on his face, unmoving and devoid of additional pressure. He listened in silence, his gaze betraying no emotion. Only when the Black Panther's voice grew faint from oxygen deprivation and exhaustion did Lin Feng slowly lift his foot, surveying him from above. Spare you? Lin Feng's lips curled into a playful smirk. That is not out of the question. Upon hearing this, the nearly broken Black Panther's eyes ignited with a fierce will to survive. Ignoring the lingering pain coursing through his body, he struggled to rise, not to stand, but to kneel before Lin Feng in a prostrated position. Thud, thud, thud. He struck his forehead against the unforgiving concrete with all his might, producing a series of dull thuds. Blood soon oozed from his temples, but he paid it no heed, frantically bowing, his words tumbling forth in a disjointed plea for mercy. Thank you, brother. Thank you for the mercy of not taking my life. From this day forth, I, the Black Panther, shall be your loyal dog. Command me to the east, and I shall not venture west. Direct me to bite, and I shall do so. I implore you, grant me a chance. I am of great utility. In the underworld of Yun City, there is nothing I cannot accomplish. Lin Feng observed the Black Panther, now a picture of abject humility, prostrating himself like a supplicant. The chill in his smile deepened. What he sought had never been the Black Panther's life. To eliminate a mere thug would yield nothing but trouble. He desired a dog that would obey, one capable of biting, yet would also turn on its master. Very well. Lin Feng finally spoke, his tone unremarkable. The Black Panther froze, lifting his bloodied and battered face, his gaze pleading. Lin Feng extended his hand, casually patting his shoulder. With a soft sound, the talisman affixed to the Black Panther's forehead, the pain amplification talisman, dissipated into specks of golden light, vanishing into the air. Almost simultaneously, the horrific pain that had ensnared his limbs and body began to recede like a retreating tide. An unprecedented sense of relief washed over him, prompting an involuntary sigh of comfort. The overwhelming joy of surviving almost brought him to tears. However, before he could utter his gratitude, Lin Feng's next action plunged him back into a chilling abyss. Lin Feng turned his palm, and from thin air materialized a pitch-black pill that exuded an ominous aura. Ding. Redemption of 7-day soul-severing pill successful. Consumed emotional value, 100,000 points. 7-day soul-severing pill, a product of the system, guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Upon consumption, the toxin will lie dormant within the body. After 7 days, should no unique antidote be provided, it will induce an excruciating agony as the heart and veins are severed. The afflicted will experience their organs turning to pus and blood, ultimately perishing in a fit of despair after 49 minutes. Even divine intervention will be futile. Lin Feng clutched the pill, approaching the Black Panther, who regarded it with horror and knelt before him, presenting the pill near his lips. If you wish to live, consume it. Lin Feng's tone remained as tranquil as if he were commenting on the delightful weather. The Black Panther's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He was no fool. He could deduce that this was no ordinary pill. Brother, this is, his teeth chattered uncontrollably. A poison, Lin Feng succinctly stated, his smile carrying a devilish mockery. It will strike after 7 days, and only I possess the antidote. Of course, you could opt not to consume it. In which case, I would simply allow you to experience an upgraded version of the torment you just endured. The phrase upgraded version pierced through the last vestiges of the Black Panther's hope like a trio of razor-sharp daggers. The mere recollection of the previous agonizing pain sent a shiver coursing through him. To die, or to become a dog tethered by a chain. This dilemma took him merely a second to resolve. I will eat it. I will eat it. Without a trace of hesitation, the Black Panther opened his mouth and swallowed the black pill as if it were a lifeline, even choking momentarily due to his urgency. Observing his compliance, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. From that moment on, the Black Panther, a fierce tiger that had dominated the underworld of Yun City for many years, became a pawn of Lin Feng's, a hidden explosive that could be detonated at any time. Excellent. Lin Feng stood up, straightened his collar, as if all that had transpired was merely a dusting of invisible grime. He gazed at the still kneeling Black Panther and issued his first command as master. From this moment forth, record every task that Li Xiong instructs you to undertake, and document each phone call. Every sum of money he transfers to you must be substantiated with evidence. I require a comprehensive account of all his sordid dealings. Laid bare and explicit, the Black Panther, upon hearing this, felt a chill run through him, instantly comprehending Lin Feng's intent. This was a decree to annihilate the Li family. He dared not exhibit any slackness, thumping his chest with a resounding thud. Rest assured, big brother, I vow to fulfill the task. That old bastard Li Xiong has long been a thorn in my side. I guarantee I will unearth dirt on his ancestors for you. Excellent. Lin Feng uttered these two words and turned on his heel, departing from the blood-soaked and fear-laden basement. The cries and pleas for mercy behind him seemed utterly detached from his being. Upon returning to the surface and inhaling the crisp, fresh air of the night, he noted that darkness had deepened. He settled back into his car, refraining from starting the engine immediately. He retrieved his phone, locating a familiar, long PIN number, and dialed. The call was answered almost instantaneously. From the receiver came the cool, yet slightly concerned voice of Morong Yunxue. Lin Feng, have you managed to handle the situation? Leaning against his seat, Lin Feng gazed at the glittering city lights in the distance, a confident smile curving his lips. Schwer, prepare yourself. It is time to cast our net. The game of the Li family is over. Chapter 46. The Net Tightens, Fatal Evidence. The night was as dark as ink, with stars twinkling like diamonds, draping Yun City, the Eastern Pearl, in a resplendent cloak. In the penthouse of the Yun Ding Tiangong, the atmosphere within the apartment grew heavy, almost stifling. Clad in silk loungewear, Morong Yunshua's beautiful visage lacked its usual coolness, replaced by an unmistakable worry. Barefoot, she paced the floor, glancing frequently at the door, her once placid eyes now filled with anxiety. She was acutely aware that Lin Feng had gone out, and she knew precisely what he was up to. The issues at the construction site loomed over her like a massive stone pressing on her heart. Her concern was not for the financial losses, but for Lin Feng himself. She understood this man all too well, though he often presented a nonchalant, roguish demeanor. He harbored an innate ferocity that, when provoked, could unleash cataclysmic power. She feared he might resolve the situation in the most extreme and reckless manner. If that occurred, even if the trouble were resolved, it would merely provide the Li family with grounds for retaliation. Click. The soft sound of the door unlocking sent a jolt through Morong Yunshua's heart. She spun around to see Lin Feng stepping through the threshold. He still wore the casual outfit from earlier, devoid of blood, wounds, or even the slightest crease from a struggle, as if he had merely taken a stroll outside. You're back. Morong Yunshua's voice trembled slightly. Are you all right? You didn't do anything foolish, did you? Meeting her gaze filled with concern warmed Lin Feng's heart. He did not respond, merely changed his shoes and walked directly to the opulent Italian marble coffee table in the living room. With a thud, he casually tossed a seemingly unremarkable black USB drive onto the table, the sound echoing sharply in the stillness of the room. Lin Feng sank into the sofa, reclining comfortably, hands clasped behind his head, and flashed a roguish smile at the puzzled Morong Yunxue. Fear not, I am a law-abiding citizen. He nodded toward the USB drive. All of the Li family's cards are right here. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, Morong Yunxue approached and picked up the small USB drive, her eyes reflecting confusion. What could possibly be on this? She moved to the nearby office area and inserted the USB into her sleek laptop. The screen illuminated, revealing only a single folder within the drive. Inside the folder were two files, an audio file and an Excel spreadsheet. Donning headphones, Morong Yunxue clicked on the audio file. Initially, her expression remained calm, but within mere seconds, her ice-like eyes widened in shock. The unmistakable, brash voice of the Black Panther resonated through the headphones, alongside the cold and malevolent directives of Li Xiong. Money is not an issue, a 50 million deposit, and after the job is done, an additional 50 million. Not only must the project halt, but ideally, their leader should suffer an accident and spend a year or more in the hospital. Names: Lin Feng. Each segment of dialogue sliced through the air like the sharpest of blades, each statement laced with lethal malice. Morong Yunshue's breath quickened, her hand gripping the mouse so tightly that her knuckles turned pale. She had always believed that the business world was akin to the battlefield, where conflicts were games played under rules. She could never have fathomed that the head of the Li family, one of Yun City's 4 great clans, would resort to such despicable and vile means to inflict bodily harm. This was no longer mere commercial rivalry. It was blatant criminality. Upon finishing the last segment, where the Black Panther reported his accomplishments to Li Xiong and requested the remaining payment, she removed her headphones. For the first time, her stunningly beautiful face, long frozen in anger, revealed genuine shock intermingled with fury and coldness. She remained silent, instantly opening the Excel spreadsheet. The content within quelled her racing heart, which had been pounding with rage. It was a meticulously clear account of financial transactions from an overseas shell company controlled by Li Xiong. Funds were disbursed in batches through a dozen different intermediary accounts, ultimately flowing into the Black Panther's designated account. Time, amounts, pathways, every transaction was laid bare, shocking in its clarity. Witness, recording, and physical evidence, transfer records, were both present. This was a set of damning evidence capable of condemning the Li family, especially Li Xiong himself, to the depths of hell. Morong Yunxue leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes. Her chest rose and fell dramatically, yet her mind raced with unprecedented speed. Moments later, she opened her eyes again. All prior shock and anger vanished, replaced by a near-cruel calmness and sharpness. She rose and approached Lin Feng, her gaze strikingly radiant. Lin Feng, this material is a double-edged sword. Wield it wisely, and it can deliver a fatal blow. She extended two slender fingers, her voice cold yet resolute. We shall proceed in 2 stages. The first step is to ignite public opinion. We cannot directly deliver the evidence to the police, as that would afford the Li family time to react and manage their public relations. We must engage the most professional team to extract the most critical and emotionally stirring segments from this recording, accompanying them with the sharpest copywriting. We will unleash this simultaneously across all media channels and influential online figures within our control, creating a veritable explosion on the internet. She paused, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. I will ensure that everyone is aware of the true, filthy and malicious visage of the esteemed head of the Li family, who is revered in Yun City. I shall turn their stocks to worthless paper overnight. I will make all their business partners view them as pariahs, shunning them at all costs. Before legal retribution befalls him, I will ensure his social death. The second step involves judicial intervention. Morong Yunshue's voice grew increasingly frigid, akin to pronouncing the final judgment on a condemned criminal. Once public sentiment reaches its zenith and the Li family is overwhelmed and distracted, we shall submit the complete evidence, including the transfer records, under the guise of a concerned citizen, directly to the provincial-level disciplinary and economic investigation departments. Under such immense public pressure, no one will dare to shield them, and no force will be able to extricate them. They are finished, utterly and completely. A combination of strategies, intricately linked, ruthless, precise, leaving no room for error. Lin Feng leaned against the sofa, quietly observing this woman before him, who orchestrated with finesse and exuded a deadly allure. Noting the brilliant spark in her eyes ignited by excitement and decisive ruthlessness. This was the Murong Yunxue he knew, the queen of Yun City's business realm, whose calm exterior concealed a heart capable of toppling empires. His smile grew ever more radiant, ever more roguish. Truly, she was the woman I had chosen. Lin Feng slowly rose and approached her, his gaze intense. So, Your Majesty, he leaned slightly, whispering in her ear with a voice imbued with magnetism, shall we commence? The warm breath brushed against Murong Yunshue's sensitive earlobe, causing her to tremble slightly. A captivating flush swiftly spread from her neck to her cheeks, momentarily transforming her icy visage into one of delicate allure. She took a half-step back in fluster, shooting him an indignant glare. How unrefined. Yet the charm in her gaze fluttered like a feather, gently caressing Lin Feng's heart. Chapter 47. The Tsunami of Public Opinion, the Collapse of the Li family's reputation. Lin Feng and Murong Yunshue's plan unfurled like a meticulously crafted war machine, quietly igniting in the deep of night. Murong Yunxue made but a single phone call. The media company under her command, the very team that had elevated Lin Feng to the pedestal of a national hero after a charity gala, immediately entered a state of high alert upon receiving the president's directive. Editors, copywriters, and public opinion analysts, all core members of the team, assembled within half an hour. As they listened to the directive issued by Li Xiong, the room fell into a profound silence, disbelief etched on every face. They could scarcely fathom that the esteemed head of the Li family, who appeared virtuous in public, harbored such a venomous and callous disposition behind closed doors. Murong's directive was clear. The team leader inhaled sharply, their gaze sharpening with intensity. We need only strike at the snake's vulnerable spot. We do not seek its life. Understood? Everyone nodded in immediate comprehension. Understood. We will trim the beginning and the end, preserving only the part that discusses hiring troublemakers at the construction site due to a lost race. Eliminate the most malicious line about causing an accident, emphasizing instead that the Li family cannot bear to lose and resorts to underhanded tactics. I already have the headline. Shocking. The 4 great families of Yun City are actually street bullies who can't afford to lose. The dark secrets behind a racing bet. We will complement this with video clips of Li Xiong speaking in various public forums, juxtaposed against his menacing voice in the recording. This contrast will be striking. Prepare all the online operatives. At 5 in the morning, we act in unison. Ensure this news tops the trending charts across all platforms in Yun City. A sleepless night ensued, when the first rays of dawn pierced the clouds and bathed the bustling city in light. An unprecedented tsunami of public opinion targeting the Li family erupted. Ding dong. Countless citizens of Yun City, enjoying breakfast, squeezing onto subways, and preparing for the day's work, received simultaneous notifications on their phones from the most authoritative local news app. Breaking. The Li group of Yun City is accused of hiring underworld forces to maliciously sabotage a competitor's construction site, triggered by a racing bet. The first thing those who clicked on the news saw was a meticulously crafted short video. The video opened with Li Tianhao losing the race on a mountainous road, his face a deep shade of anger. The scene then shifted to the blazing inferno at the Fengshui Group's construction site in the southern city, where materials were reduced to ashes, alongside a close-up of an elevator suspended in midair, its steel cables severed. The background audio featured a phone recording of Li Xiong's voice, processed yet still unmistakable. "Damn it! How dare a junior show me? The Li family, such disrespect. The Fengshui Group's newly acquired site in the south is under construction. I want their site to know no peace. Money is no object, a 50 million deposit, and another 50 million upon completion." Though the most vicious line about causing an accident was removed, the remaining content, coupled with those shocking visuals, was enough to leave every viewer stunned. The news ignited like a nuclear bomb dropped on a placid lake. Within a mere hour, platforms such as Weibo, Douyin, and every social media outlet in Yun City were inundated with this news. What the hell? Is this true? The Li family can't handle losing? They hire people to burn construction sites? Are they a noble family or gangsters? Where's their integrity? Hilarious. Just days ago at the charity gala, Li Xiong was the picture of compassion. I thought he was magnanimous, only to discover this sordid truth behind the scenes. This is no longer mere business competition. This is brazen criminal activity. It must be thoroughly investigated. Public sentiment shifted drastically, initially viewing the Li Group as a leading enterprise in Yun City. Many were now appalled by their unscrupulousness. The public opinion collapsed completely. The image the Li family had painstakingly cultivated for decades, that of a respected and socially responsible noble family, was shattered overnight, trampled underfoot by 1 billion netizens. In mere hours, they transformed from a revered lineage to shameless scoundrels who could not afford to lose and resorted to underhanded tactics. At 9:30 a.m., in the Yun City Stock Exchange, as the opening bell tolled, all eyes were fixated on the stock code of the Li Group displayed on the large screen. Without a hint of hesitation, without the slightest struggle, the moment the market opened, the green line representing the stock price plummeted as if struck by an avalanche, crashing down at a nearly 90-degree angle. A flash crash, a halt in trading. Countless investors holding Li Group shares found their assets evaporating by 10% in an instant, without even the time to react. A torrent of panic selling inundated the market, akin to a cataclysmic tsunami, yet there was not a soul willing to absorb the deluge. Within the confines of the exchange, despair echoed resoundingly. It's over. All is lost. The Li family is facing utter devastation. Simultaneously, in the Li family estate, within the quaintly adorned study, a resplendent Song dynasty porcelain teacup, worth a fortune, was violently hurled to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Li Xiong, clad in a robe, bore a countenance typically marked by authority, now suffused with a furious hue reminiscent of a boiled liver, as he gripped his tablet with white-knuckled intensity. Veins bulged ominously on the back of his hand. His body trembled violently, as though on the brink of a stroke. In a frenzy, he raged at the head of the public relations department on the other end of the line. What good are you all to me? Suppress the trending topics. Delete those articles. Hurry. Regardless of the cost, ensure these stories are buried. From the other end, the public relations chief's voice trembled with distress. Chairman, it's futile. We've just deleted one, and 10 more spring forth immediately. The opposition's assault is relentless. We simply cannot withstand it. Furthermore, the stock price. Get lost. Li Xiong bellowed, smashing the phone against the wall, feeling drained of all strength as he slumped into the grand chair, his chest heaving violently, gasping for breath. He was bewildered. How could this information have leaked? The men from Black Panther were longtime comrades, fiercely loyal and tight-lipped. Where had the breakdown occurred? His mind was a tumult of anger, fear, and confusion, spiraling him toward the brink of madness. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Trembling, he retrieved a black phone from the drawer, specially designated for direct communication. He needed to contact Black Panther immediately to ascertain what had transpired. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure and dialed the well-known number. The call connected, yet the voice that came through was not the hoarse timbre of Black Panther, but a cold, emotionless female voice speaking in standard Mandarin. We're sorry, the number you have dialed is no longer in service. Chapter 48. A desperate bid for survival. Father and son at odds. The stock price of the Li Group plummeted like a stone in free fall, firmly nailing itself to the limit down within 10 minutes of trading. The atmosphere within the corporate building was so oppressive it felt as if it could wring water from the air. Phone calls rang incessantly, interspersed with curses, arguments, and cries, forming a symphony of doom. Director Li, the public relations department cannot contain the fallout any longer. Calls from major media outlets are overwhelming our lines. Online posts regarding your alleged instigation of violence against Mr. Lin have skyrocketed to the top of trending topics, and cannot be deleted. Several partners have called to demand an immediate termination of our collaborations while reserving the right to pursue breach of contract charges. Each piece of devastating news landed like a heavy blow to Li Xiong's chest. Seated in his empty office, he felt as though he had aged a decade overnight. The confidence of yesteryears had vanished, leaving only fatigue and gloom etched upon his face. Useless. All of you are utterly useless. Li Xiong swept every document from his desk to the floor, his bloodshot eyes ablaze with fury. He realized that this crisis was far more dire than he had anticipated. Lin Feng's cunning maneuver had nearly driven him to the edge of oblivion. Conventional public relations strategies had failed. If he did not devise a solution, the Li family's great vessel would surely sink. Disseminate the order. An emergency press conference will convene in half an hour. Li Xiong's voice, though hoarse, bore an undeniable resolve. The secretary hesitated. Chairman, in the current tempest of public scrutiny, what can we possibly say? Do as I say, Li Xiong growled, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. To survive, one must be prepared to sever ties. Half an hour later, at the Li Group press conference, hundreds of reporters packed the modest venue, their cameras aimed like weapons at the podium, flashes illuminating the room as if it were daylight. As Li Xiong ascended the stage, the crowd erupted. Director Li, is it true that the audio recordings circulating online depict you instructing Black Panther to harm Mr. Lin? Does the plummeting stock price signify a loss of confidence from the market? Where is young Master Li now? Will he take responsibility for his actions? A barrage of questions rained down upon Li Xiong like cannon fire. He did not respond immediately, bowing deeply before the cameras. When he lifted his head, tears streamed down his face, reflecting profound sorrow and regret. To all media friends and concerned members of society, I, Li Xiong, sincerely apologize. This opening line was nothing short of an Oscar-worthy performance. The cacophony diminished as reporters sensed the gravity of the unfolding story. I am deeply shocked and pained by the messages circulating online, Li Xiong choked, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. As a father, I have failed in my duty, raising a rebellious son. I am ashamed before my ancestors and the public. He slammed his fist on the table, his voice thick with righteous indignation. Indeed, this incident was orchestrated solely by my son, young Master Li. A gasp swept through the room. No one anticipated Li Xiong would place the entire blame upon his own flesh and blood. His youthful arrogance and jealousy towards Mr. Lin's talents, coupled with personal grievances, led him to act impulsively and commit such heinous acts. As a father, I was entirely unaware of the egregious crimes he perpetrated. This is my dereliction of duty, my greatest failure. Every word from Li Xiong was imbued with emotion, and his heart-wrenching display stirred compassion even in the young reporters present. Could this truly be a father wronged by his own son? Historically, there have been those who have cut ties for the greater good. I, Li Xiong, must now cleanse my house. Drawing a deep breath, as though summoning his last reserves of strength, he addressed the cameras with deliberate clarity. In my capacity as chairman of the Li Group and head of the Li family, I hereby announce the disowning of my wayward son, young Master Li, from the Li family, effective immediately. From now on, his actions shall bear no relation to me, Li Xiong, or the Li Group. My family shall not harbor such lawless progeny. Upon concluding, he appeared to be drained of all energy, swaying slightly as a nearby secretary rushed to support him. The press conference fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was left in stunned disbelief at Li Xiong's audacious act of filial severance. What a ruthless maneuver. This was akin to a modern-day surgical procedure to excise poison. In his quest to preserve his family and company, he had discarded even his own son. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa on the outskirts of the city, young Master Li savored a glass of red wine, leisurely watching the live news broadcast. Upon witnessing his father's tearful denunciation, he could not suppress a chuckle. The old man should be nominated for an Oscar. This act of self-sacrifice is executed flawlessly. To him, it was merely a performance orchestrated by his father to navigate the crisis. Once the storm passed, he would remain the exalted heir of the Li family. However, when he heard the words expelled from the Li family, never to be employed again clearly uttered from his father's lips, the smile on his face instantly froze. The high-stemmed goblet in his hand crashed to the ground, the dark red liquid spreading across the carpet like a pool of glaring blood. No, it was impossible. Li Xiao murmured to himself, unable to believe his ears. He fixed his gaze on the television screen, where his father's grief-stricken face was magnified infinitely. Yet, beneath what appeared to be sorrow, Li Xiao detected a trace of cold indifference, a look of relief from abandonment. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He finally comprehended the reality. What double act? What feigned suffering? It was all a product of his own delusions. In the face of the family's interests, he, Li Xiao, was merely a pawn, expendable at any moment. a scapegoat to quell the fury of the outside world. Ha! Li Xiao suddenly laughed maniacally, his laughter laced with resentment and despair. What a splendid act of self-preservation. What a grand betrayal of kinship. You old man, how ruthless you are. His eyes turned crimson, and his handsome features twisted in extreme anger, rendering him particularly grotesque. The bond of father and son, at that moment, was irrevocably severed. Li Xiong's press conference had an unexpectedly favorable outcome. Even the fiercest of tigers do not consume their young. One could only wonder how desperate Chairman Li had become. Alas, to have raised such a son was truly a stroke of ill fortune spanning 8 generations. It seemed that Li Xiong himself might genuinely be unaware, and perhaps the Li Group could still be salvaged. The tide of public opinion, under Li Xiong's dramatic display of severing ties, began to subtly reverse. The plummeting stock prices of the Li Group even showed signs of a slight recovery. However, just as Li Xiong's public relations team prepared to capitalize on this momentum and solidify the image of the sorrowful old father, a new video unexpectedly began to circulate wildly online. The video's title was striking: The Birth of a Film Emperor? Li Xiong's office secret order. The footage was somewhat dim, resembling a surveillance tape from a corner of the office. In the video, Li Xiong sat behind his desk, holding a phone, his voice resonating clearly. Black Panther? It's me. I don't care what means you use. I want that guy Lin Feng to completely disappear in Yun City. Be thorough, leave no traces. The video abruptly cut off. In that instant, the entire internet erupted. If the first segment of hidden footage was a massive stone cast into the lake of public discourse, creating ripples, then the subsequent full version of the evidence was a deep-water nuclear bomb, blowing the entire lake upside down. Proof for proof. I knew this old scoundrel had malicious intent, but I never anticipated it would be this vicious. My heavens, would it be best if a few lives were lost to amplify the chaos? Is this even human? This is pure terrorism. I retract my earlier sympathy. Such scum deserves to be torn to shreds. I couldn't even sell the Li Group S stocks at a limit down. I must have been blind. Call the police. This is no longer mere business competition. This is attempted murder, endangering public safety. Online, mere seconds ago, netizens lamenting Li Xiong's noble severing of ties now felt their kindness being ground into the dirt. Anger. An unprecedented fury. In the complete version of the video, Li Xiong's wrinkled face bore no trace of sorrow, only a chilling malice and ruthlessness. He not only meticulously plotted how to have the Black Panther orchestrate an accident, how to sabotage Lin Feng's enterprises, but he also coldly uttered a sentence that would seal his doom. Each word was like a poisoned dagger, piercing the very conscience of the public. This was no longer business rivalry. It was an open provocation to the entire social order. At the press conference, Li Xiong, who had just reveled in his performance, had not yet stepped off the stage when an assistant, pale as a ghost, rushed to stop him. Chairman, it's bad. Something huge has happened. The assistant's face was ashen, and his trembling hand held the phone like a sieve. Li Xiong frowned in displeasure. What is this chaos? He took the phone, glanced at it, and his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. The video revealed him sitting in his office, issuing orders into the phone, the angle deviously chosen. The audio clear enough to send chills down his spine. Worse still, this segment was far longer than the one he had previously seen. When that phrase about hoping for a few lives lost reached his ears, Li Xiong felt darkness engulf him, the entire world spinning around him. With a thud, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. It was over. Completely and utterly over. He had envisioned countless scenarios, but never had he imagined that his most private and vile directive would be recorded verbatim and made public. Who could it be? Names flashed through his mind in a frenzy, finally settling on Lin Feng's face, adorned with a hint of mischief. Fear, like icy seawater, completely submerged him. This young man was nothing short of a devil. He seemed to possess all-seeing eyes, comprehending every scheme he had devised. The journalists on the scene received this shocking revelation in real time. The atmosphere in the conference hall resembled an ignited powder keg. Li Xiong, what more can you say? You murderer, executioner, film emperor. You are the true film emperor. The enraged reporters broke through the security's barricades, shoving countless microphones and cameras into Li Xiong's face. Eager to consume him whole, flashbulbs erupted, capturing his ashen visage, a portrait of despair. Meanwhile, in the cloud-top palace, Lin Feng lounged on the sofa, leisurely scrolling through his phone, observing the uniform condemnation in the comments section, a smirk gracing his lips. Morong Yunxue approached with a cup of red tea, her cool, delicate face reflecting a hint of shock. Was this also your doing? She gazed at the complete video on her phone, particularly noting the venomous directive, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her beautiful eyes. How could I allow him the chance to complete his act? How could I do justice to his title of film emperor? Lin Feng accepted the teacup, took a gentle sip, and replied nonchalantly. I merely set the stage and handed him a noose. He was the one who eagerly thrust his head into it. First, he released a vague recording, forcing him into a public relations scramble. Then, just as he thought he had gained the upper hand and staged his noble act of severing ties, he unleashed this fatal blow, driving public attention to its zenith. With this series of strategic moves, Li Xiong was left with no chance of redemption. What he sought was not merely the ruin of the Li family. He aimed to ensure Li Xiong's complete disgrace, nailing him to the pillar of historical shame, never to rise again. Murong Yunxue gazed at the man beside her. He appeared to be smiling, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of his commanding dominance and sharpness. This seemingly easygoing, charming man, once provoked, transformed into the most ruthless of hunters. Still, yet when he moved, it was with lethal precision. The immense pressure of public opinion bore down upon the relevant authorities of Cloud City like a crushing mountain. The police department's emergency hotline was inundated with calls, and the official website's comment section was rendered paralyzed by the fury of the populace. In the director's office, the atmosphere became unbearably tense. It was nothing short of lawlessness. The white-haired director slammed his hand upon the table, causing the teacups to rattle. In our Cloud City, to engage in contract killings and dare to incite bloodshed? What does he take us for? Mere decorations? Relay my orders. The director rose, his voice resonating with authority. Immediately collaborate with the Financial Regulatory Department to establish the 818 Joint Task Force. I demand a thorough investigation into the Li family, including the father and son, as well as all involved parties. Not a single one must escape justice. Yes, with a single command. The entire violent machinery of Cloud City sprang into action at breakneck speed. The wailing of police sirens sliced through the city's tranquility. Dozens of police vehicles, splitting into 3 routes, surged forth from the precinct like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the city center, where the Li Group headquarters, once a symbol of wealth and power, stood. One contingent sped towards the Li family's suburban mansion, while another stealthily surrounded the villa where Li Xiao was hiding. A net was already cast. At the foot of the Li Group building, employees gazed in terror at the approaching police vehicles, shrieking and scattering in panic. Inside the Li family mansion, Li Xiong, who had just fled the press conference, was frantically stuffing gold bars and passports into a suitcase. The piercing sirens grew louder, draining the last vestiges of color from his face. Meanwhile, in another villa, Li Xiao, driven to madness by his father's abandonment, had yet to process the enormity of the upheaval when, with a resounding crash, the front door was violently breached by a battering ram. A squad of heavily armed special police stormed in like ferocious tigers, their dark gun muzzles aimed at his terror-stricken face. Don't move. Police. The icy voice told the final bell for the Li father and son. The flashing red and blue lights illuminated the glass facade of the Li Group, reflecting off Li Xiong's pallid face and Li Xiao's vacant, despairing eyes. The flickering glow resembled a grand funeral, heralding the end of an era belonging to the Li family. Chapter 50. The Collapse of Nobility, the Tremor of Cloud City. Clank. The cold metal handcuffs snapped shut around Li Xiong's wrists with a piercing sound, akin to the activation of a switch that ignited the entire Li Group headquarters. No, you cannot treat me this way. I am Li Xiong, the Li Xiong of the 4 great families of Cloud City. Finally snapping back to reality from the depths of his terror, Li Xiong struggled wildly. His once imposing visage now twisted into a grotesque mask. He attempted to maintain his last shred of dignity, but resembled a rabid dog dragged ashore. The response from the officers was unyieldingly cold. Li Xiong, you are suspected of multiple serious criminal offenses. Please accompany us. An army of reporters, akin to sharks detecting blood, breached the final barrier and surrounded Li Xiong. The flashbulbs erupted in a frenzy, coalescing into a blinding sea of white light. Director Li, do you acknowledge the contents of the video? Is the Li family finished? Do you have regrets? Each question struck like a dagger to his heart. The distance from the chairman's office on the top floor to the police vehicles at the entrance was a mere 100 meters, yet it became the longest, most humiliating journey of Li Xiong's life. Supported by 2 officers, he was unceremoniously shoved into the police car amidst a flurry of cameras. Bang! The door slammed shut, cutting off the external clamor and decisively closing the door on the glorious era of the Li family. The image of him, shackled and ashen, appeared on the front pages of all media outlets in Cloud City within half a minute. The headline, blood red and striking, read, Nobility Collapses. Li Group Chairman Li Xiong, arrested for contract killing. In that moment, the sky over Cloud City irrevocably changed. The arrest of Li Xiong was merely the first domino to fall. Following swiftly was a tempest of reckoning directed at the Li Group, sweeping in with thunderous force. Immediately, the assets of the Li Group and all its subsidiaries were sealed, and all accounts frozen. All banks ceased any loan activities with the Li Group and initiated asset preservation procedures. Taxation, commerce, fire safety, Every department joined forces to conduct a thorough investigation. Inch by inch, they would scrutinize. A barrage of orders emanated from the 818 Joint Task Force, causing the entire administrative machinery of Cloud City to revolve around the Lee family at high speed. The once bustling Lee Group headquarters was adorned with a massive seal by the following day, now deserted and littered with scattered papers. Those who had once toasted with the Lee family now fled faster than anyone else. What? The Lee family's project? We are not acquainted. We have never collaborated. Immediately issue a statement. Our company terminates all cooperation with the Lee Group and strongly condemns their criminal actions. Legal department? File a lawsuit against the Lee Group at once, demanding compensation for all our losses. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes. In the realm of capital, there is never a helping hand in times of need, only a merciless beating of the fallen. On the stock market, the shares of the Lee Group plummeted after 3 consecutive trading halts, leading to special treatment and rendering them worthless. Countless investors wept at the stock exchange's entrance, their life savings evaporating in the collapse of this noble family. In the span of just 3 days, merely 3 days, a once mighty business empire, standing for decades as one of the 4 great families of Cloud City, collapsed amidst the gaze of all, disintegrating into ashes. The rapidity of its fall and the brutality of the process left the entire Cloud City in stunned silence. In the most exclusive private club in Cloud City, the atmosphere was stifling. The affluent elite, who once reveled in camaraderie and laughter, now sat in solemn silence, each face betraying an unmistakable tremor of fear. The patriarch of the Zhao family, today, even forewent his cherished morning tea. The Wang family's representative reportedly convened an emergency family meeting overnight, almost breaking the legs of the few ineffectual offspring. 3 days, an entire Lee family vanished without a trace. A middle-aged magnate clutched his glass, his hand trembling slightly. An elderly man with a goatee sighed deeply. The times have changed. He surveyed the room, his voice low yet piercingly clear to every ear. In the past, we thought the rules of Cloud City were dictated by our few families. Anyone wishing to join our game had to abide by our rules. It seems we were mistaken. That young man named Lin Feng is not here to follow the rules. He has come to establish them. A chill ran through everyone present. They suddenly realized that from Lin Feng's appearance until now, it had barely been a month or two. Just a month ago, they had mocked Murong Yunxue for associating with an arrogant young man. 2 weeks prior, they had been laughing at the Chun and Li families for teaming up to suppress a rising star. And now, the Chun family was bankrupt. Chun Xiao had vanished without a trace, and the Li family had been obliterated, with Li Xiong reduced to a prisoner. They had originally believed that Lin Feng was a ferocious dragon crossing the river, only to discover that he was, in fact, a prehistoric giant crocodile awakened from the depths of ancient times. With merely a slight turn in this small pond known as Cloud City, he stirred up colossal waves capable of overturning everything. The initial disdain and probing had long since vanished without a trace. In its place was a profound reverence and fear that emanated from the depths of their souls. Henceforth, in Cloud City, the name Lin Feng would become a taboo, something to be revered from a distance and never provoked. At the summit of the Cloud Palace, Lin Feng stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the myriad lights of the city below, his expression tranquil. The television continued to loop the news of the Li family's downfall. Beside him stood Murong Yunxue, delicately adjusting his collar, her icy gaze illuminated by a hint of complex, inscrutable brilliance. She had witnessed it all, the manner in which this man, with effortless grace, had obliterated a colossal entity single-handedly. This commanding control and domineering presence stirred ripples upon the placid lake of her heart, which had remained dormant for over 20 years. At that moment, a familiar electronic voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Phase task. Crush the Li family's retaliation has been exceeded. Task evaluation. Perfect. The host, with a thunderous approach, not only dismantled the enemy's conspiracy, but also returned their tactics against them, completely eradicating the threat and igniting citywide discourse, elevating prestige to its zenith. Reward summary. Emotional value 200,000. System experience 100. Congratulations, host. System level has risen to LV3. Ding. Due to the host exceeding task completion, a special reward has been triggered. Blueprint for a Commercial Empire, Provincial City Edition. The frigid electronic voice faded, and Lin Feng slowly exhaled a breath, as if expelling the lingering smoke and bloodshed of recent days. He refrained from immediately examining the so-called blueprint, instead standing quietly before the window, his gaze penetrating the glass, resting upon the resplendent nightscape of Cloud City. The Li family, once a behemoth looming over Cloud City for decades, had now become a thing of the past, dissipated like smoke. This battle was won decisively and thrillingly. From this moment forth, no one in Cloud City dared to tread lightly upon his brilliance. Buzzing. His phone in his pocket began to vibrate incessantly, the screen lighting up with unfamiliar numbers and a series of respectful, humble messages. Mr. Lin, may I invite you for a drink? Zhao Di Hai of the Zhao Group. Young Master Lin. I have prepared a modest gift and await your esteemed presence at Tianyue Mansion to celebrate. Director Lin, your remarkable achievements serve as a model for our generation. My son wishes to pay a visit tomorrow, if possible. Overnight, those once lofty magnates seemed to transform into the most servile supplicants, eagerly vying to present their tokens of allegiance. Lin Feng merely glanced at the messages before losing interest and silencing his phone, casting it aside. He had seen and understood these people's true faces all too well. Garnishing the cake always paled in comparison to providing warmth in times of need. The current clamor and adulation, to him, were mere fleeting mirages. He turned to look at the quietly standing Murong Yinxue. She said nothing, her cool, autumn water-like eyes gazing intently at him, reflecting astonishment, admiration, and a hint of unacknowledged reliance. Let us go, Lin Feng suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a rasp born of exhaustion. Murong Yinxue paused, taken aback. Where to? Aren't we attending those banquets? In her view, this was the perfect opportunity for Lin Feng to solidify his position as the undisputed king of Cloud City. Yet Lin Feng shook his head, a familiar roguish smile gracing his lips. What is there to see among those old foxes? There is no comparison to the aroma of home-cooked meals. With that, he took her cool hand and strode toward the elevator. Home. As Lin Feng pushed open the door to the Cloud Palace, he was momentarily stunned. A familiar and warm fragrance wafted toward him. It was not the exquisite molecular cuisine of a top-tier restaurant, nor the delicacies prepared by state banquet chefs, but rather a rich and homely scent infused with the essence of life's everyday warmth. Following the aroma, he glimpsed a tall, graceful figure busy in the open kitchen, Murong Yinxue. The once decisive and icy CEO, now donned in a cartoon bear-patterned apron, wielded a spatula somewhat awkwardly with her delicate hands that had signed countless contracts for a billion-dollar corporation. A playful strand of hair fell across her smooth forehead, adding a rare touch of softness and gentleness to her otherwise stunning profile. Upon hearing the door open, Murong Yinxue stiffened slightly, akin to a child caught in mischief, her ears discreetly turning crimson. She turned around, awkwardly wiping her hands on her apron and clearing her throat in an attempt to regain her usual cool demeanor. You're back. I made a little something. I hope it suits your taste. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the dining table, which bore 4 dishes and a soup. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, slightly burnt yet with large chunks of tomato, clearly indicating a lack of knife skills. Cola chicken wings, a bit too dark, likely from excessive soy sauce. A plate of greens, and a dish of mapo tofu that barely passed in appearance. This was undoubtedly the most pitiful spread Lin Feng had ever seen. Yet to him, it was far more enticing than any Michelin-starred meal. He understood that. Given Murong Yinshue's status, this might very well be her first time cooking for a man in over 20 years. Without uttering a word, he approached her from behind, gently wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Murong Yinshue's body tensed instantly, her breath hitching for a moment. You, don't move. Let me hold you for a while. Lin Feng rested his chin lightly on her fragrant shoulder, closing his eyes and inhaling deeply the scent of her hair, mingled with the aromas of the kitchen, creating a comforting blend. The tensions and calculations of recent days dissipated in that moment. Murong Yinxue gradually relaxed, no longer struggling, allowing him to hold her, though her cheeks were flushed enough to fry an egg. This rascal was becoming increasingly audacious. The beep of the oven timer shattered the warm atmosphere. Murong Yinxue, as if awakening from a dream, quickly pushed him away. The steak is ready. The candlelight flickered, casting 2 swaying shadows upon the dining table. Stripped of the smoke and calculations of the business world, the vast cloud palace was now filled solely with the gentle flow of warmth. Lin Feng cut off a piece of steak that was clearly overcooked, yet he savored it with delight. Delicious. Perfectly cooked, crispy on the outside and tender within, bursting with juice. Truly 100 times better than anything outside. Crafted by the hand of the esteemed CEO Murong. Murong Yinxue shot him a glance, secretly tasting a small bite herself, nearly wrinkling her brow from the saltiness. This fellow exaggerated praise to such an extent, yet for some reason, her heart felt sweetly warmed. She lifted the glass of red wine from the table, the rich crimson liquid appearing particularly enchanting under the candlelight. As she raised her gaze, her typically cool eyes seemed to capture the essence of the stars, reflecting the flickering candle flames with a captivating brilliance. Lin Feng, she softly uttered, her lips parting with a gravity she had never displayed before. Thank you. This single utterance of gratitude encompassed an abundance of sentiment. Thank you for rescuing the Murong family from peril. Thank you for healing my grandfather. Thank you for descending like a divine being when I was kidnapped. And thank you for everything you have done for me. Lin Feng set down his knife and fork, refraining from touching his wine glass, instead extending his hand to gently cover hers, which held the glass. Her hand was cool to the touch, delicate as jade. Murong Yunxue instinctively wanted to withdraw, yet he held her firmly. Lin Feng gazed into her eyes, his smile a blend of charming audacity and earnestness, imbued with an undeniable dominance. What is there to thank? This is merely the beginning. He leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against her cheek. His voice deep and magnetic, akin to a feather gently stirring her heartstrings. My world still lacks a mistress. Boom. Murong Yunxue felt a wave of warmth surge from her neck to the crown of her head, her pretty face instantly flushing like a ripe apple. Her heart raced erratically, her mind a blank slate, rendering her unable to recall what she wished to say. This time, however, she did not attempt to retract her hand. Outside, the moonlight poured in like water, tenderly illuminating the dining room. The candlelight danced, elongating their shadows, gradually intertwining. The air was thick with an ambiguous and fervent atmosphere. Chapter 52. A visit to Zhao's, the family's decision. Overnight, the skies over Yun City changed hue. Once representing the commercial order of Yun City, the four prominent families had seen the Chun family go bankrupt and the Li family obliterated, leaving only the neutral Zhao and Wang families. Like two frail boats trembling amidst a storm, the entire upper class of Yun City fell into a peculiar silence. No one dared to openly discuss that name, yet it loomed like an inescapable shadow over everyone's hearts. Fengshui Group, President's Office. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the room in warmth and brightness. Lin Feng reclined on the plush sofa, leisurely sipping the tea brewed by Murong Yunxue, his demeanor relaxed, as if he were on vacation, starkly contrasting with the tense and oppressive atmosphere outside. Any news from the Wang family? Lin Feng casually inquired while blowing gently on the steaming tea. Murong Yunxue, seated nearby, was reviewing a document, dressed in a sharp white suit that exuded a blend of cool elegance and the vigor of a professional woman. The head of the Wang family called an emergency meeting with all core members last night. I heard several sounds of objects being thrown and roaring voices coming from the conference room. She continued without looking up. Their wayward son, Wang Song, had his leg broken by his father yesterday afternoon and is now lying in the hospital. Oh, being decisive against one's own kin. How commendable, Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Such theatrics of killing the chicken to scare the monkey were merely for show. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Wang family has sent several invitations to meet you, all of which I have declined, Murong Yunxue added, turning a page. Well done. Lin Feng set down his teacup. Some people are better left unseen than met. This was precisely the effect he desired, to let fear fester and reverence spread, compelling those once high and mighty families to contemplate their future paths amidst the agony of awaited judgment. At that moment, a gentle knock reverberated through the office. Qin Gang entered, wearing a peculiar expression. Director Lin, Ms. Murong, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Dihai, has come to pay a visit with his son, Zhao Kai. Murong Yunxue looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing her cool gaze. The Zhao family was the most discreet of the four prominent families, traditionally adhering to the doctrine of moderation, rarely choosing sides. During the fiercest conflicts between Fengshui Group and the Li and Chen families, the Zhao family had remained silent. It was unexpected that they were the first to make a visit. Lin Feng's lips curled into a knowing smirk, as though he had anticipated this. Interesting, let them in. A few minutes later, Zhao Dihai and his son Zhao Kai were ushered into the office by Qin Gang. Zhao Dihai, the helm of the Zhao family, known for his composure and experience in Yun City's business landscape, now bore a hint of unmistakable awkwardness and tension on his face. Upon entering, his gaze quickly locked onto Lin Feng on the sofa. He hurriedly approached, slightly bowing, embodying a posture of utter humility. Mr. Lin, I apologize for my audacity in visiting unannounced. His voice carried an overtone of exaggerated warmth and respect. Behind him, Zhao Kai was palpably nervous, his palms sweaty. He regarded Lin Feng with a mix of complex emotions, gratitude, reverence, and a tinge of helplessness akin to a peer standing before an insurmountable mountain. After their last encounter at the racetrack, he had assumed Lin Feng was merely a mysterious young man with some background and driving skills. Little did he know, in such a short span, this young man had turned Yun City upside down, becoming an entity his father now had to look up to. You're too kind, Zhao family head. Please, have a seat. Lin Feng gestured toward the sofa opposite him, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. Zhao Dihai did not dare to presume. Instead, he perched on the edge of the sofa, leaning slightly forward, perpetually maintaining a posture of deference. Zhao Kai obediently stood behind his father, not even entitled to sit. This nearly subservient stance left Murong Yunxue beside them somewhat taken aback. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today, Zhao family head? Lin Feng lifted his teacup, gently stroking its rim, without meeting Zhao Dihai's gaze, thereby imposing considerable psychological pressure on him. Beads of sweat began to form on Zhao Dihai's forehead as he gathered his words, forcing a smile that looked more painful than tears. Mr. Lin, I am here today to offer my sincerest apologies. Apologies? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Zhao Dihai nodded earnestly. Previously, when you and Fengshui Group were targeted by the Li and Qin families, my Zhao family, lacking discernment, failed to extend a helping hand in time. I feel utterly ashamed. I sincerely apologize for my earlier foolishness and short-sightedness. With that, he truly stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Feng. This bow was offered willingly, yet filled with trepidation. The downfall of the Li family served as a clarion call, awakening him completely. He understood that with Lin Feng's current strength and means, extinguishing the Zhao family would be as effortless as squashing an ant. The notion of neutrality was a mere joke in the face of absolute power. Failing to take a side meant being discarded by both, ultimately becoming a target for reckoning. Lin Feng remained silent, neither urging him to rise nor speaking, simply sipping his tea, allowing this once mighty figure of Yun City to maintain his humiliating posture at a 90-degree angle. The air in the office seemed to solidify. Every second felt like an eternity for Zhao Dihai. It was not until his waist felt as though it might break, and cold sweat soaked through his shirt, that Lin Feng finally spoke leisurely. You are being too harsh on yourself, Zhao family head. Everyone has their ambitions. I never impose my will on others. A seemingly mundane phrase, yet it resonated with Zhao Dihai, conveying an unmistakable chill of indifference, as if to cast him thousands of miles away. A shiver ran through his heart. He realized that mere apologies were woefully insufficient. He straightened up, disregarding the sweat on his brow, and hastily nudged Zhao Kai, his wayward son. You foolish child. Why do you still linger? Hurry and express your gratitude to Mr. Lin for saving your life. Awakened from his stupor, Zhao Kai stepped forward and, with utmost seriousness, bowed deeply to Lin Feng once more. Mr. Lin, if it weren't for your timely intervention on the Panshan racetrack, I might have lost my life. This debt of gratitude, I, Zhao Kai, shall never forget. His voice brimmed with sincerity, words emanating straight from the depths of his heart. Only then did Lin Feng's gaze shift from his teacup to Zhao Kai, nodding slightly. It was but a trifling act. Observing a hint of softening in Lin Feng's demeanor, Zhao Dihai felt a surge of joy. He knew he had played his cards right. He understood that mere ties of financial interest were insufficient. Emotional connections were paramount, and the debt of life was the most profound connection. Taking a deep breath, he recognized that the critical moment had arrived. Success or failure hinged upon this very juncture. Mr. Lin, I am acutely aware that a few words of apology and gratitude are far from adequate. Zhao Dihai's voice grew grave, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. The skies over Yun City have shifted. My Zhao family does not wish to become the next Li family. Thus, I stand before you today, representing the entire Zhao clan, to extend our sincerity. From his briefcase, he retrieved a meticulously prepared document, presenting it with both hands, reverently placing it upon the coffee table before Lin Feng. This is a list of all core industries under the Zhao family's banner, encompassing real estate, logistics, and hospitality, with a total market value exceeding 30 billion. We, the Zhao family, are willing to gratuitously relinquish 30% of our shares in these three pivotal sectors, gifting them to the Fengshui Group. We seek not a single penny in return. All we desire is to forge the most steadfast strategic alliance with the Fengshui Group, henceforth to look to you, Mr. Lin, as our guiding star. Boom. Upon hearing these words, even Murong Yunxue, who was accustomed to grand spectacles, momentarily gasped, her icy gaze filled with astonishment. 30% of core industry shares. This was not merely a sacrifice. It was akin to severing a limb. Zhao Dihai was wagering the very fate of the Zhao family, binding their future irrevocably to Lin Feng's chariot. Either they would soar to greatness together or be shattered to pieces in the process. The audacity and ferocity of this offer were truly staggering. Both Zhao Dihai and his son anxiously watched Lin Feng, their hearts pounding in their throats. This was their maximum and final bargaining chip. Should Lin Feng refuse, the Zhao family would likely face a slow and agonizing demise. Lin Feng picked up the document, casually flipping through its pages, his expression remaining placid, betraying no sign of elation or ire. He did not respond immediately, but glanced at Murong Yunxue beside him. Meeting his gaze, she deciphered his intent from the depths of his eyes. Suppressing her shock, she subtly nodded in affirmation to Lin Feng. The Zhao family's proposal was substantial enough. Accepting it would greatly benefit the Fengshui Group in swiftly consolidating resources in Yun City, yielding nothing but advantages. With Murong Yunxue's endorsement, Lin Feng finally closed the document, tossed it onto the table, and a faint smile graced his lips. Looking at the sweat-drenched Zhao Dihai, he spoke slowly. The head of the Zhao family possesses remarkable resolve. These 5 simple words felt like a celestial decree, instantly relaxing the taut nerves of both Zhao Dihai and his son. Zhao Dihai's body weakened, nearly collapsing onto the sofa, his face radiating an ecstasy of relief. They had gambled correctly. Lin Feng rose and extended his hand toward Zhao Dihai. From this day forth, we are friends. Zhao Dihai hurriedly clasped Lin Feng's hand with both of his voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you. In this moment, he understood that the future of the Zhao family had been secured. Chapter 53, System Upgrade, A New Journey. As the overjoyed Zhao Dihai and his son, nearly floating with elation, exited the office, tranquility returned to the space. Morong Yunxue gazed at the nearly 100 billion worth equity transfer agreement resting on the coffee table. A lingering sense of unreality in her icy eyes. Zhao Dihai is indeed a formidable man, she mused, genuinely impressed. Severing a limb merely to secure a ticket to the future, such audacity was unparalleled in Yun City. He was not cruel, he was astute. Lin Feng settled back onto the sofa, lifting the now lukewarm tea and downing it in a single gulp. He recognized that the old era had drawn to a close. Rather than clinging to a meager inheritance that would inevitably be crushed in the impending storms, it was wiser to align with a vessel substantial enough to weather the tempest. Lin Feng's tone remained unembellished, yet exuded an air of all-encompassing confidence. Morong Yunxue regarded him, her final doubts evaporating into thin air. Indeed, this vessel was none other than the man before her. She ceased her musings, silently picking up the document, and began to scrutinize the vast assets soon to be integrated into the Fengxue Group as its president. Meanwhile, Lin Feng gradually closed his eyes, delving deep into the recesses of his mind. His true spoils were only just beginning to be counted. Ding. Stage task. Yun City's ascendancy has been exceeded. Task evaluation. Perfect. The host not only fully integrated the forces of Yun City, but also achieved a bloodless conquest, compelling one of the 4 great families, the Zhao family, to yield, elevating the host's prestige to its zenith in Yun City. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations, host. System level upgraded to LV3. Accompanied by a crisp electronic tone, Lin Feng felt a warm current surge through his body, as if his mental faculties had undergone a sublime enhancement. The system interface before him transformed anew. The previously modest interface now radiated a more advanced technological aura, with various module icons shimmering with a faint golden glow. With a mere thought, he opened the system mall. As anticipated, the shelves of the mall were now bursting with a plethora of previously unseen items. Gene Optimization Solution, Beginner. Priced at 10 million emotional points. Comprehensive optimization of human genes, enhancing strength, speed, reaction time, and expelling impurities from the body. Artificial Intelligence Butler, Alpha version. Priced at 50 million emotional points. Can be implanted into any smart device, boasting extraordinary computational power and autonomous learning capabilities. Serving as your ideal assistant in life and career. Ultra high-strength alloy formula. Priced at 100 million emotional points. Alloy technology at least 20 years ahead of current global standards. Applicable in aerospace, military, and other fields. Each name quickened Lin Feng's heartbeat. Any single item, if introduced to the world, would undoubtedly cause seismic waves globally. He then clicked on the preview for the weekly lottery prize pool. At the pinnacle of the prize pool, alongside conventional cash, luxury cars, and real estate, there were suddenly terrifying rewards such as private island ownership, oil field extraction rights, and rare mineral exploration maps. This is intriguing, Lin Feng murmured to himself. If the LV2 system had granted him the power to reign supreme in a city, then the LV3 system provided him with a ticket to the global stage. Suppressing the excitement within, Lin Feng focused his attention on the ultimate reward of this mission, the blueprint for a commercial empire, Provincial City Edition. As he confirmed his intention, a colossal three-dimensional map unfurled instantaneously in his mind. It was a detailed representation of the entire Donghai province, with mountains, rivers, cities, and transportation networks depicted in exquisite detail. Above the map, countless streams of golden data whirled rapidly, calculating and analyzing. Buzz, a soft sound resonated, and from Yunqing as the starting point, 3 robust golden arrows shot forth, each directing towards 3 core economic zones of Donghai province. The first step involved leveraging the logistics and hotel industry relinquished by the Zhao family to consolidate resources in Yunqing and establish a solid foundation. The second step would see a division of forces, one path heading east, employing the cutting-edge products of Fengxue Group as a spearhead to penetrate the high-tech industrial park in the provincial city, another route veering south, seizing the raw material market of heavy industrial cities utilizing the newly acquired mineral resources, and the last path moving north, employing financial leverage to infiltrate the coastal financial centers. A series of clear strategic plans, accompanied by a massive array of data analysis, automatically presented themselves in Lin Feng's mind, detailed to an astonishing degree. This was no mere commercial blueprint. It was akin to a divine strategy guide. Yet, just as Lin Feng marveled at the intricacy of this blueprint, all the golden arrows on the map seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, abruptly halting. Subsequently, in the heart of Donghai City, the capital of Donghai Province, a massive red vortex began to materialize. At the center of the vortex, four blood-red characters gradually coalesced, emanating an oppressive aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Tianlang Group. System warning. Tianlang Group, the true underground monarch of Donghai Province, with industries spanning energy, real estate, finance, entertainment, and more, possesses an unfathomable background. Intricately connected to the top families in the capital city, this group acts domineeringly, employing ruthless tactics, serving as the first and most formidable obstacle to Feng Shui Group's expansion beyond Yunqing and dominance in Donghai Province. Warning. This group has classified Feng Shui Group as an S-level potential threat target. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within. Tianlang Group. So, the individual he had casually dispatched in Yunqing was merely a pawn of this formidable wolf. What's wrong? Morong Yunxue noticed the change in his expression. Nothing. Lin Feng replied, reclining on the sofa, returning to his languid demeanor, though a smile filled with challenge played at the corners of his mouth. For he realized that the path ahead appeared to be more intriguing than he had anticipated. He was just about to inform Morong Yunxue about Tianlang Group, to prepare her psychologically, when a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Lin Feng and Morong Yunxue exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Come in, Morong Yunxue commanded. The office door swung open, and Secretary Qin Ye strode in briskly, her face etched with an unusual gravity and seriousness. Chairman Lin, President Morong. Qin Ye took a deep breath and reported in a low voice. The front desk has just received a notification from a man claiming to be a representative of Tianlang Group from the provincial city, who has no appointment and specifically requested to meet with both of you. Morong Yunxue's delicate brows knitted slightly. Tianlang Group? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear? Lin Feng, however, inquired with great interest. Did he say what it was about? Qin Ye's expression grew somewhat grim, after a moment's hesitation. She spoke the truth. He stated that he came to convey an order from Tianlang Group to Feng Shui Group. Moreover, his attitude was exceedingly arrogant. Chapter 54, An Uninvited Guest. The Arrogance of Tianlang. An order? Upon hearing Secretary Qin Ye's report, Morong Yunxue's striking brows furrowed deeply, a clear displeasure flickering across her frosty features. Feng Shui Group currently basked in glory in Yunqing, with even venerable families like the Zhao family willingly bowing in submission. When had it come to a seemingly obscure Tianlang Group daring to use the term order? Intriguing. In stark contrast to Morong Yunxue's ire, Lin Feng bore an amused smile upon his face. He had just learned from the system that Tianlang Group posed the greatest obstacle to his emergence from Yunqing, and now, unexpectedly, their move had already brought them to his doorstep. This was not merely a message of orders. It was evidently a declaration of war. Let them come up. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, picking up the tea that Morong Yunxue had just brewed for him, calmly stating, I wish to see just how imposing the wolves from the provincial city truly are. However, regarding their attitude, Qin Ye hesitated, instinctively feeling repulsed by their unabashed disdain and arrogance. It's fine, Lin Feng waved his hand. Those who rely on power must be made to bark a few times. Otherwise, how could we do justice to the master pulling their strings? Morong Yunxue glanced at Lin Feng, noting his confidence, and the slight discontent in her heart gradually dissipated, restoring her icy demeanor as the president. She too was curious to see what kind of person dared to act so audaciously on Feng Shui Group's territory. Minutes later, the office door was forcefully pushed open from the outside, producing a dull thud. A young man, in his mid-20s, swaggered in with an air of arrogance. His slicked-back hair gleamed as if polished, and he wore an ill-fitting Versace suit, the garish golden Medusa emblem on his chest gleaming obnoxiously. Most striking were his eyes, which darted around with an air of disdain and scrutiny, as though he were appraising some merchandise for sale. He entered alone, exuding an imposing presence as if this office, representing the new king of Yunqing, were his personal garden. Upon entering, his gaze lingered on Morong Yunxue's flawless face and graceful figure for several seconds, his throat involuntarily bobbing as a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. TSK, they say President Morong of Feng Shui Group is the most beautiful woman in Yunqing. Seeing her today, it truly lives up to its reputation, he exclaimed with exaggerated admiration, his tone flippant, akin to a petty hoodlum harassing a respectable woman on the street. Only then did he lazily shift his gaze toward Lin Feng on the sofa, his lips curling in a deeper sneer. You must be Lin Feng? He was too lazy to even offer a self-introduction, approaching with an interrogative tone. Murong Yunshua's expression instantly turned frigid, the temperature in the office seemingly dropping several degrees. Are you the representative of Tianlang Group? She inquired, her voice as cold as ice. If I recall correctly, our Fengshue Group has not extended an invitation to you. Invitation? The young man laughed derisively, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Little sister, you should understand, I'm not here as a guest. I'm here to conduct business. As he spoke, he sauntered over to the desk, slamming a document in a brown paper bag forcefully onto the smooth surface with a resounding thud. The loud noise echoed painfully in the quiet office. The young man spoke with a tone that suggested he was bestowing a favor, gesturing towards the document with a nod of his chin. Our boss, the formidable wolf of the Tianlang Group, has taken a keen interest in the parcel of land in the southern district that you previously acquired from the Li family, as well as your so-called energy-saving material technology. This document before you is the acquisition contract. He raised 3 fingers, waving them before Lin Feng and Murong Yunxue. 300 million. This sum is to purchase your land, along with that rather trivial technology. Do not dismiss the amount as insufficient. This is your sole opportunity. 300 million? Murong Yunxue nearly erupted into laughter from indignation. The southern land is pivotal to Fengshue Group's future strategy, with the value of the land itself exceeding 20 billion. Not to mention that the energy-saving material technology, produced by a sophisticated system, is at least a decade ahead of global standards, an invaluable treasure. This audacious individual dares to propose a mere 300 million for the entire package? This is not an acquisition, it is outright robbery. And what if we refuse to sign? Lin Feng finally spoke, remaining relaxed on the sofa, his posture unchanged. A faint smile still gracing his face, as if he were listening to a poorly executed comedic performance. This unexpected calmness unsettled the arrogant young man. He had envisioned a scenario where the mere mention of the Tianlang Group would cause his counterparts to tremble in fear. Not the current situation where one was as serene as a cloud and the other as frigid as ice. Refused to sign? The young man's smile gradually faded, replaced by a sinister glint. He surveyed the opulent office with its expansive views, then locked his gaze back onto Lin Feng's face, enunciating each word deliberately. Kid, I advise you to think carefully. In the realm of Donghai Province, no one has dared to utter "no" to us at Tianlang. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice, the threat in his tone akin to the cold, sticky tongue of a serpent. You think that by eliminating a minor player like the Li family in Yunqing, you've made a name for yourselves? Do not be absurd. In Wolf's eyes, your meager assets are as laughable as a child's play. My visit today is to offer you a path to survival. Take the money, leave Yunqing, and enjoy a life free from worry. This is the utmost mercy Wolf can extend to you, should you insist on being ungrateful. He abruptly straightened, laughing boisterously, his mirth laced with derision and cruelty. Otherwise, the Tianlang Group merely needs to lift a finger to eradicate your insignificant company along with the entire oblivious commercial sphere of Yunqing from the map. Do you comprehend? The final words were delivered with such gravitas, brimming with blatant intimidation and disdain. Arrogance, hubris, leaving no room for negotiation. This encapsulates the modus operandi of the Tianlang Group. How dare you? Murong Yunxue could no longer contain herself. His words not only insulted Fengshue Group, but also trampled upon the dignity of everyone in Yunqing. She surged to her feet from the sofa, her face a frozen mask. A powerful aura emanating from her that caused the arrogant young man to involuntarily take a step back. Just as she prepared to unleash her most scathing retorts to expel this insolent fool, a warm and firm hand gently rested on her arm, halting her. Murong Yunxue paused, glancing back to find Lin Feng standing, having risen at some point. The playful smile that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by an inscrutable calm, as tranquil as the sea before a storm. He shook his head softly at Murong Yunxue. Chapter 55. A Declaration of War. The game has commenced. He shook his head gently at Murong Yunxue. His deep-set eyes revealed no trace of anger, but rather a glimmer of amusement akin to a cat observing a mouse. Murong Yunxue was momentarily taken aback. Witnessing that expression, her towering rage inexplicably subsided. She obediently stepped back, ceding the stage entirely to this man. The air in the office seemed to freeze at that moment. The arrogant young man stared at Lin Feng, his malevolent smile intensifying, believing Lin Feng was intimidated and ready to concede. So, have you come to your senses? That's more like it. Those who recognize the situation are the wise ones. His words were abruptly cut short as he was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. Lin Feng released Murong Yunxue, striding leisurely to the desk. He hardly glanced at the young man, treating him as a mere nuisance in the air. His gaze fell upon the leather-bound contract, as if it were a piece of filthy refuse. Then, under the astonished gaze of the young man, Lin Feng reached for the document that he perceived as a manifestation of the Tianlang Group's will. He did not open it, nor did he even glance at it. Rip! A sharp, jarring sound of tearing echoed suddenly in the silent office. The contract, embodying the tyrannical intent of the Tianlang Group, was torn asunder by Lin Feng right in front of the young man. The smile on the young man's face froze instantly, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Tear, tear, tear. Lin Feng's movements were unhurried, imbued with an elegant composure, as he methodically shredded the contract into countless fragments. His expression resembled that of an artist engaged in a trivial creation. The paper shreds fell like snowflakes from his fingers. Upon completing this act, Lin Feng casually discarded the remnants into the nearby trash bin, as if disposing of refuse. The entire process flowed seamlessly, a singular, fluid motion. The office was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Morong Yunxue and Secretary Qin Yu were left in a state of shock. They had anticipated Lin Feng's refusal, his fury, or a reasoned argument. But never did they expect him to respond in such a direct, brutal, and face-slapping manner. This was no longer a simple rejection. It was a declaration of war. It was an action that conveyed to the other party that their so-called demands were less significant than a scrap of toilet paper in his eyes. The arrogant young man remained stunned for a full 3 seconds before finally emerging from his profound shock. An uncontrollable rage erupted from his chest like a volcanic eruption. You dare tear it. His voice turned sharp and distorted with fury. Do you know what you just tore? His outburst was abruptly halted as Lin Feng closed the distance between them. They were mere inches apart. Lin Feng towered half a head above him, looking down with a familiar, roguish grin that now bore an unsettling chill. With a rhythmic, almost mocking motion, Lin Feng extended his hand and lightly tapped the young man's flushed face, which was swollen with anger. This gesture was profoundly insulting. The young man felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his entire being frozen, his mind blank. Having grown up sheltered by the formidable Tianlang Group, he had never before endured such a profound humiliation. Return and inform your master. Lin Feng's voice was soft yet penetrative, akin to a poisoned steel needle, each word piercing into the young man's ears. Whether his fingers were meant for dining or for digging his nose was of no concern to me. Lin Feng's smile grew increasingly radiant, yet his gaze was as frigid as ice. However, should anyone dare to extend their reach into Yun City, his hand's motion ceased, his palm sliding effortlessly down to grasp the young man's collar, drawing him slightly closer. I shall take it upon myself to methodically sever each of his fingers. Boom. The young man's pupils abruptly constricted, a chilling dread rising from the depths of his soul. Coursing along his spine and surging towards the crown of his head, he beheld Lin Feng's smiling visage. Yet it felt as if he were staring into the inferno of a hellish battlefield, surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. That unrestrained aura of lethal intent was unmistakable. This man spoke the truth. He truly dared. A tremendous wave of fear swiftly eclipsed his anger, causing the young man's body to tremble uncontrollably, his lips quivering, unable to utter a coherent sentence. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You will regret this. Our Tianlang Group will not let you off easily. He mustered every ounce of strength to issue this hollow threat. Lin Feng's smile remained unchanged as he released the young man's collar, brushing his hands as if dusting off debris. He stepped back, tilting his head slightly, and uttered a single word. Roll. Pausing for a moment, he added with a playful grin, do remember to convey my words verbatim. Otherwise, the next time, it may not just be your master's fingers that are severed. This casually spoken remark became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Overwhelmed by the immense pressure and terror, the young man let out a shriek, turning tail and fleeing the office in a disheveled manner. An ironic contrast to his earlier arrogance as he had entered. Bang! With the office door slamming shut, the representative of the Tianlang Group departed in a state of utter disgrace, akin to a stray dog. The reception room fell silent once more. Yet, the air was thick with the acrid scent of impending conflict. Secretary Qin Yu stood agape, unable to close her mouth for an extended moment. Her gaze towards Lin Feng shifting from respect to near adoration. He was simply too handsome, too commanding. This was the king of their Fengshui group. Morong Yunxue observed Lin Feng's retreating figure, her cold eyes shimmering with a cascade of emotions, shock, admiration, but predominantly, a profound concern. She inhaled deeply and approached Lin Feng, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Lin Feng, you are being overly impulsive. The Tianlang Group in the provincial capital is a true behemoth. Their influence is deeply entrenched, and their methods are ruthlessly severe, nearly monopolizing over half of the underground businesses within the province. straddling both the legal and illegal realms. She quickly relayed all she knew regarding the Tianlang group, striving to make Lin Feng comprehend the monstrous adversary he had just provoked. Our foundation lies in Yun City. If they choose to suppress us at any cost, we— Her words trailed off, but the implication was abundantly clear. Although the Fengshui group reigned supreme in Yun City, it was dwarfed by the terrifying behemoth that was the Tianlang group, notorious throughout the entire Donghai province. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Lin Feng listened intently until she finished, then slowly turned to face her. He gazed at Mu Rong Yunshue's face, which was etched with worry, and suddenly smiled. In his eyes, there was not a shred of fear or retreat, but rather a blazing fervor for battle. It was a desire akin to a chess player encountering a worthy opponent, the excitement of a lion catching the scent of prey. He reached out, gently brushing Mu Rong Yunshue's pert nose, his tone as casual as if discussing dinner plans. What is there to fear? Merely a coyote lurking in the provincial capital. No matter how ferociously it barks, it remains beneath contempt. He turned back towards the vast expanse visible from the window, his voice low, yet imbued with a commanding bravado. The game has only just begun. Chapter 56. The Wrath of Tianlang, the Storm of Yun City. Provincial capital, Donghai City. At the Tianlang Group's headquarters, in the presidential office on the top floor, the decor of the room was an extreme cold palette of black, white, and gray. Spacious yet oppressive. The only striking feature was a colossal ink-splashed painting of a wolf king adorning the wall. The ferocious wolf in the painting howled at the sky, its crimson eyes seemingly poised to leap from the canvas and devour its prey. The once arrogant youth from Yun City now knelt on the frigid marble floor like a beaten dog, trembling uncontrollably. Before him stood a middle-aged man, attired in a traditional Chinese outfit with knot buttons, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, leisurely trimming a potted bonsai. This was the president of the Tianlang group, Xiao Tianlang. He appeared cultured and refined, resembling a university professor, yet the upper echelons of Donghai province knew well that beneath those gold-rimmed glasses lurked a wolf of unparalleled ferocity. He said that. The oil-headed youth's voice quivered as he held aloft the shredded remnants of a contract. Wolf, he told me to roll. The office was deathly silent. The only sound was the rhythmic snip of Xiao Tianlang's golden scissors, reverberating like the tolling of a death knell in each person's heart. Finally, the scissors came to a halt. Xiao Tianlang set them down, picked up a nearby white towel, and methodically wiped each finger as if cleansing himself of an unspeakable filth. He did not glance at the scattered paper or the terrified subordinate at his feet. Not a trace of anger marred his countenance. Instead, a curious smile slowly crept across his lips. A light chuckle escaped him. Yet this very laugh sent a shiver through the black-clad bodyguards standing in the office, compelling them to bow their heads even lower. They understood that the more amused their boss appeared, the more dire the consequences for someone. Interesting, truly interesting. Xiao Tianlang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes narrowing into a dangerous slit. How many years had it been since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner? He lifted his gaze, fixating on the painting of the Wolf King on the wall, as if conversing with an old friend. A mere kitten from Yun City dares to bare its fangs at me? He turned around, finally regarding the kneeling youth, his smile remaining gentle. Yet the words he spoke chilled the atmosphere to its core. Since you refuse my hospitality, let us ensure you have no chance to even decline my offer. He gestured lightly to a cold-faced bodyguard beside him, issuing a decree of final judgment. Initiate the extermination plan. I want all surnamed Mu in Yun City, along with that surname Lin, to kneel before me within 3 days, begging for mercy. Simultaneously, in Yun City, at the Fengshui group, after the departure of the arrogant representative, the atmosphere in the office remained far from relaxed. Mu Rong Yunshue's typically serene face was now awash with gravity and concern. She was no longer the decisive Ice Queen CEO, but rather a woman engulfed in heartfelt anxiety for the most important person in her life. Lin Feng, you are truly too impulsive. She paced back and forth, her voice tinged with a tremor she herself was unaware of. The Tianlang group is not comparable to the aristocratic Li family. That man, Xiao Tianlang, is nothing short of a madman. 5 years ago, a group with strength equal to his won against him at a bidding conference, and half a month later, the chairman of that group vanished without a trace, never to be seen or heard from again. They control a significant portion of the underground gray industry in the provincial capital, employing a band of reckless outlaws, acting with no moral boundaries. It is utterly unwise for us to confront him head-on. She halted, her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Lin Feng. It was not fear of her own involvement that troubled her. It was the dread that Lin Feng might find himself ensnared in an inescapable peril. Seeing her anxious demeanor warmed Lin Feng's heart. He did not attempt to argue. Instead, he stepped forward, grasped her cool, delicate hand, and drew her into his embrace. holding her tightly. Murong Yinxue was taken by surprise. Her fair face instantly flushed, instinctively attempting to struggle free. "Don't move," Lin Feng murmured, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her ear, sending a delightful shiver through her. Murong Yinxue's body stiffened, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonating from his chest, and the strength to resist inexplicably dissipated. Lin Feng held her close and walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, pointing to the night view of Yunqing, now beneath their feet. His voice was calm, yet imbued with immense confidence. "Yunxue, look closely. When dealing with a hungry wolf, if you take a step back out of fear, it will only perceive you as weak and vulnerable, and it will pounce without hesitation, tearing your throat out." His palm gently caressed her silken hair, yet his gaze sharpened like a blade. "The only way to confront it is to strike it down before it lunges at you, to inflict pain and fear, so that when it sees you again, it will only whimper with its tail tucked between its legs." These words were filled with primal, wild dominance, yet they acted like a potent stimulant, forcefully invigorating Murong Yinxue's heart. She raised her head, and from his profound gaze, she discerned not recklessness, but an absolute confidence that surveyed all. Indeed, this man had created miracles from the day he arrived. Whether facing the Chen family or the Li family, had he ever shown the slightest hint of retreat? He was like a sword unsheathed, its brilliance glaring, slicing through gods and Buddhas alike. She should believe in him, wholeheartedly. In an instant, all her worries and anxieties dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented fighting spirit. Murong Yinxue's eyes regained their clarity and determination as she extricated herself from Lin Feng's embrace, not out of embarrassment, but with an unprecedented solemnity, locking eyes with him. "All right, then we shall fight." Her voice, though not loud, resonated with conviction, the essence of the resolute Zhou returning to her. "I will immediately consolidate all the group's resources. No matter what tricks the Tianlang group employs, we, the Fengxue group, shall stand firm." Seeing her ignite with fierce combativeness, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. "This is more like it. This is how my woman should be." Just at that moment, as Murong Yinxue's fighting spirit reached its zenith, the cold system notification sound echoed in Lin Feng's mind. As expected, ding. Main quest updated. Counterattack Tianlang. Quest description. Survive under the rampant oppression of the Tianlang group and deliver a heavy counterattack. Make the hungry wolves of the provincial capital understand who the true tiger is. Quest rewards. Dependent on the severity of the counterattack. The more ruthless the counterattack, the more generous the rewards. Chapter 57. Weekly Lottery, an era-defining technology. All right, we fight. Murong Yinxue's spirit was thoroughly ignited, her cool eyes seemingly ablaze. She immediately turned, seized her phone, and prepared to summon all the senior executives of the group for an emergency meeting that night to strategize a full-scale war against the Tianlang group. However, Lin Feng once again detained her. Not so fast. He shook his head, a hint of a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Dealing with a hungry wolf does not require a flock of sheep to stand at the ready. Murong Yinxue was taken aback. "Then what do you intend?" "I need a sword that can strike with lethal precision." Lin Feng's gaze was profound, as if piercing through the floor-to-ceiling window to envision a distant future. He understood that an adversary like the Tianlang group, entrenched in Donghai province for years, deeply rooted and straddling both the legal and illicit realms, could not be confronted merely through conventional business means. Even if the Fengxue group possessed abundant resources, they would be dragged into an endless quagmire by the opponent's incessant underhanded tactics. Conventional warfare would not prevail against a mad wolf unbound by rules. To win, they must strike from a higher dimension. They needed to present a trump card that would leave the opponent with no opportunity to struggle. "You should return and get a good night's sleep. Recharge your energy," Lin Feng said, gently tousling Murong Yinxue's hair with a tender tone. "The sky won't fall. Even if it does, I will bear the brunt of it. Trust me, tomorrow morning, I will provide you with a tremendous surprise." Looking into Lin Feng's eyes, brimming with absolute confidence, the agitation and tension within Murong Yinxue were once again replaced by a sense of inexplicable reassurance. This man seemed to always possess a trump card that could overturn everything. She no longer questioned him, merely nodding earnestly, casting a deep glance at him before departing the office with her secretary, Qinya. As the office door closed once more, the entire world fell silent. Lin Feng's smile gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented focus and sharpness. He seated himself on the sofa, slowly closed his eyes, and delved deep into his thoughts. System. Initiate the weekly lottery. With his intent, a colossal, dramatically enhanced wheel of fortune manifested in his mind. This was the first refresh of the weekly lottery since the system upgraded to LV3. The wheel was divided into hundreds of segments, shimmering in hues of bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and even diamond. The prize pool was far more lavish than before, featuring not just conventional cash, luxury cars, and properties, but also astonishing assets like shares in a publicly listed company and partial ownership of a South African diamond mine. Yet, none of these were what Lin Feng sought. His gaze bypassed the segments gleaming with monetary allure, locking onto the few segments at the top of the wheel, radiating with the brilliance of diamonds. There lay the trump cards capable of altering the course of battle: artificial intelligence, genetic technology, controllable nuclear fusion. Each term represented a force potent enough to revolutionize an era. Lin Feng took a deep breath, silently wishing, "Come on, grant me a technology that will utterly trample the Tianlang group underfoot, leaving them forever unable to rise again." Lottery. With a command, the immense wheel began to spin wildly. The pointer glided over each segment: bronze light, silver light, golden light. An array of dazzling rewards flashed rapidly before him. "Thank you for your patronage. 10,000 yuan in cash. A shared bicycle." The pointer accelerated with an astonishing swiftness, so rapid that Lin Feng's eyes could scarcely keep up. His heart raced in tandem with the dizzying rotation of the roulette, rising to his throat. Victory or defeat hinged upon this singular moment. Gradually, the speed of the roulette began to diminish. The pointer glided through a zone of shimmering gold, slowly progressing into a square aglow with platinum radiance. A Lamborghini Veneno, 10 storefronts on Cloud City South Commercial Street, and divine culinary skills. The pointer's pace slackened further, with each advancement seeming to drain the very essence of his being. Lin Feng's breath nearly ceased. This was the moment. Charge ahead. Propel forward. As if attuned to the roar of his inner self. That trembling pointer made a sudden leap forward just as it was about to traverse the final platinum squares. A resonant hum echoed, reminiscent of an ancient whisper. The pointer came to a steady halt in the resplendent diamond zone. There lay but a single square. In an instant, the entire system interface was enveloped in an indescribable brilliance of diamond light. Dazzling, radiant, and supreme. Immediately, a line of golden characters, forged from the diamond's glow, emerged with unparalleled authority in Lin Feng's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 1 in a billion chance. You have drawn the diamond-level unique reward, epic-defining, new energy-efficient material, complete manufacturing technology." Technology description. This material is derived from the dimensional technology of an unknown high-dimensional civilization. With a core principle of spatial energy microcirculation, it can form a micro-energy closed loop on the surface of the material, recovering and reusing over 90 of all dissipated energy generated during the operation of devices, including thermal, kinetic, and light energy. Application scope. Applicable across all energy-consuming industrial sectors, from mobile phone batteries to spacecraft. Once this technology is implemented, energy consumption will plummet by 90 from the current levels. Boom! An incomprehensibly vast stream of technical data surged into Lin Feng's mind like a rushing galaxy. From the most fundamental molecular formulas to intricate material ratios. From fully automated production line blueprints to transformation plans for various fields, every detail was imprinted in his memory within the span of a single second. As if he were the very scientist who had invented this technology. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes. The urban nightscape outside his window retreated rapidly in his gaze, replaced by countless streams of data and molecular structure diagrams flickering with an ethereal blue light. His brain, at that moment, rivaled a supercomputer, feverishly digesting and comprehending this terrifying technology capable of altering the course of human civilization. A reduction of 90 in energy consumption. What does this signify? It implies that the value of all traditional energy sources, oil, coal, natural gas, will plummet by 90% overnight. It foretells a seismic shift in the industrial, transportation, and living costs across all nations. This transcends mere technology. It is the key to the fourth industrial revolution. And now, this key lay quietly within his grasp. Lin Feng slowly raised his hand, gazing at his palm, as if he could perceive those wondrous molecular formulas dancing before him. After a lengthy pause, he smiled. Initially a silent grin, it soon expanded into a boisterous, unabashed laughter that echoed throughout the entire office. "Ha ha 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 ha. The Tianlang group? Xiao Tianlang." The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled upward with fervor, his eyes shimmering with a light named judgment. He understood that this was no longer a mere weapon for retaliation. This was the holy sword meant to pass judgment upon these mortals. The game was over. Chapter 58. The stranglehold begins, the crisis of the Morong family. A night of silence passed. The following day, as the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds to illuminate the bustling metropolis, a silent war had already commenced. Morong Yunxue rose early. Lin Feng's domineering words from the previous night had ignited her fervor, while simultaneously making her acutely aware that a fierce confrontation was imminent. She donned a sharp professional outfit, deftly styling her long hair into an elegant bun, her exquisite visage adorned with a frost-like determination. She was prepared to face the oncoming challenge from the ravenous wolves of the provincial city alongside Lin Feng. However, as she confidently stepped into the Fengshui Group headquarters, she keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. The entire company was shrouded in a stifling and anxious ambience. Employees hurried about, their faces etched with unease, whispers of disquiet echoing throughout. What had transpired? Murong Yunxue intercepted a department manager hastily passing by. The manager, upon seeing her, appeared as though he had encountered a savior. His pallor betraying his fear as he exclaimed, "President Murong, it's terrible. A major crisis has arisen." Before he could finish, Murong Yunshue's chief secretary, Qinya, approached with a grave expression. "President Murong, you must come to the office immediately. The procurement and human resources departments are in chaos." A weight settled in Murong Yunshue's heart as she hastened toward the president's office. No sooner had she stepped inside than the procurement director burst in, his voice laced with desperation. "President Murong, it's over. All of our Murong family's enterprises have seen over 60% of our raw material suppliers abruptly terminate their contracts. Almost simultaneously, they will pay the penalty, but refuse to supply us. These were partners with whom they had collaborated for over a decade, all concentrated in the provincial city. And now not a single call could get through. This was evidently a coordinated effort orchestrated from behind the scenes." What? Murong Yunxue felt as though struck by lightning. Cutting off over 60% of the raw material supply was akin to having one's throat grasped in a vice. Without raw materials, every production line would be rendered a pile of scrap metal. But that was not all. Before the procurement director could finish, the human resources director rushed in, his face ashen. "President Murong, it gets worse. From 9 this morning until now, in under an hour, 37 core technical staff and executives from our group have submitted their resignations." The HR director's voice trembled as he slammed a thick stack of resignation letters onto the desk. His gaze filled with despair. 37 individuals. They encompass nearly all of our key project technical backbones and department heads. I spoke to one who was relatively close, and he said that the Tianlang Group in the provincial city offered each of them 3 times their salary, along with villas and luxury cars, just to have them report today. This was a direct assault on the very foundation. Murong Yunxue felt her body sway, her beautiful face draining of color in an instant. Quickly, too quickly, the methods of the Tianlang Group were more ruthless and rapid than she had imagined. This was no mere commercial competition. It was a premeditated and organized strangulation. Ding ding ding. The internal phone on her desk rang insistently, pulling her from her stupor back into the realm of reality. It was the secretary of the board of directors calling. "Miss Murong, the second master and the others are demanding your immediate presence in the top-floor conference room for an urgent board meeting." The secretary's voice was laced with palpable trepidation. Murong Yunxue closed her eyes and took a deep breath, aware that the true tempest was only just beginning. As she pushed open the door to the top-floor conference room, she was met with an overwhelming tide of suppressed fury and panic, crashing over her like a tsunami. The elongated conference table was flanked by her uncles and elders from the Murong family, all of whom were board members of the group. At that moment, every face was etched with anger and fear. "Murong Yunxue, how dare you show your face here?" bellowed her second uncle, Murong Shan, as he slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly and pointing an accusatory finger at her. "Look at the disaster you've wrought. For your selfish desires, for a wild boy whose origins are unknown, you have brought calamity upon the Murong family. I warned you long ago that Lin Feng is nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. And now, with the Tianlang Group's intervention, our decades of hard work are about to be obliterated in a single day." "Second uncle, this matter." "Silence," interjected the third uncle, rising as well, his voice filled with heartfelt sorrow. "Yunxue, you have deeply disappointed us. The group's stock has plummeted nearly 20 points, and several key projects have come to a complete standstill due to a lack of materials and talent. If this continues, within 3 days, the Murong Group will have to file for bankruptcy. This is all the result of your misguided romantic entanglement. You must sever ties with him immediately. Indeed, we must hold a press conference at once to declare that the Murong family has no association with that Lin Feng. We should prepare a lavish gift and personally go to the provincial city to apologize to Brother Wolf of the Tianlang Group. Yunxue, you should resign as president and accept responsibility for this debacle." In an instant, the conference room was engulfed in a torrent of indignation, accusations, insults, and demands rained down upon the solitary figure of Murong Yunxue. To them, she was the root of all calamity, alongside Lin Feng, the man who stood behind her. In their desperation to salvage the Murong family's legacy, they were willing to sacrifice Murong Yunxue, groveling to the Tianlang Group. Standing at the doorway, Murong Yunxue gazed upon the familiar yet foreign visages of her kin, a profound chill seeping into her bones. These were her relatives, who basked in the opulence bestowed by the group, yet in times of crisis, sought only to cast her aside as a scapegoat. Her lips turned pale from biting them, her nails digging into her flesh, yet she stood tall, her gaze coldly sweeping across each individual present. "I will not sever ties with Lin Feng," she declared, her voice soft yet unwavering. "The Fengshui group belongs to both him and me. It is now named Fengshui, not Moro. If you are afraid, feel free to sell your shares right now. I will buy them back at full price. As for seeking mercy from the Tianlang group," a frigid smirk curled at the corner of her lips. "That word does not exist in my lexicon." With that, she turned her back on the stunned expressions of her uncles, resolutely closing the conference room door with a resounding thud, leaving all the shame and ugliness behind her. Upon exiting the conference room, the facade of strength she had maintained began to crumble under the immense pressure, akin to a landslide about to engulf her entirely. With her family scheming against her and ravenous wolves encircling from the outside, she felt as if she were a solitary leaf adrift on a tempestuous sea, perilously close to being shattered into oblivion. Dragging her heavy feet, she returned to her presidential office, a place where she once strategized with confidence. Now feeling like a cold prison, she pushed the door open, preparing to quietly endure the storm alone. However, in the next moment, her breath caught in her throat. In the office's reception area, the man who was ostensibly the source of all her woes reclined languidly on the sofa. His feet, in an unrefined manner, rested atop the coffee table, while he cradled a steaming cup of exquisite Da Hong Pao, eyes closed in blissful enjoyment of the tea's aroma. Outside, the world had descended into chaos, the group a disarray of turmoil. Yet here, it was as if the eye of the storm had settled, an oasis of tranquility amidst the tempest. His nonchalant demeanor suggested that the upheaval occurring beyond these walls was of no concern to him, as if the most colossal crisis was merely an inconsequential sideshow in his eyes. Chapter 59. Striking at the root? No, digging one's own grave. Seeing Lin Feng in such a relaxed state reignited the torrent of resentment, frustration, and impotence that she had struggled to suppress. Her eyes welled with tears. "Lin Feng." Her voice trembled, tinged with an uncontainable sob. "How can you act as if nothing is amiss at a time like this?" At the sound of her voice, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing her tear-streaked face, he was momentarily taken aback, then set down his teacup, shedding his earlier indolence. He rose and approached her, his heart aching as he raised a hand to wipe away the moisture at the corners of her eyes. Yet, Morong Yunxue instinctively stepped back, evading his touch. Taking a deep breath, she forced her tears back, her words tumbling out in a near-frantic rush as she recounted the calamity that had just unfolded. "The Tianlang group has struck. Just this morning, over 60% of our Morong family suppliers have unilaterally breached contracts. Our production lines are on the brink of a complete halt. Within the group, 37 core technical personnel and senior executives collectively resigned within the same hour. They were all lured away by the Tianlang group with triple salaries. Our entire technical department and management have been decimated. The stock price evaporated nearly 20% in just the morning, and it continues to plummet. Just moments ago, I was summoned to a board meeting by my second uncle and the others, who all pressured me to sever ties with you, to cast you out as a scapegoat, so they could grovel to the Tianlang group." The more she spoke, the more fervent her voice became, her once calm eyes now filled with despair and exhaustion. It was as if she needed to unleash all the pressure and grievances in that moment. "This is a strike at the root. Don't you understand, Lin Feng? We are being driven to the brink. This maneuver by the Tianlang group is designed to annihilate us." As she finished, her chest heaved violently, biting her lip to stifle the tears that threatened to spill. The office fell into a profound silence. Yet, to her astonishment, instead of the grave concern or panic she had anticipated, Lin Feng's face broke into a smile, one that was genuine, tinged with a hint of amusement and mockery. "Is that all?" He raised an eyebrow, his tone as casual as if he were inquiring about the weather. Morong Yunxue was utterly taken aback, doubting whether she was hallucinating from the overwhelming stress. "What did you say?" "I said, is that all?" Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders, a more pronounced smile gracing his face. "I anticipated that Xiao Tianlang would conjure some clever stratagem, yet after all this time, is this the extent of his unimpressive little tricks?" He approached the coffee table and poured himself another cup of tea, leisurely remarking, "They are poaching our people? Well, isn't that fortuitous? It spares us the costs of layoffs and N1 compensation. These individuals, who remain inconspicuous until a critical moment, act like opportunistic turncoats. They are a liability. Now that they are choosing to depart voluntarily, those who remain are the truly trustworthy loyalists we can count on." After sipping his tea, Lin Feng continued with a logic that left Morong Yunxue utterly bewildered. "They are severing our supply lines? Splendid. I was quite troubled about how to deal with those outdated production lines that are both highly polluting and energy-intensive. Their actions provide us the perfect opportunity to gracefully shut them down completely and upgrade our technology. It's as if I fell asleep and someone delivered a pillow right to my side. For free, how considerate. As for your uncles and elder relatives, Lin Feng's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Merely a group of ineffectual individuals who thrive on bullying at home. They revel in favorable wins, yet when faced with adversity, they seek to beg for mercy. Such people are hardly worth my time. Undermining us at the root, Lin Feng set down his teacup, turned, and fixed his gaze on the utterly stupefied Murong Yunxue, a hint of pity in his smile. No, Schwerer, you are mistaken. They are not undermining us. They are digging their own graves. Murong Yunxue's mind was a blank, utterly incapable of comprehending Lin Feng's line of reasoning. Layoff costs, dealing with obsolete production lines. The situation was dire, and he still pondered these matters. Had he truly lost his mind? Observing her bewilderment and the flicker of doubt in her eyes, Lin Feng understood that verbal reassurances had lost their efficacy. He smiled softly, refraining from further explanation, and walked over to his desk, retrieving a freshly printed document, still warm from the printer. He returned to stand before Murong Yunxue, gently pushing the slender document into her hands. Here, take a look at this. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze, her eyes landing on the cover of the document. In bold, black font, an unfamiliar title caught her attention. Technical white paper on a new energy-saving material. What is this? She inquired, puzzled, as she raised her head. Our trump card. Lin Feng replied with a mysterious smile, the Grim Reaper's decree of the Tianlang Group. With a heart full of confusion and curiosity, Murong Yunxue trembled as she opened the first page of the document. The next moment, her pupils constricted sharply. In the center of the page, a series of terrifying technical parameters were listed in the most striking manner. Core material, spatial energy microcirculation technology. Energy recovery rate, 90. Material strength, 15 times that of titanium alloy of equivalent density. Manufacturing cost, lower than most existing industrial plastics. Application fields, encompassing energy, transportation, aerospace, consumer electronics, military industry, and all known industrial sectors. An energy recovery rate exceeding 90. Cost lower than plastic. Murong Yunxue felt as though her heart was being gripped by an invisible hand, making it difficult to breathe. As the overseer of a vast commercial empire, she understood better than anyone what each of these figures represented. This meant that if this technology was legitimate, the energy landscape of the entire world would be irrevocably altered. Frantically, she flipped through the subsequent pages. The latter part of the document meticulously detailed the proposed applications and predictive data for this material in mobile phone batteries, electric vehicles, and even large power plants. Phones could last a month without a charge. The range of electric vehicles could easily exceed 10,000 kilometers. The coal consumption of thermal power plants would decrease by over 90%. Page after page. Each word, each figure detonated like a bomb in Murong Yunxue's mind. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and her once pale face, marked by fatigue and stress, now flushed with an abnormal hue of shock and excitement. The Ice Queen, who maintained absolute composure in any situation, could no longer hold her calm. Her breathing quickened, and her hands, clutching the document, shook as if they might drop it. She abruptly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes filled with bloodshot fervor and near-manic disbelief. Her lips quivered as she summoned all her strength to stammer out a broken question. Is everything in this real? Seeing her in such a state of disarray, Lin Feng wore a roguish smile of triumph. He reached out, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, then leaned closer to whisper in her ear, in a tone meant for just the two of them, delivering the final verdict. Of course. So now, do you still believe we face a crisis? No, it is the Tianlang Group that is in peril. In Lin Feng's eyes sparkled a defiant glint. Schwerer, brace yourself. We are no longer playing games. We are to establish a new company, one that will make the entire world tremble. Chapter 60. The establishment of the new company. Aiming for the future. The declaration of founding a company powerful enough to make the entire world tremble reverberated in Murong Yunxue's mind like a thunderclap. She gazed at the man before her, whose roguish eyes shimmered with an almost frenzied confidence and an imperious disdain for all heroes. All crises, all despair, seemed utterly laughable and insignificant in the face of this epic-defining technology. Murong Yunxue's chest heaved vigorously, the flush of excitement still lingering, as her expression shifted from shock to an unprecedented fervor and battle spirit. Yes, battle spirit. The oppression brought on by the Tianlang Group's relentless pressure and the heartache of familial coercion transformed in that moment into a fierce ambition to trample the entire world beneath her feet. She did not ask another question, but instead extended her trembling hand, firmly grasping Lin Feng's arm, her knuckles turning white from the intensity of her grip. All right. The word fell like a hammer. Let us do it. The two exchanged a glance, igniting a flame of determination in each other's eyes. Without a hint of hesitation or delay, Murong Yunxue decisively reverted to her resolute self as the Ice Queen. The Wind and Snow Group is our foundation. But this technology is too advanced to be conflated with our current operations. We must establish a wholly new subsidiary to operate independently. Let us call it Future Energy. Lin Feng's lips curled into an arc, almost instinctively uttering the name. Future Energy, Murong Yunxue repeated, savoring the name as her eyes gleamed brighter. Perfect. It embodies our future. The future of humanity. I will immediately invest 5 billion through the Wind and Snow Group. Murong Yunxue declared with unwavering resolve. Lin Feng, however, waved his hand dismissively. His smile exuberant. That's a narrow vision, my dear president. If we are to play, let us play big. He extended a finger. We will invest 10 billion. I want everyone to know that we are not merely playing house. We are ushering in a new era. 10 billion. Even Murong Yunxue was momentarily taken aback by the staggering figure. Yet, in the next breath, she resolutely nodded her head. Very well. 10 billion. The two immediately set about their tasks with great fervor. Murong Yunxue took charge of the company registration, capital mobilization, and a series of legal and financial procedures. Although her connections had been significantly severed by the Tianlang Group, she still possessed the advantage of a few trusted old subordinates and clandestine channels. She dialed one encrypted phone after another, reaching out to overseas equipment suppliers. This is Murong Yunxue. I require a batch of high-precision material synthesis equipment and a fully automated production line. Yes, regardless of cost, it must be airlifted to Yun City within 3 days. Money is not an issue. Meanwhile, Lin Feng undertook the more critical task of locating a production base. The synthesis of this new energy-efficient material necessitated a unique natural mineral as a catalyst. Although this mineral was not scarce in the Earth's crust, its distribution was exceedingly fragmented, making conventional exploration akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, such a challenge was no match for Lin Feng, who possessed the golden eye. He remained in his office, simply opening the computer on his desk to access satellite maps of the areas surrounding Yun City and the land information listed for sale by the Land and Resources Bureau. In an unobserved moment, a faint golden glow emanated from Lin Feng's eyes. In his vision, the world shed its vibrant colors, transforming into a monochromatic tableau composed of countless streams of energy. The bustling commercial districts and dense residential buildings lost their significance in his gaze. His sight, akin to the most sophisticated radar, swept across every inch of land on the outskirts of Yun City. Eureka! Just minutes later, his focus locked onto a section of land located on the western outskirts of the city. It was an industrial site long abandoned due to severe soil contamination from heavy metals, coupled with its remote location, which had led to it being auctioned off multiple times with no takers. The price had plummeted to the point of being virtually a giveaway, a toxic wasteland. Yet, beneath Lin Feng's golden eye, that despised expanse of derelict land radiated a subtle, yet unique energy fluctuation. It was precisely the catalyst vein he sought. A smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. He was even too lazy to follow the usual protocols and directly dialed the phone number of the land auction manager. Upon hearing that someone was interested in purchasing the toxic land, the manager initially thought it was a scam. However, once Lin Feng revealed his identity as the chairman of the Fengxue Group and offered to pay 10 above the listed price in full, the manager reluctantly acquiesced. Half an hour later, when a land transfer contract with an astonishingly low price was faxed over, Murong Yunxue gazed at the almost giveaway figure on the document. Then at Lin Feng, whose demeanor was as calm as ever, and found herself at a loss for words. This man consistently conjured miracles in the most improbable circumstances. Just as Lin Feng and Murong Yunxue were diligently paving the way for future energy, in the provincial capital, the Tianlang Group. Xiao Tianlang leisurely enjoyed a cigar while listening to his subordinates report on the spectacular results of their strangulation plan. Brother Wolf, the Murong family is in complete disarray. Stock prices have plummeted, executives are resigning, and the supply chain is severed. Those old geezers are pressuring Murong Yunxue to step down. The group of technical talents we poached from Fengxue Group is all in place. Hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Xiao Tianlang's face. Everything was under his control. That overconfident Lin Feng was likely in a state of utter chaos, with the countdown to his pleading for mercy already begun. Just then, another subordinate, with a peculiar expression, knocked and entered. Brother Wolf, there's a rather strange piece of news. Speak. Xiao Tianlang exhaled a ring of smoke. According to the latest news from the industrial and commercial system, just an hour ago, Fengxue Group registered a brand new wholly owned subsidiary named Future Energy, with a registered capital of 10 billion. What? Xiao Tianling coughed violently as he expelled a mouthful of cigar smoke. What did you say? He seized his subordinate by the collar, his eyes widening behind his gold-rimmed glasses. 10 billion? A subsidiary? Has Lin Feng gone mad? This news completely exceeded his expectations. In his script, Lin Feng should have been begging for mercy at this moment, yet instead, he had registered a new company with 10 billion in capital? Where did he get the money? Where did he find the audacity? After a moment of shock, Xiao Tianling suddenly burst into laughter, guffawing to the point of tears. Ha! I understand. I understand. He released his subordinate and strolled to the window, gazing toward Yun City, his face a mask of disdain and mockery. Bluffing. This is a desperate ploy, a game of empty city strategy. He thinks that by registering a company with 10 billion, he can intimidate me? Stabilize the morale? How naive. This kid merely wishes to masquerade fireworks as atomic bombs. Xiao Tianlang turned around, the smile on his face transforming into one of malevolent intensity. Since he wishes to play, I shall indulge him to the end. He issued a new command to his subordinates, his voice as frigid as a Siberian gale. Increase the pressure. Notify all banks to freeze all loans and financial flows related to Fengshui Group. Inform all construction units that anyone who dares to accept orders from Future Energy is opposing the Tianlang Group. I intend to ensure that this so-called Future Energy cannot procure a single brick or draft a single blueprint. I will see it stillborn. A storm was brewing. The entire business community of Yun City felt the wrath of the provincial giant. Everyone believed that Fengshui Group was doomed. However, amidst this tempest, a piece of news quietly circulated within Fengshui Group. Chairman Lin Feng personally summoned all employees who had remained during the upheaval and announced that they would all be merged into the new company, Future Energy. Moreover, for every individual who stayed, their salaries would triple. Furthermore, each person would receive an unencumbered 1,000th of the company's original options. As the news broke, the entire Fengshui Group erupted in excitement. When this information reached the ears of those who had just jumped ship to the Tianlang Group, fantasizing about a bright future, their smug expressions instantly froze. 3 times the salary? Original options? A former executive with decent arithmetic skills trembled as he calculated. If that 10 billion registered capital new company went public, he had forfeited several small goals. With a thud, the department manager, who had been boasting to his new colleagues about how he had chosen the light over the dark just a moment ago, rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, their faces resembling those who had just consumed something repugnant. A sentiment named regret, akin to the most potent poison, spread like wildfire in their hearts. They seemed to have made the most foolish decision of their lives. Chapter 61. The product emerges, undercurrents before the launch conference. Just as those who had recently joined the Tianlang Group were lamenting their hasty decisions, some even fainting from the shock. In the western suburbs of Yun City, upon the desolate industrial wasteland that had long been scorned by all, a miraculous construction was unfolding in a manner that defied all expectations. Money, the most potent catalyst in this world, fueled the endeavor. With Lin Feng's seemingly limitless financial backing, every conventional construction protocol was shattered. Hundreds of elite construction teams from around the globe operated in 3 shifts, tirelessly working around the clock. The thunderous roars of countless heavy machinery reverberated through the skies. Relentless day and night. Convoys of heavy trucks, laden with high-precision equipment airlifted from overseas, formed serpentine lines stretching for dozens of kilometers along the roads leading to the site. What was initially anticipated to take at least a year and a half to complete, under Lin Feng's guidance and a process blueprint simplified to its utmost essence by the system, was accomplished in merely 1 month. Indeed, you read that correctly, just 1 month. A sprawling super factory, sprawling across thousands of acres and exuding a futuristic, sci-fi allure, rose from the ground like a slumbering steel behemoth. When the last screw was tightened and the fully automated production line roared to life, Lin Feng and Mu Rongyan Shui held their breath in the sterile laboratory. Under the precise manipulation of robotic arms, several seemingly innocuous powdered substances were fed into the reaction furnace, accompanied by a faint buzzing. A shimmering blue light flashed within the furnace. Mere seconds later, a delicate, translucent film, as gossamer as a cicada's wing, glided gently down the conveyor belt. This was the final form of the new energy-saving material. It appeared unremarkable, akin to an ordinary plastic wrap. Yet, as a researcher clad in protective gear carefully applied the film to a specially designed, high-powered engine operating at high speed, a miracle transpired. Beside the engine, a massive electronic screen displaying real-time energy consumption, which had previously been flickering with rapid numbers, seemed to be paused at the instant the film was affixed. Almost immediately, the terrifying figures representing energy consumption began plummeting at a staggering rate. From 10,000 kW, it dropped instantaneously to 5,000 kW, then 2, kW, and finally 1, kW. It ultimately stabilized at a mere 980 kilowatts. Energy consumption had decreased by over 90. Remarkably, the engine's RPM remained utterly unperturbed. Boom. In the laboratory, all researchers who witnessed this phenomenon were rendered speechless, standing frozen as if under a spell. Their gazes were transfixed on the film, filled with fervor, reverence, and a sense of witnessing a miraculous upheaval. Physics, at that moment, seemed to be redefined. It worked, Mu Rongyun Shui exclaimed, covering her mouth. Her beautiful eyes glistening with tears of joy, her body quivering with overwhelming excitement. She realized that from this moment forth, a brand new era had begun. A satisfied smile adorned Lin Feng's face. Turning to the ecstatic Mu Rongyun Shui, a mischievous glint returned to his eyes. Shui, the real show has only just begun. It's time to deliver a grand gift to that ravenous wolf in the provincial capital. He grasped the world-altering film, his gaze filled with disdain. Transmit my orders. Let's convene a product launch. Send invitations to the entire business community of Donghai Province. I want everyone to witness what true future energy looks like. The news of Lin Feng's upcoming product launch spread through the already turbulent business arena of Donghai Province like a stone cast into water. However, this stone stirred not even a ripple. In the provincial capital, at the Tianlang Group, Xiao Tianlang received the exquisitely crafted golden invitation and, lacking even a modicum of interest to open it, promptly discarded it into the trash. A product launch? He polished his gold-rimmed glasses, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I see it as a farewell speech instead. He leisurely instructed his subordinates, spread the word. Let it be known that I have spoken. This launch is Lin Feng's last supper. Anyone who dares to attend shall be my enemy, and thus, the enemy of the Tianlang Group. These words proved far more effective than any formal commercial blacklist. In an instant, the business community of Donghai Province was steeped in a climate of trepidation. Those who had harbored a glimmer of curiosity, intending to witness the spectacle, swiftly stashed the golden invitations deep within their safes after receiving calls from the Tianlang Group, as though they were death warrants. The once bustling Fengshui Group suddenly found itself deserted. Countless calls poured in, each offering bizarre excuses for declining attendance. President Mu Rong, I'm terribly sorry, but that day is my sister-in-law's son's full moon celebration, and I simply cannot miss it. Director Lin, what bad timing. Our company has organized a team-building trip to Antarctica to see the penguins that day. Next time. I assure you, the responses were scant. The entire business community silently conveyed their loyalty to the Tianlang Group through a tacit distancing. To them, the oblivious Lin Feng had become a dead man walking. On the day of the launch, at the Yun City International Convention Center, the most prestigious venue in Yun City, capable of accommodating 3,000 people, Lin Feng had reserved the entire space. From the red carpet to the lighting, and even the champagne at the buffet, everything was arranged to the highest specifications, exuding lavishness. Yet, at that moment, the vast hall felt stark and desolate. Among the 3,000 seats, fewer than 30 were occupied, most of whom were from Lin Feng's own Fengshui Group and the Mu Rong family. At the back of the hall, the media area saw a fair number of journalists. However, their expressions reflected nothing but schadenfreude. Armed with cameras, they were not there to report on a commercial miracle, but to witness what promised to be an epic farce. Wow, what a hefty investment. The venue must cost over $1 million a day. Not to mention, look at that buffet, flown in by Michelin-starred chefs. This kid truly has money to burn. But what does it matter? Offending the Tianlang Group, this will be the fallout. After today, this future energy will become the biggest laughingstock in all of Donghai Province. I've even thought of a title, a billion-dollar farce, the most desolate product launch in history. Just as the journalists whispered among themselves, preparing for the spectacle, the main entrance of the hall was suddenly thrust open from the outside. A middle-aged man clad in an Armani suit, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, and exuding unabashed arrogance and disdain, strode in, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards dressed in black. It was Xiao Tianlang, the vice president of the Tianlang Group. With keen eyes, some journalists immediately recognized him and gasped in astonishment. What is he doing here? Instantly, all media cameras snapped towards Xiao Tianlang, their flashes illuminating the room. Xiao Tianlang reveled in the attention, adjusting his tie as he disdainfully surveyed the nearly empty hall, ultimately fixing his gaze on Lin Feng, who was preparing to take the stage. A sneer curled at his lips, imbued with a sense of humiliation, as he strode confidently toward the center of the stage. He received the directive to, before the commencement of the press conference and in front of all the media, ruthlessly trample Lin Feng's face beneath his feet. Chapter 62, The Shocking Release, a miracle that transforms the industry. Xiao Tianlong's appearance was akin to pouring a bucket of cold water into hot oil. instantly plunging the already awkward atmosphere of the venue to a freezing point. The cameras of all the media pivoted in unison, focusing on this uninvited guest, their flashes illuminating the room as if he were the true protagonist of the day. He straightened his expensive Armani tie, disregarding everything around him, and strode directly towards the stage. Each step he took was heavy, the sound of his polished shoes striking the floor resonating throughout the spacious hall, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Mu Rong Yunchue's countenance darkened instantaneously, poised to instruct the security personnel to intervene. However, Lin Feng raised his hand to signal her to remain calm, a hint of amusement dancing across his features. Zhao Tianlong swaggered to the edge of the stage, picked up a spare microphone, and disdainfully blew into it, producing a jarring noise. He surveyed the vacant seats around him and let out an exaggerated scoff. "Oh my, is this the so-called press conference for a future energy initiative boasting an investment of 100 billion? I thought I had mistakenly wandered into some village-run enterprise's annual awards ceremony." His voice reverberated through the sound system, laced with unabashed humiliation. Laughter erupted from the journalists in the back, the shutter sounds of cameras becoming even more frenetic. "So, you must be Mr. Lin? Quite the promising young talent," Zhao Tianlong remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes, his gaze brimming with contempt. "You spend such a fortune on this grand event. Yet this is the turnout? The attendance is worse than that of the nearly bankrupt cinema downstairs. Let me be honest, it's admirable for a young person to have dreams, but one cannot dwell in fantasy. 100 billion sounds impressive, but do you truly believe the business community of Donghai province is composed of fools? Such bluster will only render you a laughingstock. I have come today to kindly offer you a piece of advice. Kneel down now, bow to our brother wolf, and acknowledge yourself as a mere clown. Perhaps we at Tianlang Group will show mercy and spare your life." These words were venomous and malicious. This was no longer mere commercial suppression. It was a blatant assault on Lin Feng's dignity, intended to crush him before the eyes of the entire provincial media, rendering him incapable of ever rising again. Mu Rong Yunxue trembled with rage, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet, at the storm's epicenter, Lin Feng remained unperturbed. He waited until Zhao Tianlong finished speaking before leisurely picking up his microphone, a roguish smile gracing his face. "Finished?" Zhao Tianlong was momentarily taken aback. "Vice President Zhao, you have truly gone to great lengths, traveling all the way from the provincial capital to be the opening guest at this insignificant press conference." Lin Feng's tone was as relaxed as if they were engaged in casual conversation. His opening remarks were delivered with such fervor and spittle that one might mistake Tianlang Group for a comedic troupe, with him as the straight man. A few young employees from Fengxue Group could not contain themselves, bursting into laughter. Zhao Tianlong's face turned a deep shade of crimson. He had never anticipated Lin Feng would retain his defiance even as his doom approached. "You, don't rush." Lin Feng gestured invitingly, a playful smile on his lips. "Since you are so eager to witness a spectacle, I shall ensure you have your fill. Come, I've reserved a VIP seat for you in the front row. The view is splendid, do not blink." With that, he disregarded Zhao Tianlong and confidently walked to the center of the stage. There were no extravagant PowerPoint presentations, no rousing background music. The staff simply wheeled up two modest experimental tables. On the left table sat an ordinary 100-watt incandescent bulb connected to an independent energy meter. On the right, another 100-watt incandescent bulb, but this one bore an almost imperceptible translucent coating. It too was connected to an independent energy meter. Zhao Tianlong crossed his arms, scoffing, "What is this nonsense? A middle school physics experiment? Is this your 100 billion project?" The journalists wore expressions of bewilderment, yet their cameras faithfully recorded every moment. Lin Feng offered no explanation. He merely snapped his fingers. Snap! Both bulbs illuminated simultaneously. All eyes converged on the two rapidly spinning energy meters. The left meter, representing the ordinary bulb, saw its numbers surge wildly upward like a runaway horse. Meanwhile, the right meter, connected to the coated bulb, displayed a number that climbed at a lethargic pace, akin to an elderly man. The stark contrast in the readings was startling. If the left side represented a 100-meter dash, the right was akin to a snail's leisurely stroll. "What on earth? Is the meter broken?" a reporter instinctively inquired. Zhao Tianlong's sardonic smile faltered, his gaze fixed intently on the two meters, disbelief flooding his features. But that was not the end. The staff wheeled out a second experimental table. This time, it featured two identical mini air conditioning units, also connected to energy meters and thermometers. One unit's core chip was affixed with that miraculous film. The experiment commenced. Both air conditioners powered on simultaneously. The left unit's air outlet saw the thermometer's readings slowly decline. 25 degrees, 24 degrees, 23 degrees. And on the right, the unit employing the new material chip, The thermometer's digits plummeted dramatically. 25 degrees, 15 degrees, 5 degrees, 0 degrees. In a mere matter of seconds, frost had formed along the air outlet. Its energy consumption was less than 1/5 that of the left unit. Gasp! A collective intake of breath echoed throughout the venue. But this time, it stemmed not from disdain, but from sheer astonishment. If the first experiment could be dismissed as coincidence or trickery, the second utterly shattered their understanding. Was this magic? A fine sheen of cold sweat began to bead on Zhao Tianlong's forehead, his ominous premonition intensifying. He yearned to speak, to denounce this as a scam or an illusion. However, at that moment, Lin Feng snapped his fingers once more. The massive LED screen at the back of the stage, which had remained dark since the beginning of the conference, suddenly illuminated. The screen displayed no flashy animations, only a PDF document bearing a bold red stamp. The heading bore a name that sent a shiver through everyone present. Authoritative testing report from Germany's Rhine TV group. The report's contents were magnified infinitely, a single bolded red line dominating the screen, akin to the sword of divine judgment, crashing down with gravitas. Upon testing, the future energy No. 1 material submitted for inspection has been confirmed to effectively reduce overall energy consumption by 93. Testing conclusion. This technology possesses epoch-making disruptiveness, assessed as a miracle. 90.3%. A miracle. As these two phrases indelibly etched themselves into the minds of all present, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At that moment, everyone's minds crashed. And this silence lasted barely 3 seconds. Boom. In the media zone, chaos erupted. My heavens, what have I just witnessed? A staggering reduction of 90% in energy consumption? Is this heralding the fourth industrial revolution? Hurry. Publish the news. A headline. No. An earth-shattering headline. Don't shove. Let me capture a close-up of that report. All the journalists surged forward like sharks sensing blood, rushing with frenzied urgency, their flashes illuminating the venue with unprecedented intensity, transforming the space into a realm of daylight. They understood that they were witnessing a momentous event destined to be etched in the annals of human history. Meanwhile, standing at the edge of the stage, the once arrogant Zhao Tianlong, who had exuded confidence moments ago, now found the mockery, pride, and disdain on his face utterly vanished. His mouth hung slightly agape, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks in sheer terror, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The once haughty visage had drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet, as if he were witnessing the apocalypse firsthand. Impossible. This cannot be. It's a ruse. A hallucination. Yet, the crimson stamp on the screen, along with the frenzied actions of the reporters, mercilessly confirmed to him that this was all, indeed, reality. The Tianlang group was finished. Zhao Tianlang was finished. He was finished. A chilling wave surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, and Zhao Tianlong felt darkness envelop him. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lin Feng stood at the center of the stage, relishing the pandemonium below, basking in the blinding flashes of light. He did not spare a glance at Zhao Tianlong, but calmly raised the microphone, transmitting the world-altering announcement clearly into every ear present. Future energy, from this day forth, is open for global reservations. Furthermore, I declare that the first 100 enterprises to sign cooperation agreements with us will enjoy a 70% discount. No sooner had the words left his lips than a cacophony erupted. Bzzz, bzzz. Lin Feng's phone vibrated violently in his pocket, akin to the detonation of a bomb. Following suit, Murong Yunshue's phone, the reception desk's phone, and the phones of all executives at the Fengxue Group rang out in a symphony of chaos, resonating throughout the entire venue. Chapter 63. Orders like snow. Zhao Tianlang's panic. The ringing phones served as a clarion call heralding the dawn of a new era, proclaiming the demise of an old one and the birth of a new king. The venue spiraled into complete disarray. Those who had previously scoffed at the invitation now glued themselves to their televisions or computers, watching the live broadcast with regret gnawing at their insides. A 70% discount. The first 100 slots. This was no mere discount. It was akin to an ATM falling from the heavens. Whoever secured the initial batch of cooperation agreements would gain a foothold in the imminent energy revolution, outpacing their competitors by an epoch. In an instant, Lin Feng and Murong Yunshue's personal phones were inundated with calls, eventually succumbing to overload. All public lines of the Fengxue Group and Future Energy were jammed. The newly launched official website for Future Energy, within merely 3 minutes of the press conference's conclusion, was overwhelmed by an instantaneous influx of over 10 million visitors, leading to a catastrophic crash. The page displayed only a maddening 404 not found. The head of the technical department, a middle-aged man sporting a receding hairline, was now on the phone, his voice tinged with desperation. Rent. Rent every server available on the market for me. Spare no expense. The boss said money is no object. The issue is that the entire world wants to pay us, and our network is down. Inside and outside the venue, the atmosphere was a stark contrast. Inside, it was a fervor witnessing history. Outside, those entrepreneurs who had been coerced and lured by the Tianlang Group and failed to attend were now resorting to every means possible to force their way in. Mr. Wang, you cannot enter. You don't have an invitation. Get out of my way. I'm brothers with President Lin. I'll crawl in if I have to. A normally respectable chairman of a publicly listed company was now shamelessly attempting to wiggle past security. Mr. Li, please don't make this difficult for us. I'll give you $1 million. Just let me in to speak with President Lin. Just one word. The entire exhibition center had descended into utter chaos. The video and press release from the conference spread across the internet like a potent virus at an incomprehensible speed. Shocking. Chinese black technology unveiled. Energy drops by 90. Tianlang Group's vice president paralyzed at the press conference. The end of an era. For whom tolls the bell of traditional energy? Each headline was enough to make every reader's heart skip a beat. In a mere hour, amidst the website crash and unreachable phone lines, confirmed reservations through various private channels, and even cash-wielding individuals stationed at the company's entrance surpassed a staggering total of 500 billion. This figure detonated across the Chinese business realm like a true nuclear bomb. Simultaneously, at the Tianlang Group headquarters in the provincial capital. In the executive office at the top floor, Xiao Tianlang lounged comfortably in a genuine leather chair, cradling a glass of 1982 Lafite, gently swirling it. Sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting cold confidence off his gold-rimmed glasses. On the projection screen before him, a video of a popular star from his entertainment company performed at a concert. Everything appeared so serene, under his control. He glanced at his Patek Philippe watch, a cruel smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, that fool named Lin should be reveling in the grandest social demise of his life. He sipped his wine, his eyes gleaming with the delight of a cat toying with a mouse. He could already envision Lin Feng's despairing and ludicrous expression as he faced the mockery of the journalists in an empty venue. Compete with me? Perhaps in your next life. Just then, the office door burst open forcefully, and his most trusted aide, the planning department director, stumbled in, his face etched with apocalyptic terror. Brother Wolf, this is bad. A major crisis has erupted. Xiao Tianlang furrowed his brow, displeased with his subordinate's display of panic. What are you so flustered about? Is the sky falling? He set down his wine glass, coldly remarking, is it that Lin from Yunqing called you in tears during the press conference, begging for mercy? No, it's not that, Brother Wolf. The planning director was nearly in tears, trembling as he thrust a tablet towards Xiao Tianlang, his voice quaking. You must see the live broadcast. The entire internet is exploding. Xiao Tianlang disdainfully scoffed, lazily accepting the tablet. On the screen was the live footage from the Yunqing press conference. When he beheld the inspection report stamped with the vivid red seal of the German Rhine TV group, and the glaring number 903 that sent shivers through his very soul, the smile on his face froze instantaneously. The high-stemmed glass slipped from his fingers, shattering on the expensive Persian carpet, the crimson liquid spreading like blood. Moments later, the camera panned to reveal Xiao Tianlang collapsed on the stage, ashen-faced and trembling like a leaf. Xiao Tianlang's pupils constricted to the size of the most perilous pinprick. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It is magic. A deception. That scoundrel has hired actors for this performance. However, as he gazed at the screen below, where a cascade of astronomical figures representing real-time reservations flowed like a waterfall, and when he heard the news anchor's voice, strained and almost breaking, exclaiming about witnessing history and the energy revolution, a chilling wave surged from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. The capital he took pride in, the networks he painstakingly wove, and his commercial empire, capable of crushing all rivals, felt as fragile as a mere sheet of paper in the face of this absolute technological barrier. He suddenly realized that this was not merely a defeat in a business war. This was a dimensional strike. Everything he had built, the foundation of the Sirius Group, those traditional energy and manufacturing sectors, would be ground to dust in this technological revolution, aptly named the future, leaving not even a speck of debris. An uncontrollable fear and fury erupted from Xiao Tianlang's chest like a volcano. He clenched his fist and slammed it down on the $1-million rosewood desk before him. Crack! The sturdy, heavy wooden surface was punctured, sending splinters flying. Lin Feng. He let out a beastly roar. His usually refined and elegant face twisted into a grotesque mask of extreme anger and terror. It's over. Everything is over. Despair washed over him like a tidal wave, completely engulfing him. In the deathly silence of the office, Xiao Tianlang collapsed into his chair, gasping for breath, his gaze vacant and unfocused. After a few seconds, a flicker of final madness reignited in his eyes. He abruptly seized the red encrypted phone on the desk, trembling as he dialed a series of numbers he knew by heart. The moment the call connected, he could no longer concern himself with the dignity and stature of a business mogul. Instead, he spoke in a voice tinged with desperation to the person on the other end, issuing a final plea for help. Young Master Long, I have encountered trouble. The technology on the other side may threaten your interests in the capital. Chapter 64. Young Master Long of the capital, a more formidable foe. On the other end of the line, there was a profound silence. No immediate outburst of rage, no interrogation. Only a suffocating quiet that felt as if it emanated from the depths of the ocean. Xiao Tianlang gripped the red encrypted phone, his palm slick with sweat soaking the receiver, yet he dared not wipe it away. He could even hear the thunderous beating of his own heart and the roar of blood rushing to his brain. After an agonizing half-minute, a young, languid voice, imbued with a hint of irreverent magnetism, finally emanated from the receiver. Tianlang, you are my wolf dog raised in the East China Sea, not a chihuahua that urinates in fear upon seeing a rabbit. The voice was soft, the tone calm. Yet it carried an invisible pressure that made Xiao Tianlang's back bend slightly, cold sweat suddenly streaming down his forehead. Why, young Master Long? His voice cracked and hoarse, filled with humility. What I face this time is not a rabbit, but a Godzilla clad in sheep's clothing. On the other end of the line was Long Ao, the true heir of the powerful Long family in the capital. And he, Xiao Tianlang, was merely a dog that the Long family had casually supported to establish their foothold in the East China province. Oh, Godzilla? Long Ao on the other end seemed to chuckle lightly, his tone laced with a spark of intrigue. Do tell, how has this Godzilla managed to make my wolf dog tuck its tail between its legs? Xiao Tianlang dared not conceal anything, even exaggerating the terrifying effects of Lin Feng's press conference regarding the new energy-saving material and the current state of the entire market going utterly mad. Expressing it all at a breakneck speed, he needed to make young Master Long understand that this failure was not due to his incompetence, but rather the enemy's monstrous capabilities that surpassed normal human comprehension. Energy consumption reduced by 90%. Young Master Long, can you imagine? This is not mere technological innovation. This is a miracle. Magic. All our traditional energy and manufacturing sectors are but a pile of scrap destined for the garbage heap in the face of this thing. Right now, the entire East China province, possibly the entire Huaxia's capital, is surging madly towards that lad Lin Feng. The reservation funds he receives in a single day surpass our entire year's profit at the Sirius Group. As Xiao Tianlang spoke with increasing fervor, his voice sharpened with fear. Young Master Long, we are finished. Your layout in the East China province, the industrial barriers we painstakingly established, have crumbled overnight. Upon finishing, he gasped for breath, awaiting judgment from his master. However, once again, there was silence on the other end of the line. This time, however, the silence was no longer suffocating. Xiao Tianlang could even faintly hear a rhythmic sound of fingers tapping on a desk. 1 tap, 2 taps, 3 taps. Each sound resonated in Xiao Tianlang's heart. After a long pause, Long Ao's languid voice spoke again, but this time it carried an unmistakable excitement, akin to a shark that had caught a whiff of blood. Interesting. A 90% reduction in energy consumption. This indeed exceeds my expectations. A dog that loses, but if it can retrieve a piece of dragon meat, then this dog still has its use. Long Ao's voice suddenly turned cold, the languor vanishing in an instant, replaced by a resolute and domineering chill akin to eternal ice. This thing is indeed valuable, but it should not belong to some dirt-poor wretch who emerged from who knows which backwater. You will obtain that technology at any cost. That icy voice, infused with an undeniable authority, yanked Xiao Tianlang from the depths of despair. He abruptly lifted his head, his unfocused pupils refocusing, now gleaming with a terrifying light. Young Master Long, do you still not understand my meaning? Long Ao's voice was tinged with impatience. People may die, but technology must remain. Boom. This casually spoken phrase struck Xiao Tianlang's heart like a bolt of black lightning, instantly dispelling all confusion and fear. Yes. If he couldn't win in business, could he not employ other means? How had he trapped himself in a corner? As long as the technology was secured, whether that lad Lin Feng lived or died was of no consequence. A more sinister and frenzied thought began to fester in the depths of his heart. I understand. Young Master Long, I understand. At that moment, Xiao Tianlang straightened his back, his twisted face transforming into a fierce visage of uncontainable excitement. A compliant dog is the one that earns its master's reward. Do not disappoint me. On the other end, Long Ao casually tossed down his final words before hanging up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy signal in the receiver, Xiao Tianlang slowly set down the phone. He walked to the imposing floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling city below, and within his eyes, obscured by the gold-rimmed glasses, a brutal and savage light reignited. Fear and despair had long been supplanted by an even more intense greed and murderous intent. With the support of the Long family in the capital, he had effectively secured a get-out-of-jail-free card. He could resort to anything, the most extreme, the dirtiest, the most unspeakable means. Lin Feng. He whispered the name, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. Did you think you had won? No. The game has only just begun. Since you refuse to be a dog, then do not even dream of having the chance to be one. He turned on his heel and returned to his desk, without a trace of hesitation. He no longer sought any underground forces in Donghai province. Those worthless fools were not even worthy of shining Lin Feng's shoes. He opened the concealed compartment of his desk and retrieved a black satellite phone, devoid of any insignia. Powering it on, he entered a complex key consisting of 36 digits. The screen illuminated, revealing a pitch-black interface, at the center of which flickered a blood-red, haunting mask. Xiao Tianlang inhaled deeply and pressed the dial key. He was about to contact the most elite and exorbitantly priced commercial espionage organization, one that navigated the global gray areas and was a headache for intelligence agencies worldwide. A legend that only accepted extinction-level missions. Phantom. Chapter 65. Commercial espionage? All is illusion before the system. Phantom. A name that epitomizes death and utmost secrecy in the global underground realm. Their operations never involve mere violence. They are thieves of technology, grave diggers of commercial empires. Should the price be right, they could incapacitate an entire nation's power grid, pilfer blueprints from the Pentagon servers, or make a rising business magnate vanish into thin air while asleep. Dialing this number was akin to signing a devil-esque contract, inked with billions of dollars and lives. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge of the Yun City International Exhibition Center, Lin Feng and Murong Yunxue stood side by side, gazing out at the paralyzed traffic, choked with vehicles, and the frenzied businessmen still attempting to breach security lines. We have succeeded. Murong Yunxue's voice trembled with a dreamlike quality, her cool, delicate face radiating an unprecedented smile. As brilliant as summer blooms. The success of this press conference transcended commercial boundaries. It was like a storm that swept across all of China, shaking the global technology and financial circles with an unstoppable force. Just moments ago, the CEOs of once mighty global tech giants such as Apple, Tesla, and Samsung had sent humble letters of intent for collaboration through various channels. They understood that in the face of this groundbreaking technology, failing to cooperate would spell their own demise. Lin Feng raised his champagne glass, clinking it gently with Murong Yunxue's. No, this was merely the beginning. He gazed into the swirling golden liquid, his eyes profound. Our journey lies among the stars and the seas. Murong Yunxue chuckled at his rather dramatic yet commanding words, her eyes sparkling with myriad emotions. They exchanged a knowing smile, a silent understanding passing between them. However, just as this moment of triumph and warmth reached its zenith, a chilling, urgent electronic alert resonated in Lin Feng's mind. Warning! Warning! A lethal threat has been detected against core technology, new energy-saving materials. Threat source: International top-tier commercial espionage organization, Phantom. Threat assessment: the adversary has accepted a dual mission of technology theft and host elimination. Operations have commenced. Danger level: extremely lethal. Emergency defense task triggered. Phantom catcher. Task objective: uncover and dismantle all schemes of the Phantom organization. Utterly destroy it, or instill a sense of permanent dread within it regarding the host. Task reward: a barrage of system notifications pierced Lin Feng's brain like countless needles. His smile froze instantly, and the champagne glass in his hand trembled slightly. Phantom? Host elimination? A wave of icy dread surged from the depths of his being. He realized that while he reveled in the spoils of victory, the desperate enemy had overturned the table, resorting to the most brutal and nefarious tactics. What's wrong? Murong Yunxue immediately sensed Lin Feng's unease. Her voice laced with concern as she reached out to touch his forehead. Are you unwell? Your complexion. It's nothing. Lin Feng quickly regained his composure, offering her a reassuring smile. Perhaps I'm just a bit fatigued from the excitement. He knew he could not allow Murong Yunxue to be embroiled in this matter. The enemy was a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. He must unearth it and crush its vital point before it could strike. At that moment, the system shop automatically popped up. A new item, radiating a golden glow, was highlighted at the top. Item name: Loyalty Detection Radar, Range Version. Item type: Strategic Level Information Detection Tool. Function description: capable of scanning a designated area within a 10-kilometer radius, displaying the loyalty of all individuals within the region towards the host and the host's core interests in real time through colored dots. Color grading: green, 80 to 100 absolutely loyal. Life can be entrusted. Yellow, 60 to 79 neutral, swayed easily by external influences. Orange, 30 to 59 discontent, potential for betrayal. Red, 0 to 29 clear hostility, extremely dangerous. Price, 10 million emotional points. 10 million emotional points. This was nearly 80% of the emotional points Lin Feng had amassed from this press conference. Yet he hesitated not for a moment. Money could be earned again, but a life lost meant everything was truly gone. Exchange. Activate immediately. Scanning range. Headquarters of Future Energy Company. He issued the command resolutely in his mind. Beep. Exchange successful. Loyalty detection radar has been activated. In an instant, the world before Lin Feng transformed. A remarkably intricate, semi-transparent 3D model of the Future Energy headquarters unfolded upon his retina. Every floor and room of the building was vividly visible. Within this model, hundreds of light points of varying sizes emerged densely. The vast majority were vibrant green. These points represented the loyal long-time employees who had followed him through thick and thin, their loyalty having soared to unprecedented levels under Lin Feng's financial prowess and charismatic personality. Among them, the green dot representing Murong Yunxue shone like an emerald, radiating a warm halo. In addition to the green dots, there were dozens of yellow dots of varying shades. Most of them were new employees hastily recruited to expand production capacity. They had yet to develop a full sense of belonging to the company and remained in a neutral state, which was entirely normal. Lin Feng's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swiftly scanned every floor. He was searching for that lethal red. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Found it. In an independent laboratory within the materials research department, the most secure core of the building. A luminous point suddenly emanated a blinding, malevolent shade of deep crimson, as if it were dripping with blood. The intensity of that red glow far surpassed the system's definition of explicit hostility, while the core of the light flickered with a sinister darkness that embodied the intent to kill. It is you. Lin Feng's gaze instantly transformed into one of icy coldness. With a mere thought, he magnified the crimson point infinitely. The system promptly retrieved this individual's detailed information. Name, Gao Ziyuan. Age, 28. Position, Level 3 Technician. Date of employment, 1 week ago. Resume, dual PhD in materials science from MIT. Previously employed at 3 Fortune 500 technology companies, a flawless record. Recruited as a special talent through exceptional measures. An almost fantastically perfect resume, if it were not for the system. No one could discern that this impeccably disguised serpent lay coiled beside their very heart. Lin Feng gazed at the photo of Gao Ziyuan on the screen. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refined elegance, yet the curvature of his lips grew increasingly cold. A phantom? An industrial spy? Very well. Since you enjoy playing in the shadows, I shall illuminate the entire stage, allowing you to perform splendidly beneath the spotlight. Lin Feng slowly closed the system interface. The icy intent to kill in his eyes vanishing without a trace, reverting to his nonchalant and roguishly handsome demeanor. He turned around, reclaimed his champagne flute, and, with a radiant smile directed at the concerned Murong Yunxue, declared, "Schwer, merely standing here to celebrate, is rather dull." Murong Yunxue paused. "Then what do you wish to do?" Lin Feng winked mysteriously, his profound eyes shimmering with the excitement of a hunter spotting its prey. "Let us play a game." Called Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. Chapter 66. Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole, the False Core. The press conference for Future Energy resembled a global commercial earthquake of magnitude 12, the aftershocks of which still reverberate. Countless capital investors surged into Yun City like a frenzy, eager to partake in this epic-making feast. However, within the storm's epicenter, the atmosphere at Future Energy's headquarters was far from the relaxed demeanor imagined by the outside world. At the top floor, in the chairman's office with a panoramic 360-degree view overlooking the entire city, the ambience was as heavy as iron. Murong Yunxue furrowed her delicate brows. Having just ended a call with the head of the security department, her cool visage shrouded in frost. The company's external network had suffered over 30,000 high-intensity attacks in the past 24 hours, with IP addresses scattered globally. Although all had been blocked by our firewall, such feats could not be accomplished by ordinary hackers. She glanced at Lin Feng, who was leisurely reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, appearing indifferent to the situation. Her voice tinged with concern. Moreover, the security department reported that numerous individuals with dubious identities have attempted to disguise themselves as reporters or delivery personnel to approach the company building. Lin Feng, I fear those ravenous wolves, driven mad with envy, are about to resort to underhanded tactics. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng set his coffee cup down, a rare seriousness overtaking his usually roguish smile. While it is easy to evade open attacks, hidden daggers are far more difficult to defend against. He slowly rose and approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the ceaseless flow of the city below. External attacks are merely bothersome flies, no matter how annoying. They cannot inflict fatal harm. What truly concerns me is the venomous snake lurking within our ranks. Morong Yunshue's heart skipped a beat as she instantly grasped his meaning. Indeed, compared to the overt threats from the outside, a spy hidden within was the most lethal. The core technology of future energy had been constructed by Lin Feng himself, boasting an impregnable security level. Yet, the rapid expansion of the company had led to a complex personnel composition, making it impossible to ensure that enemies had not infiltrated. Should the core technology be leaked, all their previous efforts would be rendered futile. Do you have a suspect? Morong Yunshue inquired, standing beside him. Suspect? Lin Feng suddenly smiled, that familiar roguish confidence returning to his face. I even know what color underwear he is wearing today. Morong Yunshue rolled her eyes at him. This man never changed his flirtatious ways. Lin Feng, observing her exasperated expression, felt his spirits lift. He turned to her and gently teased her pert nose. Swear, do not worry. If our enemies wish to play dirty, we shall join them in a grand game. I have prepared a magnificent gift, one capable of sending their entire organization skyward. As he spoke, Lin Feng's consciousness delved into the system's marketplace. Among the dazzling array of products, he expended a substantial 5 million emotional points to exchange for a special item radiating an eerie red glow. Product name: Virtual Core Data Packet, Trojan Horse version. Product type: Strategic Level Counter-Espionage Trap. Function description: This data packet contains a set of virtual technical documents that are entirely consistent with the appearance, code structure, and data flow of Future Energy's core technology. However, its underlying logic is embedded with a destructive logic bomb. Once this data packet is attempted to be decrypted or copied on any unauthorized device, the logic bomb will activate instantly, irreversibly incinerating all electronic devices at its source through network reverse tracing, and releasing a high-intensity EMP pulse to obliterate all electronic components in the vicinity. Friendly reminder: explosions are art. Please use with caution. Lin Feng gazed at the formidable description within the system, the smile on his lips widening. What a marvel! This is not merely a Trojan horse. It is akin to a parcel wrapped with a nuclear bomb. Just as I was lamenting my inability to locate the snake's den, you have conveniently provided me with the GPS. Half an hour later, a high-level closed-door meeting of Future Energy convened in the most secure meeting room on the 33rd floor. The participants were the company's core executives and technical leaders, totaling fewer than 20 individuals. Each person's mobile device had been uniformly confiscated prior to entering the meeting room, and the entire space was enveloped in strong signal jammers, eliminating any possibility of information leakage. As the meeting commenced, Lin Feng's expression was unusually grave, even tinged with suppressed fury. Ladies and gentlemen, I have summoned you here today to discuss one crucial matter. His sharp gaze swept across every individual present, causing a palpable tension to rise. Our technology has attracted unwanted attention. Moreover, according to the intelligence I have received, the enemy's tendrils may have already reached into our company. The room erupted into chaos. What? There's a mole? This is impossible. Our security. Lin Feng raised his hand, silencing the rising clamor, his voice growing colder. There is nothing impossible. For the right price, there are always those willing to sell their souls. He paused, as if making a difficult decision, before solemnly stating, to prevent the worst-case scenario, I have decided to physically transfer the only unencrypted core technology source file of the group. I will personally relocate it from my office to the S-level physical isolation vault, constructed from military-grade alloys, located 5 floors underground. There. It is completely severed from the network and secured with the most primitive mechanical lock. Not even a deity could take it away. This passage detonated in the minds of all the executives like a heavy bomb. Physically isolating the final trump card is undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. I concur with Director Lin's decision. This is presently the best approach. The crowd echoed in agreement. Lin Feng nodded, seemingly nonchalantly adding, the transfer will be set for precisely 3 o'clock this afternoon. I will personally oversee the escort. For confidentiality, all surveillance along the route from my office to the underground garage elevator will be disabled for 15 minutes. Having said this, he declared the meeting adjourned and departed the conference room without a backward glance. No one noticed the figure in the far corner of the room, Gao Ziyuan, a typically taciturn level 3 researcher from the technical department, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Upon hearing the keywords 3 o'clock and surveillance disabled for 15 minutes, a glimmer of insatiable greed and ecstasy, akin to a hungry wolf spotting its prey, flickered behind the lenses of his glasses. His heart raced wildly with exhilarating excitement, blood rushing to his brain, inducing a dizzying euphoria. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A veritable windfall. That fool Lin Feng has unwittingly divulged the time, the location, and even the security loopholes. Is he afraid I won't be able to steal it? Gao Zhuan forcibly suppressed the urge to burst into laughter, bowing his head as if to organize his documents. However, his left hand, resting beneath the table, was rhythmically tapping his thigh in a rapid, almost musical cadence. It was a code known only to the core members of the Phantom organization. Translated, it conveyed a single message: the fish is in the net, prepare to reel it in. Meanwhile, in the central monitoring room at the opposite end of the building, Lin Feng and Murong Yunxue stood side by side, the enormous screen before them playing back the meeting proceedings at 16 times speed. Murong Yunxue couldn't help but smile at Lin Feng's performance, worthy of an award-winning actor. Lin Feng, however, remained serious as he froze the frame, zooming in on the corner where Gao Ziyuan was busy organizing his documents. Schwer, look at his hands. Murong Yunxue focused intently and, through the gap in the table, clearly observed Gao Ziyuan's fingers tapping rapidly on his thigh. This was no mindless fidgeting. It was a trained signal for relaying information. A flicker of cold, lethal intent flashed in Murong Yunxue's eyes. Indeed, it was him. Lin Feng observed the self-assured spy, his lips curling into a familiar roguish smile. He turned to Murong Yunxue and winked charmingly. The fish has taken the bait. Chapter 67. The Phantom moves, under the illusion of perfection. At 2:57 in the afternoon, just 3 minutes before the transfer time announced by Lin Feng in the meeting, the atmosphere in the core research area of the Future Energy Headquarters building felt palpably tense. As if the air had solidified, every corner suffused with an oppressive sense of an impending storm. The researchers in white lab coats had long been evacuated, and the usually bustling corridor was now deserted, leaving behind only cold lights and an immaculate floor reflecting a disquieting sheen. In a shadowy corner at the end of the corridor, a man clad in a janitor's uniform, wearing a mask and a cap pulled low over his brow, leaned against the wall, eyes closed in apparent repose. He was Gao Ziyuan, codenamed Phantom. His breathing was steady and deep, his heartbeat calm and powerful, as if the impending heist, a monumental theft that would determine the fate of billions in technology, was merely an ordinary afternoon nap. Yet, his mind operated like a high-precision computer, rapidly processing wind speed, humidity, the number of security personnel along the route, the model and refresh rate of surveillance cameras, and the elevator's operational speed, all coalescing into a flawless action plan. A bunch of amateur fools. A smirk of barely perceptible disdain curled at the corners of Phantom's mouth, concealed beneath his mask. That boy, Lin Feng, probably still believes that his elaborate setup provides an impenetrable defense. How pitiful. True professionals can discover the most fatal flaws within your proudest defenses. Moreover, this flaw was one you disclosed yourself. At precisely 3 o'clock, the heavy alloy door at the other end of the corridor emitted a low, resonant click as it slowly opened. 2 security personnel, each exceeding 6 feet in height, with bulging temples and an aura of ironclad resolve, emerged. Their eyes were sharp as eagles, unmistakably elites forged in the crucible of combat. Between them was a specially designed bomb-proof dolly, upon which rested a safe gleaming with a metallic sheen. The safe was compact yet constructed entirely from tungsten steel alloy, adorned with intricate electronic locks and mechanical dials, and ensnared by a laser alarm line as fine as a hair. This display was enough to deter any would-be intruder. They've arrived. Phantom slowly opened his eyes, the depths of his shadowed gaze igniting with the fierce light of a hunter locking onto its prey. He remained still, silently observing as the 2 security personnel maneuvered the safe steadily towards the elevator. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Now, Phantom's right index finger subtly pressed against his pocket. Zzz. A faint crackle of electricity resonated. The corridor's lights flickered violently before all surveillance cameras and indicators extinguished. The corridor was plunged into darkness, save for the dim yellow beams cast by the emergency lights in the corners. What is happening? A power failure? The 2 security personnel reacted swiftly, one shielding the safe while the other reached for his earpiece. However, all he could hear was an unbearable static. The communication was compromised. An ominous premonition flooded their minds. Just as their nerves were taut to the breaking point, a barely audible hiss permeated the air, emanating from the corridor's ventilation system. An invisible, odorless gas, spreading rapidly, filled the entire space. The security officer guarding the safe felt a slight heaviness in his head. The surroundings began to spin, and he desperately tried to raise the alarm, only to find he lacked the strength to even open his mouth. Thud, thud. 2 dull thumps echoed. The battle-hardened elite guards collapsed to the floor, having never glimpsed the enemy, succumbing to deep unconsciousness. From blackout to collapse, the entire sequence transpired in less than 5 seconds. A shadow glided like a wraith from the darkness, approaching the safe. Phantom didn't even spare a glance at the 2 incapacitated guards. All his focus was on the seemingly formidable iron box. He did not attempt to tamper with the complex electronic locks. Instead, he produced a round device the size of a pocket watch from his wrist and gently pressed it against the surface of the safe. On the instrument's display, countless lines of code cascaded like a waterfall, scrolling at breakneck speed. Beep, beep, beep. The decryption was in progress. 7899 ding. With a crisp sound, the red light of the electronic lock transformed into a green glow. Immediately afterward, he retrieved a device resembling a stethoscope from his pocket and pressed it against the mechanical dial. Closing his eyes, his fingers danced with an almost imperceptible speed, deftly manipulating the dial. Click, click. Each rotation was executed with utmost precision, devoid of any hesitation. As he completed the seventh turn, a sharp, melodious sound echoed as the mechanism sprang open. This safe, lauded for its military-grade security and reputed to be impervious to brute force, was effortlessly unlocked by him. The entire process flowed seamlessly, imbued with a visceral beauty, taking a mere 28 seconds. A derisive scoff escaped from his lips. He slowly opened the heavy door of the safe, revealing a thick layer of sponge padding, at the center of which lay a specially crafted USB drive. Entirely fashioned from translucent crystal, glimmering with a blue luminescence. The drive bore a laser engraving proclaiming future energy core. This was it. An overwhelming surge of ecstasy surged through his mind. He extended his hand, gingerly grasping the USB drive as if it were an unparalleled treasure. It felt cool to the touch, imbued with a sense of technological sophistication. He gazed at the USB drive, a victorious smile gracing his features, one that only a conqueror could wear. Lin Feng, a mere affluent fool. This pitiful semblance of security is nothing short of an affront to my expertise. Swiftly, he placed the USB drive into a specially designed signal jamming box, closed the safe, and in an instant, his form flickered and vanished like a wisp of smoke into the shadows of the fire escape. The scene was left with two unconscious guards and a once locked, now empty safe. Minutes later, atop a dilapidated building several kilometers away from the Future Energy headquarters, he removed his mask, revealing the refined visage of Gao Ziyuan, now suffused with excitement and arrogance. He deftly produced a military-grade encrypted satellite communicator and a sleek laptop from his pocket, seamlessly connecting them. The screen illuminated, and an encrypted satellite network channel was swiftly established. He retrieved the shielded box containing the USB drive, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This invaluable data, poised to reshape the world order, was about to be transmitted through his hands to the eagerly awaiting Xiao Tianlang far away in the provincial city. He could almost envision the ecstatic expression on Xiao Tianlang's face upon receiving this monumental gift. Farewell, Lin Feng. Thank you for your foolishness that has afforded me the largest commission of my life. He inserted the USB drive into the computer S port, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he moved the cursor to initiate the transmission. Chapter 68, Data Bomb, the Nightmare of the Tianlang Group. In the provincial capital, at the headquarters of the Tianlang Group, the city's iconic structure was ablaze with light, resembling a colossal steel beast lurking in the night. Yet, within the top-floor technology center, the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. Dozens of elite technicians sat rigidly, their faces etched with anxiety and anticipation, their gazes fixed intently on the massive control screen composed of 16 panels. Xiao Tianlang, the business mogul renowned for his strategic acumen and unflappable demeanor, now appeared bereft of his usual composure. Like a caged beast, he paced restlessly within the confines of the room, his eyes glimmering with a tumultuous blend of greed and unease beneath his golden-rimmed glasses. He was gambling, betting the entire future of the Tianlang Group and his very existence. Should Mei Ying succeed, he would seize the revolutionary technology capable of upending the world order, ascending to become the global energy titan. If he failed, he dared not contemplate the consequences. Lao Wolf, Mei Ying has sent a signal. Suddenly, the technical director, a middle-aged man with thinning hair, stood up, his voice quivering with excitement. A secure communication window automatically popped up on the control screen, displaying a succinct message. The fish has entered the net. Prepare to reel it in. Xiao Tianlang abruptly halted, rushing to the screen, his gaze riveted on the words as if he wished to etch them into his very being. Good, 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 he exclaimed thrice, his face, taut with tension, instantly flushed with a morbid euphoria. Truly, Mei Ying was unparalleled. The world's premier commercial spy. $100 million well spent. He grasped the technical director's shoulders with such force it nearly crushed the man's bones, his voice hoarse as he bellowed. Prepare? Everyone, get ready. Activate the highest level deep-sea server. Prepare to receive the data. Yes. The technical director immediately issued orders, and the entire technology center sprang to life like a finely tuned machine operating at breakneck speed. A supercomputer. hidden deep within the server room and never before revealed to the public, reputed to withstand nuclear electromagnetic pulses, was activated. On the screen, a virtual satellite signal receiver began to rotate, aligning itself with the encrypted channel emanating from Yunqing. Laowolf, the channel has been established. Connection stable. The other party has confirmed and is ready to initiate transmission. Reports flooded in, and Xiao Tianlang's heart raced in tandem. He could almost envision himself wielding core technology, standing atop the world, crushing Lin Feng and that damned Feng Shui group beneath his feet. Initiate transmission. With the technical director's command, a blue progress bar slowly appeared on the control screen. 1:10:30. The room was filled only with the drone of server fans and the heavy breaths of the gathered technicians. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the advancing blue progress bar. It was not merely a progress bar, it was a staircase leading to paradise. Time stretched unbearably at that moment. Xiao Tianlong's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood, yet he remained oblivious. 80, 90, 99. As the progress bar finally reached its end, a green dialog box popped up in the center of the screen with a triumphant chime. Data reception successful. Boom. The stifled atmosphere erupted in an explosion of euphoria. We did it. We succeeded. Ha! We have obtained it. We have acquired that technology. The entire technology center erupted with a cacophony of exhilaration, technicians leaping into the air, embracing one another, some even shedding tears of joy. Xiao Tianlang, too, let out a wild howl, his laughter brimming with an unassailable madness and pride. Lin Feng, you inexperienced little brat, what do you have to challenge me with? Your technology, your future, your everything. It is now all mine. He shoved aside those around him, rushing to the control console, issuing his final command to the nearly euphoric technical director. Decrypt. I want to see it immediately. I wish to behold the formula that will transform the world. Indeed, the technical director, with trembling hands, typed a series of decryption commands upon the keyboard. On the central control screen, a new progress bar materialized yet again. Decrypting. All gazes converged upon the screen once more. This time, their expressions were no longer tense, but rather brimming with boundless anticipation and avarice for the future. The progress bar advanced at an astonishing pace. 50, 80, 95. It was on the verge of reaching 100. However, in that fleeting moment when the decryption bar approached 99, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The progress bar froze. The entire screen seemed to have been paused, locked firmly at the 99 mark. What? What is happening? It stuck? The fervent cheers within the office abruptly ceased, leaving everyone in a state of stunned silence. A cold sweat instantly beaded on the technical director's forehead as he frantically pounded the keyboard, attempting to diagnose the issue. Stay calm. Perhaps the data volume is too massive and the server requires a moment to respond. He feigned composure as he explained. Yet, scarcely had his words faded when a piercing, anomalous hum erupted from the billion-dollar deep-sea supercomputer. In the next instant, the immense central control screen transitioned from a shade of technology's blue to a blood-red hue, emblematic of death. An enormous white skull, constructed of countless lines of code, dominated the entire screen, its hollow eye sockets seemingly mocking the folly of all present. Then, beneath the skull, a line of scornful text, rendered in the largest, most flamboyant neon font, gradually emerged, each character striking like a resounding slap upon Xiao Tianlong's face. Thank you, my friend, for the rocket. Wishing you and your family health and prosperity. At that moment, Xiao Tianlang felt a rush of blood surge to his head, and darkness encroached upon his vision. He nearly fainted from rage. It was a trap, a thoroughly humiliating trap. Yet, this was merely the inception of a nightmare. Before he could fully comprehend this earth-shattering turn of events, the skull and mocking text vanished from the central screen. In their place appeared the most familiar and feared sight, the blue screen of death. Then, as if a virus had erupted, the entire internal network of the Tianlang Group's headquarters succumbed to chaos, from the technical center servers to the finance department's computers, and even to the mundane office PCs. In that singular moment, thousands of screens simultaneously displayed the ominous blue screen. Following this, a line of cold, despair-laden English text appeared on each screen, formatting all hard drives. Please do not turn off your computer. The shrill, piercing alarm resonated throughout the Tianlang Tower. It was the highest-level alert triggered by the forced deletion of server data. The entire building descended into utter pandemonium. My computer, my files, all gone. Financial data. Our group's decades of financial records are all contained within. Help! What is happening? Is this the end of the world? The cries and screams, along with the sounds of overturned furniture, echoed from every floor, merging into a symphony of doom. Within the technical center, silence reigned. The technical director lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself, "It's over. It's all over." This is a data bomb, the highest level of logical trap. Xiao Tianlang remained frozen in place, gazing at the formatting progress bars scrolling across the screens, listening to the wails emanating from outside. The business empire he had painstakingly built, all his commercial secrets, financial ledgers, client information, everything, was obliterated in this moment by that wretched skull. The Tianlang Group, from this day forth, had perished on a data level. An uncontrollable fury and despair erupted within him like a volcano. He emitted a beastly roar, a sweetness rising in his throat. Spurt. A mouthful of blood erupted forth, splattering across the cold control panel, a sight to behold. Chapter 69, A Fish in a Barrel. Public execution. Just as Xiao Tianlang succumbed to rage and blood, the Tianlang Group spiraled into a chaotic oblivion of data loss. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of the Future Energy headquarters in Cloud City, Lin Feng leisurely held a glass of red wine, standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. The holographic projection screen beside him displayed urgent news alerts from various financial media outlets in real time. Breaking news. The leading enterprise in the provincial capital, Tianlang Group, has suffered a catastrophic hacker attack. Its core servers have collapsed, and all data is suspected to have been erased. Business earthquake. The Tianlang Group systems are entirely paralyzed. The stock market may face a catastrophic plunge upon opening. Insiders from Tianlang Group reveal that alarms are blaring throughout the building, plunging into chaos, suggesting a significant upheaval. Striking headlines scrolled across the screen. Murong Yunxue stood beside him, her exquisite visage filled with shock. She had witnessed the trap set by Lin Feng. Yet when the outcome manifested in such a brutal and absolute manner, she still felt a profound tremor within her soul. This was no longer mere business competition. This was a dimensional strike, a one-sided massacre. A move that struck at the very foundation, instantly rendering a trillion-dollar business empire into a mere amnesiac vegetable. Did you foresee this outcome all along? She gazed at Lin Feng's composed profile, her voice tinged with complexity. I had offered him an opportunity. Lin Feng gently swirled the crimson liquid in his glass, his gaze profound. He chose to upend the table, and thus, I could only saw off his table legs as well. He turned to Murong Yunxue and flashed a roguish yet charming smile. Merely playing defense is not my style. If one does not eliminate a snake, they risk being harmed in return. If we are to strike, it must be done decisively, sending it straight to the depths of hell, ensuring it never rises again. With that, he set down his wine glass and picked up the internal phone on the table, dialing the number for the PR director. Inform all media that Future Energy will hold an emergency press conference in the headquarters news hall in 10 minutes. The director on the other end paused momentarily but promptly responded. Yes, Chairman Lin. What is the theme of the press conference? A cold smirk curved Lin Feng's lips. The theme shall be the fate of commercial spies. 10 minutes later, the Future Energy news hall was already filled to capacity, every seat occupied. Journalists who had just been reporting on the Tianlang Group's crisis, with their keen instincts, flocked to the venue as soon as they heard of Future Energy's press conference. Resembling sharks drawn to the scent of blood, everyone sensed that an even greater storm was about to unfold. Flashbulbs flickered like a constellation of stars, wildly flashing. Under the gaze of the multitude, Lin Feng, clad in a well-tailored black suit, strode confidently to the podium. He did not jest with the journalists as he usually would. His countenance adorned with an unusual seriousness and sternness, a formidable aura instantly quelling the clamor of the room. Good afternoon, esteemed media friends. Lin Feng's voice resonated clearly through the microphone, echoing throughout the grand hall. I am aware that many questions weigh heavily on your minds, particularly in light of the recent upheaval at our competitor, the Sirius Group. He intentionally emphasized the words competitor and upheaval, eliciting a knowing chuckle from the audience below. The purpose of today's gathering is not to celebrate, but to unveil a scandal, a despicable and shameless act of corporate crime that is bound to astonish the entire business community of Huaxia. As his words settled, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Lin Feng did not afford them the opportunity to pose questions. Instead, he gestured to his staff behind him. Without further ado, I believe the facts will speak for themselves. Please enjoy a recently recorded high-definition documentary short that transpired in our Yun City. As he concluded, the colossal LED screen behind him flickered to life, illuminating the scene. The footage revealed a dimly lit, dilapidated top floor of a half-finished building, where a man donned in a mask and a cap was furtively manipulating a laptop. He extracted a USB drive, glimmering with a blue light, from a shielding box. Below, the journalists were bewildered. What was this? A film shoot? However, the very next moment, the man on screen, wearing a self-satisfied grin, inserted the USB into the computer. A thunderous bang erupted as a flimsy iron door was violently kicked open from the outside, sending shockwaves through the footage. Holy cow! A reporter exclaimed instinctively. The scene revealed Lin Feng, flanked by 4 imposing bodyguards clad in black, descending upon the doorway like divine avengers. His expression was as frigid as the winds of Siberia. The man at the computer, startled by the unexpected turn of events, leapt up from his seat and attempted to flee. But escape was futile. 2 bodyguards pounced on him like ravenous tigers, pinning him to the ground, immobile. Lin Feng approached him slowly, crouching down. The camera zoomed in for a close-up. He reached out and forcefully removed the mask and cap from the man's face, revealing a countenance twisted by sheer terror, yet unmistakably familiar to all senior executives in the energy sector. It was Gao Ziyuan, the genius doctor from our technical department. Gasps of disbelief erupted from the few executives granted permission to attend. The video continued. Stripped of all disguise, Gao Ziyuan's psychological defenses crumbled completely. He gazed into Lin Feng's emotionless eyes, trembling uncontrollably. "I will tell you everything, just don't kill me." His voice quavered, laden with despair. I am a member of the international espionage organization, Phantom. It was President Xiao Tianlang of the Sirius Group who paid me $100 million to steal your cutting-edge energy-saving technology. That USB drive is a fake. I knew it was a trap. Please, spare me. Gao Ziyuan, tears streaming down his face, recounted the entire process of his recruitment by Xiao Tianlang to pilfer corporate secrets in a torrent of confession, leaving no detail unspoken. The press conference room fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. All journalists stood aghast, their mouths agape, eyes wide with shock and fervor. A scandal of monumental proportions. This was undoubtedly the most earth-shattering scandal in the Huaxia business community for this year. No, for the past decade. The president of a prominent provincial enterprise had resorted to hiring international spies to pilfer technology from competitors. Should this news break, the Sirius Group would not merely face a plummet in stock prices, it would face societal annihilation. Yet, Lin Feng's public execution was far from over. As the video concluded, the screen went dark. Lin Feng's voice emerged once more, this time laced with a hint of mockery. "I am aware some may claim this is a coerced confession, an attempt to defame a venerable entrepreneur. Fear not, for I have prepared some appetizers." He snapped his fingers again. The screen displayed an audio player interface. Subsequently, a series of meticulously processed, crystal-clear recorded conversations were brought to light. "I want that Lin kid dead, and I want his technology. Money is no object. Rest assured, when Phantom intervenes, we never miss our target. I will bring back both the technology and the head." That familiar and arrogant voice could belong to none other than Xiao Tianlang, president of the Sirius Group. The evidence was irrefutable. Boom. After 3 seconds of stunned silence, the entire press conference erupted. Journalists went wild, brandishing cameras and microphones, desperately vying for more information from Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, how did you uncover this espionage operation? Mr. Lin, is the Sirius Group's system failure connected to you? Mr. Lin, how will you hold Xiao Tianlang legally accountable?" Questions surged like a tidal wave. Lin Feng stood at the forefront, smiling, allowing the flashbulbs to engulf him. He answered not a single query but performed an unexpected gesture. He took a glass of champagne prepared by a staff member. Under the focus of hundreds of cameras, Lin Feng slowly raised his glass, his gaze seemingly piercing through walls towards the distant provincial capital. The smile at the corners of his mouth was radiant yet frigid, infused with the elegance and ruthlessness of a victor. "President Xiao, do you still enjoy this grand gift?" Chapter 70. When the walls fall, everyone pushes. The indifference of the young dragon of the capital. Lin Feng's casual remark, "President Xiao, do you still enjoy it?" reverberated across the entirety of Huaxia's internet within mere minutes, captured by hundreds of cameras. If the collapse of the Sirius Group's system was merely a shocking technical incident for those within the industry, then Lin Feng's press conference, akin to a public execution, was a cataclysmic event that ignited a nuclear explosion of public opinion online. Stunned, billionaire president hires international spies to steal secrets. The recording of Sirius Group's president Xiao Tianlang exposed. Business mogul? No, a corporate criminal. Countless self-media and news platforms, eager for clicks, scrambled to churn out sensational headlines overnight. The trending topics were dominated by the names of the Sirius Group and Xiao Tianlang, followed by a parade of explosive red characters. Online, the audience erupted in a frenzy. "I'm cracking up. This is more thrilling than a drama. So those suit-clad big shots engage in such underhanded dealings behind the scenes? $100 million just to steal technology, and they even want to eliminate the person? Is Xiao Tianlang out of his mind? I feel for Mr. Lin for a second, but thankfully he's the one with the upper hand. Otherwise, he would truly suffer a loss of both life and fortune. To those upstairs, you pity him? He is probably celebrating with champagne at a club right now. This counterattack has made him a legend. The Sirius Group is in peril. This is no longer a mere business scandal. This is criminal activity. Prepare for a long prison sentence. The fermentation of public opinion spreads even faster than a virus. The ensuing chain reaction in reality is even more rapid and merciless. Within the first hour following the press conference, over 20 upstream and downstream enterprises with deep collaborations with the Sirius Group issued announcements overnight, unilaterally terminating all partnerships and reserving the right to pursue claims for breach of contract. In the second hour, 7 major lending banks, led by the Huaxia Industrial and Commercial Bank, simultaneously petitioned the court for asset preservation, freezing all bank accounts and assets under the names of the Sirius Group and its subsidiaries. By the third hour, multiple national regulatory bodies, including the Securities Regulatory Commission, the Banking and Insurance Regulatory Commission, and the Market Supervision Administration, hastily formed a joint investigative team, declaring an exhaustive investigation into the Sirius Group's suspected acts of unfair competition, market manipulation, and theft of trade secrets. When the walls collapse, everyone pushes. When the drum breaks, thousands strike. This once towering commercial edifice, which many gazed upon in admiration from the pinnacle of the provincial capital, is collapsing with an unstoppable momentum, following Lin Feng's fatal shove. In the top-floor presidential office of the Sirius building, the air is devoid of its former grandeur and order, leaving only chaos in its wake. Priceless antique vases lie shattered across the floor, custom-made hand-rolled cigars are strewn everywhere, and the atmosphere is thick with despair and destruction. Xiao Tianlang sits despondently behind the massive desk that symbolizes power, his eyes bloodshot, his hair disheveled, and the signature gold-rimmed glasses cracked with a spiderweb-like fissure. He stares at the computer screen, inundated with news that nails him to the pillar of shame, while his phone incessantly buzzes with messages from banks demanding repayment, partners terminating contracts, and executives resigning. His body trembles uncontrollably. It is over. Everything is over. The fruits of his labor over decades, his proud commercial empire, have disintegrated into nothingness in a matter of hours. Data has been erased, funds frozen, partners turned adversarial, and even regulatory bodies have drawn their swords. He is now a toothless, clawless tiger trapped within an iron cage, helplessly watching as everything he built is devoured. No, he still has one last lifeline. The capital city, young Master Long. If young Master Long is willing to intervene, if that extraordinary figure can utter a single word, there might still be a chance for redemption. Grasping onto the last thread of hope like a drowning man, Xiao Tianlang trembles as he retrieves a black satellite phone from the depths of his drawer, a device never before revealed. He dials the familiar number, pressing the phone tightly to his ear, breathless with anticipation. The phone rings for what feels like an eternity, and just as Xiao Tianlang's heart sinks to the depths, it is finally answered. A young yet inherently aloof voice, imbued with an air of superiority, emanates from the other end. Speak. Just one word, yet it carries the weight of 1,000 pounds, causing Xiao Tianlang to straighten his spine in an instant. Young Master Long. Save me. Young Master Long. His voice is hoarse, filled with desperate pleading. I have failed. That boy named Lin Feng is a devil. He set a trap and exposed everything. Now the banks, the regulatory bodies, everyone has gone mad. Young Master Long, you must save me. The Sirius Group cannot fall. On the other end, a silence stretches for several agonizing seconds. For Xiao Tianlang, those seconds feel longer than a century. Finally, the cold voice returns, but this time, it is devoid of any warmth, replaced by unmasked disdain and contempt. Waste. You can't even handle this minor issue. You've not only implicated yourself, but nearly brought the flames to my doorstep. Xiao Tianlang, you have disappointed me greatly. From now on, the Sirius Group has no further relations with my Long family. Take care of yourself. Without waiting for Xiao Tianlang to utter another word, the line goes dead with a series of beeping tones. Stunned, Xiao Tianlang stands frozen, the hope and pleading on his face gradually fading, ultimately transforming into a desolate gray of despair. A discarded son, he realizes. From the moment of his failure, he has transformed from a useful dog into a piece of refuse that must be immediately discarded. That cold phone call became the final straw that broke the camel's back. He chuckles softly, then begins to laugh, tears streaming down his face. He is lost utterly and completely, stripped of everything. Slowly he rises, moving step by step like a soulless corpse toward the vast floor-to-ceiling window. Outside lies the city he once ruled, ablaze with lights and bustling with traffic. Yet all of this is now irrelevant to him. His life flashes before his eyes like a movie. From a penniless boy with nothing, he clawed his way to this position through ruthlessness, believing himself to be the protagonist of life, a destined hero. In the end, he is merely a pawn on someone else's chessboard, easily discarded at any moment. How tragically absurd. He pushes open the window, and the icy night wind rushes in, causing his clothes to flutter wildly. He casts one last glance at this world, a hint of relief gracing his face. Then, he takes a step forward. Days later, the Sirius Group officially announces its bankruptcy and liquidation. The once dominant founder has faded into an inconspicuous piece of social news. Meanwhile, in Yunxing, within the headquarters of Future Energy, a series of delightful system notification chimes resonate in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Main mission, counterattack Sirius, has been excessively completed. Reward settlement, emotional value 500,000. System experience 200, congratulations. Host, your system level has been upgraded to LV4. Ding. System upgrade detected, unlocking new function. Skill fusion. The collapse of the Sirius Group occurred more swiftly and thoroughly than anyone had anticipated, as Xiao Tianlang leaped from the top of his commercial empire. Closing the chapter on his sinful life, it also heralded the end of an era. The orchestrator of all this, Lin Feng, now reclines comfortably on a $1 million intelligent sofa in Yunding Tiangong, gazing at the clouds rolling by outside, feeling elated after resolving the troublesome Sirius Group. This not only signifies that the Fengshui Group faces no rivals within the province, but more importantly, the series of melodious system notifications represent the greatest gain of all. 5 million emotional value is indeed an epic windfall. More significantly, the system level has finally been upgraded from LV3 to LV4. System, open personal panel, Lin Feng silently commands. Host, Lin Feng. System level, LV4. Emotional value, 5000000. Skills held, Divine Trading Technique, unique. Golden Eyes, beginner. Divine Calligraphy, unique. Divine Driving Skills, unique. Master Level Combat Skills, unique. New function unlocked, Skill Fusion. Skill Fusion? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This sounded truly promising. He immediately clicked on the introduction of the new feature. Skill Fusion. The host may consume a certain amount of emotional value to select 2 or more existing skills for fusion, with a chance of generating a brand new, more advanced skill. The results of the fusion are uncertain, so the host is advised to proceed with caution. Friendly reminder. A failed fusion may lead to a decrease in the level of the original skills or their complete disappearance. The distinction between luck and misfortune is but a fleeting thought. Lin Feng's lips twitched. Goodness, isn't this akin to equipment synthesis in online games? With a penalty for failure, the developers have truly outdone themselves. He pondered, if he were to fuse golden eyes and godly manipulation technique, would he create a skill capable of discerning all the financial flows behind the candlestick charts? Or perhaps, if he fused godly driving skills with master-level martial arts, could he then drift while simultaneously engaging in Wing Chun atop a vehicle? The mere thought of such imagery sent a shiver down Lin Feng's spine. It was bizarre. Yet he couldn't help but glance again. However, with the substantial emotional value he possessed, he could afford to wait until he had more skills to play alchemist. The immediate priority was another significant change following the system upgrade. System, initiate the weekly lottery. The familiar sight of the lottery wheel appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Yet this time, the texture and appearance of the wheel had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once plain wooden wheel had now morphed into a platinum wheel crafted from an unknown metal, inscribed with numerous arcane runes. The entire wheel was divided into hundreds of segments, the vast majority still representing cash, consumables, and ordinary skills in white and blue. However, unlike before, several segments emanating a purple glow had appeared among them, marked with the label of epic. At the very top of the wheel, at the 12 o'clock position, there was only one segment. This segment radiated an indescribable, resplendent, sacred, and dazzling golden light. Merely gazing at it evoked an irresistible impulse to prostrate in reverence. Golden legendary reward, uniqueness. Wow. Even with Lin Feng's current temperament, upon seeing those 6 words, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Golden legend. This is the pinnacle of existence in card-drawing games. It symbolizes the epitome of fortune, the totem of belief. Moreover, with the tag of uniqueness, it signifies that once drawn, this prize will permanently vanish from the prize pool. How incredibly precious. Lin Feng's heart began to race uncontrollably, a surge of intense desire swelling within him. Draw it. He must draw it. Today, having just toppled a $1 trillion conglomerate, fortune favored him. It would be an affront to the spirit of Xiao Tianlang not to draw a golden legend. System, commenced the weekly lottery. Without hesitation, Lin Feng issued the command. Ding. This week's free lottery draw has been utilized. Would you like to consume 1,000,000 emotional value for an additional draw? 1 million for a single draw? Lin Feng paused momentarily. Previously, an extra draw only cost 100,000, but this had skyrocketed tenfold. Yes, draw with 5 million emotional value at his disposal. He was flush with riches, and money was no object. As his confirmation echoed in his mind, the enormous platinum wheel began to turn slowly. The pointer traversed various segments, with white, blue, and purple lights flashing in a dizzying array. The speed of the wheel increased, eventually blurring into a swirl of mixed colors. "Give me gold. Give me gold." Lin Feng chanted fervently, his hands clasped together, adopting a posture of earnest supplication. Sometimes, one must believe in the mystical. As if responding to his prayers, the rapidly spinning wheel abruptly erupted in an explosion of dazzling golden light. The brilliance was so intense, so commanding, that it instantly overshadowed all other colors on the wheel. The entirety of the system's space transformed into a sacred golden ocean. He had won. Lin Feng's pupils dilated sharply, his breath momentarily halted. The wheel gradually came to a stop, the platinum pointer aligning perfectly at the 12 o'clock position, directly on that unique segment radiating endless sacred brilliance. In the next moment, a grand, resounding electronic synthesized voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind, as if it had descended from the heavens. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 1 in 100 million chance of ultimate fortune. Congratulations, host, for drawing the golden legendary reward. Unique godly skill, godly medical technique." Skill description. The host has instantaneously mastered all knowledge and techniques related to medicine throughout human civilization, from ancient shamanistic practices, traditional Chinese medicine, to modern Western medicine, genetic engineering, and biopharmaceuticals. You possess the miraculous ability to transform decay into wonder. In your hands, there are no terminal illnesses, only minor ailments awaiting resolution. Boom. The instant the system notification concluded, a vast torrent of knowledge, immense beyond imagination, surged into Lin Feng's brain like a deluge breaking through a dam. In that moment, he felt as though his head might explode from the influx. Before him, countless images flashed by like a rapid slideshow. He witnessed Shinnong tasting hundreds of herbs. Laying the foundation for pharmacology, he saw Bian Ke discerning the changes in the 5 viscera. He beheld Hua Tuo performing surgery with ease, reviving the dead with a flicker of humor. He also glimpsed modern medical pioneers, under the surgical light, wielding a scalpel with precision, separating each blood vessel and nerve. He observed scientists editing the genetic sequences determining life and death under a microscope. He even glimpsed futuristic technologies utilizing nanobots to eliminate cancer cells and bioprinting techniques to regenerate organs. From the ancient silver needle moxibustion to cutting-edge gene therapy, every acupuncture point in the human body, the structure of each bone, the orientation of every muscle, and the distribution of every nerve, all the millennia of human medical civilization, at that moment, transformed from cold text and images into an intrinsic part of Lin Feng, becoming an instinct he was born with. He could even clearly perceive the vitality of each cell within his body, hearing the subtle sounds of blood flowing through his veins with every beat of his heart. This sensation was akin to divinity. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as the colossal torrent of information gradually subsided, merging seamlessly with his soul. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Exhaling a long, deep breath, his gaze had transformed, becoming profoundly deep, as if capable of penetrating the world's ailments and illusions. Godly medical technique. This was no longer merely a skill, it was a power that commanded life and death. Immersed in this unprecedented strength, Lin Feng felt as though he had undergone a metamorphosis. Suddenly, a sharp and jarring ringtone shattered the tranquility of the room. Lin Feng picked up his phone, momentarily startled by the name flashing on the screen. It was Murong Yunxua. He swiped to answer, about to tease her about missing him. However, what echoed from the other end of the line was not her usual, melodious voice, but rather a fragmented tone, laden with an unprecedented sense of panic, fear, and an uncontrollable sob. "Lin Feng, something terrible has happened. My grandfather, he is on the brink of passing."